universe with the field, it's a really wild idea to come up as one human on Earth to intuit that is really, really, really difficult. And it's really sad to me that he didn't get a Nobel Prize for that.
Was there people saying he was crazy when he was around, or was he universally recognized?
No, I think once the papers came out, he was widely recognized as a true genius. But before that, he wasn't recognized. He had a really difficult.
So backing up, where does a black hole go? Like after something gets sucked into it?
You mean is it a portal to another place? That kind of thing?
Yeah.
Well, we don't know. It could be. It could be that the universe is kind of like Swiss cheese full of black holes. There's something called Hawking radiation, where because of quantum mechanics, the information leaks out of a black hole, so it is possible to escape the black hole. There's a lot of interesting questions there.
I hope we get to the bottom of that.
And there's a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which doesn't seem to scare physicists, but it terrifies me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Astronomy can be terrifying.
Yeah, we're all like orbiting. I mean, we're not just orbiting the sun, but the sun is part of the solar system, it's part of the galaxy, and it's all orbiting a gigantic black hole.
Have you ever spoke to someone who's been to outer space?
Jeff Bezos. He flew his own rocket. But astronauts have been to deep space now. Well, maybe I've spoken to an alien that just hasn't.
I want to do a research paper or like a report about space madness. You know, it's supposed to be this like torturous feeling that you get when you look away from Earth and into the abyss after you've exited Earth's orbit or whatever. Because there's one specific psychiatrist who knows how to deal with space madness, and I want to figure out how. Interview people with it.
Is this a real thing? Like, is there a Wikipedia article on it?
Yes, look up space madness treatment.
Now I don't trust Wikipedia after what you told me. So.
I know, they think I hate classes.
I thought you meant more about the fact that you're isolated out in space, that we need social connection, and it's difficult.
Yeah, I think it's just a feeling of extreme insignificance that you might get sometimes when you look at the night sky, but it's that times 1,000. It's like an existential void that's created after looking into the abyss and then realizing how small Earth is in the grand scheme. You just start to really have a strange new perception about the pointlessness of existence.
I don't need to go to space for that.
I mean, only a handful of people have been to space, but I'm sure they're all pretty well off, so this psychiatrist has to be like in the multi-million.
Well, technically we're all in space, because Earth is in space, but so I wonder if you have to go to space to talk to the psychiatrist.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, technically we're all in space, so
right.
You can't. That's a boundary he can't have.
But not everyone believes that, as you've seen from my work probably.
You're right, and those are important people that are asking important questions.
Yeah.
You hitchhiked across the U.S. for 70 days when you were 19.
Right.
Tell the story of that.
Well, this sort of connects to what I was talking about with the boredom of school and these Common Core classes. So after my first year of school, where I lived in the dorms, like a old school dormitory building at a school in New Orleans called Loyola University, I wanted to just do something. I felt so bored. I was working for the school newspaper for that whole first year. It was called The Maroon, and I didn't have the ability to write my own stories. Like I had to defer to an older editor, and they would give me stories to write about, and they were all about like on-campus happenings, like the Pope visits New Orleans, or glass recycling to be restored in the French Quarter, or hoverboards banned on campus due to safety concerns. And it just kind of felt like, all right, I kind of wanted to be a gonzo reporter. I'm not sure if working my way up through the traditional newsroom hierarchy is going to get me to that point. So I started reading a bunch of old hobo literature, you know, like post-World War II vagabonding stuff, and there was this book called Vagabonding in America by an old hobo, Ed Byrne. And I read this, and it's basically, obviously some of it was outdated. They had stuff in there like the hobo code, like, oh, this moniker on the side of the fence means this person has free soup or something like that. They didn't have stuff like that. But what it did tell me, it told me about train stop towns like Dunsmuir and, you know, places in Montana where there was a friendly attitude toward drifters, and that still persists from the 60s and 70s to this day, even though, in my opinion, movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre have ruined hitchhiking culture in America, because now everyone thinks you're going to, you know, decapitate them if they pick you up. So after my final day of courses at Loyola, I literally left all of my belongings inside my dorm and took the streetcar to the Greyhound station, got a one-way ticket to Baton Rouge, and I was like, I'm going to hitchhike across the whole country back to Seattle with no money. Now that was the plan, and it worked out.
I love it. I traveled across the United States before, and similar kind of plan.
Were you on the Silver Dog?
So
the Greyhound bus.
shitty car.
You lived in a car?
Yeah, when I was driving across the United States. Yeah.
Solo?
With a friend, some solo, and I would eat cold soup.
I love cold soup.
Yeah.
What I like is the cold chickpeas in a can. So you get the water out and just dump it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Those are good. Beef jerky, kind bars. Kind bars are really good for the road.
Yeah. I mean, all of that is great, but too much of it is not great. Like, too much cold soup, not great. Too much beef jerky.
So what was the route you took? Was it Chicago across or was it Philadelphia across?
Philadelphia across.
To LA or where?
San Diego's one up, but it was a zigzagging. Went up to Chicago and then all the way down to Texas.
So you went Philly through Appalachia up to the Midwest.
Yep.
Did you cut over like through the Southwest down to San Diego?
No. Went straight down to Texas, all the way down to the Midwest. So,
but did you cut from Texas west through New Mexico and Arizona to get to San Diego?
Yeah.
That is the best road trip place. Interstate 40, like Albuquerque, Flagstaff, Vegas, Kingman, the Mojave Desert, Yuma, doesn't get better.
Yeah, I mean, and you're kids, you don't care, and you throw caution to the wind. I met some crazy people.
It gave me some sanity, like whenever I'm feeling kind of out of control or, like bummed out. I just remembered that the road is still out there. The open road never goes anywhere, and it's kind of like I see like an invisible door in the corner of the room all the time. It makes me more comfortable. So I'm like, hey, at the end of the day, if I'm bummed out, I can go hit the road, and I'm sure there's going to be a fun time ahead.
Yeah, get that Greyhound ticket and go.
I would say Silver Dog half, because sometimes I gotta ride the dog when no one will pick me up. There's some places in the country where no one's gonna pick you up.
Yeah.
Kansas, Missouri, they're not gonna do it.
Maybe not charming enough. You thought about that?
I was 19, fresh, clean shaven.
Yeah.
It was pretty charming, I'd say. But the older you get, the harder it is to hitchhike because they think you're like an escaped convict or some type of like psycho wanderer. And some of these people are like what we call punishers, people who never stop talking. And so they see someone hitchhiking and they're like, yes, I'm going to talk at this person.
Yeah.
And you can tell their eyes are wide. They're like, what's up? And you're like, oh, shit. So 6 hours of just like, oh, cool. Nice.
That's rough.
Yeah.
You're right. I like people that are comfortable in silence.
Yeah. But then that also raises the question, are they about to kill me? You know what I mean?
I think that's a you problem, not a...
You know what's funny is almost everybody who picked me up when I was hitchhiking was like a day laborer. Well, it was almost all Mexican day laborers who picked me up.
Oh, interesting.
Because I think that like in some places down there, that's a typical thing to do. Hitchhike to work. A lot of people don't have cars, but they still have to get to their jobs. So a lot of people ask me, hey, where should I drop you off? Where's your job at? And I'm like, my job is to explore. And they were down with it.
See, like, for me, it was really easy because you just say, like, I'm traveling across the United States. And I think people love that idea. And they want to help. They romanticize. Because they also have that invisible door. Everybody has that invisible door, and I just want to go.
So you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It can anchor you a bit, just to remind you that every pattern that I've fallen into is voluntary and it's for my own stability and mental health.
Well, that's why I'm, like, renting everything, and I'm making sure, like, tomorrow I can just go. I gave away everything I owned twice in my life. I'm just very, like, I'm ready to go. Tonight. Let's go.
What's the hardest item you've had to part with in this experience? You've never had a material object that was really hard to let go of? So you give that watch to somebody.
No, you're right. You're right. That's probably the only... I've never had to let go of that, though. Yeah. That's the only thing I own. This means a lot to me, but everything else... But then, again, listen, because, okay, this watch is given to me by Rogan, who's become a close friend. But, like, whenever I romanticize the notion that this watch means a lot to me, it's like, oh my God, I'll just get you the same one again.
Yeah. It's a pretty sick-ass gift, though.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not usually a gift guy, but, when somebody you look up to kind of gives you a thing, it's a nice little symbol of that relationship. So, but other than that, no. But even this, like, whatever. The relationship is what matters. The human is what matters, not the...
I agree 100%.
You had something like this?
Not really. I mean, there was a hard drive that I lost that had all of my like childhood pictures on it and stuff like that I think about all the time. Because I left it on a train, and like the certain memories, you think about it, you just get pissed off. I just think to myself, someone has that somewhere. Like I have dreams about reuniting with the hard drive.
You and Hunter Biden have this somewhere.
I don't think you want to reunite with that one. Okay. Dude, it's crazy. Like, all all he did was smoke crack, right? Or was there more stuff going on?
I think there's prostitutes involved.
Oh, okay, whatever.
I think you got to look into it.
I think I have to look into it. I don't know.
Was Kerouac, Jack Kerouac, and somebody that was an inspiration at all in this road trip? Did you even know who that is? The Beat Generation?
I didn't know who it was. And then after I did ultimately I wrote a book about my hitchhiking experience years later. And everyone was like, have you read On the Road? And then On the Road, I probably heard the title of that book every day at least 10 times for 2 years. And I'm sure Kerouac was a great guy. I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Beat Generation.
It's a great book. It's you read it or no?
I refuse to read it. People even have gifted it to me, being like, "Hey man, you're gonna love this one." And I'm like, "Is that On the Road?" Honestly, people have given me a book with wrapping paper on it, and they're like, "This is right up your alley." I was like, "That's fucking On the Road, isn't it?" Yeah, no, I'm like anything but that. But I'm sure it's a great book. It's just the comparison thing drives me crazy. So big respect to Kerouac. I would never speak down on anyone in the Beat Generation.
What are some interesting moments you remember from those 70 days?
Man, there was so much. I mean, getting mistaken for a gay prostitute on my first hitchhiking ride in Louisiana was pretty funny.
Where did you come from and where did you go?
Well, I mean, the journey began in Baton Rouge, and the first destination was Houston, which is about 4.5 hours west on Interstate 10. So I'm in Crowley, Louisiana. I'm on the side of the road, and I guess this was a cruising truck stop. It was known for being a place where male lot lizards would go to procure clients. And I was there.
Lot lizards are...
It's a derogatory term in trucker culture for a prostitute who hangs out at the Loves or Pilot Flying. Large interstate truck stops. Now, trucker culture, as it once was, is pretty much finished because of the live stream cameras they have inside of the trucks now. So you can't smell a Sudafed or pick up anybody. You can't even pick up a hitchhiker or you get fired.
Kills all the romance.
Yeah, definitely. The old school outlaw trucker lifestyle, unless you're an owner-operator who's not even in a union, which is like a real cowboy way to haul loads, you can't do that.
You were mistaken for a lot lizard.
Mistaken for a lot lizard by a small man from Honduras with a spiky leather jacket covered in studs. Didn't speak any English, but, I thought he was just, a nice guy. And then he pulled over at there's private theaters in the South where they have confessional booths set up, and they have 3 channels, and people go in there and,
porn?
Yeah. People go in there and, please. Yeah. So he thought he was taking me to one of those. I was like, all right, cool, man, yeah. This guy wants to go jerk off. I'm just going to wait in the car. It's all good. I don't discriminate. But then I was like, he buys a booth for me. I'm like, okay. But I'm not really in the mood to watch porn with this random guy. So he gets in the same booth as me. And he starts jerking off right next to me. I'm like, oh, man. Like, I don't think this is chill. I'm like, dude, can you stop? Can you stop jacking off? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, oh, this is what you want to do. Like, I have money for you. And I was like, oh, no, I'm just a regular guy. And he was super cool about it. He started laughing. He's like, oh, my bad, man. I thought you were, selling something. I said, no. And he said, oh, it's all good. And he gave me a ride all the way to Houston.
That's great.
Yeah, we talked about anything except that for the rest of the car ride.
That's great. He just rolled with it. Oh, sorry about that.
It could have been. I had about a foot and a half with this guy, but I wasn't too scared. I also had like a knife in my pocket, but I didn't want to stab him, especially not at a place like that.
And you were still, that didn't leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Well, I figured that can't happen again. It can't keep happening. So I was like, all right, if I got this out of the way the first ride, the following rides are going to be spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, who among us have not been mistaken for a lot lizard?
Fact, you heard it here first.
What else? What some interesting, beautiful people that you've met?
Well, I used to have couch surfing to find places to stay. Now you can only submit like 5 couch surfing requests a day, unless you're a premium member, which means you also host people.
Couch surfing still around?
Yeah, totally. But it's evolved obviously into a different thing.
Airbnb is a kind of competitor to that, right?
Couch surfing is free though.
Right.
So couch surfing, they call it like the CS community. So basically there'd be these like couch surfing super hosts in different cities. Like there was one in Santa Fe, this firefighter dude who had like 15 other couch surfers there chilling. Nice. So I would do it everywhere. A lot of them were Catholics. So it was their way of giving back. A lot of them were nudists. And so I didn't realize there's a small little section at the bottom of someone's couch surfing profile that says clothing optional.
Yes.
And that means if you go there, I thought it meant like it's cool if you walk to the bathroom in your underwear. No, if you go there, everyone's going to be butt naked. So I made that mistake a few times. Not that I'm anti-nudist, but I didn't want to, I wasn't ready to take that leap of faith. And yeah, it was just great. Couch surfing hosts were amazing.
Yeah.
So that was just great. It was this constant thing where I felt like, wow, people are so welcoming. I'm not having to pay them $1 for this experience.
Yeah, I love couch surfing.
Yeah.
For me being an introvert, just crashing on a person's couch, being essentially forced into a great conversation is great.
Yeah. The one thing that gets exhausting about hitchhiking is constantly thanking people. Being in like sort of constant superficial gratitude everywhere all the time. Oh, thanks for letting me sleep on your couch. Thanks for the food.
Yeah.
Part of the reason I wanted to live in an RV later in life is to avoid having to constantly live in this like thanks so much type of frequency, because it's exhausting to constantly, hey man, thanks.
I think the shallowness of that interaction is exhausting, not just not thanks.
Yeah, it was a true favor. Of course, I love giving people gratitude for that. But just this thing where everyone who picks you up is, you get 8 rides a day. You're like thanking 8 people a day like they're the second coming of Jesus. You start to feel a little bit debased.
What'd you learn about people from that journey? That's your first time really kind of going into it.
The American public is just so kind overall. I mean, they're so like embracing, depending on who you are. And specifically though, the Christian family people of the U.S. who drive in minivans and have that fish sticker on the back where it's like Jesus fish, and then they have the family sticker, where each member of the family is a stick figure. Those people never picked me up and would flip me off with their whole family. Sometimes they would throw full Dr. Peppers at me as a family while I stood on the side of the road.
As a family.
They would yell shit like, go to hell, hippie, when I was on the side of the road. And so it's weird that the most charitable Christian American family values people never gave me any charity or even conversation. They were antagonizing me and saw me as like a hippie left over from the 60s who needed to go to work, go to Vietnam. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But the people who really extended a hand to me is people on the margins.
Yeah.
People working on seasonal visas, people whose cars have, less than a quarter tank left, people struggling with addiction who saw me struggling, or at least they thought that I was, because they assumed I was hitchhiking, not out of adventure, but because I had no car, and were willing to sacrifice their day almost sometimes to take me exactly where I needed to go.
That's beautiful, man. I've had similar kind of experience that people who are struggling the most are the ones who are willing to help you when you're struggling.
Yeah.
There's people like in religious contexts and other kind of communities that just judge others because they've kind of constructed a value system where they're better than others because of that value system. And that actually has a cascade that forces you to actually be kind of a dick.
Yeah, I never thought about that, man. It's so true. Do you think about like morality and religion a lot?
Yeah. I've been to certain parts of the world where religion is really a big part of life. I'm just always skeptical about tribes of people that believe a thing and believe they're better than others because they believe that thing. That could be nations, that could be religions.
Yeah.
I mean, in Ukraine and in Russia, I've seen a lot of hate towards the other. And that hate I'm always very skeptical of, because it can be used by powerful people to direct that hate just so the powerful people can maintain power and get money, this kind of stuff.
It's a scary thing to see how easy it is for high up political people to mobilize the hate of just the average working person and can almost convince them to sabotage their own countrymen who they share more in common with than the politician they look up to, just to advance the agenda of one party. That's what we're seeing now.
Are there some places in America that are better than others? Can you speak negatively of aforementioned Joe Rogan talk shit about Connecticut nonstop? Can you pick a region in the United States you can talk shit about?
Talk shit about? Oh, for sure. I mean,
or from that experience, let's just narrow it down to that.
Oh, Colorado. Oh, jeez, really?
Yeah. I know so many people that love Colorado.
Dude, Dallas, Denver. I used to think Phoenix sucks, but I love Phoenix now. The way they build these cities is just so circular and massive. Just stop.
You don't like cities?
I like grids, man.
Oh, you're a grid guy.
Manhattan, New Orleans, San Francisco.
What is it about grids that bring out the worst in people? Circles is where
everyone's just vibing out.
Yeah.
Goosey. So the grid gets people locked in and hateful. I don't know, man, but
I've never heard anyone talk shit about Colorado, I have to say. It's kind of refreshing.
Yeah.
It provides a necessary balance for the Colorado Wikipedia page.
Yeah, Oregon too. I got props for Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah. Well, here's the issue. You have, and I don't like just calling people racist because it's kind of like a two-dimensional insult, but you have the most racist state with the most psychotic anarchist city in the middle of it. What is going on up there? How did this happen? The yin and the yang is so extreme that there must be something in the Willamette.
What do you have against anarchism?
I have nothing. I used to be an anarchist. When I was in 8th grade, I had this friend named Mads who was part of a group called Seattle Solidarity, which is like an Antifa precursor. So I grew up like going to Black Bloc protests, and I mean, there was a particular shooting, the murder of John Williams, who was a Native American woodcarver in downtown Seattle. He got killed by a Seattle police officer named Ian Burke. John Williams was carving a pipe from a wood block with a pocket knife. He's deaf in one ear. Officer pulls a gun on him and says, "Put it down." He doesn't hear him. He shoots him 6 seconds later. So that police-involved shooting is what instantly turned me into like a very critical of law enforcement kind of person when I was super young. And so as someone who used to see this guy who got murdered, this 55-year-old man, I used to see him around Pike Place where my mom lived, the public market in downtown. That to me put me into the anarchist political sphere. Just channeling the anger of that experience. And the officer got no charges, by the way. You could look up the video; it's horrific. You know, and it didn't get reported. The officer, I'm pretty sure, is still active duty. And so it's like situations like that early in life channeled me toward political extremism, but I grew up to realize how incompatible that anarchistic worldview is with reality and with American society. It can only exist in a small little chamber. You know, you can't apply that to the industrial heartland of the country.
And I think also anarchism, so I've got to know Michael Malice, who's written quite a bit about anarchism, and it also exists as a body of literature about different philosophical notions that kind of resist the state, the ever-expanding state in different kinds of ways. And it's always nice to have extreme thought experiments to understand what kind of society we want to build, but implementing it may not necessarily be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Emma Goldman, I'm a huge fan of her writing. Also, the prison abolitionists that are associated with the anarchist movement, Angela Davis, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, all that stuff, influential. I still adhere to a lot of those principles when talking about stuff like radical prison reform and stuff like that. But just, I drifted more toward having a more open mind as I got older.
Extremism implemented in almost all of its forms is probably going to cause a lot of suffering.
Yeah.
You worked as a doorman on the, I could say, legendary Bourbon Street in New Orleans, where you saw what you described as, this might be another Wikipedia quote, by the way. This is where I do my research.
Does it say hellish scenes?
Hellish scenes, in quotes.
Wikipedia is damn right about that.
All right, thank you. That's a win. That's one in the win column. So yeah, tell the story of that. What's it like to work at Bourbon Street? What kind of stuff did you see?
I mean, I was a host at a fine dining restaurant that on the corner of Bourbon and Iberville. So that's the first street if you go from Canal Street onto the quarter. So this is like across from like a daiquiri spot. It's the middle of the tourist corridor of New Orleans. And the spot was kind of a tourist trap. It was called Bourbon House. The food was good. Chef Eric, I don't want you to see this and think you don't make good andouille sausages, but it was overpriced. And so we had to maintain this like fine dining facade on a street where almost everyone is like throwing up, fighting, or is half naked. So there was this policy. We had these giant glass windows next to the tables. So if you're eating at Bourbon House, you can look out onto Bourbon Street and you can see as you're dining a full panoramic view of all these partiers throwing beads, boobs, all that. We had this policy where if we're serving someone, we can't look onto Bourbon Street if something crazy's happening. So there's a fight or something like that, we can't look, right? So there's a dude, I remember I'm fucking serving a table. There's a dude in a Batman mask, butt naked, with 12 pairs of beads, just jerking it.
Yeah.
Back to jerking it. He's jerking it, right? And every single person at the restaurant's looking out there like, look, they're taking pictures. And the manager, Steve, looks at me like, God, to the table. So I'm serving these people, like, you like red beans and rice, or would you like some Creole? And there's just this dude, and ultimately the manager went out and escorted him further down Bourbon Street. But I would get off work at around midnight every night, and that was when Bourbon Street is at its most chaotic. And so I lived in the French Quarter as well. So I lived about 12 blocks down Bourbon in a small Creole cottage, a cute little like orange, old school New Orleans one-story spot. I lived in the attic above these gay meth dealers named Frankie and Johnny.
Oh wow!
And so I would get off work and I would basically have to walk through like this battlefield. I mean, it was a battlefield. Getting home was out of like the Warriors movie. It was almost impossible.
Humanity on display.
Yeah, it was like Kensington, Philadelphia, but just alcohol. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's all alcohol. But it's a lot of visitors, right?
Almost all visitors. Yeah, and that kind of would set the flow for the weekend. For example, if the Raiders were playing the Saints, Raider Nation, and they do not play around. If it's the Patriots, that's a whole different crowd. They think they're better than everybody else.
Yeah. Well, they technically are better than everybody else, but yeah.
The people from Massachusetts aren't like the cream of the crop in terms of like American superiority.
Strong words, yeah.
No offense, but I mean,
I'm sure they won't take that as
they are good at fighting. I'll tell you that.
All right, great.
New England has hands compared to some places.
Which places are those? Colorado?
Colorado has no hands.
Yeah.
The West Coast, not too much hands.
That's why you feel safe talking shit about Colorado.
But if you get to the corn-fed parts of East Colorado,
yeah,
these guys got hands bigger than my head. They'll beat the shit. But anyways, I'd walk back to my house on Bourbon Street, and I would be sifting through this battlefield. And I had a friend at the time who was like, "Yo, we should do a taxi cab confessions type spinoff where we ask people to confess a deep dark secret, and we post it the next day." And so we tried that, and it went viral on Instagram instantly. It was mostly incest stories, people admitting to incest. I know it's a common Southern stereotype, but there's some truth to it. There was some murder confessions.
That was pretty crazy.
We never really posted any of those, but
how did you get people to confess?
Pretty easy. And New Orleans has a homicide solve rate of like 22%. So, I mean, most of the time, they'll just tell you. I remember I was walking down Bourbon, and as this kid, I was like, "What's your deepest, darkest secret?" And he told me, he's like, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia." It's a project housing in Third Ward, project development. And they said, "I just smoked a dude in the Magnolia playground for touching my sister."
I remember when this bitch was
and I was
born.
like, "What?" And he's like,
It's the first time I've ever seen her.
All right, hold on.
My cousin and I do that.
A man found dead in Central City playground. It appeared to be homeless, shot execution style. So I told the kid, I was like, "Why'd you tell me that?" He's like, "Man, put that shit out there. Like, I'm trying to go viral. Like, tag me too."
Oh,
dude, I don't think you understand that even if you're a juvenile, he's probably 15.
Yeah.
You can get juvenile life in Louisiana for a homicide, even if it's justified. So I just deleted the footage in front of him. I was like, "I'm gonna delete this footage. See that trash button? I'm hitting it right now. Don't tell anyone that again." And he was like, "All right, I appreciate it." And he walked off. Little moments like that.
Anything for the gram, I guess.
Yeah. After a while, though, it became sort of repetitive. Because there's only so many things people can confess to that go viral.
Oh, so you were trying to see like what?
Well, I mean, there's the incest one. Some people just say like, "I eat ass." That was like everyone said that. Or, like, I cheated on someone. Or
I've seen a surprising number of people on your channel mention eating ass.
Yeah. Wait, how seriously you said that will live in my head for the rest of my life.
That's good.
Yeah,
I want to live in your head saying that a lot of people mention eating ass.
Yeah, a lot of people do mention that. Yeah. Also, that's kind of where I developed this magnetism for freestyle rapping. Everywhere I go, people rap. Not sure why. I mean, as a former rapper myself in middle school and for the first year of high school, I think that maybe like it takes one to know one. But everywhere I go, people start rapping. If you and me went outside of this podcast studio and walked around for 5 minutes, I could find somebody
that's rapping.
I can tell who raps, or who can rap, who has 8 bars in their head and they're ready to go.
I think there's something about you that creates the safe space.
Yeah.
To perform their art.
Yeah. That was the Quarter Confessions series was the first time you saw the suit.
That's when the suit came out.
Yeah, it was kind of like a Ron Burgundy, Eric Andre inspired.
Where'd you get that suit?
Goodwill.
Oh. Wow. I was playing checkers. You were playing chess.
Good job. I mean, Goodwill has a surprising amount of identical
actually gotten suits at thrift stores before.
Yeah, a lot of people donated suits. And I was going for oversized suits, which are the cheapest ones. And
Yeah.
it was like $12, $12 to $25 every time for the outfit.
If I wanted to look super sophisticated, like I'm from another era, I would go to the thrift store.
Yeah.
Because they're usually like this. There's like the patterns they have. It's just like a more sophisticated suit, which is what you kind of picked out. It made you look ridiculous, but in the best kind of way.
The tough part about Quarter Confessions for me is that everybody that was featured, for the most part, would more or less regret being a part of the show.
Yeah.
And that, over time, just gave me a bad feeling where I was like, you know what? I kind of feel like I am doing an ambush interview, especially because I'm presenting as so agreeable, yet the intention is to make something funny.
Yeah.
And I get that that's what people do in the satire sphere. I'm sure Ali G and Bruno and Borat did the same thing. And I don't think it's unethical, because that's all for the purposes of comedy. It is what it is. But for me, I wanted to do something different.
Yeah, because there's an intimacy to confessing a thing.
Right.
And then you just don't really realize the implications of that.
And the atmosphere of Bourbon Street is like anything goes, like it's a free-spirited place, but if you transport that energy digitally to a different place like Colorado, they might look at it and be like,
different place and time, like 5
Yeah.
years later,
right,
that same person has a family and stuff like this, and all of a sudden they're talking about eating ass.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
The kids have to think about that. Or, you know, imagine if there's a video of your grandma or grandpa out there when he was a kid talking about eating ass. That's a horrible experience. To discover that about your, respected elder later in life, it's tough.
I don't even know where to go with that, but literally the opening question was, tell me your deepest, darkest secret?
Yeah.
You just come up to somebody like that?
Yeah.
How often do you get like a no? How often, what's the yes to no ratio?
Well, the weird thing is, like, we don't really extract answers from people. Like, what makes a good interview is when they're ready to talk. The more you have to talk and try to get an answer out of them, it's just not a good vibe. Like, so we kind of look for people who appear to be already ready to talk. Open body language, like they seem confident and verbose, and we approach them first. We wouldn't approach a shy person and be like, come on, tell me.
What about a person with pain in their eyes?
Oh, yeah, we're interviewing them.
Yeah. So they're ready to talk, they're just not like,
Yeah.
There's different ways to be ready.
Right.
I see homeless people a lot, and they always look fascinating. And the ones I've talked to are always fascinating.
Yeah. We just did a video in the Vegas tunnels, like trying to, obviously it got taken down by Fox, but
I was going to make a joke, but I didn't see it.
We tried to help a lot of them by getting them IDs. And when I made the documentary, I had this idea that it's a big roadblock for them is getting identification. Without IDs, you can't check into a homeless shelter, you can't do day labor, you can't qualify for housing, nothing. So when we interviewed them, they'd basically tell us, if I had my ID, I wouldn't be here. And so we said, okay, we're going to really help this time. We're not just going to talk to them about their struggles. We're going to actively go out and get them IDs at the DMV. So we did that, and, nothing really changed in their life. And we sat down with a recovery specialist who works directly with them day in and day out. He explained to me that he's been trying to do the same thing I tried to do in a 1-week period for the past 10 years. And that they have deeper underlying traumas and pain that need to be dealt with far before they even take the steps to enter society as a housed person.
That's a heavy truth right there.
Breaking that shame cycle has to come first, because you got to think, right? Like, I'm from a generation that romanticizes vagrancy and homelessness to a certain extent, if it's called van life, or if it is done in a way that's sort of like Rolling Stone, Willie Nelson, hit the road. People who are above 50, they feel really embarrassed to be in a spiral of homelessness. They feel like failures. A lot of them have kids who they weren't there for. That's not the kind of pain that can be dealt with by giving someone a tiny home. It's a good step forward, but for someone to really make a change, they have to want to change. And so it's, how do you help someone and guide themselves in the right direction? And if you're too paternalistic and you use shame as a method to get them to clean up, they're going to end up right where they started. That's a tough truth to accept, because a lot of people want a quick fix to things. And I don't blame people who go out and give bologna sandwiches out to the homeless.
And each case is probably its own little puzzle.
Each person is so complex. Now imagine drug abuse, what that does to the brain, trauma, childhood trauma. There's so much to unpack. and then just the belief that they're the undesirables, that they don't deserve to be a part of society because they failed fundamental obligations like taking care of their kids.
If we could take a small tangent to, you mentioned East Vegas video, which is fascinating. It was taken down recently by YouTube, or YouTube took it down based on
it's illegal.
Fox 5, I guess.
So the documentary was an hour and 45 minutes. We used 10 seconds of a news clip that was publicly broadcast by Fox 5 Vegas. And according to the Copyright Act of 1976, you're allowed to use any publicly broadcast news clip in a transformative capacity in any documentary film or research paper or broadcast or anything. They, specifically this corporation called Gray Media that controls the TV stations in almost every small town, they had lawyers hit up YouTube, and YouTube complied with an illegal copyright strike to get our video immediately removed. And I'm a YouTube partner. I'm in the YouTube partner program. So to think that I wasn't forewarned is it's a bit strange, but it also smells like corruption to me to a certain extent.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that amount of power. At the very least, they should have the power to just like silence that 5-second clip, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm taking them to court because I have the means to be able to do so. I'm a larger creator. I have an audience. I have the financial backing to do it. I can't imagine how many people out there are smaller creators with like not as much consumer of a fan base they can mobilize against someone like Fox 5 or the money to go to court. So I want to take them all the way there to set precedent for future cases so that these giant mainstream media conglomerates can't copyright strike documentary filmmakers at will. Does it make sense?
Well, thank you for doing that. That's really, really, really important, and that's really powerful. And it might hopefully empower YouTube to also put pressure on people to not. And YouTube is in a difficult position because there's so much content out there. There's so many claims. It's hard to investigate, but YouTube should be in a place where they push back against this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
As a first line of defense, especially to protect small creators. So what you're doing is really, really important.
Appreciate it.
And it sucks that it was taken down. Do you have any hope?
Well, I talked to my YouTube partner today, and he said that the Fox 5 lawyers have 2 weeks to comply with my counter appeal. But I spent $20 grand on human voiceovers in 5 different languages. So I've invested probably in total like $70K into this video. So even if it gets reinstated, the steam's kind of been taken out of this trajectory.
But also, it's just like a really important video. It's good for the world.
Yeah, like why the hell would Fox 5 have a vested interest in having the video taken down?
I just hate it when people do that to videos or to creators that are doing good in the world.
Yeah, it's not an expose on the mayor of Las Vegas. It's an attempt to show the civilian public how to get involved in a local nonprofit and potentially intervene in the lives of the common people.
Well, fuck Fox 5, the other Channel 5, as you said.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for pushing back and highlighting it. Hopefully it gets brought back up. But yeah, defending other creators, so that other creators can take risks and don't get taken down for stupid reasons.
Yeah.
So, Quarter Confessions was written?
No, it was all real-life reality TV documentary. But it caught the attention of a larger company called Doing Things Media.
Yes.
And they contacted me pretty much like a week after I graduated from college in May of 2019. And they said, hey, like, how would you like to produce a show? I was like, what do you mean? They were like, we'll get you an RV. We'll pay you $45K a year. You get to pay for gas, for food, for 2 hotels a week. Go out there, make content, and we'll be in the background just powering it all.
And that was the birth of All Gas, No Brakes.
Yes. I mean, All Gas, No Brakes was named after a book that I wrote called All Gas, No Brakes, The Hitchhiker's Diary, which chronicled the 70-day journey that we were just talking about.
It's a tough book to find, by the way.
Oh, yeah, there's only a few copies left. I'm thinking about doing a reprint at some point down the line, but I sold off the last 100 copies of it.
Until then, you guys should go read On the Road by Jack Kerouac.
Yeah, you should read it.
I don't know if you read it.
If you can't get my book, get On the Road by Jack Kerouac.
It's great.
It's the best.
When's your birthday?
April 23rd.
Okay.
I'm a Taurus. Coming soon.
Typical Taurus.
Yeah, I'm a typical Taurus man. I'm a Scorpio moon. Just write that down.
What's the time when you were born?
11:30.
11:30 at night? Or of course.
Yeah, typical. This guy knew it. That's the real sign.
Yeah.
Anyways, so the idea of All Gas No Brakes as a show was to combine the guess, road dog ethos of the All Gas No Brakes book with the presentation and editing style of Quarter Confessions. So it's to take Quarter Confessions on the road. It was pretty much like a simulated hitchhiking experience, but with the editing and like punchy effects of Quarter Confession. Which is like, I wear a suit, we do the fast zoom-ins, little effects, stuff like that. It was those were the best years. It was just so fun. I mean, imagine you're fresh out of college, you were just a doorman interviewing people about like, making out with their cousin and stuff, and then boom, this company that you've never even heard of is willing to buy you an RV and give you $45K a year, which to me at the time was more money than I could possibly imagine. So I called my dad. I was like, Dad, I need you to find me an RV, because he's the only guy I know who knows about cars. Even he doesn't know much about cars. So he's like, all right, I'm on it. So the RV was $20,000, and the first event that we were called to cover was the Burning Man festival, and that was tough because Burning Man is not too keen on filming. It's supposed to be a non-commercialized, escape from reality. They have a gift economy set up. It's based upon like mutual participation and non-exploitation. And so the idea of making a Burning Man video was tough at first because burners oftentimes, this is not all of them, but are pretty well off in general. A lot of them have tech jobs or pretty high up in Silicon Valley, and Burning Man is where they go to take off, to take the edge off and basically become their burner persona. On the playa, they become reborn. They take ketamine and they wear kaleidoscope glasses and steampunk hats, and they, snort MDMA, and they run around the sand. Listen,
do you snort MDMA?
That's what I need. Yes, you can.
I thought it was a pill.
It's better to take it in a pill or water, but you can snort MDMA.
I definitely need to take MDMA. I'm already full of love, but like that, I'll probably go on another level.
Yeah, don't snort it because it'll only last like 90 minutes.
Let me write that down.
Yeah. So anyways, we didn't know what to do because we tried to film.
Like,
the initial idea for All Gas No Brakes was to, instead of asking people what's your deepest, darkest secret, it was what's the craziest trip you've been on. So the idea was to not satirize drunk people, but satirize people who were fried on acid. Oh. And so we went to Boulder real quick, did a test interview with some lady who talked about seeing ancestral aliens during a peyote retreat. And so it's pretty easy to extract trip reports from hippies, gutter punks and stuff like that, or hoopers. So we go to Burning Man. We start asking people, like, what's your craziest trip story? And they didn't have the same type of free-flowing storytelling style that, like, a on-the-street crust punk in New Orleans might have, where they're like, I don't give a fuck, I'll tell you whatever. These people were very bottled up about what they were willing to disclose. So we went on Burning Man radio, and we did a broadcast, and we said, hey, we're psychedelic journalists. It was me and my friend Ciel at the time. I said, we're psychedelic journalists. We're parked on 10 and I, which is a cross street in Black Rock City. And we said, we have a 1998 Catalina Coachman Sport. It's an RV. We've set up a podcast studio. We're doing a show about psychedelic voyages. Yeah. So, lo and behold, 2 hours later, we had 10 people lined up at the RV. Nice. Willing to talk. So nice. That vetted people in advance for us. And so we did a couple interviews, and that was that.
Well, what were some of the stories from the trip reports?
There was this lady named Rasma who said that she was known in several circles in Berkeley for being multi-orgasmic and could create multiple repeated climaxes using only her mind by like squinting her eyes and squeezing her eyes together so much that like the pleasure spiral just went crazy.
I feel like I talked to several people like that in Berkeley.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Not that. Well, yeah, that lady. I think she did it. She manifested herself in many forms. Yeah.
Right. So, but still, it was on the cruder end. There was one guy named Kimbo Slice, was his burner name. He talked about taking a shit after taking like a quarter of mushrooms and how he was like seeing his childhood and visualizing his past life, as the turds were flowing into the toilet. Just talks about the psychedelic union between pooing and taking shrooms.
So he was very visual.
Yeah, so there was stuff like that. I interviewed Alex Gray, which was super cool, about his first trip in San Francisco when he was in 1971, shortly after the Summer of Love. I got to do some pretty cool interviews, but still it was semi-ambush style. I wouldn't say that we were doing journalism yet. It was still comedic video work.
Was there a narrative that tied it together? It's like really just a trip, and Immediate almost.
Interview, and then I go, Burning Man, and then it's on to the next one. So I guess that could give a loose structure, but it's just like a punchy and slapstick thing. Everything was going good until we interviewed this guy named DJ Softbaby. He was wearing a golden leotard with, once again, kaleidoscope glasses, shirtless, dancing, dancing, and he was eating chowder out of a plastic bowl. And he was like, this chowder's so fucking good. He's like, this is the best chowder I've ever had in my life. And he starts putting the chowder on his face. And he's like, I want the chowder all over me. Yeah. And so we just go, hey, man, can you just do a dance for us real quick, just for some B-roll? He does a dance. We post it on Instagram the next morning. Doing Things Media CEO calls me, Reed. He says, all of our pages are down. And he's like, that guy you filmed dancing last night on drugs, putting chowder on his face, that guy's at the top of MIT.
I don't understand.
He went to
MIT. My brother's a rocket scientist. He's like head of NASA or whatever.
Well, I mean, the guy knows people in Boston.
Okay.
Not in the Whitey Bulger sense, but in the reverse sense.
I have trouble believing that DJ Softbaby.
Oh, DJ Softbaby was major. It could have been Harvard. It could have been, but it wasn't UMass.
I don't think there's anybody that's at the head of MIT who's putting what was it all over his face?
Chowder.
Chowder.
Well, then you haven't been to Burning Man yet.
Okay. I've not been to Burning Man.
So,
but I would have to consult my colleagues at MIT if they know DJ Softbaby.
So whoever
it probably was Harvard. Let's put it on them.
Okay. The top of Harvard. So he made some calls, to the tops, to the heads of big tech.
Yeah.
Got all the Doing Things Media pages taken down. At the time, that was like a vast network of pages. And we ended up having to take obviously the video came down, and he held the entire network of Instagram pages hostage. And so that was he made us agree to never post that video again, and then somehow got all of our pages reinstated. So that was my first brush with powerful people on drugs, and that was probably my last brush with powerful people on drugs.
So what did you transition into?
I think after Burning Man, we went to the South, went to Talladega race weekend, went to a Donald Trump Jr. book signing, went to a Juggalo-adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida called the Sausage Castle.
Juggalo-adjacent sausage. Okay, can you run that by me again?
The Juggalo-adjacent fetish mansion in Central Florida.
Fetish mansion in Central Florida. Juggalo-adjacent. I mean, every single one of those words I feel like means a book or something.
Right.
By the way, where are the Juggalos? Is this ICP? ICP fan, okay.
But I say adjacent because it's not a Juggalo mansion, but there's a lot of Juggalos who kick it at the mansion, and it's Juggalo friendly.
Oh, okay. Juggalo friendly.
Yeah, because they get made fun of in a lot of places.
Oh, so it's not, okay, got it.
And Juggalos say outrageous shit, they embarrass themselves in fights a lot. So they're on the FBI's gang list, which, if you ask me,
ICP or
the Juggalos.
The Juggalos.
Who's
the head of the Juggalos?
It would be Violent J and Shaggy 2 Day. But there's associated acts like Twisted, and there's a whole rabbit hole. Honestly, Tech 9 is sort of part of that.
Tech 9, I don't know who that is. Should I know?
He's he's actually one of the top-selling touring rappers, despite having sort of not that many streams. Tech 9 is he's got a huge cult following in Missouri. This is the Juggalos started in Warren, Michigan.
We should also say ICP at St. Cloud Posse. So this is a thing. This is a movement.
Oh yeah, if you went to Seattle right now and punched a cop, and they booked you in county jail, you may end up running with the Juggalos.
Running with the Juggalos.
They're a presence in Pacific Northwest prison system, from what I've heard.
Can you tell a Juggalo from like a distance?
Well, they say whoop whoop. So if you see a Juggalo, they'll say that. Also,
I'll try to. I'll try to.
They're kind of. It's called the Dark Carnival. Is the mythology they abide by.
What do they define themselves? What's the ideology?
A family.
No, I understand, but what's the ideology? What's the philosophical foundation?
They're anti-racist. They like to drink Faygo and also just cheap liquor and stuff like that. They're into drugs.
Yeah.
A lot of circles, if you pull out a crack pipe, people will be like, I don't want to drink with you anymore. If you're at a Juggalo party and someone's smoking Twiz or something, relatively accepted.
What's Twiz?
Meth.
Right. Lots of tattoos?
Yeah. The Hatchet Man is the most common one. So it's a Psychopathic Records logo. The cartoon of a clown wielding a hatchet. actually a pretty sick logo.
I vaguely remember enjoying some of the ICP music.
Good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's funny. It's edgy.
Well, they get satirized a lot, but I got love for those times. And also, so when All Gas No Brakes transitioned away from rich elite drug parties and into like the South, that's when the fun really started to happen. Living in your RV in Alabama and Florida and stuff is the best.
Why? What is it about it?
People are just so friendly down there, and it's warm year round, and people are non-judgmental, and it's just great. The South gets hated on a lot, especially in the coastal states. Mississippi and Alabama are kind of like the butts of a lot of jokes and stuff. But those are great states.
Oh, I love New Mexico, Albuquerque, all those.
Oh yeah, ABQs. It's great.
ABQ, what's that?
Albuquerque. That's what Jesse Pinkman calls it, the ABQ.
Oh shit! The depth of references you bring to the table is intense.
It's okay.
I met a lady in Albuquerque when I was traveling across the United States, and she said, "Take me with you." I said, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't."
Yeah.
But I think about that lady.
I think you made the right call.
I don't know. Yeah, On the Road.
Yeah.
By Jack Kerouac.
Best book I've ever read in my life.
There's a moment when he meets a nice girl on a bus and they have a love affair. It's good.
On a bus?
No, they went to California. Well, yeah, there was a love affair on the bus, but it wasn't sexual. It was just romantic.
It was in the air.
It was in the air. Which there is something in the air on the bus. Like a Greyhound, Megabus, that type of situation. There's
certainly something in the air.
There's a romance. There is.
Yeah.
When you travel, because it's like strangers getting together. You're like feeling each other out, but you're in it. Like you each have a story, because you wouldn't be taking a bus unless you have a story. So especially if you're traveling cross country. There's something.
You ever taken the dollar bus from Philly to New York, the Chinatown bus?
Yeah.
That's a great bus. The people on that.
It's about $1 though.
It was there's some that are $5.
No. If you book it way ahead of time, it's like $20. I'm like, this is a fucking lie. I don't know why I'm swearing. The anger came out.
Hey, swearing's okay sometimes. Last time I was on the Chinatown bus, there was like a rooster walking down the aisle.
Actual rooster?
Yeah, chilling. It was awesome.
It was a nice part of your film with the rooster.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that felt almost fake.
Yeah.
Did you plant the rooster?
No, the rooster. There's a place in Ybor City in Tampa where roosters walk around all the time, and we had a rooster park there, right by the main drag. What did I say? We had a rooster park? We had the RV park in Ybor City for a long time, and the rooster laid eggs.
Nice.
Back to the All Gas No Brakes thing.
Yeah.
So it was really fun making it, and then we started All Gas No Brakes in September of 2019. 6 months later, the country shuts down, and everything just hit the fan. I was actually here in Austin when it shut down. I was on 6th Street. I remember I don't just hang out on 6th Street all the time, but I was just here. I do like 6th Street. I like East Austin. I like 6th Street. So anyways, the NBA shuts down. Everything's shutting down. So I went down to the Dirty Six and I asked this doorman, "Are you guys ever going to shut down?" He was like, "Fuck no, bro. The Dirty Six never closes." And I was like, "All right, we'll see about that." Next day, plywood. And then I was like, "All right." I thought my career was over when COVID hit. I was like, "What are we going to do?" Nothing's happening anymore. There's no more parties or Talladega races or Burning Mans to go to. So I went back to Seattle in the RV and I just spent 4 months just depressed, living in the RV, trying to figure out what would happen.
But All Gas No Brakes went on still.
Well, yeah, this was the crazy thing about that period of time, is that when COVID hit, I'm sure you remember, everything turned political overnight. In Seattle, if you went to a house party, you get canceled, because people were like, "Oh, you're a super spreader." So if you wanted to socialize, even with a group of 4 or more, you had to do so with your phone standing turned off. And a lot of people were doing hyper social policing at that time. Beyond that, in the South and in more conservative places, they were doing the opposite. They were trying to prove that they could hang out 500 deep with no mask to make a statement against the establishment. So you had this polarization that led to more division. And that's when the anti-vax protests started. And I went to Sacramento, and the passion was unreal. This is about 2 months after the COVID lockdowns began. And that was my first political video. It was in Sacramento, California state capitol in Sacramento, documenting they called it the Freedom Rally, but that's typically like anti-vax stuff. And it was real most successful to date at that time. And so I was like, okay, am I a political reporter now? Am I covering politics? Like, what's going on?
What were the interviews that made up that video? What style of questions were you asking?
I don't know if you remember, but I was actually scared when the pandemic started. I thought that this is something that might kill us all, based upon what I was consuming. And so I'd ask people, what do you think about this lockdown? And I've had people say, I'm immune compromised. If I get exposed to COVID, I have a 95% fatality rate. But guess what? I'd rather be free and dead than alive living in fear. And I was like, wow. So it was just stuff along those lines. You had some San Diego surfers there complaining about the beaches being shut down. Such awesome waves for them.
Yeah, it's interesting how that really brought out the worst in people.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure why that is. Fear, maybe, paranoia. I don't know. It really divided people. Like, really along the lines as you mentioned. Like, triple mask yourself or fight for your country.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, why are those the two options? That is literally what it was.
Yeah, it's wild.
And both groups think they're fighting for the survival of something.
Yeah.
And so that's where you really run into problems, when you have two polarized groups who both think that their cause is for the common good. Mutual understanding is impossible at that juncture. And so after 3 months of almost everybody being locked down, George Floyd happened. And I remember I saw the 3rd precinct burning on my phone in Minneapolis. And my first thought is, I can't do that. I'm a comedic reporter. I can't go to Minneapolis and cover this. It'll be the end of my career. And I had a friend named Lacey who I went to college with. And she told me, she was like, bro, this is your chance for you to do something serious. You can actually create a meaningful piece of reporting like you always wanted to with Reporter Confessions. And you can turn All Gas No Brakes into a news source. So I called Reed, who was the CEO of the company that owned All Gas No Brakes. And I was like, look, man, I want to go to Minneapolis. I was in Orlando at the time. I was actually at the Sausage Castle. And he said,
Sorry, the Sausage Castle?
Yeah, the Juggalo Mansion.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It's called the Sausage Castle.
So I'm watching Minneapolis unfold on Lake Street where it was burning. And I got to the Orlando airport, and I booked a flight I booked it on my own card. I didn't consult my boss or anything. And I was sitting in my seat on the flight, and he straight up told me, he's like, if you fuck this up and this destroys the brand, we're getting a different host. If you mess this up and you turn our show away from a party show about drinking and drugs and all that stuff, and you make this a social justice show, then you're done. But I was like, I just turned my phone off. I got to the Minneapolis airport on the second night of the riots. And when I got to the airport, there was National Guardsmen in the airport, and it was like a Call of Duty mission, the one in the airport. And on the speaker, they say, if you're arriving here right now, you are not permitted to go anywhere outside of the airport. National Guardsmen will escort you to your Uber or to your car. They're going to take a picture of your ID. They're going to figure out where you're going. You are not permitted to go outside tonight. And so Lacey picks me up. There's 2 people in the back, 2 of her homegirls wearing like shiesty masks. I'm like, what are we doing? Where are we going? And she goes, we're going to go film the riot. We're going to Lake Street. And so we drive down there. Kmart is burning. Target is burning. Everything is on fire. She has the Sony A7. She gives me a microphone and she's like, go talk to that guy. And that was the guy with a Molotov cocktail in his hand who had just burned Kmart down. And so I go, what should I ask him? She goes, what's on your mind? So I walk up to him and I'm like, what's on your mind? He said something like, everything that was happening here was supposed to happen. This is how we feel. Is it right? No. Is this going to benefit the community? No. But this is how we feel.
This is how we feel. That's pretty powerful. It's through a lot of the documenting that you do. This is how we feel is like screaming through that.
Yeah. And I noticed that aside from the group called Unicorn Riot, there was no one else actually interviewing the protesters. The local news was on the bridge, 5 blocks away, filming just the scene itself, just the fire. But I saw some crazy things off camera too. So there was kind of two groups there. There was like the anarchists, more mobilized protesters, and then there was just mostly African American community members who were just pissed, who had nothing to do with the organized resistance, and they were all kind of joining forces to riot. And there was this anarchist kid who ran up to White Castle with like a Molotov cocktail, and he was about to throw it at White Castle, and this black dude ran up to him and grabbed his arm and was like, "Nah, we fucked with White Castle." And I was like, "What?" And so you see, if you go on Lake Street, every business is burned. Yeah. White Castle remains. I also saw these dudes rip this ATM out of a bank and hit it with sledgehammers. They were a group of friends hitting it with sledgehammers, right? Hitting it with sledgehammers, boom. All of a sudden, money starts spraying out of the ATM. Like, I've never seen some shit like this, like pouring out of it. And then this group of friends who were just united in getting it open start fighting each other for the money flying out of it. And so it was like like Joker from the Batman's army type vibes. But I got shot in the ass by the National Guard. It was no good. Yeah, yeah, not shot. Honestly, it hurt.
I'm not sure what I was expecting as an answer to that question.
Yeah,
I liked it. It was good.
Yeah, and then after that, I posted the video, and it was very well received, and that was the pivotal point where I realized that everything was going to change.
I mean, there was still kind of a comedic element to the way you do conversations, to the way you edit it. So, did you see yourself as a potential like a Jon Stewart type of character?
At first, but I just think human being was funny in general.
Yeah, the absurdity of it.
Cool thing about Jon Stewart is like, I generally like to say that anybody who works for corporate media, whether it be Comedy Central or anything owned by Time Warner, Fox, MSNBC, they can't say what they want, because in order to climb up in those organizations, you have to appease the narrative of the company that you're working for to rise in the ranks. Jon Stewart, I feel like, has so much clout in the media world that I'm pretty sure he can say whatever he wants. Like, I actually don't think that Jon Stewart is controlled by anybody. I really don't. I think that he can go on the show and talk about whatever.
I do think that certain people have broken the brains. COVID broke the brains of a lot of really great people I admire. Trump broke the brains of a lot of people I admire. Like, to where Trump derangement syndrome became a thing. Like, you can't see the world quite as clearly because of it. And I think Jon Stewart is quite a genius at like stepping away, even though the world needed him in that time. Stepping away during that moment of Trump and coming back now, sort of being able to reflect, being sort of that other statesman.
My favorite Jon Stewart moment that illustrates that perfectly is whenever he went on the Colbert Show, and he was just joking around with Stephen Colbert, who I think is a full-blown propagandist, about the Wuhan lab leak theory. He was just goofing around. He was like, "It's called the coronavirus lab, and they had it before." And now what do we have? And it was like, you could see in Stephen Colbert that he was like gun to his head type shit. He was like, John, stop joking about that. Yeah. And that made me realize, like, oh, everything that Jon Stewart did, especially for the 9/11 first responders, he's a true American. And not in the sense of like the different political parties want you to believe as an American. Not a do your part in social distance American. Not a, wave your Trump flag in the back of your pickup truck American. Just a guy who genuinely stands up for what's right.
There is a degree to which you can be in those positions easily captured by groupthink, even when you're not controlled by bosses and money and all that kind of stuff. I think Jon Stewart has been mostly resistant, but it's hard. His position is difficult.
I think he's done the best job. If someone in that obviously Democrat connected corporate media economy, he seems to be the freest talker.
Yeah. So this is when you first became famous.
I'm not even sure what fame means. I mean, I just see myself as me.
When did you get the shades?
Oh, that was on tour. That's a whole the shades. That's dark time. But I didn't make like
this is a meme, really. I don't even know.
I didn't make journalism to like become famous. I made it to give people a platform to share their stories. It just so happened that people liked it enough to where I became sort of famous. But if I could go back and not be the on-camera guy and just platform the stories, I would. But the reality is people need a face to attach to the stuff they like, and so that's just how it is. But yeah, I would say right around Minneapolis protests, Portland protests, Proud Boys rally time, when I was really in there, is when I started to be acclaimed as more than just like a ambush meme.
Did that have an effect on you, the fame?
Not at that point.
Not at that point. It's like you were still able to have a lightness to you.
Well, the country was basically closed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there was a street to walk down where people were like, there's that guy. So getting famous during COVID made it so when the country reopened, it was as if like my life really changed, because I was like, oh, all these fans I made during COVID are like seeing me out at the bar. This is cool.
Yeah.
At first, fame is the best thing ever, because you can go anywhere in the country, and these spaces that you normally feel a bit insecure in, like a local dive bar, a cool restaurant, a coffee shop, or you just be another guy, all of a sudden they're like, oh my god, I'm a big fan. They give you like free stuff. You get this sense of acceptance that you never would have got before. So, but there's also
the dark side.
Well, it's all love, man.
I mean, just to speak to the first part you were saying, is there's so much love that people have, and
It's amazing. I'm sure you know what it's like. The only downside of fame, really, is that you can't really be anonymous anymore, and you have to seek out more strange environments to be anonymous. Like right now, I live in the desert, basically, and I want to live in the middle of nowhere in the Mojave Desert. Not because I'm scared of people, but because I just want to be like curious me again, where people don't know, and I can ask questions to people that I'm interested in without them going, I remember I seen you here, or I seen you there. That's the main thing. That's what I loved about hitchhiking.
Yeah, just to have that anonymity.
Yeah, it's the best. But both are great. Complaining about fame is just the lamest shit.
Yeah, we should go to furry conventions to get covered. We're an outfit.
I love furries. I should do that.
Yeah, we should go together. I go all the time. We should go together. What's your favorite outfit? No, I have not.
I think you might like it more than you think.
Listen, maybe I'm just afraid to face who I really am.
Yeah, your persona, the true Lex, will come out.
Yeah.
In a $3,600
everything is
lizard
possible.
suit.
Lizard? Is that what they go with?
Well, scalies are the lizard furries. Yeah. And there's a big division in the community where they think scalies are kind of douchebags. You know, the scaly suits are more expensive. They're about $7,000, whereas a fursuit is $3,600. So, and they're also taller. Yeah. So when the scalies pull up to the fur fest, it's like, fuck the reptiles.
Fuck the reptiles. I can get behind that. I like more like a teddy bear type of guy.
Yeah.
Like bears. What's the movie Squirrels? I don't know.
Ooh. Squirrels are so cool.
Giant squirrels. Yeah.
I want to put a GoPro on one and see what the hell they do.
You were talking about that conversation with the guy at the head of Doing Things Media. How did that end up?
Well, I mean, I want to clear up a few things. Reed, the CEO of Doing Things, I actually think he's a good guy. I think that he was just trying to run a business. He saw what was working for his brand, which is very college-centric, very festival-centric, and he was right to think that journalism, and especially coverage of sensitive topics like COVID or police brutality, would definitely not work on merch. You're not going to sell a picture of me interviewing someone at a riot like you would me interviewing a furry or a drunk team in Alabama. It doesn't work the same. So it was a lot harder to monetize, not just because of YouTube censorship, but also just because of the sensitive nature of the content. So Reed was looking out for himself as a businessman. There was a different partner, well, I'm not going to say his name, that was more connected in Hollywood. I think he's responsible for the collapse of the show.
What was the collapse like?
So, right as the country's reopening, I get a DM from Eric Wareheim from Tim and Eric. I'm covering something called the UFO Mega Conference in Laughlin, Nevada, which is a beautiful
Laughlin, not Laughlin,
river
dumb
town.
fuck.
And he DM'd me and said, "Let's make a show."
Laughlin.
And I'm like, "Oh shit, is this real?" I grew up such a big fan of Nathan Purdue and the Eric Andre Show. And those are produced by their company, Absolutely. So I was like, "Hell yeah, let's do it." 3 days later, I get a call that says Jonah Hill wants to hop on board. And I can't believe this. I'm still in the RV, and I'm in Laughlin, Nevada. So I'm like, Jonah Hill, super bad. Are you shitting me right now? So I was excited. And and Moneyball. Jonah Hill's a great actor.
Oh, he's great. And great all around.
Yeah. And so
the credit he deserves. Well, I mean, he's got the credit by now, but still deserves more.
So basically, just within a week, I assembled this super team of Tim and Eric.
Super bad team?
Yeah, pretty much. Of Tim and Eric.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
And yeah, we just pitched it around. Every single TV network rejected it. I don't know why. And they mainly did that because I was in this weird situation where I had signed a contract with Doing Things Media that I didn't realize was called a 360 deal. That's what they use in like the rap world. Basically means that I can't do anything outside of them without them getting 100% of the money. So if I was to go work at Sbarro or Quiznos while I was working for All Gas No Brakes, they would get my $500 a week from the sandwich job. I was unable to earn any outside income. I didn't read the fine print because I was 21 and, like I told you, 45K a year RV sounds sick. And basically, the TV networks were like, why would we buy a show if the digital brand's going to be running at the same time? Because they didn't want to stop doing All Gas No Brakes to make a TV show. They wanted All Gas No Brakes to continue as a web show while All Gas No Brakes as a future TV show at Showtime or Hulu or somewhere like that was also concurrently running, which is impossible for one man to do. And so every TV network said, okay, we're not doing that. We want an exclusive rights contract. Next, oh yeah, this is crazy to think about because it all happened so fast. So Jonah Hill says A24 Films wants to do a movie instead of a show, and they're going to let you keep the digital brand running. So this meant that I could keep doing my Instagram stuff with Doing Things Media / All Gas No Brakes while making an A24 movie with Jonah Hill and Tim and Eric. So it was just like, I was excited. It sounded perfect. So they said, okay, what do you want to make a movie about? And I told them, okay, here's what's going to happen in 2020. In 2020, if Trump wins, there's going to be riots across the country. The major cities are going to burn down. If Trump loses, the militias and his loyal supporters are going to try to have a coup in D.C. That's what I said. And I said, so I'm going to follow the lead up to whoever wins the election, and I'm going to document what happens after. So they said, okay. And so I was to begin filming in late October, during the campaign trail, maybe mid-October, up until November, and then in the following months to see what would happen. This meant that I couldn't film anything for All Gas No Brakes, the digital show, because I had to dedicate 100% of my time to making this perfect movie. Still, one of the partners of Doing Things Media was demanding that I not only produce the movie, but also more content for the show. And I told them, there's only so many hours in a day, man, that's going to be impossible. And I said, if you want it to be possible, I can make it work, but I want to have half of the monetization from the show, 50% profit split, which I thought is fair. If you want me to do double work when I was getting almost nothing before, split me in on the profits. They fired us immediately. Me and my 2 childhood friends who I hired to work on the show with me were all out of a job. As we were filming for the now HBO project, we got our fire notices.
The guts on that person. Because you should be owning probably close to 100% of it.
I think so too, but they didn't see it that way because they figured we made the initial investment. We discovered him, is how they looked at it. So it wasn't Reed, but it was the other partner who wasn't Reed who said, we have tons of, verbatim he said this, I have tons of connections in the comedy world. We can replace Andrew overnight. I'm not sure why he made that miscalculation. I wish he would have thought about it twice. I wish it didn't have to end like that. But it did.
Other people do that. Like, what's the benefit of acting like that?
I think
you could part amicably without the drama.
I think all betrayal and anything like that is motivated by self-interest, whether that be economic success, social stability, whatever it is. They figured that because I was being such a burden and asking for the profit, that they could just release me and find someone equally talented and not split them in so they can make more money.
Stupid way of thinking.
People think like that, man. People who are, the word I use is like sidekick syndrome. Like when people are kind of a part of the production, but they're not integral, they start thinking that the front man doesn't matter or something, and that the brains of the operation are actually the people on the periphery. And so they start to believe that they can just shift things around and the audience won't care. Not realizing that I was actually the one who created the show, and that the lore of the show is connected to my rise outside of their jurisdiction, if that makes sense. Like the people who watch All Gas No Brakes watched Quarter Confessions and read the book. And so,
well, this happens also not just financially, but just with people that part of a team and they don't really contribute creatively to the team, they force their opinion or pressure.
Yeah.
Whether it's fucking from editors or all that kind of stuff, or from sponsors, or this pressure they create when the creator alone should be celebrated and have all the power because they're the ones that are creating these things.
In a way, I have sympathy because I can't relate to that because I've always been the front man of my own projects by design. So I'm not sure what it's like to be from an owner, from a content perspective. I don't understand the challenges they face. Maybe there was something that I didn't understand. I don't know.
True. Well, oftentimes if you own a thing like this company, you do think about brand.
Right.
And then maybe you have a big picture idea of what brand means, and that can be at tension with the creative project, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, freedom for the creators is the best kind of brand.
Yeah. I remember all three of us who worked on All Gas No Brakes got fired at the same time. And we were in the RV that Tim and Eric's company bought for us, which is a bigger RV, in the parking lot of a Walmart in South Philly. And the propane had just ran out, and it was 15 degrees outside. So like the RV was getting really cold really fast. And I just looked at my phone, and it was like, "You're fired." And I was just like, God help me. I've had a couple moments like that. And God does help me.
And they were always in the parking lot of Walmart, right?
Well, yeah. Although
I know that Walmart, by the way.
the one in South Philly is great.
Yeah.
But technically now you can't park an RV there.
Well, you're not a man of fault.
Well,
you know,
the thing is, goes Walmart, Cracker Barrel, and Big Five are supposed to technically all let RV campers park overnight. But if there's like a crime problem in the city where they're at, they can lobby. Individual WalMarts can lobby with the corporate to take that away. So like all the Portland WalMarts, you can't sleep there anymore. Any city with like significant homelessness and like petty property crime, the WalMarts are a no-go.
Fascinating. So that was a low point.
Yeah.
But from there, from the access to Phoenix rose
Over time, yeah.
Channel 5 was born.
Channel 5 was born in the March of 2021 after he finished filming for the HBO project.
Oh, really? So you went all in on the HBO project?
Yeah, I mean, we filmed the HBO project from November 2020 up until April 2021, damn near. We were just like, picking up the pieces, going back for individual interviews, stuff like that.
So let's go to that project. It turned out to be a movie called This Place Rules.
It's supposed to be called America's Kids in Film.
Yeah. Maybe you could tell the story of the film. You have, what's his name? I wrote this down. Joker Gang and Gum Gang, is that correct?
Yeah, the opening scene.
The opening scene, two characters talking shit and getting into a fight. And it was really brilliant how you presented that as almost like a microcosm of like the division between the extremes of the left and the extremes of the right.
That's exactly what it was. I'm glad you picked up on it.
Yeah, and then what I really liked is that the Joker Gang was kind of a little bit of a spoiler alert. I apologize, but at the end of the film, it was a kind of voice of wisdom.
Yeah.
He seems the most sane.
He was the voice of wisdom. He like cut through it.
Yeah.
I also just realized that a lot of people are going to stream the movie after watching the podcast, which is cool.
Yeah, where did they stream it? On HBO
Yeah,
Max.
HBO Max. I never got a chance.
It's such a pain in the ass, man. I wish we could all just pay on it on YouTube or something.
Yeah.
And HBO gets profits or whatever, but like, it's such a, I just have to subscribe for every single thing. But yes, if you want to watch it, really, I recommend it extremely highly. Sign up to HBO, whatever the hell.
On a positive note, HBO is great to work with. Like, they're the most professional, like, respectful company I've ever worked with, pretty much.
Yeah, HBO is great at some degree. Like,
but even in the background, like, they get shit done. There's no wait time. They have some of the best heavy hitters on their team. For trailers, for posters, all the promotional apparatus they have is super solid.
Did you get, like, good notes from people there? Like, how to...
A little bit, man, but,
It's a truly original, like, documentary. Like, meaning, like, I haven't seen anything like it. It's even, like... there's a humor and a lightness at the right kinds of moments. Like I said, there's some Easter here. So it's like, okay, that's like a non sequitur like thing as part of the storytelling. It kind of intensifies and reveals the absurdity of the division and how once like January 6th happens, like everybody like goes on to the next thing. Yeah, it's like what happened, but it was almost like a delirium that everybody was participating in. Some weird, just like well, like people say, mind virus. Like all of a sudden you just got captured.
Yeah.
And people just like yelling at each other, doing the most ridiculous shit. And I mean, really, January 6th, the way you present it, especially, just reveals the circus of it all.
I mean, it really broke the fourth wall. That's how I would describe it, because if you were at January 6th, the lead up, it felt like it was the beginning to a series of similar riots. But it just popped off so much that that was it. But if you haven't seen it, then like it's done. There was supposed to be a second one on January 20th, which was the actual inauguration. That never happened. It was a crazy time to be alive and around, and especially the relationship that I developed with Enrique Tarrio, who's the former chairman of the Proud Boys. He's now facing 23 years in prison. It's like a trip, because I went to his house in Miami maybe 2 weeks after January 6th, and talking to him, it seemed like he didn't think anything was going to happen. He was just like, yeah, man, that was crazy. I'm glad I wasn't there. Like, they're dumb for doing that. He even told me he doesn't think the election was stolen, which is just a mind fuck. It's like, why'd you get everyone so hyped up? It's just weird to think about how so many people's lives were drastically altered forever because of that just bizarre moment in time that will always live on.
Yeah, what did you QAnon as part of that story? What did you learn about QAnon from that?
Just an all-encompassing worldview. That family that I talked to, I call them a QAnon family, but it's called the Spencer family. They were non-political up until the Stop the Steal movement began in September of 2020. And within 4 months, their entire life revolved around the mythology, lore of Q. And I've never seen in my life a psyop just devour people's minds in such an intense way in such a rapid period of time.
And I love how the kids in the movie are also the voices of wisdom.
Yeah.
The Spencer family is the kid who like goes through the full journey.
Yeah.
Of like believing whatever Hillary Clinton is a lizard, and just believing all the worst versions of the conspiracy theories, and then kind of waking up and like, what was the point?
Yeah, it was heartbreaking to see his disappointment in his dad for even following QAnon so militantly, because he was like, I felt like they let my dad down. I felt like they let our family down. Because January 6th was supposed to be the day, according to QAnon, that the storm happens, and that the military is supposed to mobilize and arrest the members of the deep state, Clinton, Soros, all that. Trump was supposed to go into a helicopter, you know what I mean, and take control of the country back from the swamp, and it didn't happen. In fact, the next day he was like almost denouncing it. Now he doesn't, but then he did, and it was really, I think it hurt people's pride a lot. My friend Forgiato Blow, he's a Trump rapper. He describes it that way. So a lot of people's pride got hurt by January 6th.
Trump rapper.
Oh yeah, dude. Honestly, there's some pretty dope Trump rap out there. I'm serious.
Rap.
Yeah, like you would think like, oh yeah, MAGA, there's no rappers there, but there's rappers, and they do a pretty good job.
They're good
at delivering the messaging they want to deliver. Yeah, I mean, they think of stuff, and I'm like, that's good.
Oh, they have some political depth to them.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, is there something more you can say about like how QAnon works? Like who's behind it? What's your sense of who's behind the whole thing?
I don't want this to sound rude or anything. I just don't care about QAnon. You know what I mean? I put so much thought into it, and I just can't seem to care about it.
Was it like almost a disappointment? Because like to me it was like a thing that just captured a very large number of people's minds, and then it just kind of faded.
I guess that's why it just seems like it's gone, and the ideas of QAnon have just bled into mainstream standard conservative thinking.
But there has to be a kind of retrospective. That's the problem I have with COVID. A lot of stuff happened. Everybody freaked out. There's a lot of big drama around it. Now everyone's like, okay, for that.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what are the lessons learned? Has anyone learned any lessons?
Yeah.
Like what?
Exactly. What I'm saying is, I don't want QAnon adherents to see this and think I don't care about them. But like, as far as who is behind it, the damage is done.
Yeah, but what are the mechanisms that made it work? I mean,
what do you think? Have you kind of like thought about that?
I kind of think that these viral ideas can be driven by, and your film kind of shows this, by just a handful of people. And they're not malevolent. They
Yeah.
And there's something sexy, there's something really sticky about conspiracy theories, like especially extreme ones. Just kind of like some of them can have this momentum, they capture the minds of a lot of people, and you just go with it.
Yeah.
And like when I hear some conspiracy theories, like there's something like a small part of me that kind of like, yeah,
It's
excited.
It's possible, that QAnon is a psyop to distract people away from actually uncovering what the deep state is and who is truly running things behind the scenes, because the deep state is just the 1%. It's that you get people so close to any type of class consciousness, and then you totally divert everything into like lizard humans who live on the moon, and that Hillary Clinton is eating babies on camera, and QAnon did just that. They want to convince you that, one, there's no conservative deep state, which is even more hilarious, that Trump isn't connected to a huge, rich corporate apparatus of propagandists, and two, that the Democratic establishment is the only deep state, and that some middle of the road conservative, that there's no grifters or manipulators outside of that three-headed snake.
There's grifters
Everywhere, everyone wants to make money, dude. This is the world that we're in. It's in collapse. Everybody wants to make money, and engagement is the rule of law. So that's why these news organizations follow retention incentives. They want to make money by selling ads, so they try to create fear and constant division to enrich corporate media establishment. And you have people who are almost realizing, hey, it seems like Fox and CNN might be owned by the same people, and are tactically using these machines to keep us divided perfectly 50-50 to ensure that the power structure never gets disrupted. And then you get these people, who's going to save us? Donald Trump. That's the guy? How is that the guy? It's not the guy. I don't have PDS. I'm not an orange man basher who thinks about the guy all the time, but I don't think he's the guy.
You were shirtless, lifting weights, while whiskey or some alcohol was poured into your mouth by Alex Jones in this movie, and then you did the same to him.
That's true.
It feels like an interrogation. So Alex was a part of this film just like throughout the narrative. And you had a great interview with him. What did you learn about interacting with Alex Jones
Well,
for making this film?
for one, he's the exact same off camera as he is on camera. It's not an act. He told me that all real Americans die before 58. He mentioned Sean Connery and a few others. And
How old is he?
getting up there. Yeah. I think early 50s. I just found it fascinating. I mean, how nice his studio is. I mean, the guy's got like an MSNBC level setup. I actually had a great time with him. I mean, it's bizarre because having him in that movie created so many problems for me. When I interviewed him, I didn't necessarily portray him in the best light. We joked around a bit, but it wasn't an Alex Jones hit piece necessarily. But I like to think that I was a bit critical of him in the film, especially the ways that he antagonized his supporters to storm the Capitol, or to follow that trajectory. He told me when I met with him, he was like, I know you think that having me in this movie is a good idea, but you're going to have some serious backlash because of that. At the time, I was like, man, it's fine. It's all good. We're just hanging out, drinking whiskey, doing bench presses, drinking Jameson. It's all good. It was, first of all, I had to campaign to get into the film because the studios were like, there was a bizarre time around I think it was 2018, where deplatforming was the big thing people were encouraging. They said giving a platform to problematic ideologies will in turn expand their reach, and so even extending your platform to someone who's problematic is helping them, aka destroying humanity, whatever it was. So that was the whole thing, and when I did this media training that was, mandated by HBO, it was all training in how to defend from that exact question. They said, when we put you on NPR, we put you on CNN, they're going to ask you about platforming problematic ideologies. And you're going to have to say stuff like, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I believe that extremism only goes away when you shine a light on it, because leaving it in the dark will only allow it to grow. They gave me like 15 pointers. I didn't use any of those pointers because I'm not the kind of person who wants to be media trained. I like to speak freely. But in the promotional run for the film, when I went on CNN, this was a crazy experience. So I went on CNN, and thankfully, my friend was with me. And so I'm on CNN, and
by the way, your friend was chilling with sunglasses laying in the couch right now. It's like it's a mix of like the dude from Big Lebowski and the Brad Pitt role in True Romance.
Yeah.
You know that reference?
No, but I mean, I'm sure it describes Larry.
Kind of like I'm
kind of
like Jack. Yeah,
yeah. So HBO had a press tour set up, and the main ones were CNN and HBO. And so they said, you're gonna go on CNN on the Don Lemon Morning Show, and he's gonna ask you about your life, what led up to the movie, what we can expect. So I get in the studio. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning in New York. I had a show the night before in Times Square. So I'm like groggy-eyed, whatever. They put the lab on me. Boom, I'm live on CNN Sunday morning. And he goes, how would you describe Enrique Tarrio's mental state in the lead up to the Capitol insurrection? And I'm looking around. I'm like, is this guy serious? Like, am I sandwiched in the January 6th hit piece right now?
Yeah.
I thought it was about me.
Yeah.
And so I told him it's not about Enrique Tarrio. It's about how companies like Fox, MSNBC, and even your station, CNN, use the 24-hour news cycle to enrage people to generate ad revenue and pit Americans against each other during times like that. And he said, there's nothing fake about CNN. I said, I didn't say you were fake news. I'm not saying you're lying, but you're directly antagonizing and stirring people up against half the country because you need money to support a dying platform.
You said that.
Pretty much. And, I was my mom was watching and she was texting me. She's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. And so she goes, why'd you extend the platform to Alex Jones? And I go, I don't know. I just wanted to drink some Jameson and lift some weights with him. I'm just, at this point, I don't support that kind of media. I don't support CNN. So, I didn't give them much information about Alex. But it was very awkward. They never posted the segment online. When I got off of that interview, I had a hand raised for A24 assigned. So I had someone with me, and you could tell she was flustered, like she was furious about what I just did. And so she goes, I just got an email from Time Warner C-suite. And I go, what's Time Warner C-suite? She says, I don't know if you know this, but the same people who own CNN own HBO. Time Warner. So they canceled my press tour. So my press tour was finished. All the late night shows that I was supposed to go on like the late night shows, and that was off the table because they were worried that I was like a loose cannon, I think. And then the only remaining appearance I had left was NPR in Boston, and that was supposed to be a premiere. So it wasn't supposed to be an interrogation. It wasn't supposed to be anything. It's supposed to be a premiere in front of a live audience where they watch the film, and I show up after for a Q&A. So I'm like, all right, whatever. It's kind of weird. They only have this one press opportunity left. I kind of felt bad that I ruined the entire press tour by confronting Don Lemon. But at this point, I wanted to just do this final one, especially because it was a viewing. And I was like, cool. I sat in the audience. I watched people laugh through the film. It was awesome. So I go backstage, and there's an NPR journalist waiting for me. And nothing against people who wear masks, but she had two N95s. And I'm not, two N95s it's over the line. So I go, hey, great to meet you. She doesn't shake my hand. And I go, why not? She goes, you've been around some people who I don't want their parents. And I'm like, okay, it's weird. I thought this was a sort of like fun premiere for my movie. We sit down. The first thing she asked me is, how do you think the Sandy Hook families would feel about you platforming one of the most despicable Americans in history, Alex Jones? In front of a live audience. NPR never published this. The only recordings of it are by a fan named Rob in Boston who put it on YouTube, vertical phone footage. And I literally am like, well, the Sandy Hook family's lawyer, Mark Bankston, who represented them in court in Connecticut, told me specifically that Leonard Posner, the father of Noah Posner, who died in Sandy Hook, was a huge fan of the film. And so I said that to her, and that kind of just like silenced that conversation, but the rest of the whole conversation was just about exploitation and why are you platforming mentally ill people and giving a platform to conspiracies like QAnon? Don't you feel like you're a part of their spread? Some would call you a misinformation reporter. All this crazy stuff. And yeah, next day hit the
that film, just in case you don't get a chance to see it, and you should. You're critical of Alex Jones in the most artful way. Like, it was the correct way to be critical. It showed him to be more interested in the grift of it.
Yeah.
And you didn't do it in a pointing fingers and saying in the kind of NPR way that you just mentioned. It's more like a human way. Like, this is tragedies happen all over the world, and there's grifters that roll in and then take advantage of it in interesting ways. And then human beings get swept up on either side of it, and it's revealing the absurdity of it all. And it was done masterfully. It was done for people who criticize you for platforming Alex Jones or whatever.
Yeah.
The film, from a political perspective, probably leans very much left, heavily left, but does it without that exhausting energy of judging. Just this kind of two masks kind of judging.
Yeah, and it was just when all that was happening, when I was under fire from the mainstream press for platforming Alex Jones, I thought back to what he said to me. And it doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, but he told me, you're going to be in trouble with these people if you put me in your video. And it wasn't too bad of trouble, but definitely I do think sometimes what the film would have been like without him. And I think that it was worth it because his scene is so funny to me, and it brings me back to a different time in my life, and I'm happy that scene's out there.
I think it was really well done.
Thanks, man.
The layering of it all, the entertainment, plus sort of not considering from his perspective the consequences of rallying people up in this way. That it's not just. I mean, you really highlight this in the interview. He keeps saying it's InfoWars. And then there's always kind of a sense that InfoWars could turn to actual civil war. And but maybe not. Maybe it's all just a circus. We play for each other.
If you look at the speech he did on January 5th, he said tomorrow, millions of patriotic Americans will take our country back.
Yeah.
So he eggs people on, and then when it gets hot, he steps away.
Yeah. But like you said, the thing he told you, he turned out to be right.
Oh yeah.
And the frogs are becoming gay.
They've always been gay.
Well,
saying frogs are straight is even crazier.
I've read stories where you kiss one, it becomes a prince.
Yeah, that's just true.
100%. Do you think Alex believes what he says in terms of everything he says on InfoWars? How much of it is real?
He's right about big tech censorship. I think if he's right about anything, it would probably be the heads of big tech colluding together across company lines to deplatform certain people. He's right about that. I think most of the things that he says follow the question everything narrative, and everything is kind of like a conspiracy or like a plot or a false flag. I think that he's built up a following for so long that wants him to do that, so I think he'll question things that he probably thinks are relatively straightforward, because that's the shtick of the show. I mean, the info war is fighting misinformation, and people want to see him be that guy. So to a certain extent, if you're a creator who supports your family, you do follow economic incentives, and people want you to be the character, and so you're going to naturally gravitate toward being it.
Do you feel that pressure yourself?
I did years ago. Not anymore. I feel like now I can speak freely and really say what I want to say in my new life. But when I was younger, I felt like I had to be this sort of awkward, sort of amicable, aloof guy who just didn't think anything about anything and just was here to listen. But now I feel more confident adding some narrative and voiceover and things like that.
So for some people, especially who publish on YouTube, the YouTube algorithm, they can become a slave to the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, and I definitely feel that sometimes. I know what works for me, but I like to think that my audience appreciates when I try new things. So I'm not totally enslaved to it. I mean,
yeah, I try not to pay attention to views or any of that.
Well, you get some high views, so I'll report that for you.
No, I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all the views.
So you took it to that level.
Yeah, just because it's a drug, man. And I'm also a number guy, meaning you give me if I do 30 push-ups today, tomorrow I'm gonna try to do 35. Just enjoying the number go up. That's why I like video games, RPGs, where you're improving your skill tree, you're getting an extra point. And there's some aspect of YouTube and other platforms, any other platform, you're ooh, I maybe that wasn't such a great experience. I thought it was a great experience, but maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, honestly, I do actually feel that way sometimes. Like, I'll put out something that I care about a lot, but if it doesn't get as many views, I'm like, all right, it must have not been as good as my higher view videos or whatever.
Yeah, that's just like not true though.
Yeah.
And it might mean like on YouTube that your thumbnail sucks or something like this, or whatever, like, however the algorithm works. But I mean, that's the thing I'm battling against to make sure I ignore all of that. It's actually something Joe Rogan has been extremely good at. He gives zero shits. And
I think it's easier to do when you're really successful.
But he was doing that when he wasn't successful.
Really?
But anything. He just follows like the stuff he enjoys doing and legitimately enjoys it. He happens to be really good at it, but he gets good because he's doing the things he really enjoys and like full on passionate about. And that's why he'll have like ridiculous guests.
And just like
this shit he enjoys doing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe I'll one day try to do that. For now, I'm too attached to like the gratification of getting 1 million views in a day and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I've beat that or something.
Well, it's a worthy enemy to be fighting because it's a drug and it's one that should be resisted for a creator. Because I feel like it can do negative stuff to your mind as a creator.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Anybody that controls you, it's not good.
A lot of people are controlled by their audience. They don't have to have a puppet master on a corporate level. Audience incentive is a different type of, I don't want to say slavery, but
yeah, it is. And that's why variety is good. And you're doing that. Yeah, I was saying. Well, let me just zoom out on this. You made a film.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was a great experience, man. I mean, it was awesome working with Tim and Eric, awesome working with Jonah Hill. I feel the same about HBO and A24. Everybody that I worked on the film with, I had a lot of love for, and I appreciate the experience. My first movie. It's a big deal. Like,
it's a good one.
In my head, it's like I finally got to make the transition from YouTuber to filmmaker, and that was always this psychic barrier that I felt like I had to jump over. You know?
There's just the way it's shot, the humor that goes throughout it, just the narration that you're doing is like a shitty director's chair. That's really well done. Whose idea was that?
It was actually Tim and Eric's idea. There was a really great editor named Clay who works for Absolutely, and they did all the editing pretty much in the office. And so it was Clay's idea to add a retrospective director's chair narrative arc to the whole thing.
Yeah, just like starting with the absurd fight and then going like, oh, that's a good way to start a movie. Just really, really well done.
Thanks.
What about Jonah Hill?
Great guy.
He believed in this.
He did.
So what's that like? What do you think is behind him believing in such a wild project?
I think that Jonah Hill has a good eye for like what's cool amongst the younger folks. Like, he's into skateboarding stuff. That's why he did that film mid-90s. And I think he probably saw a similar thing in what was going on with All Gas No Brakes, and was like, shit, this could be big. And so not only did he actually fund the film, he also gave me his agent. And I forgot to mention that it was Jonah Hill's lawyers that he gave me for free that got me out of my contract eventually with doing things media. It freed me up to speak about what happened.
So he was also part of you kind of gaining your freedom.
Yeah, in a weird way. Like, even though him and I don't talk that much, it's because he's doing his own thing. Jonah Hill is like a huge factor in my current success and just like everything that I've been able to accomplish.
Just on your own politics, is it fair to say that your politics leans left?
I'm not really sure sometimes. You know, I like to think that I am socially left. Like, I think people should be able to dress and act like however they want. I don't believe in restricting people's social freedoms. Economics-wise, it doesn't seem like leftist economic policy works very well on a city funding level. Like, if you see what's going on in California, it seems like the city leadership is mishandling the funds in California too. So I don't know about that, but I don't know. I don't really see myself as left or right. I just never have.
Well, if you just like objectively zoom out and don't have an insane standard of the extremes, it feels like a lot of your work leans left.
I tend to lean toward like the empathetic perspective, which I do think is more on the left than the right. But I also I'm not into like super like PC stuff. You know, I don't believe in limiting free speech either. I believe in a free internet. which I think is more embraced now by conservatives.
But it does seem that, maybe you can correct me, I get the sense sometimes that the left attack their own very intensely.
It does happen. But every community has terms of exile. I mean, think about what happens in the conservative realm. You know, like when Black Rifle Coffee Company denounced Kyle Rittenhouse, they lost a lot of money too. Like, it's not the right attacks its own too. I mean, think about Bud Light and stuff. Like every community has terms of exile. You just got to know who you're engaging with, and you got to make that decision carefully.
It'd be nice if there's an actual write-up of the things you're not allowed to say for each thing. And then
yeah.
I wonder whose list would be longer. It just does feel like the left's list is a little longer.
If you're a conservative and you have a T-shirt with like a demon on it, like, say goodbye. You know what I mean? There's certain stuff that they freak the hell out about.
And conservatives are really concerned about pedophiles.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like pedophiles either, but I don't think about it all the time.
Because one of the things you do in the film is kind of confront one of the QAnon folks, where his concern is that everybody's a pedophile, and you show it to him.
Well, calls himself a pedophile hunter. He makes videos exposing Democratic elite pedophile cabals. Is himself a convicted child molester. There's an old thing that people say that every confession, every accusation is a confession to a certain extent. So, like, it's bizarre that some people's whole life after a big mistake will revolve around trying to seem like the good guy instead of taking accountability for themselves.
Yeah.
It's a common thing you see all the time. Like neighborhood watch people. You know what I mean? Like, what made you that? Like, what did you do, bro? You feel like you have to get karmic retribution by doing the reverse. I don't get it.
Yeah. Do you think, to the degree of bias, it affects your journalism?
No, but I mean, with the migrant situation, I don't know.
What was that covering that? Like,
I just got a lot of hate from conservatives for letting the migrants tell their stories about their journey and stuff.
Well, what did you learn from just going to the border?
I mean, just the sheer desperation that the citizens of the world are in. I mean, there's people who truly believe that America is the only hope for their success and to feed their family, and I think a lot of them are kind of getting catfished.
Meaning America has its problems too?
It has severe problems. There's extreme poverty here.
But in America, like, if you just compare to other nations, the level of corruption is much lower, to where the opportunity for a person to succeed, the rise is higher.
I wish success on everybody who comes here. But my thing is, the expectation that they have and the sort of American dream propaganda they've been installed with isn't necessarily a reflection of contemporary American reality. So I'm talking to people who speak no English and say, I'm here for a better life. I go, where are you going to go? They say, I have no idea. And I'm like, man, that's tough. And you almost think, how bad are things elsewhere for someone to abandon their family, make this journey across multiple continents, and end up here with no plan? And it just made me realize how sheltered I am to a certain extent as an American. And walking back what I said a little bit, because I was just trying to make a point, what I think of as bad poverty, like, let's say, West Baltimore or Ninth Ward New Orleans, is nothing compared to what's going on in almost half of the world, if not more. And so it just made me zoom out a little bit. Sometimes you forget about third world poverty when you live here for so long. And you get programmed to believe the worst things that are out there is like Kensington, Philadelphia, or Tenderloin, San Francisco. But those are just microcosms of more or less functioning cities. Despite what they might lead you to believe, Philadelphia is a great place. So is San Francisco. But there's places where everywhere is really run down.
Yeah, like, people focus on in major cities in the United States, like homelessness, somehow that's a sign of a fallen empire.
Right.
But, that's a problem. There's definitely, it reveals some mismanagement of cities. And
I mean, homelessness in Seattle and San Francisco is for sure a result of the housing crisis, especially post-COVID and all the gentrification that preceded it. And it's unfortunate now that the conservative media is saying, like, look at Biden's America, as if Biden created homeless people. And it's just disappointing because, once again, you're seeing the media use real issues that should concern every U.S. citizen.
Eat a big bowl of pasta and fall asleep all day?
Causing people to
got
point
it.
fingers at a different political party as responsible for the suffering of others.
Do you think January
just
6th can happen again?
No. I don't think so.
So all the lessons were learned?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people got really screwed over.
Don't you have a sense that there's a greater and greater growing questioning of the electoral process and all this kind of stuff?
I think that Americans overall are very comfortable with our standard of living. I think people like going to Sonic and waiting in their car and getting milkshakes, and people like going to the AMC theaters, and they like going ice skating and mini golfing and going to the bar after work. I don't think that anyone wants a collapse of the basic structure of the country. Even the most politically divided don't want to see 7-Eleven go away. We are so comfortable. If you look at other countries, even Europe, look at how they protest. And look at the Arab Spring. Those guys were talking like January 6ers, and they actually took control of the government.
Yeah.
And so think about even if the MAGA crowd took over the Capitol building, it's just a building. I don't know. I just think that Americans, when they talk about Civil War stuff, it's just we're so far from that. Even if the rhetoric is as divided as it was in 2020, it won't happen.
For it to really happen, there has to be a level of desperation.
There has to be a level of economic desperation that's causing people to starve, or some basic resource going away. Water, something like that.
Who do you think wins, Trump or Biden?
In the Civil War? Well,
No,
in
a game of Mario Kart. No, in the election 2024.
Oh man, I have no idea, man. I don't even know if I'm gonna vote.
It's weird that this is our choice.
I know. I wish people were more focused on like city politics. Like, I'd rather vote yes or no for a bike lane in my neighborhood than I would for the president.
So local politics to you is where it is.
I think they're
you
huge.
feel it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, your vote actually matters. Let's say you have a community of 500 people and you live in Henderson, Nevada. You can influence whether or not there's a bike lane, or if it's going to be a playground, or an AMPM. You get to choose, and you can influence 100 people to choose, and boom, this is your community. You can't influence the result of an election.
Still, that goes at the presidential level. It sets the tone of the country. And Trump running again and Biden running again, it just feels like there's going to be a lot of questioning of election results.
I just can't believe those are our guys.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really our guys. Like, that's where we're at. All these smart people we have in this country, great history.
We got Joker Gang versus Gum Gang. Where'd you find Joker Gang?
Well,
is he a legit juggalo, or is he just...
No. Joker Gang is like a Miami, Cuban guy.
Oh.
Is Joker 305, Raw is Chico alive. So I had been following him for a long time on Instagram, because he used to post videos of himself popping Percocets and smoking blunts in the toilet freestyling. And so I had followed him for a while, and then I finally got this platform, and I said, oh my god, I bet you now that we have 1 million followers, Joker Gang will sit down with us. And lo and behold, the clout did its thing, and there I was, face to face with the man.
There was a controversy a year ago where a woman came forward and said that you were pushy with her. You respected the no, you got the consent, but you were pushy about it. Looking back, can you tell the story of that? What are the lessons you learned from it?
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to speak on this for a lot of reasons, mostly because it was a hard time, and it's a sensitive subject, and I wanted to prioritize the reporting, but I think that now I'm ready and able to do so. Everything sort of started on December 30th, 2022, and that was the release date of the HBO project. Like I told you, we didn't know when the movie was going to come out. We weren't told that it was going to come out on that date until early November. So it was like, oh my god, here we go. We got a movie coming out. HBO I didn't even know it was going to be them. So every day for those 50 days before I received word and to the movie announcement, which is the movie release, was like, I was like a kid waiting for Christmas morning. You know what I mean? It was like every day I saw the movie release date as the first day of like the rest of my life. And so I remember the week of the movie release, it was like every day I was like, oh my god, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days. And when it became 2 days, like I was so excited and so honestly anxiety riddled, because it was such a massive platform that I went out to the desert by myself out in the Mojave, got a hotel, and just kind of sat there. And then movie release day comes. It was supposed to come out at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I remember it was like 12 hours left, 10 hours left, and then 8 minutes before the movie at 7:52, or I guess it was sent at 10:52 East Coast time. I got a text message requesting a portion of my fat HBO check to contribute toward apparently years of therapy bills that this person had accrued after she says that she felt that I pressured her into giving consent years prior. And I was confused, not only because of the timing, but because this is someone that I hadn't seen in years or spoken to in years, and I presumed that I was on good terms with. So I didn't respond to the text message. And then when I didn't respond, about 7 days later, this person made some TikTok videos and with the help of some friends, launched an online campaign that got picked up by the press pretty quickly.
So what did you feel like when you got that text?
Well, it's tough because on one hand, I'm not opposed to restitution being part of a private accountability process for real abuse. You know, like if you've hurt someone to an extent that it took them out of work or something, like I think they're entitled to some money. But unfortunately, as I later learned, this person had legal counsel, and this was an attempt to basically create evidence by extracting a confession from me to use as precedent for a civil lawsuit to the tune of a couple $1 million.
It's dark.
Yeah.
How did you meet this person?
Well, I met them when I was 22, and like I told you, I was living in an RV, making this show called All Gas No Brakes, and I would travel between cities like every other day, and so I would basically pick a new city, and I got in this like pretty bad habit of what I would say is essentially treating Instagram like a dating app. You know, I would go to a new place, I'd post my location, I'd surf the DMs, and I would look for like fans to meet up with. There wasn't always girls; it was just people to party with, because I was also partying every night. But a lot of times, it ended up being girls and stuff. And so that's kind of how this situation was. I didn't have sex with this person. Had a consensual encounter that they reached out to me about 2 weeks after, saying, "Hey, I don't want you to take this the wrong way." But looking back, I felt a lot more pressure to agree than I realized in the moment. I don't think this is any fault of yours. I just think that you came on a bit too strong, and I didn't want to let you down, so I gave in. And it was that language made me feel horrible, mainly because if this person had told me, "Hey, I don't want to hook up," I would have said, "Yeah, of course not. I don't want to hook up with someone who doesn't want to hook up with me." And I think that as fame increased during that time, I think I was just kind of oblivious to how people were seeing me, especially those who had a digital relationship with me prior to me knowing them, and I don't think that I handled that the right way.
Well, thank you for taking accountability. But just to clarify, you got consent.
Yeah, I was the initiatory party in an interaction with a fan who felt that she had to say yes because of, I'm not sure why. I don't know why, but like I said, this person also disclosed to me they had a history of childhood trauma and were actively being treated for PTSD, and that they felt things moved too fast for them given their situation. And so I told her, I said, "Hey, if you want to reach out, if you want to talk on the phone, I'm always here for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me know if we can talk further." About 6 months after that, I was at Sturgis Bike Week, and I remember this day. This was the hardest day. I was just chilling, and I got a text from my friend that said, "Hey man, you're getting canceled right now." And I was like, "What do you mean? Like, did someone find an old tweet or something? What are you talking about?" And I opened my phone, and it was this Instagram story of me. It was like the ugliest picture of me you can find. It was like my face open. It was like screenshotted. And it said, I remember this specifically because I couldn't believe it. It said, "The ugly loser who hosts All Gas No Brakes is a piece of shit. He knowingly abused my friend and got away with it. If you follow him, I'm going to message you and ask you why." So this person who I don't know, I didn't even know who that accusation was coming from. They emailed every production company that I was working with, DM'd hundreds, if not thousands of people, like just saying that like I was this piece of shit, and I didn't even know who this person was. So I was frantically calling and texting like every person that I'd seen intimately for the past year and being like, "Hey, are we on good terms? Is everything okay?" And then I figured out that the person was coming from Florida, and I knew who it was. And so, thankfully, I reached out to the original person who I had the communication with, and I said, "Hey, like, I think this might have been you. This might have been your friend good. Like, I'm sorry. I apologized again. I was like, listen, I feel bad that you feel this way. I want to do anything that I can to help you. Again, I apologize. And she said, apology accepted. I'm sorry. My friend asked if she could post on my behalf. And I'm sorry, I was going through a lot mentally, and I saw your fame increasing, so I agreed to let her speak on my behalf. And we made amends in private. You know, I said, okay, I'm here for you. Let me know. And she said, apologies enough. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. And that was 2 years prior to this text message being sent to my phone 8 minutes before the movie. So naturally, I wanted to go on my platforms and talk about what was happening. But I also didn't want to mess up the rollout of the movie, you know. And so the PR firm was like, we got this. We'll handle this for you. And that was, I guess, by way of a TMZ thing that said Andrew Callahan is devastated. I'm not sure why they thought that that was going to make people be in my favor, but
Yeah.
it was just a picture of me on NBC that said Andrew Callahan devastated by allegations. That was their plan, I guess, to show that I was remorseful or something. You know?
How much of this do you think lawyers kind of pushing this when money and fame are involved?
Well, I wish I could say the lawyer, but I just can't. It was involved in this. But I will tell you that I try to lean away from resentment and toward accountability completely. What was my role in the situation? How can I never make someone feel like that again? What can I do? What changes can I make to make sure that, one, I never treat someone this way, and two, to never be in that position again?
Well, again, thank you for taking accountability.
And the main reason I talk about that is because it wasn't just that person. There was multiple people that made videos reporting similar behavior. And so it's obvious that that was a pattern of behavior of mine. And so I made the apology video to announce that I was taking some time away because I just needed time away. I mean, my entire support system collapsed. My friends at the time disappeared. I was getting like obituaries texted to my phone that were like, hey, it's been nice knowing you. It was great to see you grow. Good luck. You know, like I was dead. And yeah, it got dropped from my agency. No one gave me tough love. No one called me to ask me if I was all right. It was just only, everyone disappeared in a week.
Again, thank you for taking accountability. But I just hate how many cowards there are out there. Like,
Yeah.
people hit low points is when you should help. When you should stand with them if you know their character.
Yeah. And it was just, it was hard to separate like the initial situation that I knew was more or less a setup and the possibly genuine other accounts. And so it was like, all right, you know what? At this point in my life, I want to be on the right side of history. I don't want to be the anti-cancel culture mouthpiece. I don't have the mental strength to fight this, especially because I was envisioning the HBO drops be this like the world opens up to me moment, and it was just the reverse. But it wasn't so much the media reporting on it that hurt me. It was just little stuff like a childhood friend that you love seeing they unfollowed you on Instagram, or just like seeing someone in the street that you grew up with and like waving at them and they don't do anything back, and you're just like, oh my god, man, this is my new life. What are you supposed to do? Thankfully, I like somehow 2 weeks after I met an amazing partner who I'm still with to this day, and I was able to conquer my two biggest fears, which is monogamy and dogs. I was terrified of dogs and terrified of having a girlfriend. Now I have a girlfriend who I love and two dogs. So
what was the lowest point?
Well, right after this happened, I entered like recovery programs. Started with AA, but then I found a more specialized program that dealt with the issues that I was dealing with. I'd say the hardest point was logically deducing that the lives of my loved ones would be better off if I was gone. You know what I mean? And thinking that my mom and my friends, that their life would be better if I took myself out of the picture. And for one, I just figured, you know, their friends canceled. You know, her son is a disgrace. You know, my family's gonna think they raised me wrong, and my friends on the social pariah now. I'm a burden. I'm better off dead. And the hard part was, you know, I would read stories and books written by parents who lost their kids to suicide, and they reported feeling a lot of anger after the suicide. So I tried to think of what's the way I can do it to get the least amount of anger on behalf of the people who would grieve. Because hanging someone would discover you. So I figured drinking myself to death would be the way to do it. And I wasn't able to. Yeah, that was just a dark place. You know, I remember hating the people who loved me because I knew they would grieve, and that made me mad. That makes sense. Like, I was ready to go. I had no will to live. But their grief was like, I didn't want to cause that because I didn't want to hurt them. So I was like, I hated the people who loved me because they were stopping me from taking my life. You know, and weird to think that, like, when I was going through that, if you walk by me in the street, I'll look like a normal guy. And so now when I walk around and I see people, I think to myself, you have no idea what that person is going through. You know, like, it's crazy that so many people are suffering in, like, complete silence, and they don't wear it on them. You know,
Many of the people you talk to are probably that.
yeah.
Many people you've interviewed before all this and after are probably going through some shit.
And I also thought, if I could write down what I just told you on a piece of paper, and then I was to do it, and then they found the note, they would take it more seriously because they would know that I wasn't lying.
Yeah.
But then, you know, if you do it, it reduces the lifespan of your parents by 15 years. So I looked at it like I was taking time away from them.
Well, thank you for the most part, leaning towards accountability. It's the right path to take. What advice would you give to young men that look up to you on how they can be good men, especially in regard to women?
If you have any kind of platform, you know, whether it doesn't have to be famous on Instagram, it can be like if you're a pillar of your community in the culinary world or whatever it is. Just be hyper aware of that and remember that you are inheriting a power dynamic that can create situations where there might be some pressure that you don't even realize is there, but it's definitely there. And you just have to be aware of that. And two, when meeting new partners, having hookups and stuff like that, just try to have a trauma-informed conversation about their past. Really know the experiences and the backstory of what a new partner has gone through in that world of intimacy. Whatever they're comfortable, you know, to share, obviously. But you know, I would advise against one-night stands. I would advise against hooking up with someone that you're meeting for the first time. Have those conversations prior, because even though it might sound like a vibe killer, it's not. And if you think that that conversation is a vibe killer, you probably shouldn't be in that situation in the first place. Especially now, how hypersexualized things are and how common that type of violence is. You need to be able to have those conversations and stop and say, hey, tell me a little bit about your past. Is there any triggers that make you uncomfortable? Let me know how I can be the best partner to you. And I'm sure that college-age people are not having those conversations, but I'm sure that it would go a long way.
So, especially when you're young, college age, you don't have enough experience to be able to read a person without having that conversation. Because a lot of times you can see the trauma without explicitly talking about it.
Yeah.
That takes experience and knowledge and seeing the world. When you're young and you don't know, you really don't know shit, making things a bit more explicit is probably better.
Yeah, and also, like, as men, we're trained to believe that it's our duty to be the initiatory party in any type of, like, sexual encounter. Like, oh, like, man chases woman. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you have to be the one to make the move. Or, like, she's playing hard to get if, you know, she's resistant to your first, like, compliment or something. I think that that's not always how it has to be. And that extra caution needs to be placed if you're taking the initiatory role in an interaction, especially if someone has a traumatic background. They might agree to do something with you because they're scared, and you might not realize that's what's going on. But because you don't see yourself as a predatory person, you don't see yourself as someone who would ever consciously make someone uncomfortable or cross a boundary. But people have histories that you might not understand, and for me, as someone who doesn't have much, honestly, like childhood trauma or anything like that, it's been an interesting year for me working in therapy and elsewhere, understanding how that affects the mind, and also I understand hurt people, and that someone with a traumatic background isn't going to have sympathy for applying that traumatic pain to someone else, even if that person isn't the cause of what put them in that spot.
If you can go back to Channel 5, can you tell the origin story of that?
Yeah, I mean, Channel 5, during the all gas, no brakes days, we used to tell people that we were called Channel 5 if we wanted them to stop antagonizing us while we were filming. Because every town has a Channel 5. So when people were like, what's this for? If they were being super rude and like trying to get in the camera and be hella obnoxious, we would just say, oh, we're Channel 5. And they would be like, oh, my grandma's going to see that, and they would leave us alone. So Channel 5 was a diversion tactic during all gas, no brakes. And it just so happened that we were in Miami Beach one time, and this kid came up like drinking liquor, like, trying to yell about like whatever they yell about in Miami Beach, like titties, I guess. And we're like, bro, this is Channel 5. Be careful what you say. He was like, for real? And he just walked off. And I said to my friend at the time, I was like, that sounded pretty good, right? Channel 5. And he goes, this sounds pretty good. He's like, that's got to be trademarked though. No. It's not trademarked. It's crazy, right? There's a Channel 5 in every city. Channel 5 KTLA, Channel 5 Seattle, Como News. Dude, Channel 5 itself, we own it. Because no one's thought of something that simple. Because you'd think you'd have to specify. We own channel5.com, channel5. Dude, it's awesome.
So it was the same kind of spirit as the previous thing.
Yeah.
What was the first one you did under the Channel 5 flag?
Miami Beach spring break.
I think I've seen that. That's gonna be a callback. I think somebody mentioning eating ass there too.
That would be the place.
I believe that.
There's only about 5 places in the U.S. where people yell about eating ass all the time. Bourbon Street, South Beach, Miami, 6th Street in Austin, Broadway in Nashville, and I'm just going to go ahead and say Times Square. You might not think it, but
Times Square, really?
Yeah, they yell about ass.
Times Square.
I would say Beale Street in Memphis, but it's not.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Beale Street is like the median age is too high on Beale Street for anyone to yell about that.
Oh, this is a fascinating portrait of America through that specific lens. So, Miami Beach. And then, how would you describe your style of interviewing? Just now that you've collected so many. If you had a style, how would you describe it?
I guess before, especially, it used to be like deadpan. Now I would describe it, it's more directed, but still relatively affable, agreeable, deadpan interview style.
Yeah, there's like in the face of absurdity.
Yeah.
You're just like there with a microphone. There's a comic aspect to it, and that's intentional.
Yeah. I used to look at the camera like Jim from The Office back in the day. Yeah. I don't do that anymore.
What about the editing? Like, how do you think about the editing?
I still do most of it, but Susan helps a lot too. So sweet. Yeah, the editing style, like I said, we pioneered this editing style that honestly was inspired a bit by like Vic Berger, but we took it to real life. Crash zooms, kind of chopping up vocals a bit to add comedic timing where it didn't necessarily exist. Like you might add 2 seconds of awkward silence that would fill with room tone, or you might make everything really fast by cutting silence and switching frames. Switching camera angles. But now we try to be pretty straightforward because we want to be taken more seriously. You know?
Yeah, sure. What's the crash zoom, by the way?
A crash zoom is when it's artificial zoom that you might add in Adobe Premiere, where the camera zooms in on someone's face.
Where the resolution is not there.
The resolution is not there unless you have a Blackmagic cinema camera, which you don't. We don't use those. The file size is too big.
That's the only constraint.
Yeah.
All right. And you also do voiceover storytelling.
I think the first time I really did that was in the San Francisco Streets video, because there's so much content about San Francisco homelessness, tenderloin, shoplifting, but there's not that much context in those videos about the history of San Francisco, the housing crisis, NIMBYism, random zoning stuff that sounds boring but has a major role in the current situation on the streets there, as to why the tenderloin is neglected by police and by the city council, and the other neighborhoods like Nob Hill and North Beach are so nice. So I added that purposely to the San Francisco video, and then also to the Philadelphia Streets video to accentuate the reporting and add some historical analysis.
What's your goal with some of these videos, like the Philadelphia Streets one? Is it to reveal the full spectrum of humanity, or is it also to tell a story that's almost political?
Well, number one is always humanization. That's the primary goal. To take people in circumstances where they're often news items and remind the public that these are people with lives and concerns and dreams just like you. But secondly, we also want to start introducing more solution-oriented journalism. So not just, oh my God, I'm becoming aware of how horrible this is, but what can you actually do to help? And as you can see with the Vegas tunnels video, people are responding pretty positively to it. Like, here's how you can maybe help a homeless neighbor, help get them an ID, help them qualify for housing or get a job in the scrapyard. There's always ways to help, but so much of the YouTube world is oversaturated by just like endless videos of people suffering. And the comments are always like, wow, so horrible, but what does that really do to somebody?
You've interviewed many rappers.
Yeah.
Educate me.
There's a lot to it.
Yeah. Can you explain this drill rap situation? What is drill
rap? Evolving situation. Drill began in 2010. Some people say it was Chief Keef in Chicago. I think it was King Louie in Chicago. But I think all of it was very influenced by Waka Flocka Flame, who dropped an album called Flockavelli in 2010. It was like hyper-violent, adrenaline-boosting rap music made by people who were actually in the streets. So in the 90s, you had 50 Cent, you had rappers rapping about like whatever gangster shit, selling crack and beating people up, but they weren't actually doing it. Drill has a true crime component to where drill fans want to know that the person rapping about catching bodies does in fact kill people. So drill is it's pretty horrifying. It sounds great, but it started in Chicago, then it spread to England, and now it's bounced back to New York, like the Bronx and Brooklyn specifically, and spread from New York to the rest of the country. So now there's probably a drill rapper every 10 square miles.
So these are, as opposed to pretending to be a gangster, killing people, you get some credibility by actually doing it.
Yes, and the fans are typically not in the communities that are affected by poverty. So they're kind of like superheroes to white kids.
It's dark.
And not just white kids, but just anyone who's not in the hood. It's not necessarily a race thing. There's white drill rappers too. Slim Jesus was a big one. He's out of the picture now. But there's white drill rappers.
Slim Jesus. You made a video on O Block.
Yeah.
What is O Block? The place, the culture, the people.
O Block is a housing project in South Chicago, in the Englewood area, where Michelle Obama grew up. It's also where Chief Keef was born and raised. I don't know if he was born.
How you living, pimp?
The forefather of modern drill music.
Kicking ass, taking names. It's good music.
The projects where drill began. It's also the first place.
Yeah, dog. I stream all
the
the time.
An intersection of drill music and true crime.
How much viewers do you have?
O Block has a lot of rappers.
You can check for yourself, my friend.
There's an area called St. Lawrence.
What do you stream?
YouTube.
Which has a lot of rappers as well. And so
What's your YouTube?
Type Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, and you'll see I've got a bunch of different accounts.
A lot of history, and it connects to music at large.
So you've interviewed people there. Was there any concern for your safety?
No, I mean I think that O Block.
How old are you,
has
Marcel?
calmed down a lot. For one, it has security, so you can't even really get in and out.
In what year were you born?
I think that O Block's trying to rebrand itself a lot.
You're not 18. You're not 18. Bye, dude.
What do you mean?
I know you don't know that.
Dude, anybody can tell you what year they were born.
Lil Durk,
rapper Lil Durk
Yeah.
is
September 9th.
affiliated with O Block, and a lot of people have
that's
murdered and retribution for
No.
killings that Lil Durk may or may not have influenced the ordering of. But anyways,
and Lil Durk documented the killings via rap music, probably.
Okay, I know you don't know about drill, but Lil Durk was associated with a rapper named King Von, and King Von perhaps paid for the assassination of a rapper named FBG Duck who got killed in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. It's possible. The O Block 6 are drill associated, not rappers, but just shooters, and they perhaps operating on King Von's behalf when it killed FBG Duck. King Von was Lil Durk's artist. King Von's not dead. So there's definitely a concern that some of the Fed charges will fall under. Not sure if that's true, but it's rumors in the hip hop community. So O Block right now, and when I filmed the video, is trying to go through a major image rehab. If you go on any Instagram of anyone in O Block, they've all converted to Islam, and so they post pictures of themselves praying in the morning and have captions like "Put the guns down, let's pray." So I think when I went there, they saw it as a good opportunity to do a positive rebrand. And so I interviewed a rapper named Lost Top, who was there all the way back in 2011 when Chief Keef was coming up. And so he basically ensured my safe protection. But he didn't even need to. They're all very friendly. And they know exactly what's up with YouTube stuff.
I like how 2011 was the old days, like the ancient.
Oh, yeah.
The founding fathers.
I was in 8th grade.
Oh, man. Time flies when you're having fun.
It sure does.
Lil Durk. Where's Lil Durk now?
Atlanta.
So he left Chicago. Not
Yeah.
safe.
Yeah, I mean, every rapper has to leave their hometown. That's what I did.
It's a journey.
Seattle would have taken me out, bro.
How's your? I mean, you do interview a lot of people. I mean, that's like a top comment, but it speaks to the reality of the fact that you always find somebody rapping, or you, create the space for people to rap. What's that about?
I don't know, man.
But they're usually really good.
You think so?
I appreciate it.
Well, hell yeah, man. I mean, rappers,
In their own way.
since I touched a microphone, rappers have gravitated toward me. I think there's something
You're
happening.
a rapper whisperer.
I think there's something happening on a deeper cosmic spiritual level
Yeah.
that lets the mind of rappers know that like they have a safe place in front of our camera crews.
You have an interview with Crip Mac.
I do.
Who's?
He's in jail right now.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Is that a hashtag?
Yeah, for sure.
What? That's an intense interview. People should go watch it. People should go watch all your interviews, but that one was pretty intense.
Thanks.
I was a little afraid for your life.
Oh, Crip Mac's the safest guy in the world.
He's a sweetheart.
Oh, definitely, dude.
Yeah, it was fun.
I feel like more safe around Crip Mac than I do on any given pedestrian.
Yeah, he was loud and flavorful.
Yeah.
I should say. So who's he? What's his story?
Well, his name's Trevor. He grew up in Ontario, California, in the Inland Empire. Moved to Texas with his mom after his dad left. His mom started dating a cop in Houston named Mr. Gary.
Living the dream. How you living, Pimp?
His mom found Mr. Gary getting.
Did you? I saw you started your own server. Good on you, man. I joined.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a small study space. Hopefully, it gets larger with the study space.
Very cool, man. What's new with you?
So I just rebought my whole laptop.
Oh, the gaming
Getting
one?
the battery fixed tomorrow. Yeah, the gaming one.
All right, is that a good thing?
I'll probably be back to Model Online too in a bit.
Excellent. Feel free to stream it in here. I'd love to watch you.
Yeah, I could, but it's kind of heavy. Every time I try streaming it on Discord, it shows up for a few seconds and then it just shuts down.
Have you ever tried, instead of using Discord, the app, which is very heavy, just using it in a browser, which is much lighter?
Yeah, I should try that. Yeah.
I do that sometimes. It seems to work a lot better. A lot better.
Yeah, check it out.
Excellent. What's
That's
on?
actually a good idea, thanks, because I need to stream sometimes because people need to see what's on the screen. If I need help or anything, usually we stream and then someone helps out.
I gotcha.
Because Model Online 2 is a kind of complicated game.
What's your favorite part about it?
You can't have favorite parts of it in game. It's all like one. It's sort of like a kind of get rich or die trying type game, I guess.
Okay.
So it all depends on how much gold you have and how much. Yeah, it kind of depends on how much gold you have. I think reputation is kind of secondary.
Do you feel like it's better than RuneScape? Old school RuneScape, specifically?
Yeah, yeah, way better. But the problem is right with these games is that few people want to play it, and you know the rest of everyone is gonna play the next new single player bad game. And for us like kind of hardcore gamers or whatever, or just people who have been gaming for like decades now, it it feels a lot better when you have one game which can't be labeled much, but still like kind of satisfies your MMO itch. And that one game is always like with something like Model Online 2, it gets so complicated that very few people end up playing in the end. But the few people who play all the time are gonna be loyal to the game.
Very cool. And you said
Yeah,
you're getting a new battery in it.
yeah, because I have it right now, like right next to me. But the thing is, it works only if it's plugged in. So if anything, if I run anything kind of spec heavy, uh, the laptop just shuts down. It crashes.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so I needed to get a new battery. I actually sold this to the guy for about $100, and I'm paying like $200, I guess, to get it back, not including the battery.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. I was kind of low on cash then. It was a bad idea back then, but I had no choice because I didn't have the money to buy a battery, and I didn't have the cash to pay stuff I owed, so in like loans and stuff or whatever.
I gotcha. Well, you did what you had
Yeah,
to do.
yeah, I got in trouble about last year when my loans were like really dragging me down in terms of how much I needed. I think next month as well I get like a double salary, so I'll be spending double the amount. Uh, I mean not double the amount. I'll be spending like the entire salary on the loans I have to pay back.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I was playing more MO2, and it's you know what it is. It's every Lord of the Rings fan's greatest dream basically. Feels sort of like that. It's every Lord of the Rings fan's like best ever game to play because it's so well detailed, and the gameplay works really well. So I'd say like a close second, if not tied to Crowfall in terms of uh, the game system.
Are you?
So yeah, it's not exactly an MMO. It's more like it's not a casual MMO. So you can't take it too lightly. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you said it's not an MMO.
Uh, it is an MMO, but since it doesn't fall under uh, it's sort of like a an open PvP MMO, right? But it has elements of you could call it a medieval simulation, maybe it's too hard to be called a regular MMO. It's too hard a game to be called a regular MMO.
Oh, okay.
It takes yeah, it takes like 200 hours just to get into the beginner parts of the game. Yeah, you gotta play like 8 hours a day every day. See, the problem with me is that I'm like kind of I'm not alone at home all the time. If I was alone at home or had my own house and I was alone there without people knocking on the door and me having to do stuff, I would be playing at most like 12 hours a day or more. You know?
Right.
So yeah, that's how it works for some people. For people who can't afford to be alone at home for whatever reason. I mean, there are very few people like that in the West, especially people who can't have their own room and just stay there alone without support. But yeah, it doesn't work out so well for me. So yeah, I play around this time, night time, play till like the break of day maybe, and it's those night hours you get in are kind of special. They feel like they they feel like kind of like basically. If I had to put it in any estimation of what it could feel like, it would probably be like drugs. If you stay up the whole night and you just play, it feels awesome. Yeah,
Very cool. Are you
yeah. You have a guild, right? Yeah,
a guild?
yeah. You have a guild, so you play with your guild.
Oh, I gotcha.
Either yeah.
What's the difference between a guild and a clan?
They're pretty much the same thing,
That's what I thought.
except yeah, they call them different things in different games. So in RuneScape it's called a clan, but in Mortal Online 2 it's called a guild. Yeah, RuneScape is I don't know. I don't know about RuneScape anymore. I think they keep pushing it too far, and people always end up playing it somehow, and they get a good amount of money just being RuneScape, but still it's outdated. It's far gone from what it used to be.
Wow. Are you thinking that once you get your computer back, you're gonna play any other games?
Yeah, I'll play some of the new single player games on Steam. The thing about Steam is there's always something new. Like if you haven't visited it for like 3 to 4 months or 4 to 5 months, you go back online on Steam and you'll find like a dozen games you can buy. You know?
Yeah. Do they have good deals on them?
Yeah, they have great deals on them. So I uh, I live in India, so I have region specific pricing. So the stuff that people abroad will pay like $50 for, I pay like 20.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Any good games that you've gotten a on which you've gotten a deal?
Uh, yeah. So every time Mortal Online 2 comes on sale, they have Steam sales, right? So every time Mortal Online 2 comes on sale, I bought it once on discount sale. So yeah, it's it's worth it if you need like another account where you can have characters. Or back when it used to be only one character per account, right? So you would need to buy like another Mortal Online 2 on another account
Oh
and
wow.
use that to yeah.
I think that
So
I don't like are these games basically pay to win?
yeah, it's not pay to win. It's pay to play. That means that you have to buy a subscription, which is like I think it's around. $12 or so,
A
and
month?
it's just for a month. Yeah,
Wow, so it's pretty expensive.
yeah, it is. It is. But it's if you play as much as most people play who buy subscriptions, you don't have a problem.
All
You get
right,
your money's worth in like 10 days. I mean, if you play like a lot.
I gotcha.
Um,
Do you
I
feel?
think they make these kind of brilliant MMOs, and all the MMO players go and play some crap somewhere else, and it's kind of annoying, but that's just how it's been all the time. Because you can't keep a game alive much anymore.
Do you like?
People move on to other things.
Have
Yeah,
you ever played like Grand Theft Auto?
yeah, I did. I didn't play GTA 5. I played San Andreas. I've never played GTA 5. But it's pretty good, GTA 5, but I've not played much of it.
Do you ever play like FIFA?
I used to play that with my friends on console.
Yeah.
It was way back.
How is it?
Yeah, it's it's fun multiplayer. I don't want to play it with like the NPCs. It's not that much fun. I'm not that good at it. So it's not. I guess the thing is that there are kind of two types of gamers. There are people who play MMOs who want to like live in a kind of multiplayer universe or something. And then there are people who play FIFA who like just like games for the sake of competition, you know.
Do you ever play um like old like emulators?
Yeah, I think there's a boat simulation or something. Uh, yeah, I'm not too into that stuff.
Okay,
Uh, yeah, I like my base is people just they're kind of like the only normal people left on the earth.
I gotcha.
Yeah, because this kind of there are like probably three types of gamers who play FIFA or just want to play games for competition, and they're never really into like the stuff that involves getting into it and playing for the sake of fun. They're not too into that kind of addiction type stuff. And then there's the gamer who will play every single player game available. Like any new single player game, they're on it. And then the third type is the RPG MMO players, like me. And we prefer like stuff that you can really immerse yourself into, right? So that's about it, yeah.
I gotcha. Would you say do you ever what are your favorite console games?
I used to play. So there's this game called Thief Deadly Shadows, and it's like a stealth game. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's just an old console game. I used to play it back in the day. Um, yeah, back in the day, because those were really back in the day. Yeah, so I have fond memories of some console games. And Fable. Fable was another console game.
What's your favorite old school game?
Uh, favorite favorite RuneScape game.
Old school, like Super Mario Brothers
Oh,
or Zelda.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Favorite old school game. Um, that's actually a tough one.
So I asked it, baby.
Uh, I'd have to say there was this game. It's so old that I kind of forget the name. I think it was called Genome, and it was about these like regular humanoids who could control these massive like robot transformer type machines, and all the fighting was done in like the HUD, in like the HUD of the machine, and you could do crazy shit like on different types of transformer type machines. It was a kind of out there kind of game back then. Like a lot of games, old school, they were so kind of bizarre that they kind of beat the definitions of what's considered gameplay even today, right? So I don't know. You can check it out. I think it was called Genome, GENOM, something like that. Genome Project or something like that.
It was called Genome Project.
That yeah,
Wow. Was it
uh,
was it interesting?
it was uh, back then. I'd never played a game like beginning to end. I was kind of young, but all the games back then, like we talked about this before about how, in my opinion at least, when we were brought up as kids, like the internet was still circulating in our bloodstream, so to speak. It wasn't quite already there. It's just that it was part of like the newer world that was taking room. You know,
Yeah.
those were the fun days when the internet was just
Young.
it it was yeah, it was absolute junk, but and it was like a twilight era.
Right.
Yeah.
I got you. Look, Frosty, stay with me. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right. Cool. I'll see you in a bit.
Penetrated
Take
by
care,
a
man.
coworker, and so she booked Crypt Mac a one-way Greyhound ticket to LA, where he joined the Crypt. That's a good story. you know, it's true. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm just saying, but he's a classic case of somebody without a father figure who found camaraderie and sense of belonging and purpose in a street game, which in LA is like a rule of law in most of the city. We were, to get more context earlier, talking about martial arts and fighting, and he's got to work on his punching form. I think so. He gets into a lot of fights in jail, though. From what I've heard, he wins like
He goes
about
out.
half of them. So,
All right. What did he go to jail for now?
firearm possession was a probation violation.
Oh,
It's too bad.
all right. What's the Philly? You went to the border. Occupy Seattle protests. You went to Ukraine.
Yeah.
What are some interesting things that stand out to you from memory? Just as I ask the question, some interesting.
I mean, I was in jail at the border for a while. That was horrible.
What was that like? Was that your first time?
Yeah, well, I didn't know that I couldn't hop my own border as an American. I'm thinking, this is my country. I can get in any way that I want. Wrong. You can only enter the U.S. through an official port of entry, which I learned the hard way because I got arrested by Border Patrol and held as a detainee at a migrant center for a few days.
What was that like?
Horrible.
Which aspect?
I mean, well, for one, like, I don't know. It was just to be in a place like that, and I probably sound like such a wimp right now because I know someone watching this who's done some hard time. But we thought we were going to do at least 6 months in jail because the guards freaked us out and were like, "You're being charged with a federal crime. You know what you boys did is serious. We're waiting on word from San Antonio about whether or not we're going to extradite you." So we're just sitting in these cells alone, most of the time in solitary, with no pillows, just a
No pillows. No pillows, no mat, nothing. Just a space blanket. I was sleeping on my shoes, stinking up the place. It was no good.
You mentioned the UFO convention.
Yeah.
What have you learned from those guys, the ufologists?
I really want to know what you think about that. That's the one question that I want to reverse on. Because you've talked to so many people. Do you think that aliens have actually visited Earth?
Yeah.
When?
When? Exact dates? I do. I think there's alien civilizations everywhere. I talk to a lot of people that have doubts about it. I just think, I even suspect there's a intelligent alien civilization in our galaxy, and I just can't imagine them not having visited us. So I lean on that. What that actually looks like, I don't know. The stuff we're seeing in terms of UFO sightings, I think that's much more likely. Um, to the degree it's real, it's much more likely government projects, so military, Lockheed Martin, this kind of stuff.
So you think that they have knowledge of it?
Yeah.
One thing I think about with aliens is scale. So we have this idea that an alien would be a gray alien or almost humanoid look-alike that would visit us in human form, arms, legs, head. Who's to say that they're not able to shrink down to microscopic size with the same neural capacity?
Yeah, or just have a very difficult to perceive form.
But I mean, that they would go small, not big.
No, I think they would take a humanoid-like form just to be able to communicate with humans. I think that the big challenge with aliens is to be able to find a common language. So if you come to another planet and you suspect that there's some kind of complexity going on, but it looks nothing like humans, you have to find a common language. And I think aliens would try to take physical form that's similar, that us dumb humans would understand.
Language is really interesting too. I have this series that I'm going to announce for the first time on here, but I'm really interested in endangered languages in the U.S. There's like 150 languages in the U.S. with less than 1,000 speakers.
Wow.
And I want to like help spearhead efforts to preserve some of these. Like for example, Hawaiian Sign Language. 15 of those people left.
Holy shit.
Because when Hawaii got annexed, the ASL community tried to make it so that deaf native Hawaiians wouldn't be able to speak their native sign language. And so they would do it under the desks at like schools for the deaf and blind, and they would get like their mouth washed out with soap and stuff if they so much as did the Hawaiian hand signs. Also, the Gullah Geechee language in the South Carolina Sea Islands, Hilton Head Island and stuff. That's like it's almost a Creole language that's been in the U.S. for hundreds of years, existing in isolation. That's being threatened by golf course developments. I don't know how into language you are, but I've been getting super nerded out about it.
Actually, I'm interviewing somebody tomorrow who's an expert in human language. He's from MIT, studying the syntax of a lot of languages, including in the Amazon jungle, the peoples that live in the Amazon jungle region. Yeah, it's fascinating. Human language is fascinating, and also the barriers it creates, and also how the games are played, what you're speaking, by governments. This is part of the story of Russia and Ukraine. Is a battle over language. The Ukrainian language is a symbol of independence, which is why they try to make it the primary language of the nation. So sometimes the language represents the culture and the peoples.
Yeah.
And it's like intricately tied to the culture of the people.
I've been trying to learn Navajo.
Which languages do you know?
Spanish and English.
Spanish well?
See.
I don't know Spanish that well, so that passes me. You're fluent.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't. Hola.
that was good.
Yeah.
That was real Cancun spring break.
Well, I actually speak fluent Spanish according to Spotify because there's every episode is translated, overdubbed by AI in Spanish.
God.
Yeah, there's a very
Spanish robot.
I have a Spanish robot. I sound like incredibly intelligent and intellectual in Spanish. They make it
Friedman.
exactly. From everything you've done, all the people you've seen, do you think most people are good underneath it all?
Yeah.
So the ones that do all the extreme shit.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Most people think they're doing the best thing for the world. I don't think anyone, except for maybe a small fraction of sociopaths, wakes up every day and says, I'm going to fuck somebody's life up today. I think the far majority of people are fighting for what they think is right, and do want to see America succeed and want us to be in a happy place where no one is subjugated. I just think people have drastically different ideas of what means will get us there. And unfortunately, that's leading to a lot of misunderstandings between cultures. And yeah, I think that most people are good. I've been through some things that leads me to believe that a lot of people, though, are primarily motivated by self-interest. And that in a fight or flight situation, most people will choose flight. So I don't know if people are courageous as a whole, but I think generally good. But the energy to stand up for what's right, I'm not sure about that.
They have the capacity, though,
Yeah.
to do.
I think human beings are inherently selfish as well. But I don't think that selfish is inherently bad. I think humans are primarily motivated by self-interest, but generally have positive intentions.
I do hope more humans rise to the occasion and have courage. Courage in their convictions, courage to have integrity. But yeah, I think that most people are good, and they want to do good, and they have the capacity to do a lot of good. That's why I have hope for this whole thing we have going on. How do you heal the misunderstandings between people?
Listening. It's the only option we have. No forced education, no like forced meetings or mediations between political opponents. Just listen to more people and really listen. Try to get rid of whatever preconceived notions you might have about how you should feel about someone you are supposed to disagree with, and just keep your ears and your heart open to people that you don't know, and your life will change.
Keep your heart open.
A lot of people are scared to listen.
Well, Andrew, I'm a big fan, and thank you for being one of the best listeners in the world.
Amen.
And showing the full spectrum of humanity to us so we can listen as well and learn. And just thank you for doing everything you're doing.
Keep Amen. Thanks so much for having me on. You're a great man.
Thanks, brother.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew and Calvin. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hunter S. Thompson. The edge. There is no honest way to explain it, because the only people who really know where it is are the ones who have gone over it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. If I hate you, that's great, but if I have a story to support that hate, that's even better.
One of your favorite words, jihad?
That's my favorite hobby. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They will listen to the people who paid them to be there. When the military came in, people were walking to me like pointing their fingers, like, don't speak about this. Don't speak about the army. Huh? We love you now, but don't you do it like that. So I called John Stewart. I was like, I don't know what to do. And he said the most interesting thing. He said, if you're afraid of something, make fun of the fact that you're afraid of it. The following is conversation with Bassem Youssef, a legendary Egyptian-American comedian, the so-called Jon Stewart of the Middle East, who fearlessly satirized those in power, even when his job and life were on the line. Bassem is a beautiful human being. It was truly a pleasure for me to get to know him and to have this fun, fascinating, and challenging conversation. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bassem Youssef. Your wife is half Palestinian, and I've heard you say they've been trying to kill her, but she keeps using the kids as human shields. So, have you considered negotiating a ceasefire?
Well, the thing is, every day, every minute of the day in a married life is a negotiation. Everything can blow up into a full-scale war, starting from a simple sentence like, good morning, what should we do with the kids today? What should we do with that piece of furniture? Any sentence can lead you to heaven or to hell at the same time.
So you do negotiate with terrorists?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah. And for her, I'm the terrorist too, so it's equal.
Terrorists on both sides. On a more serious note, when you found out about the attacks on October 7th, what was in your mind?
If I'm allowed to use a curse word, I was like,
As many as possible.
I was like, oh shit. Part of be a suicide mission, and because it's a lose-lose situation. I can lose stuff in Hollywood. I remember my manager's like, listen, be careful. I mean, are you sure you want to do it? My managers was like, please don't do it. Please don't do it. And on the other side, if I don't perform well, whatever well means, I'm gonna be rejected by my own teammates. So it was a lose-lose situation because whatever I say, it will never be enough, and whatever I say will not be good enough. And I was going into there, and I felt that I was going into a trance for the 33 minutes that I was on that interview for the first time.
You blacked out.
I blacked out. I blacked out, and a lot of people ask me, "Is the earpiece was that a bit when the earpiece kept falling?" It's like, no, it was really falling off, and it disconnected, and I had to save it because I cannot see them. All I can hear, I can just hear them, and I could expecting at any time. Okay, guys, and thank you. That's it. I was fighting for every second to say words to put stuff in there.
Yeah, for people who don't know, this is your conversation interview with Piers Morgan, and you couldn't see.
I couldn't see. I just like listen to the camera, and I feel
It
just
was
like
like
this.
that's a real dream or not.
Yeah, hello, Watson. Like, hello, Watson. Hi.
And it could end at any moment. Your career and everything.
Everything. Yeah, yeah.
So what was the drive that got you to actually do it, to overcome that fear?
Multiple things. First of all, I don't want to say it's just my wife's family because my wife's family has always been there, but this time was different. The bombing, the attack, they they usually one of those people that they're aware of everything. When whatever happened in Gaza, they are always in safe places. But this time, it seems that there was no place safe, and already we heard about like 2 or 3 of the cousins and the uncles already lost their homes. So this was too much. So I wanted to say something to those people because I know that I made one of the jokes that I made. It was like, oh, it's Hassan, her cousin. He's a loser. He's a dust. He's a dust. And he every time a hospital was bombed, we're worried about him. So I wanted to say that because I felt that this is a family that I have never seen in my life. I've never. She actually hardly saw an uncle or two because they cannot be. But I said like I need to speak. At least I do something for those extended family that I have never known. But also because when when Piers Morgan team called me a couple of times, said okay, let's see what's going on with the show, and I just watched the stuff and the lies and the one-sided reporting that made my blood boil. And then I thought like, what am I afraid of? I'm afraid of if I say something I can lose my career. It's like wait a minute. But that was the reason why I left Egypt. I said, wait, I left Egypt. I came to the United States. I came to the land of the free where I can say anything I want. And yet I have limitation on what to say. I mean, I thought we left that shit behind. I mean, what's happening? And I understand. I understand the connection of like how sensitive it is when you speak about Israel and all of the ready-made accusations. But as an Arab, as a Muslim, I don't react the same when you talk about Saudi Arabia or Iran or Egypt or any of them. It's like, hey, you want to diss some of these countries? I'll do that with you because I have strong opinions about what happened and I've already been expressing them. But when that's why when I speak, and there's a lot of Jewish people who come to my show and they understand that they understand the separation. But that kind of a grouping of blackmailing people and saying and not saying what they have in their mind is that kind of like one of the things that kind of like push me to go on the show.
The thing that was bothering you was it what was being said or how it was being said?
Both. Because there are lies, which is usually in the media, but there was the total disregard of humanity. You talk a lot about in your show about human suffering, and I felt that here the human suffering was not equal. I felt that's why I came up with this like, what's the exchange rate today? What's the exchange rate today? There's of course it's terrible to see anybody die, but I feel that like isn't our life not worth it?
Yeah, you had a chart when it came to crypto.
Yeah.
From an you analyze it from an investing perspective, of course, in the document.
ROI.
And you were saying that a certain year was a good year.
Yeah, 2014.
2014 was a good year. I think that's
And also to refer to the family member that you called a loser. You were saying that you called him, had a conversation with him, and he keeps saying that he's not using anybody for human shields, and you called him a loser. What do you can't even give your job.
Liar! He lied to us because I have to be. But this is what the one thing is like. It's also one of the things like how it was said. It was stuff that I had been hearing. I don't know what turned on in my head, but it's stuff that I've been hearing all my life in the media. Israel wants civilians before bombing them, and that's okay. That's not okay. Israel is trying to minimize the civilians but killing them anyway, and that's okay. But that's not okay. So it is kind of like the indoctrination that we've been hearing as if it is okay, and then suddenly it's not.
Yeah, there's a kind of several layers of bullshit, almost sometimes hiding the obvious horror of the situation with kind of politeness and all this kind of stuff. Just the basic values of humanity. That said, it's a difficult situation. What would you do if you were Israel? BB called you. Awesome. Big fan of your comedy. First of all, would you hang up right away? Would you come on?
No, I definitely hear him up. That's what he's like. Wait a minute, that's material. That's material, man. It's like so. Netanyahu called me. I was sitting with my family. He's like, my phone is like, oh, Netanyahu.
Yeah, it just shows up that way. I mean, what would you do? What would you do in this situation?
To answer this question, we need to understand how Israel thinks. There is an incredible speech given by Gidon Levy, the famous Israeli reporter Haaretz, and he describes a situation where he was in the West Bank and there was a checkpoint. And in that checkpoint, there was an ambulance with a Palestinian patient, and it was there sitting for an hour and a half, not moving. Then he went to talk to the soldiers, like, guys, why are you not letting him go? It's like, oh, let him go. So and then he told them, imagine if he was your father. And the soldier stood up. It's like, what? These are pigs. These are not humans. So when you tell me what would you do if Israel would do, it really needs to, we need to ask, how does Israel look at the Palestinians and view the Palestinians? Because they do look at them as the human. And there is an incredible talk by Nicole Meyer. He was a Holocaust survivor. And he said, I learned in Auschwitz when I was there in the concentration camp that in order for a dominant group of people to dehumanize another group, they need first to dehumanize themselves. And Israel looks at Palestinians as lesser people, as lesser beings, as some people who are dispensable. And the way that they treat them is that they don't really care about, like, that's why that they exchange rapier. So for me, if I am Israel, it will be like, what would you do if you're the United States in the time of the Native Americans? They were killing people with the millions. When you dehumanize a group of people, you really don't care. So if I was Israel, I would do exactly what Israel is doing right now because there's no one is holding me accountable. There's no one stopping me. And I can get whatever I want throughout my history through violence.
I think a lot of the things you just said are a tiny bit slightly exaggerated. So let me try. Let's try. So not everybody in Israel. So let's look at several groups. So people in government, IDF soldiers, and citizens that are neither of those. And not everybody of any of those sees Palestinians as less than human. Just some percentage. So what percentage is that in your sense?
It's the people who have the power.
So it's mostly the focus of your commentary. When you say people in Israel, you really mean the people in power.
People have the power, but as much as, like, of course I mean the people in power, because when I speak about even when I speak about America, I speak about people in power. When I speak about Egypt, I speak about people in power, because like in constantly talk about the 100 million people in Egypt or the 11 million people in Israel. Of course, that there are people who go in and they demonstrate against Netanyahu and they want to the government. But we have to admit that the Israeli society, as a whole, has moved a wide bit to the right and has been like many extremes. And you know what happens when you go to the right or go to the most extreme, the other person goes to the most extreme. And extremism breeds extremism. So thank you for the clarification, but like I really meant with the people in power. When people criticize the United States for going in Iraq, of course I'm not criticizing cities.
You made another point, which is an interesting point, and it's very difficult to see in the heart of people. But I wonder if you look
look at a person that looks different, how much hate is there? It depends on what is the living situation of each person. So in the Berlin Film Festival, just like a couple of weeks ago, there was an Israeli and a Palestinian receiving an award together. And the Israeli director said, "We're gonna go back to Israel. He's gonna go to the West Bank. He will have no rights, and I will have full living rights." These people managed to work together and be friends, and they have empathy to each other. Now, the average Palestinian, it's a very difficult question, because is it the Palestinian in the diaspora, or the Palestinian in Gaza, or the diaspora in the West Bank, or the one in the citizen as a citizen of Israel, who still have less right than a normal citizen of Israel and a Jew? And it really depends. If I am, there are people in Arabs in Israel who are having a great life, and there are people Arabs who are having a miserable life. But definitely people that living in Gaza or in the West Bank is kind of like on the lower tier of the living conditions. Now let's talk about the hate. What does that Palestinian see in the Israeli? The Palestinians see oppression, intimidation of women, intimidation of children. They had, and then when there's something happens, you see the full force coming in, destroying their home, taking away members of his family. There would be absolutely no reason for him to like that. The Israeli, because he doesn't have the power, but he lives under his government. All he sees is the rockets or whatever, but like he sees the reaction, and he doesn't see what happened to those. And as humans, we are selfish. We see what really affects us as humans. And I cannot even imagine what it would be like to live as a Palestinian. I'm not going to talk about Gaza, because everybody talks about Gaza. But let me give you an example. And I'm not going to talk about the 12,000 kids killed in Gaza. Let's talk about just like the 4 weeks in the West Bank. March 4th, Amr Najjar, age 10, sitting next to his father, shot while he's sitting in a car next to his father by the IDF soldier. Mohammed Ziad, 13 years old, March 3rd, shot in front of a UN school while he's sitting with his friends. Mohammed Ghanem, age 15, March 2nd, he shot while standing in front of his storefront during a night raid. February 23rd, Saeed Jardal, he was killed from fire. February 22nd, Fadi Suleiman, killed while standing in front of the top of a Red Cross building. Nihil Ziad, February 14th, Valentine's Day, killed, shot in the head while leaving school. February 11th, Mohammed Khattour, U.S. citizens, killed while being in a parked car. And Mu'ad Shams, February 9th, killed right in front of his home because a military car came reversing back to him, and then somebody opened the door, shot him, and left. This is a daily life of people in the West Bank.
What is the justification of the idea for why?
Terrorism.
Terrorism.
Or I don't know. I mean, you cannot really say like human shields, but they would say like they were throwing rocks. There was a guy who went on Chris Rock, and he said like his son, a U.S. citizen, was killed, and they were throwing rocks, so we killed him. Even when they were throwing rocks, we killed him. But the thing is, you see, this is how easy for them to get rid of Palestinians. I mean, I love, like, I had to say I prefer the Muslim for the podcast because you are in tech. So, and I am ignorant in tech. There is a movie called The Lab. It is directed by an Israeli director called Yutam Feldman, and he talks about how the military industry in Israel is very advanced. And what is really mind-boggling is in that movie he shows how the military tests its weapons in the field in urban areas of Palestine. It is heartbreaking. As a doctor, there's 5 stages of trials. There is discovery, preclinical, clinical, and then market, and then post-market evaluation. And the FDA approval, and then the FDA post-market. Why? Just to take a pill. And you go in, and he interviews people and says like, where did you test this? And they tested in the field. So when you just like, when human life is so cheap and it is so indispensable, it made me it gave me a visceral reaction, because we as humans, this has been actually the humanity have lived and survived and thrived by actually killing each other. But there was kind of like we are removed. People in Greece didn't know what the Alexander the Great was doing. He was killing a Pelagian, and we called him the Great because but he was killing. He was conquering. He was invading. Julius Caesar, all of the Greeks, he would do, but killing was different. Killing had to have some sort. You had to be with your enemy. Then you go back, catapults, then cannons, then a little bit back, and then you're kind of like starting to promote. Now you're killing people behind the screen with a button, the push of a button. You know, a lot of people say terrorism. They killed you with a knife. Killed one person with a knife. Shot you. That's terrorism. But if you fly a $64 million F-16 and you drop off an A-84 bomb that costs $16,000, that's not terrorism because it's remote. You're behind the screen. So what happened? What Israel is doing? It is removing selfishness, like America do. Drones. Can, and then when you push someone to be in, to, they always brag about warming them to the Stone Ages. What happens when the screens and all of the obstacles that you have been put between you and those people that you have treated in this way, when this is a breach and you come face to face, you will come face to face with what you have created.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things you just said. So one is the methodology of killing. If you want to look at some horrific, large-scale killing, people often talk about the Holocaust. That's visceral. You can look at Holodomor by Stalin, or the murders through starvation
by Churchill in India.
Churchill in India,
The great forward.
by Mao.
Yeah.
So starvation is a thing we don't often think of it as murder because it's quiet, it's slow, and the interesting thing about starvation is that the people don't complain as they're dying because they're exhausted. That's one. And the other is the value of human life. It does seem that every culture has a unequal valuation of human life. So those two things combined create a complicated um, military landscape of the world.
Yes, but the thing is that how we look at technology as the savior, and we talk about how AI disrupt. And now, if you go, we talk about like going to the West Bank. The people in the West Bank walk and they don't see humans. They see people shouting at the towers or behind the screens or doing, and they have like biometrics that is developed by Basil system, like it's done by HP or Google and Amazon, who are like part of Project Nimbus, and you see Indivision developing all of this like metric and surveillance and all of that stuff. And then you have like something like the gospel that like people have actually said that like the gospel can actually create a target list using AI and give you a green, yellow, or a red. So go ahead. And now AI is not just disrupting the market; it's disrupting our humanity. And it is we became so comfortable killing people from afar, killing people with a push of the button. And now it is like it's like dating apps. You know, when you swipe left and right, and like oh right, it becomes so like cheap. It's not like meeting someone. It's like it's like lots of fish in the sea. Same with the eye. Boom, 500 people killed. Boom, you killed. So easy, so easy. It's so easy, and then it's so far removed from you. So when you put these people in this condition, you have literally put them in a different universe than yours. You are behind in your air-conditioned screens, like pushing them, blowing up a university. It's amazing. But then you meet the, what you have done. That you meet the Frankenstein that you have created. And then people are like, oh, look at it.
You just gave me this image of a dating app from hell, where leaders are just sitting there and kind of swiping left, right.
Invade,
Yeah, right.
destroy.
Boring,
Like puppet government.
Yeah, and then turn off the phone, go to sleep. So I traveled to the West Bank, and I mentioned to you offline that I really loved the people there. Just, I've met a bunch of people like that in Eastern Europe, where I grew up. Um, yeah, like the flamboyant, the big personalities, all of that. I also met a person who's in charge of a refugee camp who was shot from an IDF soldier, and I'm not sure if the words he said are important as the consequences of the thing that you mentioned, which is the deep hate in his eyes. That was didn't feel repairable at all. It was pain. It was like a foundation of pain, and on top of that, a hatred. And it was like, wow, this is what you kill one person. This is what you create.
Because we have kind of like a front row seat to what's happening. We think we're in it, but we can't really grasp it. I mean, people say, oh, we're just going to go in, get Hamas out, and we're going to get them back in. And also when the people get back in, how do you think they would look at you? What have you created? What have you done? My show in Egypt is all about propaganda. It's all about the use of words. Words are very important. The decapitated babies were not chosen randomly. Because you see, it plants a certain image in your brain. Imagine if we go in, what a baby can do. It can smile, cry, and poop. That's it. It's absolutely no threat. So when you tell people, 40 decapitated babies, you are so animalistic. Did you see the babies? Women, rape. Oh, you can never do that. And they would go through that. And they would, what was very frustrating about the conversation is the gish galloping. And gish galloping. So you see the distractions. You see what happens? Like, what's the proportional response? Can Israel defend itself? You condemn Hamas. Does Israel has the right to exist? Decapitated babies, raped women. Why don't the Arab countries take them? Why don't the Muslims kill Muslims? Look what happened in Yemen, in Syria, in Iraq. Like, see how they kind of distract you. They throw little things at you. So you don't know what to do. Oh, the UNRWA, the UN, anti-Semitic, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th. And then suddenly you are distracted and put into discussing all of these little things. And you're not discussing what's happening right now. It is basically stalling, giving them time to do what they do.
So there's some degree to the propaganda that there's beheaded babies and all this kind of stuff that is so over the top that it shuts down actual conversation about actual wrongs, war crimes on both sides. So it's overstating it to where everyone on social media and everywhere in the press and everywhere is arguing, almost become desensitized to actual horrors of death, which are more mundane. They're not so dramatic as beheaded babies.
Because people, a baby is shot up and decapitated babies. They have like a knife made in those women's teeth and trying to get them back. Decapitated. Like, you could just like, he's dead. No, you go in, this is the hate. And you know, that's why
you have made me laugh at the darkest shit. You're such a beautiful person. Your dark humor is just wonderful.
But you see, this happened to Jews before. Remember the blood libel? Where did the blood libel come from? It comes from these rumors that Jews suck babies' blood. This is what they did to them.
What's in the cup?
Exactly. That's a very delicious baby. That
Delicious baby blood.
But this is what you do. You tell people something, and it happened with the Native Americans when they were here. When they went in and they wiped a whole tribe. So and Jewish people, one of them, like the minorities that were persecuted and had this used against them for a very long time, and it is terrible and it's terrifying that's been used again.
So I just been very lengthy debate on Israel and Palestine. And the really painful thing from that was to historians, it was deep, it was thorough, it was fascinating. But in constantly asking about sources of hope or solutions, there was none. There was a sense of, like, a really dark sense of it's hopeless on both sides. It's hopeless. So I look to you for for a source of for a source of hope. Do you have is there any hope here? Solutions, short term, long term.
Obama has kind of summarized this beautifully in his visit. He said the reason why the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is so chronic is one side had so much power and the other side have absolutely no power. And that's what Obama said. He said, like, you have Israel that basically don't listen to us because they are supported by people who are bigger than the president, bigger than the institution. They know that they can. I mean, like like Netanyahu, who's caught on tape many times saying, like, he's basically like belittling Americans. Like, we control 80% there's nothing really that compels Israel to give up anything. Because at the end of the day, what is compromise? Compromise is like I give something, you give something. Israel's not giving anything. And they project that on you. So, for example, how many times have we heard like, oh, Palestinians were given like 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 chances and they said no to them. And yet, when you read the history, that's not the case at all. Like, for example, in 2000, the whole idea about like Arafat walked away from Oslo, that didn't happen. And there is an incredible video by, what's his name, George Scarborough with Misha. And they were hosting her father, Brzezinski. He was the national security advisor. And Joe Scarborough said, like, well, like Arafat left the Oslo Accord and the Palestinians left. And then Brzezinski said, like, this is like embarrassingly shallow. He said, listen, what happened was there was a lot of catches on the Oslo Accord. It was very unfair for the Palestinians. So Arafat said, like, I agree, but I need to take it to the Arab capitals. And they went to Sharm el Sheikh. He came to Egypt, and he Barak went to there, and then he had Barak left because there was election, and he lost the Ariel Sharon came, and it was destroyed. This is one of the reason why people. It's kind of like facts don't matter as much as what is the narrative that is being controlled.
But what were the biggest barriers to peace there? Do you think it's fundamentally leaders don't want a two-state solution, or was there nuanced small differences that, if solved, could have led to two-state solution?
I mean, maybe there was a certain point when the Israeli leaders were more open to compromise. But I can't say that because each time Israel gives back land, it has to be after some use of force. The 1973 war, the Intifada, the first and second, the casualties in Gaza, they never give up land willingly and because of peace. Because if I have that much military, I can do whatever I want. Why would I give up anything? I have that much power. Why would America or China give everything? They're so powerful, and especially if they have this kind of open fist in the United States. So it is really about what can push Israel to give up something, because you are so much stronger than me. What could compel you to give up something? And this is why the whole thing about like trying to equalize Palestinians and the Israeli state and government, it doesn't make any sense.
So what is the source of hope? Jon Stewart, who will talk about it from many angles, somebody you admire, a friend, he proposed a two-state solution. Look look to the comedians for hope.
Yes, well, everybody's talking about the two-state solution, but Israel has said many times on Netanyahu and Menachem that there's going to be no state solution. In the past, is like even Naftali Bennett, he came in on on Hard Talk. It's like, yeah, maybe in the past we wanted two-state solutions, but like, look, every time we give them land, they kill us. So no state solution, and they're openly saying
that's perhaps rhetoric.
the rhetoric that is supported by action. Because look at what they're doing in the West Bank, as you said. They are cutting it, illegal settlement, piecemealing it. So if you have an intention at all to give them anything, why would you keep doing this?
And you've called it a bunch of little Gazas.
Yeah,
it's a nice little picture of what was happening.
Piecemealing it, because what happened in the past 4 months, the Palestinians have been microdosing on it for a very long time, little by little by little, and we would shout every time when it gets too much, then we shut down, and then little by little. But this time it was hard. It was hard to see the blatant oppression and the words that maybe the Hamas Minister of Health are giving us the bad numbers. Maybe it's just human shield. And I laugh. There's 13,000 babies killed. Does that mean that there are 13,000 military targets hiding in the diapers? Because it is so. It doesn't make any sense to kill that many babies. It's like, oh, oops, just out of our head.
It's hard to know what to do with those numbers. I mean, it's just one baby is enough.
But you know what happens? When you hear so many numbers become numbers. And you become so desensitized. And this is why there's a difference between saying 30,000 Palestinian kids status, like Mila Cohen, an Israeli lady, 10 months old. She was killed in her crib. And this is what we hear from CNN. We never hear a story about the Palestinian kid. That's why, thank you for giving me the space for saying the news of the Palestinian children that were killed just for 4 weeks. So, like, it's because humans needs context. They need depth. They need like a 3D look at what they can look at. But if you just tell numbers, no, they don't mean anything.
Is there some degree to where both leaderships, Hamas, PA, Palestinian Authority, Israel, all want war, like perpetual war, to remain in power?
There is that's an interesting question. But I mean, let's admit something. The Arab regime in the area have actually used the problem of Palestine in order to stay in power, in order to be getting excuses like have this enemy. And Israel, the Israeli government has used that too, and maybe the Palestinians. But, but my problem with when going into discussions is that the two sides are not equal. They're not equal in power. They're not equal in influence, and they're not equal in international support, especially by the United States. So Palestinians can the people who have made changes in history were the people with power, the people who have the ability to change things. And the Palestinians cannot really change it. What can they change?
Well, is that true though?
Okay.
With how much support the Palestinian people have. So, just like you said, there's a lot of Arab states that will voice their pro-Palestinian position in order to distract from the own corruption and abuses of power in their own countries. But I don't think if you look globally, there's a complete asymmetry of power and public opinion here. Maybe in the press in the West, but if you look globally,
But do they have the same kind of weapons that the Israeli have?
literally power, no, there's a major asymmetry of literal power.
Some money to their leaders? Does that make any difference? I mean, and also when you say Palestinian Authority, which authority are you talking about? Hamas or the Palestinian Authority who has been kind of a domesticated, kind of like a puppy for the Palestinians, who basically have been an informant for on their own people. And this is the thing also that kind of like really pissed me off when I was hearing the thing about like Hamas. Like we have Netanyahu on tape confessing that he supported Hamas, giving money in order to cause factions in within the Palestinians. So it's just like it does. You just told me this. You just told me this. You just told me they didn't have support Hamas. Like Hamas. Like what?
I mean, to which degree does Netanyahu represent the Israeli people? Is a real question.
To which point does Trump or Biden represent everybody?
And to which degree does Hamas represent the Palestinian people?
Does not only these represent it, but who have the power in order to make the decisions? It really comes down to that.
Well, who does have the power? You're giving a lot of power to Israel.
Yeah.
But the Arab League.
What should Hamas do? What do you think should Hamas do?
Continue doing what a charter says, which is trying to destroy Israel. And the role of the Palestinian people is to overthrow Hamas and get a more moderate leadership, probably. And the role of the Israeli people is to vote out this right-wing government and elect a more moderate leader so that there's a chance at peace with two moderate leaders.
So before Hamas even got to control 2006, as there was Ariel Sharon in 2000, and we all know what happened. And Ariel Sharon kind of like came up with this amazing policy of like breaking people's kids' bones in the Intifada. So Ehud Barak, he was also like, I mean, which one is modern? My thing is, Hamas is a product of what happened. I mean, we can, if there was no apartheid in South Africa, there would be no NFC. There would be no Nelson Mandela. If there was no Nazis in Paris, there would be no French resistance. And I'm not saying that, and again, I don't want to be put in a position to defend Hamas or anybody because we know what that entails, but those are like Hamas again, not defending them. They went into October 6th. What was their why did they do that? Like release our hostages, the people in prison, because if you talk about people who are kidnapped, Israel kidnaps people every single Hundreds of them were women and children. Why are those people in prison? There's 1 in 4 kids that are imprisoned that stay in solitary confinement, which is by international law a form of torture. And you're putting kids through that.
Is it possible? So first of all, ceasefire, yes, and longer term, is it possible for Arab states and the United States to get together and, with power, through diplomacy, enforce a solution?
It's a very, very ideal solution, but I know that Arab states don't really have the power. All of the powers are in the hands of America.
They have the power. See, I think they have the power. I don't.
Maybe they don't want to use
it. They don't want. Well, that's
maybe
because there's a benefit. Like the dark sense I have is that a lot of people win from the suffering the Palestinians are going through because they can point to that and distract from
definitely
corruption in their own states. And then obviously Iran can benefit also from the same kind of dynamic, distracting from the authoritarian nature of their regime.
Definitely, but what is the core of the problem? Is it the Arab states using the suffering, or the suffering itself? And the suffering comes from people being displaced, their homes were taken away. There are 7 million Palestinians in diaspora. 7 million. 7 million went out there and now they're living in Canada and America. They had homes there. They cannot go back to. 1.7 million people of the people in Gaza don't belong in Gaza. They were pushed from other places. The piecemeal thing of people are being, in Germany. I'm gonna shift gear a little bit. It's gonna be a little more fun. There is a book that I bought the rights to, and I want to turn it into a movie. And I optioned the right for 2 months for 2 years in March of last year, before October 7th. After October 7th, I bought the permanent right. That book is called The Muslim and the Jew, and it is written by an author called Roman Steinke. I read an article about this book in 2016, and I chased that book for rights for 7 years. I didn't have that much money, but I wanted that book. And that book was translated into English called Anna and Dr. Henry. And that book tells the incredible story under Nazi Germany, where Arabs went in droves to Berlin in the 1920s after the First World War in the Weimar Republic, and they became doctors and engineers and journalists. Because for 2 reasons. Number one, it was dirt cheap, very cheap, because of the inflation. And two, a lot of the Arab nationalists didn't want to send their kids to England or France because they were the occupiers. And Dr. Henry was the hero of that. He's an Egyptian doctor. And that's why I personally kind of connected with him. And he went to school, medical school, didn't find a place to live, so he lived in the Jewish ghetto, like many Arabs. He didn't find a school to work at, a hospital to work at, so he worked in a Jewish hospital. So there was a lot of Arabs who lived with the ghetto, and actually the first director of the Berlin Mosque was a Jewish convert who converted to Islam, and he was a gay actor.
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. I've never witnessed anything so athletic. This is like all of the Olympics wrapped into one. This is just fucking phenomenal. Look at this. I've never seen anything so athletic. Oh, oh my god. Just strength and power.
They made him the head of his department. So now he was surrounded by Nazi doctors. They didn't touch him because he was an Arab. It was kind of like a thing between Germany and the Arabs because they wanted to appease to him in order to have kind of a grassroots base in the Arab world where he wanted to go next. And this is why 1934, 1935, the racial laws of Nuremberg, they had a name change. First they were called anti-Semitic, then they changed it to anti-Jewish. It was also Arabs were Semitic. So they wanted to appease the Arabs. Now, what happened to Dr. Henry when that happened to him? He would go back to the ghetto, and he would see the apartments next to him, the Jewish apartments, become more and more and more flooded with
what happened
So
here?
they were moving Jews and pushing them and putting them together, pushing them to the side, and each apartment, instead of one family, would have 3, 4, 6, 7 families. And he was there, and he looked, he was there. This is where the people he grew up with, he lived with, and now he's seen that kind of discrimination just because he's an Arab. And then he started to kind of like atone for it, like because he felt responsible because he wasn't treated the same way, and he started to go and treat Jewish people in their homes because they couldn't go to hospitals. And then one family gave him his daughter. Like, this is Anna, save her. He took her, pretended that she's his niece, put a hijab around her, taught her Arabic, called her Nadia, my daughter's name, by the way. And they and he hid her in plain sight for 7 years in front of the Nazis as his niece. It's an incredible story. And then not just that, he went to prison, and then he went out and he formed with the Arab people that was in prison with him a network that saved 300 Jews. See that kind of story? This is the Jews that were living in the Arab world. I'm not saying that the Jews living in the Arab world was living like an incredible life. As a kind of a minority, they did not have like the full power or the full, advantage of the food. That's normal. But we had this kind of a relationship before Israel was erected in 1948. And then, of course, everybody looked at Jews in terms of calling them, of course, the nationalistic regimes used that. And this is why what Biden said was very dangerous. When he said, if there's no Israel, no Jew in the world will feel safe. You are the leader of the free world as a president of the United States. Do you mean that you're telling me that the Jews in your country, in the United States of America, are not safe? That is wrong on two levels. Number one, America historically and right now is more safe to Jews in America in the world than more than anybody. They are safer than the Jews in Israel. They've never had pogroms or the Holocaust like Europe. They live near Abu Ghraib. Perfect, can't talk any better. Second of all, if you're the president and you're telling that a group of people will not feel safe unless there's a limited one, you are already feeding into our fifth column. Like, you're Russian. You come from there. And there is a group of laws in the Russian constitution that says that Russia will protect its citizens everywhere in the world. What happens if the president says, like, oh, you're Russians, you're protecting your own country, don't belong here? This is terrible.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually an indirect threat.
Like, yes.
Even saying Muslims cannot feel safe in America or something like this. That means like that's a threat.
What would a Jewish person in Beverly Hills or in Brooklyn feel if he hears that? You are already telling people you need to be known for Israel. I mean, Israel is a foreign country. I am sorry, but Israel is a foreign country. Israel is a client country that we sponsor, and should actually be responsible and held accountable for what they do.
You mentioned 1948, the Nakba, but before that, 41, 39, 41 to 45, the Holocaust. What do you do? What do you do with the Holocaust? I mean, how do you incorporate into the calculus of what's of morality that leads up to the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from the land? How do you work that out?
It is terrible, but what the systemic annihilation of Jewish people under the Nazis, that is like a carefully engineered, thought plan. It is terrible. It was like kind of like the human ingenuity put into like something that is very evil. But also, it is not just that happened. We need to remember that Otto Frank, the father of Anna Frank, had his refugee visa rejected by the United States. There's a lot of people that were rejected by the United States, rejected by other European countries, and then they were pushed into Palestine. So you have to put yourself into it, like, and that the Arabs said, okay, we're sitting here, okay, come, and then all right, you don't have a home or a country anymore. That kills you. I mean, you see, if I'm not an Arab, and you give me that kind of piece of like terrible human tragedy, like, oh my god, that is terrible. But then I'm an Arab that, look, I'm so sorry, but what do I have to do with that? Why is that my fault? The persecution of the Jewish people have started since the 8th and 9th century because they were first anti-Christians, they were like criminally immigrants. They were like conspirators. This is the anti, like people kind of like as if Europe kind of like throw anti-Semitism around. You understand that like Henry Ford is one of the biggest anti. He was the inspiration for Adolf Hitler. This is how anti-Semitic Henry Ford was, and you kind of like gloss over that, and then suddenly we as Arabs have to pay the price.
Several questions I'm going to ask there. So, for one, just zooming out, why do you think hatred of Jews has been such a viral kind of idea throughout human history?
Oh, it's very easy. It all started from Christ. Christ, they killed Christ, they killed Christ. They're the killer of Christ.
That's a very sexist.
And that was so, yeah, and that stayed for years. That stayed for centuries. I'm sorry, centuries. They're the killer of Christ. And then the Catholic Church is not allowed usury, but they would work in usury, so they become rich. Now the people that we hate, that we accuse them of being Christ, are becoming rich. So that's envy now, and that's hatred. I mean, when you talk about ghettos, ghettos was not just as secluded parts in cities. Sometimes those ghettos were outside the cities. Jews were not even allowed to work a lot of professions. They were not allowed to get into the syndicates of certain professions. So they had to go work usually, and they got rich. So people hated them more. The first, the first crusade didn't kill a single Muslim. All they killed were Jews. And when they finally arrived to Jerusalem, all they killed were Jews. They almost annihilated the Jews. So it was all this, and of course you have the Dark Ages. Who do you need as an enemy? The Jews, right? They're the killer of Christ. There's nothing bigger than this. And then you fast forward. I mean, one of the things that I found that was very, 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 very crazy when Henry Ford imported the protocols of the elders of Zion. By the way, the Arab word protocols of the elders of Zion is so funny. And, for the obvious reasons. And for the people who don't know, it's kind of like a fun story that basically it's like the Jews say, like, we're going to control the world, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and whatever. People don't know that that is a word of plagiarism. It was plagiarized from a satirical play called Conversation in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. And it is just, and it is kind of like based on one chapter or one scene or something. It's crazy.
But it's crazy how sticky it is. Like,
yes,
it's weird.
yes. Because if I hate you, that's great. But if I have a story to support that hate, that's even better.
But it's like one of the best stories, one of the stickiest stories about hate. It's probably the most effective. Because like a lot of peoples hate other groups of peoples, but that's just like the sexiest story of all.
Because humans need to concentrate their hate, their insecurities, and their shortcomings into one thing that they can practice that hate around. If it's a person, great. If it's a group, even better.
How do you, into this calculus, incorporate that group is pretty small? There's 16 million Jews worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned how is that the responsibility of the Arab peoples? Everybody should be to blame for not taking in Jews after the Holocaust. But the reality of the situation, if you look at the religious slice of this, there's 16, let's say, million Jews. And there's, I don't know how many Muslims, but 1.8 billion.
Yeah.
How do you, that difference, that 100x difference, do you incorporate that into the sense that Jews in Israel might feel for the existential threat that this small group might be destroyed?
Jews in Israel have every right to feel afraid because of everything that they see and everything they've been told. Everything. But I would say that the calculus or the numbers doesn't like, of course, like being really small, it is of course a factor, but it is never an excuse in order to hate something. saying like, hey, you have 300 million Americans, and we have 52 or 52 states. If you want to say 200 million, there's too many of them. There's too many of you. Just give them something. You know, it's like the fact that I have something and you don't, and there's too many of me and there's little of you. And then you come in and it's not really Israel against the Arab world or Lebanese world because we have to say we fucked up big time. But it is the Palestinians that are in and they are being subjected to that. So it's not really like the 1.8 billion in the system. And the 1.8 billion, if you look at them, some of them like don't care. Some of them live into regimes that are being oppressed, and those regimes are supported by the United States in order. It's easier for me as an empire to take what I want from this country if I control the dictator. And I tell them that his power is linked to my ability to my desire to keep him in power. So that's why you have a total disconnect between people in power in the Arab and the Muslim countries and the people themselves.
Can you speak to 1948? You know, because you mentioned taking land that's not yours. Maybe parallels with Native Americans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was a war. The Jewish minority fought that war against several Arab states and won that war. How do we incorporate that into the calculus?
Yeah, well, that's also a misconception, like a misinterpretation of the event, because it seems that it was like the small, it's kind of like a David and Goliath kind of story. But and I was always like, how did we not do that? But in reality, these numbers, I can't pull it up right now, but if you look at the numbers, the number of tanks, the planes, the trained officers, because many of those Jewish fighters came from World War II. They were seasoned fighters, and they actually had more planes, more tanks, more artillery, more pieces of weapons, more of all of that combined. Because the people that really like fought was Egypt, and yeah, so 1948, many of those Arab countries didn't even have their independence, so they would kind of like send like a cavalry or like a people in horses. But in fact, the whole idea is like we won against 7 nations. The numbers were totally in Israel's favor. They were better equipped, they were better trained, they had like more tanks and artillery and airplanes, and they planned better. So yes, they deserve the win because they planned and they did it.
So to you, there was an asymmetry of military powers.
Yeah.
But what do you do with the fact that the war was won? So, like, if you look at the history of the world, there is wars fought over land.
I agree with you. This has been the history of humanity. Humanity was not living peacefully. It's all about like people taking people, eradicating people, taking it to their land. But there's two differences here. Mostly, usually, the conquering power, like for example India, they had India, and they conquered India, and after the occupation finished, they go back to India. France, Greece, Persia, Egypt, they will like go and expand and expand and shrink. So it always goes there. What is different here is exactly what happened in Australia and the United States. A group of people came in, not just to conquer and take the land, but to completely change that, to replace them and get them out or kill them. It was very easy with the Indians because they had smallpox, they were doing social media, they did it over 400 years, they had time. The problem is what is happening right now. I agree with you, it might not be that new, but we are there and we're watching it happen.
And so now we have to confront the realities of war and empire and conquering.
Yes, because you know what's the problem? We told ourselves we can be better. After 1948, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It means that we are going to be better humans. We're not going to kill and take land. We're not going to displace people. We're not going to take people for what they are. There's now laws. There's international laws. There's international court of justice. And now Israel is giving the middle finger to all.
So isn't it some fundamental way this whole thing that we're talking about is us as a civilization on social media, in articles and books, in newspapers, we're just trying to figure out who are we as a people.
I think that the shock came from the fact that we thought that we as humanity have evolved, and now we are we have a window. We have a window to the world. 1945, people didn't know what was happening in Japan. Well, we heard about the invasion. Well, our forces came in and they lost. Blah, blah, blah. We don't know. We heard it. Maybe we saw pictures up and there, and it's quite edited. But now we see it. We're into it, and it is so much for our psyche, and we can't get it. And the Arabs say like, guys, you told us. We came to the West because we were told that we were equal. The Universal Declaration of Rights. One of the co-authors, his name is Stefan Hassan. He's a Jew. He is a survivor of the Holocaust. And you know what happened to him? He died, by the way, a couple of years ago. But before he died, he was canceled by so many people, and he was called anti-Semitic because he joined the BDS movement and spoke about Palestine. That is the author of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that we value so much, and we think that that would define our humanity. But then we go in, and we are shocked. But maybe we were sold something. Maybe that was false advertising.
He shared a tweet by an account called Awesome Jew. It reads, Islamo-Nazi, a comedian, Bassem Youssef, comedian in quotes, by the way.
Yeah, of course, because I'm not funny.
So Islamo-Nazi comedian Bassem Youssef is now denying Dr. I love that you retweeted this like twice.
Yeah.
I guess suppose because it's advertising some upcoming dates. He's now denying October 7th massacre. The Muslim radical Bassem Youssef is notorious for his radical said twice, for his radical hatred of Jews in Israel. In a recent clip, he claims that the atrocities committed on October 7th were fabricated. We're looking for all information regarding any of his upcoming shows, as well as the venues which host the scumbag where Jews feel safe around this Nazi. Nazi.
Yeah.
This is my first time interviewing a Nazi.
No, it's the first time I actually get called a Nazi.
First time.
I have been called so many things in Egypt. So, in Egypt, I was called a CIA operative of Mossad, spy, secret Muslim Brotherhood, a secret Jew. There was also an article that was published about me in the Sikra media saying in details how Bassem has been recruited by CIA agents using Jon Stewart in order to use Qatar to bring down the country. I was a Freemason, an infidel, a member of the Knights of the Temple, something like that. And there's actually people, the Muslim Brotherhood, on their show, they would say like, he is actually an Israeli, and they have forged an Egyptian ID for him to come. So it's kind of like when I guess that I said I left all of them behind, and I come here, it's like boom, anti-Semitic Nazi. Yeah, I mean, I really covered everything. I don't know what else. I mean, I think I have. It's kind of like I'm collecting PhDs. I'm just like getting like all of these friends.
How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the attacks? And this goes back to the decision to do the interview with Piers Morgan. Like, how do you like psychologically through all of it?
These kind of attacks, at the beginning, it's fun. But when they evolve into something else, so for example, I was like laughing off all of the stuff about calling me this, calling me that, but then when people would come and strike a teacher, because it's not the people who are making those accusations that would come to you, it's the people that will hear and see those accusations and act on it. And there's always the fear of like, I mean, we have in the airport a lot of things like somebody would hear something about someone else and go kill him or whatever, like anybody else. So there's this. But somehow I want to make fun of it, and it is to be called an Islamo Nazi. It must be the funniest thing ever, because that's Islamo Nazi. Wow, how did you? And a radical Muslim, me, a lot of Islamists hate me. They will call me a secular infidel. So it's kind of like, who am I? Maybe I have an identity crisis, and I need the people to tell me more.
So let's go to the beginning. Let's go to your childhood. You grew up in Egypt. So let's figure out how you came to be who you are.
How did you become an Islamic?
Yeah, exactly. It's a long journey. I do like the swastika. then, how did you see my ass? You know what she did.
I know it.
It was very inappropriate. You were also obviously a sexual harasser.
This is like a Me Too.
Yeah.
This is like 2020. Someone will come up with like, okay,
yeah, flip it. This is your Me Too moment. All right. So, Cairo, what's a defining memory, positive and negative, from your childhood?
my memory in general was cool. It was cool. I went to a Catholic school until for primary school, the elementary. And by the time I'm done, there was kind of like a start of a decline into the public education. And my parents, they're like middle class working officials. My dad was a judge, my mom was a business professor. And they were like one of the people like they didn't have that much luxury. My dad like drove like a regular like car, a Fiat, which is like the equivalent for the Lada in.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you for speaking to the audience.
Yeah, yeah. The Lada. And
So would that be a good car? Or
no, it's kind of like the minimum. And my dad was not like a man of, of showing off. Whatever money they would do, they would put it for us, education, give everything to their kids. This is kind of like a very typical mentality. I'm not sure it's in many cultures, but like we grew up with this, like everything that we have is like, okay, so they will put us in education. So middle school, that was the big 1986 was the beginning of the explosion of like international schools, private schools, and these schools were relatively expensive. Of course, now with today's currency, it's ridiculous, but at that time, it's very expensive. So I went to that school, and from there was this one was like you feel less right away. And it's of course, there's the regular bullying and stuff, but it's not that. It's kind of like you always feel less. You don't have that much of like purchasing power that can allow you to go to the same outings and travel with them, and even like how you dress, it would be modest compared to them. So I was always an outsider. I was, and I compensated with that by two things: being good at school and being good at sports. So I was not like the typical nerd who just like I was playing football, basketball, track and field, and I was like one of the people who like to have me on their team. So I wasn't like kind of like he's a nerd getting away. But I never had a girlfriend. I never had any kind of like I was not like I was not boyfriend material. So that kind of like it leaves remnants in you that you're not good enough.
But psychologically, you always, like when you were by yourself, you felt like an outsider.
Yes, all the time, and that's why it's kind of like I'm more of a loner. I don't have a lot of what you call friends. I have acquaintances, people that I do stuff with, but I don't have like the people that I become very close. When I went to medical school, now medical school is a different animal. Medical school is where all of the people from the public schools go. Public schools are very like they are not they don't have like they don't have English language as like a strong part of, but they are brilliant people. So because they would mostly study in Arabic, but they are brilliant and they are very, very, very smart, very sharp. But then I go there. Now I am the sissy boy from the private school that comes into medical school. Now I'm an outsider again. And I go into residency and I pick up salsa. So now I'm a salsa teacher while being a cardiothoracic surgery resident. And I'm an outsider for the third time because in salsa, I'm kind of like the respectable doctor, and in residence, I'm the guy who is just that. So, and everything, of course, as a medical resident, you'll mess up a lot. So they would always like, oh, because you're a dancer, or because you don't care about medicine, you just like want to go there and dance with women.
Yeah.
But, but and so all of my life, I felt that I'm an outsider. I'm not part of the team. I'm not part of the core group. So, where, and I have a story that you would love. Right before my residency, I was so much into soccer, so I had all of the money and I saved that, and I was working in summers and I was doing extra jobs, and I took that money and I went to Miami in order to learn Rueda de Casino, which is the Cuban kind of like circle salsa kind of thing, and I went there in the summer 2001. After I returned, it was 9/12, 2001.
The universe loves sense of humor, I gotta tell you that.
nine, 9:12. I was supposed to be on a fake execution. What happens? Thank God I ran out of money 10 days before that. It was like, all right, I changed my ticket and I came back. 9/11. I'm kind of like passing. My mom, wake up! Wake up! What? What? Like, and I think like a 2 hours phone was like, oh, what the fuck? That, and I was like, I could have been in Guantanamo.
Flat 10, 9, 12.
And but by the way, I was in Miami. When they went to the flying school in Miami. So I mean, I had like 9/11 written all over my face.
All over the news.
And my mom was like, "What? You went to damn Tulsa? I didn't know that Tulsa is like an airport." Why salsa?
Why did that attract you? And what, like, can you explain what salsa is? So I mentioned to you offline that I've been doing a little bit of tango. I'm trying to learn it.
Yeah, like samba, salsa, bachata, merengue. It's kind of like Latin dances, and it's like well, I don't know how you describe salsa. Couple dance, one
Why
dance.
should eat some lettuces and children?
And I did it
Lula's
because
move.
I once and I talk about that about my artist and the comic book. I talk about like how I was, I didn't have like really like a great like social life, and my friends went there one day, and I go into a place it was called El Ghetto Negro. No, it was called Big Fat Black Pussycat. And then I think they thought it would be like racist or something, so they changed it to El Ghetto Negro. Anyway, so
Great.
I know.
Great decision.
I know. So I went there. I was like, damn, music and women, and I'm a doctor. A doctor dancing salsa.
Yeah.
We do we do everything for that.
All
Even power, even money.
all the wars we've been talking about. At the end of the day,
the approval for the other side. We are babies. We are terrible people.
yeah.
So of course, like I mean, that was like great. But then as a nerd, I went so hard, and now I became a salsa teacher, and I earned more money from salsa more than I did as a doctor.
I didn't know this part of you. That's hilarious.
I know I was making killing amount of money, like huge amount of money. And I was just like, I would go finish my shift and I go to the salsa class. And sometimes I would have like 70 people in my salsa class.
Oh, wow.
I had like the biggest salsa class in Egypt in the beginning of 2000. And it was fantastic. And it was an outlet because you go there and there's the shift and people dying. Damn, and you go,
Okay. You must have been good.
I was okay. I was cool. I was fun. There were people better than me, but I have a thing of achievement. I like to see.
So you mentioned heart surgery. So what motivated you to become a doctor?
It was a choice of exclusion. I mean, there's nothing else you can do with these high grades other than doctor and engineering. I hate math, so go be a doctor. Just the Middle East, what do you expect? It's either like in my show, I said like there's every one of three things in the Middle East: a doctor, an engineer, or a disappointment. That is the choices that you have. So years after, disappointment.
Yeah, I'm good at it though. That's a hard path though.
Yeah.
And it's the path that I want.
Can I tell you something that actually I was thinking about? Why did I actually do medicine? And why did I always choose the hardest one, although I didn't love it? And I have to tell you that I had an epiphany only 2 weeks ago. And I don't know if that's actually related or not. Remember when I told you I went to this school and I didn't have that much money? And I didn't have the luxury of time or money to be with those people and do what they do. So by the time I finished school and everybody was going to university, everybody in my school went to the AUC, American Education, party time. Like, I mean, of course, they're brilliant and everything, but they have a different, social life. And parts of me now, I kind of like, I realized that just like very, very recently, maybe I went to the hardest schools ever, so I don't have space to do other that much of a scale.
Is it also possible? I like how this is a therapy session and you're a psychoanalyst.
Is it also possible that you always just took it harder for yourself?
Maybe, but
maybe that's the fear of Morgan thing too.
What if, maybe, but like when I left Egypt and I came here, I still had the choice to go back to medicine, but I hated it. I hated medicine. Traumatized me. The amount of like you give up. You know, my brother in Egypt, he had a daughter. She's a brilliant basketball player. She is in the national team, amazing. I used to play basketball also in the Egyptian league, but I always felt like my favorite position on the court was the bench, and I was not as good as her, but she, and then it was time for her to go into college, and he didn't talk to me for 6 weeks. I said, "That's tell her what's happening to Farida? Where's she going?" She said, "I didn't want to tell you. She went to medicine." I said, "What? Why did he do?" Because he knows how I hated her. I was traumatized. He says, and he said, like, "Dude, she's a basketball player. Make her go like to an easy school." I said, "No." So that's kind of
You're still good at it. You still did it.
yeah, I still did it, but I don't know. Is it because of the difficulty, or because of what I told her? Maybe I needed something. Maybe because I was not very confident in my social life, so I needed a distraction, not to have that much of a social life.
Oh wow, okay.
You understand?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So it's kind of low because I would always have an excuse. I'm studying. I have something. I have an exam, and I don't know. I kind of like self sabotage my own thing because I couldn't compete with those people on the outing and the money and whatever. So I need an excuse to be like, oh, he's a doctor. He's better.
At least in your own mind, you did something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I always felt as less because I didn't have any girlfriends in the school. I had a very little life. Everything to me came to light. So I always felt irresemblable. It came very late to me in life. So I always feel that I'm not good enough. I feel that I didn't spend the time to build the foundation that other comedians do. So I always feel that I am too lucky. I always feel that this is a fleeting thing. And when I went had the height and the fall in Egypt, when I was like the top of everything, I was like so famous, and then everything was taken away from me. And I told you that happens when you don't build foundation, you fall. So I always feel that I am not good enough, or if I am in a position where people think I am, deep inside I am not. You know that I have a speech impediment, that I was not meant to be a TV presenter. I have in Arabic, it's very obvious. I cannot fold my arms. I cannot say I cannot roll. So in Arabic, like Spanish, it's very obvious. So when I did my first video on the internet that made me famous, and then I got like television deals back there in Egypt, my partner at the time, he took the video and he went to a producer and said, like, "Are you giving me a guy with a list?" He couldn't. He should. That's why when I came on television, I was the first ever guy with a list. I had two things going for me: the list and video, and I was always bullied for these two all the time. So I always felt that.
See, but that's a foundation of like creating a great person.
Because if you're pretty, you don't need to do much.
I probably wouldn't recommend it, but it is true. Like,
So if you are pretty, do some disfigurement.
yeah, find the flaws and be extremely self-critical about them. So you saw Jon Stewart on TV for the first time in 2015. How did that change your life?
I was in the gym and I was running on the treadmill, and at that time CNN was coming up on cable, and I was watching, and there's this studio. I don't know what it is, so I put the, the earphones on and I started watching, and I was so taken by this that I stopped the treadmill and I just like sat for 20 minutes like this on the treadmill, and then I just like sat there. I didn't know what he was saying. I didn't understand what is Democrat, what is Republican, what is those names that he's saying, what is population. I was fascinated. There was something, when you don't understand the music but you get the rhythm. It was fascinating.
I wonder what that is. It's like the timing of the human. I mean, there is Jon Stewart was an actor. His biting criticism of power, I would say, and also ability to highlight the absurdity of it all.
But you understand? I didn't understand any of them. But I didn't understand any of the references. But it is the rhythm. The rhythm. You know, sometimes when you even see like a comedy that is that's a language you don't understand, but there's a rhythm. Boom, boom. There's something in the music. So there's something with the videos and the pictures and me and the things and people reacting. What is this? And we had the global edition. So I went to the YouTube and I just like started to kind of like watch every single episode that I can. I said like, do you think we can have this in YouTube? I said, wow. Then 2011, like I had a friend of mine who was also a YouTube partner. It was something new at the time. He said like, let's do something amazing. Let's do something. I said like, I want to do John Stewart. It's like, do Ray Williams Johnson. John Stewart was not for like, I want to go John Stewart. So that was in there. Yeah, that was in there. And I did it, and it worked.
You talk about 2011. I mean,
Yes.
what is it? The Arab Spring. What is it? People here in America,
Depends, depends on which side.
Did something happen or what?
Depends which side of the equation you are. Because for a lot of people, it's a conspiracy. It's American made. It is the Muslim Brotherhood. It's the Islamists. It is Israel. It is everything else other than people. Oh, but it's a pure revolution. It's a pure. I, 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 I think we put too much weight on conspiracy. I think it is normal human behavior that then become it may be used or abused or taken advantage of by other powers, and then the conspiracy starts. But at the time, the Arab Spring didn't start in Egypt; it started in Egypt. Bouaziz, a fruit vendor, he like burned himself up. The American soldiers who did that a few days ago, and that kind of sparked protests in Tunisia. And Ben Ali was a dictator in Tunisia for about like 20 years, and they removed him. So suddenly it was kind of like a domino effect. So then Egypt started, and it just took 18 days. And you know, people, hindsight is 2020. They say like, you know, this Mubarak became like a burden on the military, because the military are the real rulers of the country. You might have a president that kind of like has certain powers, but at the end of the day, when the military sees that a certain president is like too much of a burden, too much of like a, you know, so like they cut him off.
And Mubarak is a leader
At that time, he was just a certain.
By the way, speaking of which, there was a joke in your Mark Twain speech. I got teary eyed just watching that. And this is great. You like fucking great. Like what you did with Mark Twain Awards for Jon Stewart. It's great. I mean, your comedy is great in general. And I wanted to go to your show. I definitely will. But that's like a little stroll on complete tangent and just a masterful introduction and celebration of Jon Stewart. Anyway, Mubarak.
So and it's the joke that I say also, like Mubarak had like a good friend who was there. He's like, oh my god, you had a president for 30 seconds. The Middle East, it's a very short first term. It's like we're still warming up, baby.
Warming up.
And I said, like, we need to plan ahead. We need to plan our vacations, our careers, our dear times. It's just that
Wait, you said life is folks?
true. So we had kind of like the shortest night,
Are you fucking
18
serious?
days. And we thought, oh,
This could
18
be
days,
bad.
that's it, 18 days. So, but of course we were naive and we had this kind of hope. So Mubarak was removed. There was an interim period by the military, took it for 1 year. Then they did elections. Muslim Brotherhood came to power. They stayed for one year, and then the military removed them. And in these 3 years, my show started. It started by kind of like a YouTube video.
It became famous overnight.
Overnight, five to six videos, boom, went out. And at that time, I was waiting to get my clearance to go to Cleveland.
What is going on?
I already accepted in a fellowship as a pediatric heart surgery in a hospital. And I said, like, all right, I'm going to do a couple of videos. Maybe I'm going to put them on the internet. And maybe after a year or two, after I come back from the fellowship, somebody will say, hey, why don't you write a show that looks like John Stewart? That was my move. 2 weeks. I had my first contract with HBO.
What in the fuck?
Overnight. They exploded. And over a year, the next 2, 3 years, I had 30 to 40 million people watching, 30 to 40 million people watching every day. A lot of people like, wow, that's too much. Because it means that there are 30 million
Yo.
people who haven't seen it.
You said there's a lot of aspects of that show.
It's toxic. It's toxic. It's didn't understand it. I was kind of an ass sometimes because people thought it was arrogance. No, it was confusion. And I remember like my director and my producers and people around, they always saw me in a very bad point. Like why are you not enjoying this? Like, because this is not natural. This is not natural. This everything happens love and this has to end somehow. And because at a certain point you are human. You and people kind of the adoration and the fun and the love comes because they see you saying stuff because you do your job basically. Political satire is basically us making fun of politicians in the media. And a lot of people have a lot of really strong opinions about politicians in the media. So we came there, we articulate that, and we give it to them and we make them laugh. So for them, we made a great
what
job.
is this
So
horse
why
shit?
don't you do more? But you are human. And at a certain time, you can't. At a certain time, you're afraid because we are humans. Because you're afraid about like if I continue speaking up, not like something will happen to me. I'm kind of like maybe have some protection because I'm people see me. But what the people around me? And I've seen it. So that's why at a certain point, it's like, I can't.
I mean, there's a lot of things to say there, but one of the difficult things with fame in your situation is you're not just having fun, you're criticizing power.
Yeah. And it is loved by the people, but it comes with a price because at a certain price, if the power is too strong and you're not into a situation or a system that allows that, that gives you that kind of safety.
So what happened?
What happened? I was so the height of my fame was when the Muslim brothers were brotherhood were in power, and at that time they had
Who
their
knows?
videos.
Who knows? I don't
And I
even
had
know
one
what's gonna
channel.
happen.
I had
I
like
might
1
just
hour
sit there on
video,
my phone.
and they had
Shit
5
happens.
channels, 24/7, and they were like, I basically John Stewart said it beautifully always. Like we say shit and you say shit and we just say shit better than you. This is exactly what John Stewart like. We're just better. We're just better at saying shit back at you. Yeah. So basically, I had 1 hour, and they had like the 5 things that they were like, they're calling me all kinds of names, not just me, like all their enemies. And then I just had 1 hour, and I would kind of like annihilate them in 1 hour. So at a certain point, they would even like kind of be side with the army against the kind of the liberal seculars, whatever you call it. And at a certain point, the army kind of like flipped everybody. It, like kind of like they removed the Muslim Brotherhood. They came to power, and I have to say I admitted I supported that in the beginning because I had daily threats. I was actually interrogated and arrested under the Muslim Brotherhood. I was in an interrogation for 6 hours, and they were asking me all day my jokes, and I used that in my stand-up comedy, describing exactly what happened in the 6 hours, and it is so funny.
Well, it's hilarious. Well, what? Slow down. You were interrogated by
the general prosecutor. The general prosecutor, and it was based because of complaints by the officials in the government. Because in order the general prosecutor to do it, it has to have a high out mandate to bring that person to question.
So they went through kind of official channels.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So it's all
it was official. It was legal.
Very legal.
So I went there and I asked, and it's kind of like a bunch of like insulting Islam, insulting the president, spreading false rumors. And I went there and it was funny because I go into the building where there's police officers and their judges, and all of them are big fans of the show. And some of them were taking pictures of me. And then I'm sitting there, and it was the most ridiculous interview ever because he was asking me about my jokes. Like, what did you mean by this joke? I was like, nothing. It was there for 8 hours.
He's just reading.
He was reading my jokes, and he's reading the jokes, and the junior judge is sitting there, like cracking up. It's like, oh, I remember that. It's like, guys.
That's dark.
It's kind of like, and I'm laughing, but in the same time, it's like the whole situation is ridiculous. But then at the end, I was released on bail, so I went back to my show, and I make fun of that. And we have to be honest, the Muslim Brotherhood were in power, but Egypt were like right out of the revolution, so there was kind of like an equal spread of power between the people. There was not like someone would come in and just like the Muslim Brotherhood didn't have that power yet, but they were kind of people saw that they were moving towards that, and then the tension rose, and then there was like a kind of a confrontation between them and the army, and then a lot of people were killed I'm blamed for all of that. Like you made fun of us, so now it made it easier for people to kill us. Like, dude, come on, you're doing that to me too. I just did it better next time. And the fact that you sided with the same people that flipped against you, that's not my fault.
Did you criticize the army at all?
Yeah, so after that show, I did like one episode against the army, and I was canceled the next day. And then I went to another channel, did 16 episodes in a different season, and it was I was walking on eggshells. And then that was canceled again. And then the production company that was doing my show, that we severed the ties because we didn't have the show. They had their offices raided. They have people like having death threats. So I woke up one day, 11th of November 2014, and my lawyer said, like, leave the country right now. There is this legal case that that they come, like, they're coming for you. But they said, like, you cannot. It was an arbitration case, and I lost against my the channel that basically canceled me. And it's like, I don't know, but there's no jail time in arbitration. It's like, yeah, tell that to the judges, leave. So I jumped on a plane. The verdict was 12 noon, 11 November, 5 afternoon. I was on a plane left Egypt. I never came back since then.
Was there a worry of non-legal things like assassination?
I can tell you something. I was so stressed because of the show and because of everything. Sometimes I would wake up in the morning and I hope that a bullet will come and finish everything because I was so stressed. It's like I would love, because I'm too much of a chicken to kill myself. So I would like rather have someone else do it for me. So I was so under so much pressure, and I remember the day that like my show was cancelled indefinitely the second time under the army, and I was like, I don't have to worry about what kind of script I have to write next week, because this is, remember when you asked me about like that tweet, but like all those accusations doesn't matter. Hitler, spy, secret Jew, Zionist, Islamo-Nazi, doesn't matter. What is really what really leaves a mark is the criticism to your craft and your work. So if you're not funny, goes down.
Yeah, certain things get you better than others, especially if you have like a secret suspicion that you are like maybe not funny.
Maybe I'm not, because I was put into that. It's like, because that talks to your insecurities. Like, I know, but you shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Like,
You should say the truth out loud. But what about the weight of the responsibility of speaking truth to power? So, like walking on eggshells, like what did that feel like?
well, after the Muslim Brotherhood were removed, you have to understand that when the military coup happened, it was a very popular coup. Like, people love the army. In Egypt, the army is more sacred than the religion. People love it, but the army can do whatever they want. So me going against the army was, I mean, the Muslim Brotherhood was not very popular. They were popular for their own basis, but people accepted the fact that like we make fun of them. But Sisi at that time, he was a god, and I used to go to this high class club called Gizira Club, and this is basically kind of like the kind of upper middle class, upper class kind of people. And during that year of the Muslim Brotherhood, I was the most popular ever. People come, yeah. When the military came in, people were walking to me like pointing their fingers, like, don't speak about Sisi, don't speak about the army. We love you now, but don't you? They were like that. So I called downstairs. I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And at that time, all of the channels were like closed down. All of the I was the only one left because it was difficult for them to get rid of me very quickly because I was too popular. It was kind of like piecemealing, kind of like. And I remember, so like, I don't know what to do. He said, like, you don't have to do anything. Just your safety comes first. And I said, but I can't. I mean, I've been doing that for 2 years, and I cannot just like say, bye bye, guys. I have a responsibility. I have a team. I have people working for me. And I cannot just like disappear. And he said the most interesting thing ever. He said, if you're afraid of something, make fun about the fact that you're afraid of it instead of talking about that fact that you're afraid. So there was like a whole episode that we did not even mention Sisi. We don't even mention it, but the videos did all of it. And the whole episode was me trying to avoid talking about it. And that's how the comedy So just by doing this simple thing about mirroring the society, that goes a long way. And I kind of try to do what I can under the military. I mean, they came up with a machine that treats AIDS and hepatitis C virus and basically every single and I went to town with that because people think that it doesn't really have to go in to go to the bigger powers like you're an asshole. No, you talk about their propaganda. You talk about what they want people to perceive them as, and that it's a failure. And for that, that kind of hit them even more because what do authoritarian figures do? They work on two things: fear and propaganda, and from that gets them respect. So when you go into their propaganda and expose them, they have nothing else.
It's brilliant. So like you are walking on eggshells, but you're doing it masterfully. That you're revealing sort of the flaws in the propaganda, the absurdity of the propaganda, and in so doing, you're criticizing them.
And this is why comedy is very specific because people say you were not as hard on him as you were on the Muslim. I was like, yes, because on the Muslim Brotherhood we were like just like saying shit for each other.
Yeah.
But now the feeling was like here. So it's kind of like how can you do something for me?
Yeah, exactly. That's the art form. Yeah, in the Soviet Union under Stalin, a lot of the criticism came from um, children's stories and children's cartoons.
Double meaning, double innuendo stuff that means other stuff.
Yeah.
That is the
Real
that's the brilliance.
Yeah, but everyone knows.
Everyone knows.
Because you are like putting in there,
Yeah.
like, you're mirroring the society. It's fascinating.
And that's why I was cancelled twice.
And that is a scary one, the army. You see that in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Everybody supports the army. That's why Zelensky getting rid of the head of the army was a big deal. It's a really dangerous thing because everyone's afraid to say negative about the army, especially during war. In that case, and in this case, maybe there's civil war, that kind of thing.
But think about it. Actually, an army during peace is much more dangerous. Because think about it. I don't really have any nuclear stuff, but I have all this power, all this tank. Why does this actor have more money than me? I'm protecting this. Why does this businessman think that he can get on his private plane and go to Paris? Why I'm here sitting, like not having all of these things? So, and there's a lot of time over your head because your job is to go fight. When you don't go fight, and when you have the lack of, that's one of the things I love the United States about is the fact that the army cannot really get power, but they kind of like army is the power is actually the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a different kind of issue. But if you have all of that power, like why am I sitting around just like playing guard for you guys?
That's why Iran is terrifying because you have this military and it just becomes a police force and turns against its own people.
Yeah.
You're you're a famous guy talking shit in the middle of all that.
Yeah, and when I left, I went through a very dark side. Dark, because all of the insecurities, all of the stuff that had been like working on my head now came to life. And now I'm in America and I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody. And now it's like I have to do something, I have to learn something. So I started to do stand-up comedy 5 years ago. And I sucked because it was my second language. I was new. And now I will go to these comedy clubs with like kids, 21, 22 people, and I'm there with a family doing more than I'm going there to doing it for $15, $20. And I was mad.
You're bombing
Big time,
eating shit.
eating
Right.
big time, dying up there big time. And I would go back home and I would cry. And then what made it worse is sometimes like a fan, like not a bunch of fans from Egypt. Oh, Bassy music, they come from.
And then,
Yeah,
the
disappointment of that kind of like face of adoration that goes. And I could see it in their face. I think he's gonna drive an Uber in a couple of weeks. That sad kind of pressure, and I would go and I would cry, and then the central, oh, you left, you gave up, you were a sellout, you're a coward. Why don't you speak from abroad? You're safe now. But I already spoke. I don't want to be because I don't want to be an activist. I was doing that for comedy when it was good for everybody. But now they want me to will go onto YouTube and just like throw rocks from outside. I was like, I understand. I have family there, and it was this kind of like thing like that. I am being like attacked for not doing what I should do in their face, and attacked for not being funny, not doing being. And now I feel like maybe it was wrong, and I didn't know. I really it was so traumatic that I don't know actually how I went through these years, and I blocked so many details from my brain because I have been using this technique for a while now. That I have been erasing a lot of my. There is a lot of memory gaps in my brain, and I'm trying to suppress it because it was very, very, very traumatic. And a lot of people told me you have to go to therapy, but I don't, I don't know. I'm worried to open the floodgates, and I'm thinking as if I'm functional and I'm not killing anybody. I'm okay.
It's like I think Elon tweeted, "Never went to therapy. It's gonna be on my headstone." To a year of best buds. Okay. I mean that is like terrifyingly difficult. Like after being a surgeon, after being a superstar, super famous, going to eat shit at local tiny clubs in the United States. I mean, eating shit, period.
Yeah.
Like bombing is really, really, really difficult. Really difficult for 20-year-olds.
Imagine when you're 45, 46, and then people's like, is this his midlife crisis? What is this? I, 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 I went through a lot of pain and a lot of like doubts, and it was terrible.
I mean, how did you survive? I mean, I know you blocked off most of it, but what gave you like strength through all that?
Because I didn't have any other choice. Because I started that, and the only reason that I could is to continue. I don't know what else to do. I don't want to go back to medicine. I don't want to do. I don't want to do that. And I don't know. I was, and bit by bit, I started to kind of like be better, and I was, at a certain time, a year ago, this is where I started to kind of like hone the craft and kind of sell more tickets and sometimes even sell out some shows, but sometimes sell a little. So like it was going and the money was flowing and it was good. And then I was like, why didn't I wanted faster? I wanted more. I wanted now. I want Netflix deal. I wanted, and then the Piers Morgan thing happened, and then I blew up. And then suddenly I'm setting up everywhere. It's like, if those people came, if the war happened 2 years ago, I would not be ready. So now they come to the show, and by the way, my show has nothing to do with Tulsa. My show is my thing that I've been crafting and working on. You know how difficult it is to do the first hour, the hour that I've been working on for 5 years, and it's all my personal story. All of what happened to me in Egypt, me as an immigrant coming here to the United States, finding Trump as the president, finding myself in the middle of a guns rally, finding myself in the middle of a bombing, kind of like talking about how I got my citizenship. It's all like funny stories, all like my origin story. So they come in and they expect them to watch that, and also one person says, "It's good and it kills and I love it." It's like if that kind of like blew up in America happened to me 2 3 years ago, I would not have people who come and beat me.
I gotta say, the timing of October 7th is very suspicious.
Oh my God!
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
I'm telling you, one of the funniest things. A guy, I was in Dubai, and like a TV anchor came to me. Bassem Youssef, he flourishes during revolutions and wars. Like, whoa, what, dude? You're making me sound like a bad omen, a very bad omen.
Yeah, you, Hamas, and Bibi together orchestrated all of it.
Oh my God, the trilogy.
You guys should go on the road together. I'm telling you, that phone call's coming.
Yeah, but Hamas has to open.
And they would really bomb, right?
They would really bomb.
I love dark humor. You do a show, like you were saying, in English and in Arabic. So, and the story is very different.
Totally, two different stories.
I would love to just the language difference because it's the music and the language is also different. So, like, what's how can you convert it into words? But what's the difference in the musical languages?
Okay. I forgot about that now.
All right.
was doing the English first. I was, I actually had good jokes, but I was missing the delivery because the cadence and the music and the rhythm is different. The way that an English-speaking American member of audience will receive it, it will be different than how I receive it. The energy, everything is different. So when I kind of like got it, I didn't know how to switch back to Arabic.
Oh wow, yeah, fascinating.
Because here's the thing, with English stand-up comedy, English stand-up, you have a huge library, you have like a legacy, you have like years and years and years and years of people doing comedy. But in Arabic, it's a very new to us. And most of the Arabic stand-up comedy, especially in Egypt, is very tame. This is kind of like, imagine the stand-up comedy scene in the American 1960s before Lenny Bruce.
So no swearing, conservative,
Very nothing conservative, everything's kind of like not yeah. It's kind of like very. So I didn't know what to do there. So I broke the barriers. I became Lenny Bruce. I became George Carlin. So I went in and I went and I changed the whole
7
thing.
words you're not allowed to say.
For me, there 15 words. Well, so Arabic is a very rich language.
Yeah.
So when I did, here's the difference between the Arabic and the English show. The English show, surprise, surprise, is a unifying language, even for a group of Arabs. So if I give the same exact show to the same 1,000 audience members in the same theater, and they're the same people, same makeup of like Lebanese, Egyptian, Syrian, Saudis, English will be a unifying language. Arabic is a dividing language.
Right.
Because you have 22 dialects, and the dialects are vastly different. And like maybe Egyptians understand a little bit of Lebanese, but not that much. But the references, Algerian, Moroccan, Tunisian, totally different animal. That's like a totally different language. Saudi, Emirati, Kuwaiti, totally different. People understand the Egyptian dialect because it's the dialect of most of the artwork and the movies, but the reference in the everyday street talk might not be understood by them. So now I have to go in and talk to all of these dialects together. So I formed my big part of my show is like, what are you guys expecting of this? This is we gonna go do profanity and you're gonna like it. This is the problem with the show as a dialect, and I construct all of these sentences formed of so different words. For example, an iron in any Arab dialect is an iron. In Saudi Arabia, it means ass. That's one example.
Yeah.
That's one example. You know. So imagine if you can actually construct sentences having all of these things in one sentence. So I would construct like a whole section of my show about that.
So it's really very much about like self-reflective on language and the limits of language that's allowed.
And the limits of language. And I tell them part of the show is like, I know what's the problem with me doing Arabic. It's like if this was an English show and I was telling you fucking shit a bit, you'll be ha ha ha. But if I do one swear word, all of you will scream. Is it because we are Christian? So it's kind of like it's not just like about swearing. It's about like there's a lot of philosophical pathways through this. Yeah, there's profanity and people have fun, whatever. But like it is about like how do we treat our language? And I tell them we speak Arabic as Arabs, but it's not the same Arabic. It's crazy, right?
And you're doing the show in America also, which is another level.
Oh yeah, actually the Arab diaspora in America is some of the best audiences I have. They are like wonderful, and they come from regions. And I did it also in the Middle East, and maybe I'll do like an Arab tour in the Middle East in the fall.
Which countries would you go to in that?
I worked in Jordan, Lebanon. I'm doing UAE. I'm doing Kuwait, Egypt, Bahrain. Egypt, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Is it personal? Is it worry about your safety?
Well, I have the American citizenship right now, so I am relatively safe. There's a block, honestly. There's a block. There's a person. There's so much that happened. And I will never badmouth Egypt. This is my country. It is like it has all of my marriage, 40 years of my life I lived there. But when you get hurt so much, instead of trying to kind of, I don't want to take revenge. I don't want to like that. I just want to avoid this because Egypt gave me so much fame and so much love and so much hate and so much rejection. It was a very tumultuous relationship. very, very different. And it's and a lot of people tell me, "Well, don't you miss Egypt?" And I tell them every time, "The Egypt that I miss is not there anymore. It's not bad or good. It's not worse or better. It's just I'm different, and the faces are different, and the people are different, and the circumstances are different. Whatever image you have of what you love is not there anymore. That's why a lot of immigrants, especially Arab immigrants, they live here, but they're there. And then when they go back for a vacation, they get disappointed because they didn't find what they want. And then they come back here and they're disappointed because they want to come back, but it's not there anymore.
Yeah, their view of that place is from a different time. I have that, my parents, but everybody that left the Soviet Union. I mean, it's such a complicated relationship with that. It's sometimes borders on hate, disappointment. In the case of the Soviet Union, perhaps similar to Egypt, is the promises sold when you were younger, and the promises broken by the possibility of what it was supposed to be. With the Soviet Union, I'm sure with Egypt is the same. Iran is the same. So they have a very complicated relationship with that.
Yeah. That's why, like, for example, people from Iran, I remember quite well that World Cup that that won in the United States. And the Iranian team will play America, and there were people in the audience all wearing Iranian. They hate the regime, but they have this kind of connection with the country.
Yeah.
And this is the whole thing. You can actually love the country, and you don't have to agree with the regime.
Would you ever perform in the U.S. Bank?
Because if I go there, I have to go through the Israeli checkpoints. I don't want to go through those. I don't want to have an Israeli soldier telling me what to do.
Yeah, there's a demeaning aspect to that.
Very.
Even when you take someone away.
Yeah. I mean, I have so many Palestinian friends with an American passport, U.S. passport, living here. They're born here, and they talk about the humiliation and the intimidation and the harassment if they go in. It's like, you want me to try?
Yeah, that little bit of a humiliation.
You like it.
Oh, sometimes it's major, but
I know.
I've noticed that even a little bit, because after a lifetime of that, it can turn to hate towards the other.
Yeah, resentment.
Resentment. And then, how do you do anything about that?
I have a friend of mine. He is from Palestine, from the West Bank. He's American. He was born here, and we talk about. We have, of course, all of this discussion what had happened, and he tells me now in October 11th in the West Bank, and there was a village called Kosra, and on that village, like the settlers went in around the village and they sent a message on Facebook. It's like, you rats, going get out of your sewers, and we're going to be waiting for you. Intimidation through technology. And then they went. It is Kosra have like another settlement next to it called Eshkodesh. Eshkodesh, they have people there who were training something called Mishmeret Yisha, which is basically the guardians of Yisha. And it's like a paramilitary group that trains other settlers on military combat, give them weapons and do like military drills. And they went there like militarized and went there. And it was actually co-founded by a Jew from Brooklyn, not even and like an Israeli. And he's like one of the disciples of Meir Kahane. I'm sure that you know who Meir Kahane is. He was the Jewish defense lead, the people who assassinated Alex Auda here in the United States, and they were there with their weapons outside, intimidating people. Now this story carries everything that is wrong with the situation. You have people from Brooklyn, from outside, just because they're Jewish, they can come and they can claim the land from the people there. Anybody from Poland, just because he's Jewish, he can come and take the land from other people. They're using technology to intimidate Palestinians. They have unchecked military power. These are not IDF soldiers. These are settlers, and they have free reign in order to intimidate and kill people. And you understand, this is the daily life of Palestinians. Not in Gaza, in the West Bank.
What do you do from your? What do we do? What do people do to nudge this towards peace, towards flourishing?
Here's the thing. I want to talk to the people of Israel. What is Israel doing right now is not just unfair to the Palestinians, it's unfair to the Jewish people of Israel. No, it is unfair to the Jewish people around the world. Because the way that Israel links itself to the Judaism at a certain point. Remember like ISIS and Qaeda when everybody hated Muslims. Sometimes humans are simple. They cannot have the nuances to separate. So anybody who with a Muslim name, with a Muslim face, with a beard, who looks Muslim, he would do it because of bad actions of those atrocities. You have the power as a person to separate yourself from an abusive power, a horrible power, and be yourself. I am really worried because the rise of anti-Semitism and the rise of hate against Jews is not because of the Jews. It's because of the actions of the government. Jews do not have to be on the side of apartheid. Ronnie Kasrils. He is a Jewish South African, and he fought shoulder to shoulder next to Nelson Mandela. He was part of the African National Congress here. And he had an article saying, like, I know what apartheid is, and I saw Israel. This is what they have. And the thing is, Israel, the Israeli government, should listen to other people. You cannot call anybody who criticizes you either an anti-Semite, or if they're already Jewish, you call them like self-hating Jews. You cannot do that. You cannot continue doing that. Because we did that. When I would go in and criticize the Islamists, it was like, oh, you're a self-hating Muslim. You're not really Muslim. You're an infidel. You're a secret. You're a sectary. Whatever. We have the power in order to reform the course by holding people in power accountable. And the thing is, it is very stupid to actually call this anti-Semitism. And like my idol is John Stewart. I voted for Bernie Sanders. Sarah Taxler, the one who did this amazing documentary about me, Tickling Giants. She's a Jew. She's married to an Israeli Jew. We have a good relation because we know what the right is. They don't have to associate themselves with the action of the Israeli government.
One of your favorite words, jihad.
That's my favorite hobby.
Favorite hobby.
It's my show. It's like what your favorite. I talk about like how when a white shooter does something, he talks about all of his family, and I was like, what if you do this for like for Arab terrorists? What are his hobbies? Jihad.
You should be a comedian. Yeah. Wow, you're making me feel good. Okay. Sam Harris has done several episodes on jihad, and people should go listen to it, even if you disagree with it. But the basic idea that he's proposing is that this idea of jihad, and the negative connotation of it, of martyrdom, is a thing that is counterproductive, is destructive to the possible future flourishing of Palestinian people. What do you think of that? There's just the idea of martyrdom.
I totally agree, but like people don't wake up in the morning and say like, I want to declare jihad. Think about it. Why would anybody choose to end his life by taking other people with him and die? His life must be miserable. He must be pushed into that. Nobody chooses death over life willingly. One of the first suicide bombers in the Palestinian resistance were Christians. We don't talk about that.
I think he would say that the presence of a story that you can tell yourself when you're in a really shitty place, that you can go to a much better place by sacrificing your own life. Just the fact that the presence of that story is there is harmful.
Of course, but here's my problem with Sam Harris, and usually people they have free range talking about the Islamic faith and nitpicking the stuff that makes it put in a bad light. I can go and nitpick every single religion. There are Jews there, like Ben Gafir, who openly say spitting on Christians is not a hate speech. All right, there are. I mean, you can bring me like all kinds of videos of Islamic jihadists saying horrible things on YouTube, and I can bring you Jews who live there. They're so like, we're gonna have the whole world enslaved for us, and everybody would love to be slaves for the Jews. I can use the Talmudic argument that if you tie a man to a tree and he dies of thirst and hunger, you didn't kill that man. And this is kind of the same argument. Like, we're not killing Palestinians. They're just like killing them. They're dying by themselves. So it is the nitpicking of a certain narrative, a religious narrative, that is separate from the political context and what's happening right now. It's very, very unfair. Because I can read, if you want to have a deep dive into religious texts, nobody will be happy. and I can bring stuff from the Talmud and the Torah and stuff that is horrible. But like, you know, this is a way again of like distraction.
I dare you to talk shit about Buddhism and Jainism.
Try. Well, you know, the people who killed the Muslims in Myanmar, were they Buddhists?
Yeah.
Well,
Let's look at okay, I'll find the movie and I'll get back to you. I'll have to find
yeah, the flying monsters, the Church of the Flying Monsters spaghetti.
There's a person who tries not to eat carbs on YouTube.
I mean, there's Scientologists. All they do is like to buy real estate.
I think there's a few books written about the fact that they do other stuff as well. So even there, Mormons sometimes, they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. But I'm sure there's also darkness there too. Oh boy, religion.
There's soaking in Mormon.
There's what?
Soaking.
What's that?
Okay, so I don't know how much. The soaking basically like if you get into the woman and you don't move, that's it. Obviously, that's wrong. Like,
Oh, interesting. So
yeah, you're going
loophole.
underneath the thing.
There's a loophole.
Yeah, loophole. The same goes with
Religion has a loophole.
yeah, and Muslims they do that the whole time. We pick and choose our sins, the stuff that we say.
72 virgins waiting for all of us.
Maybe if I converted you as a Jew, I'll get you 80. I don't know, like
Yeah.
you can negotiate.
But I also have questions about whether.
Be a very good deal. I'll give it, and maybe I'll throw there a camel.
I have to be on camera. Pretty good. What year? I don't know.
What up,
1998.
All right.
Best year ever.
Well, they last a long time.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I want
Yeah.
72.
How you living,
I'll
Sam?
do 5 for the rest.
Yeah, can we?
If you want to upgrade,
Yeah, can we do a trial period? But in general, if you just zoom
Right.
out,
Have you watched
you think
any
religion
good kick streamers recently?
is, in what way is it good for the world? In what way is it harmful?
if there was no religion, you would have a better
Apple
condition. Because think us like the early humanity. Like you're like a caveman or whatever, and like you see your family members killed, and you say like, what? I'm gonna be like the sheep or the gazelle that just like ends and perish. I need to have. I am more.
Subs are much cheaper.
I think that like with the development of consciousness, humans
How much are the subs on Twitch?
like thought that they are much more precious and important than the other animals because they have now intelligence. So my life will not end like that. My death will be even more important. There's consequences. There's consequences to what I do. And then the early man was like,
one Twitch sub is
all of these like natural phenomena. They didn't know what to do. They were afraid.
$1.50.
So they need to have refuge. They need to have something to take care of. They need to have a reason for it. Because if there's no
Wow,
reason,
that's really cheap.
it's chaos. It's chaos.
Terrifying.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying. There's nothing.
Why is it so cheap on Kick and expensive? Or
There
why
has
is
to
it so
be
cheap
a
on
purpose.
Twitch and
It has to
expensive
be
on
like
Kick?
a cause at something. It's just. I'm not just gonna be like die like a cockroach. That's not. And that's kind of the part of this.
And the whole world rotates around you, right?
It's they do. So
Yeah.
religion actually got a lot of it from humanity itself, like us being human. And there's and many religion is a collection of stories, and those stories based on things that humans did themselves, and they attributed it to gods.
And there's an aspect to
I
religion
gotcha.
where you humble yourself before a thing that is much greater than you.
And
So it has
most of the Android streamers on Kick are kind of strange.
They're strange? Why are they strange?
The Twitch Android streamers. They're not strange, they're just sort of deranged, I guess.
Okay, what do you mean?
I mean, like people like Action Man's a good guy, but he's like off the rails, sort of.
What did he do that's so strange?
He's kind of off the rails. He's not. There's nothing wrong with him. It's just that he likes to be like that. So it's fine, and he gets viewers. The other problem is the moment you put a camera in front of a person, things will get awkward in crowded situations or anywhere with people.
I'm in agreement with you on that. People do act differently when there's a camera on.
guess it's just that you know um, you have to be a certain type of guy to do in real life streaming. Like there's this guy called the Roj on Twitch. He's like an does all sorts of outback and like outdoors kind of stuff, and he does like regular in real life streaming as well.
Do you like him?
And like he knows he can he sort of like just does whatever he's doing while having some sort of etiquette, right, with the camera and stuff. So if you can manage that, then fine. But if you're just like streaming for the heck of it and random stuff happening, it's not gonna work out very well for you or the people around you. So he does like he went into a warehouse so recently, and then they were I think today's stream will be him in doing some crazy outback stuff. So like he does good. He like reads people's comments, and on Twitch like there are no bots, so you get like a few people on every stream, so you can kind of like communicate and make sense most of the time.
You're saying that there are not any bots on Twitch?
There are probably some amount of bots, but the chat is not like it's not continuous chat.
Yeah, I can't stand that about Kick. It's just like
Yeah,
emojis and spam, and I mean, I know I spam, but I don't spam as
yeah,
much as these people do with their emojis.
yeah. That's basically the internet crowd that likes. You know, it's sort of like a mass consumerism or something. It feels like they're just like consuming all this stuff. Don't you think that? Like I don't know how like a bunch of people could just be just shoving this stuff down their throat all the time. I don't know why they do that, but it's a culture. It's an internet culture, and the basis of it is probably stuff like pornography on the internet, and, message image boards, stuff like that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it's kind of unhealthy, but the majority, you have no idea the amount of people that like. I can't say like I'm not included or anyone else is not included, but it's scary how much being on the internet all the time can involve you in recording yourself through like visuals or whatever.
I gotcha. I'm here. I'm just adjusting my computers. Uh,
Yeah.
all right.
So like sexuality is a talking point among some people, but on the internet it's not exactly as open as you think it is. Because smart people have smart ideas and they can explain stuff. They can explain stuff like sexuality very properly, but for the most part, I don't think anyone wants to hear most of the stuff people have to say about it, especially in terms of internet culture. Because you know the the people who go on those action man streams and just like keep clicking emojis and typing nonsense. What they're doing is they're kind of like they're like almost like filling a hole within themselves, and it's more proof that like uh, that that you like people's rights are kind of put first, people's individuality is put before any other thing, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I think like you think, and I think it's a good thing, except that because these people are kind of stuck in this, not in a bad situation, but in a situation where they don't have any moral standing or personality.
I can
So
see that.
that's what I think they're kind of stuck in, and they probably have enough money to deal with it, so it's not a problem for them.
Do you think that Kick has an opportunity to overtake Twitch ever?
No, I don't think so. Mostly because they don't have a very good um, for some reason also I think uh, the amount of actual like earnings plus stock happening on Kick is kind of phenomenal compared to Twitch. It's always gonna be the bad people entertainment business.
I gotcha. So
Whereas Twitch is yeah,
you think that Twitch will always or Kick will always have the bad people?
I don't know why you got banned. I think you got banned for silly reasons. But yeah, apart from
Oh,
the fight,
I know I got banned. I
yeah,
got banned because I spam every second of every day.
yeah, yeah,
I get that. I'm not mad about it.
yeah. But self promotion is not such a bad thing, except that I don't know, they don't allow it or whatever.
Yeah, now that's a different one. Like they allow people to spam all kinds of other garbage, so I don't understand why they don't allow you to spam whatever you want. If somebody doesn't like it, there are protections so that they don't have to have it.
So you gotta understand, like we kind of figured this out on our own, but most people did figure out on their own. It's just that like some people aren't men, they're most likely women, and they tend to be obsessed with sex to the point where it becomes second nature to everything they do. Like it's on their mind all the time, and they're always stuck in some situation or the other where they're doing it in some way or the other. So it's a problem that people face in the West. 'Cause those people usually need help, and they need like a lot of help to work it out. But yeah, I mean, if you're that type of person, it's very few people like that, but still.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things that, frankly, most people in the West, not most, but a lot of people have many of the things that previously, due to evolutionary reasons, they don't really have to worry about it anymore. They have food, clothing, shelter. They're not in danger all the time. So that gives them more time to be able to just focus on sex.
Yeah, I mean, there's usually a limit to it, and for men especially, because men can't be on the grind, so to speak, all the time. If you're that type of man, you're usually a beta man. I mean, it's kind of obvious. But if you're a lady or a girl or whatever, it's most likely that you need help because uh, you're a bit too obsessed with it. And the people who are normally obsessed with it could be someone like you or me or whatever, but people who uh, find it almost have an obsessive control over themselves, which they themselves can't control. It's not so much attraction as it's uh, an inward feeling. So yeah, so there's a big difference between people who think about it all the time and think are obsessed with it.
I got you.
Yeah, you see a lot of people on the internet like that, and they never get help. But they come to a point where, like, a lot of these like porn stars who come on YouTube like that, they usually they miss that kind of that that feeling of clean energy,
Right.
because us as like I'm Christian, you're Jewish, and we're both kind of religious, but it's just a sort of like friendly, uh, benevolent energy, that we don't seem to get too often otherwise. And like they're kind of stuck in that place where they they feel like that they were in that obsessive state and they got out of it. Because I mean, if they didn't get out of it, they would lose like any worth in themselves. Because a lot of sexuality comes from well being mentally healthy or able to just function as an adult or a human being, right? Because it's not like you can be horny 24/7. It's not possible. So yeah, that kind of uh, when they talk about it in interviews, they kind of have to reconcile that it's it's taken out part of uh, whatever, I don't know, whatever, even stuff like just feeling like a pretty person or something is gone like away from you. So yeah, that normalcy is what people need, but it's not a thing like when we talk about like sex being taboo in India. I'm talking about something that's like it's 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 has its pros and cons, because when you eliminate it completely from society and you start to have like government organizations and people who take it for granted that you're not going to be doing it or whatever, and no one's really into that sort of thing. And when you get into stuff like that, right, then you're kind of you're bargaining a lot of things that are kind of inherent to people in general. Because we as Indians we're kind of pretending like we're all kind of like just close together and part of one kind of family and stuff, and it's always been like that. It's just that not all. It's not all of us that who are kind of great and nice and everything, but there's 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 more than a few bad apples, you could say, right, in India. But we like to pretend like we're super united, and it's a problem because for one, sex being taboo is a kind of understatement of how all this stuff kind of starts. But yeah, it's mostly changed because of people getting like assimilated. So there's a lot of assimilation stuff happening in the East, right? Where you have these regular type people who aren't that special, and then they sort of learn how to adapt in Western ways, and it works out. So there's that. You get what I'm saying, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it's a little complicated in the East. In India, in some countries it's a little different.
So,
In India and most like maybe like Muslim countries or
So explain to me
places like
how is
that.
it in India?
Sorry,
How is it in India?
I was just telling you, right? I was just explaining how it's been a problem that they're united on grounds that you don't quite understand. Like they try to. There's a lot of pushing. Everyone pushes the agenda that uh, just being patriotic and standing for everyone is gonna solve a lot of our own issues. And in order for it to work, it would have to involve some sort of miracle. But that's eventually what will happen in India. Is that as much as we try to uh, suppress one thing, the other thing shows up. So in India, it's always that we try to you try to suppress authority, you have something else that pops up. However, if authority tries to suppress you, then you have another thing popping up. So it's like the inverse proportion to USA. It's a problem in the East where authority itself governing over people is a much bigger problem than uh, individuals uh, having to own the government, so to speak. Like you guys have a democracy, but your democracy is based out of a lot of human rights, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So
don't say we have a democracy because we don't. A democracy is inherently one person, one vote, and that's not what we have. We have a
yeah,
constitutional republic.
yeah, but I mean, yeah. Thanks. No, it's really confusing because we
Super
have
confusing,
different
super confusing, and
explanations,
most
but
Americans get it wrong.
yeah,
They you'll hear all the time Americans say we live in a democracy. And it's like no, we don't. It's not one person, one vote on every piece of legislation.
yeah, yeah,
But we're brainwashed to think it is.
yeah. We have the same thing in India. We don't have any any uh, working democracy. We have a sort of dictatorial rule by the powers that be, but it works in so much as things are ordered. That's about it. Like I mean, in terms of helping to like the amounts of people who live here. Yeah, I don't like the distinction that some people make. They're aliens and they they fail to realize we live in the third world and people in the West live in the first world. I don't know. It, they don't see that as like a distinguishing criteria for some reason. They're not too fond of that idea. So yeah. So constitutional republic would yeah, that would basically mean that yeah, I think it's the same thing. I think it's the same. I think you guys probably have the same issues that we have in terms of authority. I think it's that yeah, stuff that was going on like a couple uh, like maybe just about five to 10 years ago, uh, in terms of protest and revolution and stuff. That stuff was all once again like we try to fight against the the whatever protests that happened in terms of the left wing and LGBT and stuff like that. That stuff did happen like a couple years ago. into like the. I mean, because the government's always going to be there, and there's always going to be some amount of authority governing. And so if you kind of like nudge it a bit in the right direction, it's gonna take on a different form maybe, but it's still gonna be there anyway. So one way to tackle the issue is to side with all, like I think that's what you guys did, right, Rabbi? If I'm not mistaken, because we did that in India. I don't know if you guys did it in USA. I mean, voting Trump in one or a second term is sort of like the same thing, I guess.
What was it?
What I mean is that you kind of give in to authority in a way. So if if say there's going to be, like, let's say Trump has a dictator or some crap like that. It's not gonna happen anyway. But just saying, like, what if maybe it does, I don't know. But a lot of issues that people have, they're based on a lot of variables and a lot of things that involve different circumstance, right? So it's always going to be that uh, one way of solving all the government issues is to side with these authority figures, and then that way you tackle both ends of the spectrum or whatever, this continuum. Are you
Okay.
getting it, Rabbi? I'm trying to explain something. I
I'm
don't know if
listening
it
to you.
makes sense.
Maybe I'm not. Explain it in a different way, if you would, please.
Okay, let's say for example, you have a government working on a sort of median, like a middle ground.
Okay.
And the problem with a middle ground is that uh, you have two sides. You have one extreme side on one end and another extreme side on the other end. The
Okay.
problem is that uh, if you side with one of the extreme sides, you would probably end up uh, like destabilizing the system itself, maybe you can say. Like, for example, national democracies, national is it in national democracies, yeah, like they wanted to establish national democracies and stuff like that.
Okay.
They wanted to kind of divide the government so much that everything starts to get owned by like private entities, private smaller entities, and it's a sort of shared propriety of some kind. It's some sort of common uh, wealth, basically. And so if you side with the other extreme, right, because you're neutral anyway, you side with the other extreme, and the neutral is always what what goes on in government according to what goes on like actually in government, because their problems are not left or right. They're mostly like intuitive, right? So the if you side with the other extreme, you're siding with a lot of authority and a lot more clamping down on everything that happens in the country, outside the country, foreign relations, everything. So some people would say that you follow the latter version extreme, right?
Okay.
And you would, yeah. So by doing that, you sort of uh, you're just you're the last thing that you have to take care of is like people who believe in conspiracy and stuff like that. I mean, that's about it, right? That's all you have. Like, is a bunch of conspiracy theorists who are against like Trump's rule or whatever. I mean, there might be some truth to whatever they say or whatever, but like for the most part, they're uh, they're not understanding what's going on in government, I guess. So in that way, the government does solve its neutral problems by doing siding with that extreme.
Okay.
Yeah. So the same thing happened in Mumbai. We had the exact same problem, but you realize that in Mumbai we don't have great employment, so uh, yeah, it became it it sort of like lost everything lost its momentum, you know.
I think
All
so.
sorts of whatever we consider community in Mumbai is considered like me going to church, the parish I'm in, people I'm around, all that is part of community. So everything is based out of your own community. We don't have public opinion anymore.
Okay. Why don't you
Yeah.
have it anymore?
So that's the thing. I think that we have a sort of unity based doctrine. It's sort of like uh, religious diversity or whatever you want to call it. Whatever whatever you learn as an Indian person has to be sought after as an Indian person. So you you uh, you learn from your roots basically. That's what it is, and you learn from uh, all the things that we keep in common. You get it? So sort of like that.
Okay.
So does it make sense to you when I'm talking about government neutrality and the decisions they have to make?
I think so.
Yeah, but this is once again like it's never gonna quite end when you have all this fluff about politics. It The fluff never ends.
Right.
It gets kind of adverse and scary for some of you guys living there. But yeah,
Hey, just for a moment. I want to hear something that's on the radio. Well, it's athleticism. I've never seen really. There's agility here. There's potential 6 star.
I would say very positive and humble. It would be great if it stopped there. But here's the thing: if you're humble, in order that your ego kicks in and feel that you are better than someone else who's not humble and it's the same God,
go there.
that means that I will have all of that way that I can use that because now what does me being humble? I'm divine.
Yeah.
But
I'm way more humble than you.
But you're not. So you see how they kind of like the oxymoron. I'm humble and I'm surrendering, but in the same time, I am better than you and I'm more entitled. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's crazy. I mean,
Sure.
look at like the Muslim Christians and Jews and everyone. They say, all right, Muslims, we surrender. I mean, I'm talking about the extreme ones. I mean, like people like so I surrender to God. Good. Keep it that way.
Yeah.
Like if you go and I surrender to God, that means that I am closer to God than you. Then you should die.
Yeah.
Okay, Christians. Christ is love, and He loved me, and we're gonna be together. But you don't get into His kingdom, and you see, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just if you
Stop it.
like stop there, stop where you are humble, and you feel that you're a piece of shit,
Yeah.
and you are worthless human being, and you are there.
Yeah.
Stop there.
Yeah.
But once you said like, oh, that makes me a better person than you, and it makes me more with God than you, so that will give me the entitlement to kick your ass.
Yeah. We always ruin a good thing.
Don't we?
That ego. You've been outspoken, with Piers Morgan, but just on this topic, and you uh, talked about the Superman story, which I would love it if you were in a Superman movie. But have you lost job opportunities because of this?
There was a couple of things that were going on, but they stopped. Again, I don't know if said October 7th.
Can you tell the Superman story just so?
Yeah, yeah. So
what role were you?
Okay.
What did you audition for?
Yeah, it's okay. So in June, I was traveling to Dubai, and right an hour before I get into the car and go there, my manager's like, "Best, I'm gonna send you a script. Read it. It's for Superman." It's like, "Oh, Superman." I'm not really good in auditions. I'm not an excellent actor, so I said, "Okay, I'm just gonna do it. Send the tape." I do the tape. I send it. I go to the airport, and I read. I think I can talk about it now because they said they changed the script. So basically, what I found it interesting in that new script is that there's like a dictator in a country that invades another country, and Superman interferes politically. That's the first time we ever see Superman interferes politically. So basically, it's like Russia and Ukraine, but because of me, it was like it couldn't be Russia and Ukraine, so it had to be something kind of like with a flavor. So I read the role as a mixture of Trump and Mubarak. I did this bit like I had like that kind of a bit, but also like kind of like the 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 the, uh, the essence of Trump. I went to the airport. It's like an hour. Like James Gunn saw it. He goes, "What? I never had an audition that fast. I mean, I had a few roles, but not that fast, not like that." And then I said, like, "Well, the strike starts like tomorrow, and we need to be on the phone for. But after the strike, we cannot talk the SAG after strike, like for the writers and the actors." So like, well, I'm gonna play right now. It's like once you land, you can have a Zoom call with James Gunn. I have a call with James Gunn. I am a huge fan of him. The guy took like something like Guardian of the Galaxy nobody knew about. He made amazing trilogy, and he is like a really cool guy. I like what he did, and it was like really nice. And he started to talk to me about the movie, and like I talked to people before we were casting them, so I know that everybody's on set, have a good chemistry. It was amazing. So in your mind, if you're an actor, what does that mean? You got the part, and he told me you got the part. Month goes by, strike goes by, October 7th happens. I do Piers Morgan 1 and 2, and then I go to my Australian tour. My manager called me, Basim, the circle's over. It's like, don't get the part anymore. I was sad, very sad, but for 3 days. And said, like, I'm going to stand up for it. I'm actually doing very well. Alhamdulillah. And then when I went to Chris Como, after I finished the show, he told me, did you lose any opportunities? And that was off record after the show was like we concluded. And I said I talked about Superman, and I found myself when I was talking, I was angry. wasn't meant to be. And I'm living a good life now. I don't need to. So when I was asked again the next day in two different interviews, the BBC and another one also with my friend Dina Abdullah, I said the story in a different way. I said, I don't have any anger. As a matter of fact, maybe if I was Warner Brothers, I didn't talk about Jewish, but I thought it was the studio. If I was Warner Brothers and I'm a Muslim, I wouldn't have like a Zionist rosary in my movie. But I want to tell them that like when I criticize Israel, I am not a threat to you as a Jew, and we can actually have more in common. I was more of a kind of a fan. So when I said that, the internet went crazy, and James Gunn have haters because the Snyder verse and all of this. It's a word that I don't understand. And James Gunn like had all of these attacks on him, and I was pissed off how it was handled. I wasn't angry at James Gunn, but I thought it was. So my publicist and I just like, listen, stay calm, don't speak. It's better like to like not talk about it. I said okay. So there's nothing wrong about me, but I see the heat is rising against James Gunn, and that is a guy that I had a personal connection even through Zoom, and I didn't like what he was saying. And then he called me, and he explained to me. I said, listen, I actually use like have camera tests before people before. Finally, I didn't know that, and then we changed the script, and it was the strike, so I didn't call. And I thought to myself, I'm small. I'm a small actor. I'm not that important for him to call me to say we're gonna change the script. So I still think that the timing sucks and everything. But then I went and I did a video explaining exactly what I'm telling you because I didn't want to be famous for the wrong reasons. Because that would be unfair. Because that would already people wrote that, and I was having like interviews. Can you come about this tomorrow? I was like, guys, that's it. I'm not gonna talk about it because this is a non-issue. And I didn't. And when I talked to James on the phone, I felt how sincere he was. So I didn't want someone to, because of me, will have that kind of attack because I know what it means to be on the other side of that kind of attack. It's terrible. And it ruins your life and it ruins your day. And nobody deserves to be doing that. And I don't want to be the reason for someone else to go through that pain.
And you also said that you don't want to be a victim.
I don't want to be. I'm doing great. I'm selling out everywhere. I'm having a wonderful, loyal audiences coming to me. Why I would be angry about the role in Superman? Yes, it's great to be in a superhero movies. So what?
But there's a wisdom in that. Even if you weren't doing great, that's a choice a lot of people can come to, which is like, do I play victim here or not?
It's greed. It's greed. If they want more attention, if they want to be more, they just think they want more and more, and there's so much to go around to be enough for all of us. But it is greed. It is ego, 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 ego. I need to be in the center. I need to be recognized. I need to be people feel sorry for me and love me. And it is not the right way. It is not because it is fake. It's fake. It's made up. And I did not victimize myself when I left Egypt. I mean, in the time that I was, now I speak about it more. But in that dark times, I was detained in airports. I didn't have my American passport yet. I was still traveling with my Egyptian passport. And I was detained in an Arab airport. I was going to be delivered to the Egyptian. I had shows when I was still starting. I had hecklers being sent to me by the Egyptian embassy and Egyptian consul in New York and in London to curse me and to take videos of that and then send it to the state-run media in Egypt. And I didn't speak about that because I felt that like if I speak about that, I feel about like what was going on to me, I would be victimizing myself. It's like if I'm going to be good, I'm going to be good because of what I do, not because of what people's perception of what I'm going through.
Yeah, and that becomes a slippery slope. And somehow victimizing yourself
goes to more victimizing.
Yeah.
And then you cannot leave that habit. You can only exist and thrive if people feel sorry for you.
Yeah. I mean, Israel and Palestine currently both have that temptation.
I would always push back when you do the comparison because one of them is not really the same kind of power.
So to you, that's a big problem.
It's very easy to say why Palestinians would victimize themselves, but Israel, all of that, it's fine, man. What Israel is doing is that they're victimizing the Jewish experience, and I don't think a lot of, and I don't think it is fair for a lot of Jews. I don't think that they should use the Holocaust and the persecution that happened to Jewish people all through history in order to push an equally oppressive agenda. That is not fair, and it's
Lettuce
never
isn't,
knew the
folks.
Holocaust.
It's unreal.
I told you I want to make a movie about the Holocaust. I do, because what happened was that kind of engineered torture should never happen in the nation of Israel.
To you, what Israel is doing is leading to more anti-Semitism in the world.
100%. And I think, and can I be a conspiracy theorist for a second?
Please throw this flat. We all know
A
this.
part of me thinking maybe they are doing that intentionally, because if there's a rise of anti-Semitism in Jews, they will always like point like, see, they hate us, so we can give them more. Because you see, if we let go of our might and our strength, we could go back to the concentration camps, because you see how the world hates us.
And again, when you say they, are people in power.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's always the people in power. I believe that humans are easily corruptible and easily repairable, but the corruptible part is much easier. But people could change, but people in power are very dangerous. Very, very dangerous, especially if you have religion, which is power by itself, military might, political support, and money. Dude, that's the that's a very, very, very dangerous
What's up,
recipe.
gangster?
All that
West
said,
side.
I do believe in the power of the little guy, the individual, to overthrow the government. I don't know if you heard, but the Arab Spring, happened.
But okay, here we are
Just among friends.
we are Americans, right? We're Americans. We're Americans, and
How funny is that? Like, just given our two backgrounds. We're Americans.
we're Americans. It's like we're Americans. Here's one thing about like the power of the little guy that I am very sad about, because you see, I love America, by the way. I consider it my new home, and I want my kids to grow up here. I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I have in the United States. And I criticize the United States politics, and I criticize it out of love, the same way that I was criticizing what's happening with Egypt out of love. What is worrying for me is how the power of the little man is diminishing. It doesn't matter now who do you vote into power. They will not listen to you. They will listen to the people who paid them to be there. And it is very concerning, because I can see the American democracy is turning, not even slowly, very rapidly, into an oligarchy. If I'm sure that all of the millions of people who are voting, they don't vote for the NRA, they don't vote for AIPAC, they don't vote for the pharmaceutical companies, they don't vote for the military-industrial complex, and yet the people in power, they come in, they take your vote, my vote, and they are loyal to those people's votes, not to us. And it is very, very, very concerning. Very concerning. And this is the danger of American on American politics and American democracies. It is dangerous, because basically the vote becomes just like a ceremony that someone with the more like funding will get to power, and then he's not loyal to you.
Still, the fire. I mean, grew up in Texas. Everybody's armed to the teeth here.
Yeah, but like, what are these arms going to do in front of tanks?
Well, you said the American military is unique in this way.
I know. For now.
For now, the tanks are. Well, first of all, I believe Russia has more tanks than the United States. Tanks, I don't know. I'm not an expert in military strategic deployment of arms, but the United States uses different kinds of weapons. So
they have drones, and they have the lasers, and they're sitting comfortably behind the screens. It's kind of like, it turns just like a big Xbox game.
Yeah. And they sell a lot of those things to everybody.
It's crazy, because the defense budget is 68% of American military. It's like almost $850 billion each year. And most of that weapons, we don't even need it. We just do it because of the contract. There was like an incredible 60 Minutes. I'm sure that you saw it, the one about like the gouging of the prices of the Department of Defense. It was one of the most fascinating things that I've ever seen. They said like a safety oil valve that used to be sold for $329, now it is sold for $9,000. Why? Because there's only five weapon companies, and they can control the prices. And in 2006, the whole Apache fleet grounded because there's one valve that they were like gouging the price and didn't want to give them. The Stinger missile, that's just like the missile, the one that you carry and it's like the anti-aircraft. It used to be sold for $25,000. Now it's sold for $400,000, and nobody is doing that. You know why? Because the DoD has fired 130,000 people, including engineers and negotiators. So now, in order to cut expenses, now we're paying more money. And the thing is, we do not have a say in this. We don't have a say in how my tax money and your tax money is being spent. Because I'm sure you don't want your money to be sent to Israel. I'm sure. Even if you're Jews, I'm sure. I'm sure that like I don't want my money to be given to some Muslim countries who kill other Muslims. I'm sure. But it is not. Here's the thing. What kind of power do we have other than speaking? So what is left for us is free speech. And now when you speak, you call me anti-Semitic. You see why I'm angry?
But still, I mean, America's holding pretty strong despite the criticisms on the free speech front. But if you look at the freedom of the press, freedom of the speech index, America is not at the top.
It is not. And this is why, for example, it is very disheartening for me to see that the Western media, Western press, that used to be the beacon of freedom, as now using as mouthpieces. And it is funny how the New York Times, Nixon got angry in the New York Times in 1971 when they found leaks about him lying about the Vietnam War since the beginning. And now he hired the plumbers, the special units and orders to go in and find the leaks. This was Watergate, basically, because he was angry to see who leaked them, instead of fixing the problem. Now the New York Times have published a story about the rape that was a hoax that was written by Anna Schwartz, who's someone who had no experience. And now, when it was leaked, instead of them correcting themselves, they went in and they had their own investigation to see who leaked. The New York Times in 2003 became the mouthpiece of George W. Bush of the WMD. And now, as an American, I see that the New York Times is becoming a mouthpiece of a foreign country. Why do you do that?
One of the things that's really difficult to know is where to find the truth. It does seem that both sides use propaganda and both sides lie a lot.
But both sides, as in
both Israel and Palestine, pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, there's a lot of lies.
I think it's a lot of inequality, man. There's like a lot of people on the internet, but like who have the mainstream media siding with?
Definitely, thanks.
And I'm talking about, thank God for social media, because now it's individuals rather than people.
Yes.
They're people. You're comparing BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal with just people with a TikTok account.
Yeah, who has more followers in your view?
Now it is actually very, very fascinating to see the little man having that power over the media.
Because disproportionately so, this is my problem.
But you cannot call people with TikTok propagandists while people being paid to give you the news and they deliberately lie to you.
Yes, I can. They're both propagandists.
Yeah. Well, yes, but the mechanism and the intentions are different because here's the thing.
I'd rather have the TikTok guy than
if like the TikTok guy is a TikTok guy, all right. But if you have the New York Times being told that they're being exposed to be lying, and then they get this like UN report, which is like a disgrace, and you just put the title and you don't talk about it. Like I'm fine with CNN and Jake Tapper and all of those people like spreading the rape allegations for me. They didn't. I don't even want them to refute them. I want them to bring the Israeli reports saying that they didn't do it. The Israeli media themselves, they didn't even bother, not once. Is that balanced? That's not. Yeah. So that's why people in TikTok, because they have to take matters in their own hands.
Yeah, but the problem with the people on TikTok is the drug, the dopamine rush of getting a lot of likes. So instead of talking about the death of civilians, they'll talk about beheaded babies or the equivalent of it. They're going to actually make up stories because the made up stories are going to be more viral. And so now we're just in this sea, in this muck of lies.
And there's a lot of people who actually expose those lies on TikTok. So you have both. You have both. And it's kind of like the democracy of the social media, as we always call it. But if you have the street-run media, that is the legacy media, CNN, BBC, New York Times, Fox News, all of those people, and they are like spreading lies, and they're not even doing their journalistic job in order to at least bring the other side. That's the problem.
And that's worse.
reporters. You're supposed to be journalists.
Yes. It's supposed to be report. Report. People report.
Yeah, but I see that this is like a catalyst, an inspiration for the citizen journalists to rise up.
This is what you do.
For this, yeah.
This is what you're doing. No, this is what you're doing because you go into the deep dive. This is like a no filter thing. There's no spin.
The long form. The long form is going to save us.
I see why you hate the TikTok, like a dopamine rush. Stupid TikTok. I 5 hours later. I saw the resentment in your face.
I can't look away.
For like those 30-second dives of 4 hours.
I mean, both of them plays, both are exciting, but I can't. It is very dangerous, like you can't look away, and I almost never. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I almost never feel better ever after having used it.
Makes two of us. I can't. I cannot. I cannot. I have a team. By the way, I give my passport to like a team. I don't feel anything because I once in a dark night, very late at night, on TikTok, and I felt 2 hours. What?
Yeah.
What? I said, no, 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 this is dangerous. I'm already like an Instagram and Facebook guy. I don't need that.
Even there,
and I barely get out of Twitter. I mean, like X, I don't even care. X is a cesspool. It's just like the concentrated hate between the fans is too much. It's too much. I can't.
you don't check it alone. You try not to check it alone. It is very intense.
I just like I post something.
Post and go. So you're doing comedy here in the United States right now. Joe Rogan has the comedy mothership. It's an incredible
Watching your interview with Yaya
that
Simon.
I would love to. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
You know Joe?
Of course,
Yeah.
who doesn't know Joe?
I feel like it's a small world of
Just 2
comedy.
years ago,
That's
right?
why no, I think like Joe's story was like what he did and stuff that he did in the UFC and his podcast and it just it's very impressive. The fact that he's there and he's bringing all of those people, whether they're in comedy or his podcast, is very impressive. And this is what this is what is the media is all about. What is like the internet is all about to give you the experiences of stuff that you might never experience, and that's very important. I mean, you do it with people who like you go into their brains. He goes take people and they take their experiences and their lives and their story. It's very interesting, and this is the beauty of that art form because you have all of these experiences at the tips of your hands, and it's there for you to learn from. What he's doing, like when he moved to Texas and we did the comedy mothership, anybody who would like push comedy forward, that is the most difficult art form and the most demanding. And the fact that you do that, and he might not even be making money out of it, but he do that because of his passion. That is enough.
Yeah, he really believes in creating this place where comedians can be really free. And one of the cool things about the comedy mothership is like comedian is king there.
Yeah, like there.
we have to bow down to the.
Because the comedian who came after like eating shit,
Yeah,
dying
shit.
out there.
Everywhere else.
If you bet, you have basically you're a saint.
I have eaten shit for many years.
Now I'm gonna give you shit.
It's great. You already told me what you think about the state of politics in the United States, but now tell me what you really think. What do you think of the choice of Trump versus Biden? How do we end up here?
I mean, like the fact that like you have two people over the age of 90.
Yeah.
It is.
I think it's over 100, but that's all right.
It's all combined like 170. It is so sad. It is so sad that this is what we can produce as a society.
Rabbi, do you still have
Like a
cameras everywhere
demagogue
you go?
and
Like, even when you leave the
Sleepy
zoo?
Joe.
Yeah, as much as they can.
He's not there, man. He's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. I mean, he could, like when old people could be like a danger for themselves. He's a danger for the whole world. I mean, like the whole world. Like if an old person would die, who would like have like a hip replacement, we can need like a new planet because of one decision. But it's not just that. It's not just that. It's what are when I came here. Listen, I'm a Democrat. I was like, and I told you, like I fought for Bernie Sanders. I I supported him like 2016, but I couldn't vote then. And of course, huge fan of Obama. And oh no, man, don't joke. He was like, he's the first Muslim president. He's like, but he killed Muslims. Like, that's against Muslims too. But anyways,
I love that line.
and it just, I think the whole idea, like my shock is, I told you about like what Biden said about like I'm a Zionist, okay, you're a Zionist, but then like Jews are not safe anywhere other than Israel. Like, what the hell are you saying? And if you don't care about me, you don't care about my Israel, why would I care about you when you're involved in Israel? You know? And I have a joke that I told people, like, why would even Biden listen to us? He just raised $145 million in California alone from pro-Israeli groups. I mean, what can we Arabs working in the vape business do to him? Yeah. It's like we cannot compete with that. Yeah. I mean, like practically, I mean, it's like life is unfair. The guy is a politician. He needs bills to pay. He needs a campaign to run. He needs money. He will go to the people and give them money. Joe Biden is the highest paid politician from Israeli lobbies, $4.6 million over the years.
Yeah, but I also believe in great leaders that go against all of that. But unfortunately,
Bernie Sanders was like that.
Bernie Sanders, yes, but also age. I don't want to be ageist.
Of course. No.
But even with like, because I remember listening to Bernie Sanders 20 years ago on Tom Hartman show, and I don't want to say anything against Bernie, but like he was sharper then. Of course, there's a thing with age.
Yeah,
right?
Of course. No, I think I'm a huge fan about like putting a limit on your working years because you don't want to have like a Mitch McConnell moment every now because now the whole thing that like what is this? This is not like a hospice care home. It is unfair. It is unfair, and that the whole idea that we have like unlimited, like you have a limit for the president, but you don't have a limit for Congress people and senators. That's what do you mean? This is basically you can go in and be in governance forever, and the longer that you can get, the more corrupt you will get.
Yes,
And that is very concerning for America.
everybody becomes corrupt after.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why 2 terms is a good limit
For everybody.
Yeah, and maybe
You like my
half a term
profile picture,
for
right?
Egyptian leaders.
Well,
Wait, so
our
just for a
half
moment.
term is 15 years.
Quarter term.
I've always wondered what it
Come
is.
back and run for office there.
Oh my God!
So
No.
I'll show you.
No, there's a curse in Egyptian of the Egyptian presidents.
I did a bit of Photoshop.
Like he's not dead or
It
anything.
originally was like a
It's not the
blue
most appealing
figure
job.
in a
I
cloak,
might make a statue.
and it had all these
After my death.
wardrobe things on the side. It was like a
Very good man.
manual guy inside
Yeah,
Indian
when you look at
some sort.
what happened with Navalny, since you kind of
So it's something that you edited?
this in Egypt.
Uh,
What happened with
what I
Navalny
did is
in
I just
Russia?
faded
What do you
the
think about
part
that?
below.
Yeah, but what
the
happened
hood.
in Navalny in Russia is not
I
something
put
new
some
in Russia. I mean,
sort of light
Putin
on
had
top,
like this whole history
and
of
I
poisoning and killing
painted
people,
the
and it's kind of like
background.
pretty much.
Okay.
I would have to cite credit to Putin. He's like bringing
And
us the essence of the Dark Ages.
I don't know where I can show you
Like
this stuff.
like
Probably
basically
on
Putin
direct
is
message, right?
is the living example
You
of
could
what
just
happens
share
in
your
Game of
screen if you
Thrones
want.
with reality. It's like death by poison, like a blow up a plane.
Yeah, let
It's
me
like
see if I can
mysteriously
find
disappears.
that for
It
you.
is so.
Show you the
I- it,
original
it is
image.
it is very dark, but it's like wow. It's like a it's a television show.
Maybe that's what attracts us to that part of the world, is that it's so much on display. This game of power, of geopolitics,
Yeah.
of war.
No, but the same happens in the West, but I'm behind closed doors. It's not that open. It's not that pronounced. That's like, look, Epstein. It's like, oh, we just like I think because of the West is more advanced, like in movies and cinemas, we kind of direct it better.
Yeah,
I think the outcome's like the way that you kind of like say it. It's like, oh, and
that's why people are about like landing on the moon. They're like, I get it, but we haven't gone back. There there will always be war in the world,
Yeah.
always be suffering. Yes.
But here's the thing: I don't think for long. I don't think that will happen forever.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because here's the thing: humanity is destined to have war, especially like, it will have war. But that something happened in the last 50 years. We have now we have much more lethal weapons. The problem is, in the beginning, it's like swords against swords, horses, cavalry, like cannons, catapults, missiles, but now you like for like like a press of a button, you can annihilate the whole planet. And this is the problem. Wars will always continue. The problem is when is going to be the tipping point where we are actually going to destroy ourselves. And it is so easy now to destroy ourselves. The amount of weapons and the quality of weapons that we have, it is designed to kill more effectively, more. It is crazy. It's like we can create our own destruction on ourselves, and I think we're not that far away from it.
Just looking at nuclear weapons, the fascinating thing about nuclear weapons is I've gotten to learn recently just how few people are involved in a full-on nuclear war that basically kills everybody.
Yeah.
About 3+ billion people right away.
And the consequences of the nuclear winter, it's unlivable.
But all it takes is, I mean, one president can do it. It could be even a false alarm, misunderstanding.
Like what happened to the Southern presidents.
But again, and now there's more nations are prepared and ready to launch.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And you have a media and a 24 hours kind of like thing that makes you like at edge the whole time. That's crazy.
There's a dark perspective on this where there's certain members in the media that would kind of enjoy the prospect of nuclear war, like a little bit. Just let's get as close to it as possible.
You have another factor that will contribute to that: religion. And remember how like the radical Islamists talk about like the end of time and whatever, but like most of the Islamic countries don't have that much power. Problem is with Christian Zionists now being on the top of the world with America. They have been pushing for that kind of conflict to kind of escalate, escalate. Listen to Sarah Palin. It's like God wants us here. Like Gordon Frobe, all of the icons. The dispensationalist Reagan. There's an incredible book called like Forcing the Hand of God. It's a beautiful book. I read it. Like it was published 1998, but it still matters today. The whole idea about like, especially the Zionist Christians who love Israel, but they hate the Jews. They're anti-Semites, but they love Israel because of its role. This all basically formed because of the interpretation of the Bible of Scofield and how they talk about the end of times and Armageddon, and then the late great planet Earth, and then left behind Sirius, and all of that. It's all about like we're heading to Armageddon. The problem is Islam has there are people that believe that the end of time, and then we have the Christians that believe in the end of time, and then you have Israel happy that those people are using it for the end of time, and then the whole idea about them pushing as many weapons and troops and the Middle East is prepared for the nuclear holocaust. And John Hagee, one of the pastors, talk about that about the brimstones, and it's not gonna be a nuclear holocaust. All of them people. It's crazy how people are so despising life that they are wanting death. So now you almost have these revelations, but these revelations mean nothing if you don't have an effective weapon in order to make them happen. And this is the crazy thing. And I'm worried that at the end it's going to be by someone that wants to be God at its earth.
Somebody who's really in a hurry. Well, I have good news for you. Maybe we'll become a multi-planetary species.
Maybe Elon Musk
Be the way to get out in space. I asked you offline to not mention the lizard people. They are.
There's like a whole people that believe in the lizard people. It's crazy.
I actually have to be honest. I haven't fully looked into the lizard people. I probably should.
You should.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm afraid of the truth.
Then. Removing my face.
I mean, what? So let's say you're wrong about the end of the world,
and
and we it all turns out great and humanity flourishes. Why would that happen? What gives you hope for that trajectory for humanity? Younger people, the people that you don't like. Yeah, there is a lot of like bullshit there. After you saying this, people just keep sending you TikTok videos. These younger people, that. Look at this woman showing her boobs. That woman. That's gonna save us. All right, awesome. Thank you. No, there's like I think uh, there is a wealth of it. Remember like the joke that said like we thought that like when we have internet we're gonna have like be more, more informed, and now we're watching twerking videos, and that's from the other side. The fact that you have availability of information. I'm I'm learning a lot, and there's people who are using that platform. That it's not the majority because I'm not very interested in finding information, but I think there might be a tipping point where there's enough people that will be aware, and maybe they would collectively do something in order to bring back the power to the small man. And maybe it sounds very naive, maybe it's fun, but we don't know. We don't know because we have already seen the legacy media and the legacy politicians shaking in the past few months. They're getting nervous because people are calling them out. And those people were like hiding behind the desk, behind in their offices, and not like not holding it out for that, but like people now are calling them out. And it is not going to happen like this year or next year, but I think it's something. What advice would you give to those young men? I will never be the one. Get off TikTok. I will never because like their input is different than mine. But like there's one thing I learned when people told me, did the revolution fail? Did people that people? I said like, listen, the revolution is not an event. It's not like hey we go in we topple the government. It's not a revolution. A revolution is a process. It's a very long process. And maybe that process. I mean, as much as we don't like what happened in the Arab World, but the people there, the awareness that it happened, the discussions that it opened, that where you didn't even imagine would happen in the Middle East, is happening. Then maybe the beginning of any hope of change is that people start talking, speaking out, talking about stuff they were not allowed to speak about, like for example, Israel. Revolution continues. Yes. Basim, you're a beautiful human being. It's truly a pleasure and honor to meet you. I can just feel the love radiating from you. I hope I get to see you perform live. I hope to get to see you many more times. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you so much, and I would love to invite you for my new special, the Islamo Nazi. That's That's be the title of your autobiography. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Basim Youssef. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Jon Stewart. The press can hold its magnifying glass up to our problems, bringing them into focus, illuminating issues heretofore unseen. Or they can use that magnifying glass to light ants on fire, and then perhaps post a week of shows on the sudden, unexpected, dangerous flaming ant epidemic. If we amplify everything, we hear nothing. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
It's a sad state of affairs when some of the most influential voices in our country will label someone a lover or supporter of dictators simply because you're saying hate. We shouldn't be going to war. There is another way.
The following is a conversation with Tulsi Gabbard, who was a longtime Democrat, including being the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. She endorsed Bernie in 2016 and Biden in 2020. She has been both loved and heavily criticized for her independent thinking and bold political stances, especially on topics of war and the military-industrial complex. She served in the U.S. military for many years achieving the rank of lieutenant colonel. And now she is the author of a new book called For Love of Country. This is the Life Treatment Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tulsi Gabbard. You've served in the U.S. military for many years, achieving rank of lieutenant colonel. You were deployed in Iraq in 2004 and 5, Kuwait in 2008 and 9. What lessons about life and about country have you learned from that experience of war?
So many. Central to those lessons learned was having my eyes open to the very real cost of war. Of course, I served in a medical unit during that first deployment to Iraq. It was 2005 during the height of that war, and unfortunately, we took a lot of casualties. We, across the entire U.S. military, my brigade that I deployed with was from the Hawaii National Guard. We had approximately 3,000 soldiers who were operating in 4 different areas of Iraq. And my first task every day was to go through a list of every injury, combat-related injury that had occurred the day before in the country. And I went through that list name by name, looking to see if any one of our nearly 3,000 soldiers from Hawaii had been hurt in the line of duty. And then, if seeing them on the list, tracking them down, where were they? Were they getting the care they needed? Would they be able to get sufficient care to stay in country and return to duty? Did I need to get them evacuated? Usually it would be to military hospitals that at that time were in Landstuhl and Ramstein in Germany, and then from there getting them to either Brooke Army Medical Center, which is here in Texas, that specialized in burn-related injuries, to Walter Reed, and tracking them and their care until they were finally home with their families. And it never became a routine task. It never became like, okay, cool, check the list, kind of dot the I's, cross the T's. It was that daily confrontation with the reality of the cost of war. Friends of mine were killed in combat. Experiencing firsthand that high human cost of war caused me, 20-something-year-old from Hawaii, I'd left my seat in the state legislature to volunteer to deploy with my brothers and sisters in my unit to Iraq. And so recognize the cost of war, I think, in 2 fundamental ways. Number one is the high human cost of war on our troops and on the people in the country where this war was being waged, and also the cost on American taxpayers. Seeing then, back in, again, 2005, and recognizing KBR Halliburton, one of the biggest defense contracting companies then, and I know that they are still very much in that business now. Dick Cheney being connected with that company at one point or another. But in our camp specifically, which was one of the larger ones in Iraq at that time, there wasn't anything that happened in our camp that didn't have a KBR Halliburton logo imprinted on it. We had a big shack-looking place where we ate our meals. They call it a dining facility, the DFAC in the military. And they served 4 meals a day. They brought in, and they, being KBR Halliburton, they imported workers in from places like Nepal and Sri Lanka and the Philippines to come in and cook food and work at this dining facility. I got curious about how much it costs us as taxpayers. And so I started asking around some people, and I think at that time it was like, well, every time a soldier or a service member walks through the door, if I were to go in for breakfast and grab a banana and walk out, that's an automatic $35 per head, per meal, 4 times a day, thousands and thousands of people. And then we made friends. There's a pretty large Filipino community in Hawaii. A lot of Filipino soldiers from Hawaii. We made friends with the Filipino workers who were there. They would often go in the back of the tents and set up their own rice cookers and cook their own meals, which is where the real good food was. But just started talking to them and getting to know them. And that's like, hey, how much do you get paid? And on average, it was like, oh, I get paid $500 a month. $500 a month to go and do this work of either cleaning out porta potties, picking up trash, the dining facility, doing laundry, all of these different tasks. because the military wanted soldiers to be out doing things that only soldiers could do. Understandable. But when I started putting, two and two together and knowing that this company, one company alone, was making trillions of dollars, and yet this Filipino mom is making $500 a month, maybe getting one day off a week, maybe working 12 hours a day otherwise. And how often are you able to go home to your family? Well, they'll let us go home a couple of weeks every other year. It was an eye-opening experience that growing up in Hawaii, I frankly hadn't given much thought to before. But it's what led me ultimately coming back from that first deployment. There was no way that I could go back to the life that I had left behind, and I knew somehow, some way, I needed to find a way to use those experiences to try to make a positive impact, to try to influence those, frankly, the politicians who were making decisions to go and launch these regime change wars and send our men and women in uniform into war, and to what end, ultimately.
You can just go back to that list.
Yeah.
So the list is just name and injury. Name and injury.
Name, unit, potentially location, if someone had documented that, and their injury.
And it's just pages and pages of that.
Yeah. And I knew, I didn't get to call home every day, but when I called home and talked to my parents, I felt the tension in their voice. And, they didn't want me to worry about anything at home, and so they were always like, hey, how are you? What can we send you? And this and that. But, it wasn't like I was calling them from down the street saying, hey, how's it going? Let's go have lunch or whatever. And so I knew that the reason for that tension was they were terrified of getting a phone call delivering the worst possible news. And that was what I thought of as I went through that list of how, it is the reality of war. Behind every one of those names on that list was, a husband or a wife, parents, sons and daughters, family members, who had no idea what we were dealing with, really. All they knew was what they saw in the news. And what my dad told me later when I got home after that deployment was that every time they saw the news and they saw a helicopter shot down or crashed or some IED, they held their breath until they saw or heard the news of who it was or what it was.
What can you say about what the soldiers have to go through physically and psychologically when they get injured?
The physical, some injuries appeared to be minor up front. At that time, traumatic brain injury was not something that was talked about much, if at all. And so, many had visible wounds. Others are now what we know appeared like, all right, cool, you checked out, but had invisible wounds. Those who were injured in a way that did not allow them to get back to work found it emotionally very difficult to be put on a plane and evacuated out of there, feeling guilty that they were leaving their friends behind, and not thinking about themselves, or not feeling bad for themselves, but instead feeling bad for being forced to be in a position to leave. For soldiers, it's not, of course, we all have our own political opinions on things, but when it comes right down to it, in a war zone, it's about your friends, it's about your brothers and sisters that you're serving alongside. It's not about the politicians or whatever insanity is going on in Washington. It's about getting up and going out, getting the job done, and coming back home together. I had friends of mine who were from Hawaii, who were from American Samoa, very culturally tight-knit community, who confided in me throughout that year that we were there. Some of the very infantry soldiers who were going out on security patrols and doing raids every day, just some of the very traumatic experiences that they went through. No physical injury, but creating a kind of emotional stress and trauma that as human beings they were struggling in dealing with. On a positive note, Polynesian culture especially, but also Asian culture and other cultures around the world, our guys found that as they were, shortly after we got there, the unit that we were replacing, we're taking the guys out on patrol and saying, hey, here's this village, here's where we found friendlies, or here's where we know that there are insurgents operating and they've got allies and lookouts, and, showing them the lay of the land, basically. And what our guys found was that as they were doing these ride-alongs, they call it a left seat, right seat, when you're coming in and taking over, that there was a bit of a tense, even adversarial type of relationship where on the military side there was an assumption of suspicion or lack of trust, just with the local Iraqi people who lived around the base we were at. And without anybody telling them to, culturally, our guys began trying to build relationships. And, for Hawaii and Samoa, and we had what was Guam and Saipan, little things like you're riding down in a Humvee, you've got a gunner in the turret with a 50 cal or a machine gun of some sort. Little things like pointing the muzzle to the sky as you're riding through a town rather than pointing it directly at where people are walking down the street was a huge gesture of an assumption of, hey, let's actually talk and become friends. We had our guys riding down the street and throwing shakas out to the local people there, breaking bread, sharing tea, and building those relationships. And again, I served in a medical unit, and what we saw was a downward shift in casualties from the unit that had been there before us, simply because of that basic human connection that our guys sought to make, and then gradually finding, like, hey, local, people who lived in the town right next to us were saying, hey, you guys should really, somebody was digging a big hole a mile down the road. You might want to bypass that or check that out. And finding weapons caches and IEDs, improvised explosive devices, and other things that help save people's lives.
On the cost side of things, how is it possible for a company like Halliburton or others to get away with $40 bananas, or however much it was, the overhead costs?
What they will claim is that it's expensive to move logistics through a country at war. But they get away with it ultimately. This insane war profiteering, and they're not alone, obviously. There are other companies that this is their business model. They get away with it because of their political connections and the lobbyists that they have, the relationships they have with politicians, and ultimately what President Eisenhower warned against with regard to that cozy relationship between Congress and even what he called then the military-industrial complex. It's been alive and well. He warned us against it, and I would say it's thriving more now than ever before.
How powerful is the military-industrial complex as a thing? Is it a machine that can be slowed down, can be stopped, can be reversed?
It can be. It's powerful. I don't think you can overstate the powerful nature of it, because it extends so deeply within our government. It's not just those in these specific big defense contracting companies that benefit from it. You look at the revolving door within the Pentagon, for example, where you have both high-ranking people who wear military uniforms, as well as those who serve as high-ranking Department of Defense civilians who are literally working their way into a big payout when they leave that job. We see it with our own Secretary of Defense now. He retired as a general officer, went and served on one of the boards for one of the big defense contractors, and then now back as the Secretary of Defense. We see the same thing in Congress with members of Congress and senior professional staffers in Congress. Same exact revolving door where you have people, whether they're writing contracts for the Department of Defense or the company that then wins the bid for that contract and then going and working for that company, or those in Congress who are writing policies and doing exactly the same thing.
You have been both a war hawk and a war dove at times, so what is your philosophy on when war is justified and when war is not?
War is justified when it is in the best interest of our national security, and when it is the last resort, when all diplomatic efforts have been completed and exhausted, and war is the last possible route that must be taken to ensure the safety, security, and freedom of the American people.
So that's a high level, beautiful ideal, but there's next details. The terrorism, for example.
Yes.
The United States' involvement in the war in Iraq and Afghanistan was in part the big umbrella of the war on terrorism. So, when you decide whether something is justified or not, and whether something can be defeated or not, how hard is it? Is it even possible? To what degree is it possible to defeat terrorism?
Well, first of all, there's part of the problem of our foreign policy has been how many conflicts, wars, military actions have been waged in the name of this quote-unquote war on terrorism, in the name of national security. Legislation like the Patriot Act that violates civil liberties, our civil liberties and freedoms, in the name of the war on terrorism and national security, when it's not justified. And so I'll use Afghanistan as an example. I support the initial mission that lifted off shortly after the attack on 9/11, the Islamist terrorist attack on 9/11. It was a relatively small group of U.S. military launched to go after those Al-Qaeda cells and Osama bin Laden in the wake of that attack. That is the mission that should have been supported and focused on in its execution. Instead, as you know, attention was diverted very quickly to the regime change war in Iraq that was waged on false pretenses, and the resources and focus was taken away from that initial mission that went to Afghanistan. And the war in Afghanistan grew up into something that became about regime change and governance and the Taliban, and less focus on Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, and it became this thing that even general officers had a hard time articulating. What is the objective here? What are we trying to accomplish? What does winning look like? At what point do we know it's time to exit and get out? And as you look at things like the Afghanistan files and others, the answers to these simple and essential questions shifted and changed over time, over a very long time. Similarly, in Iraq, I bought into a lot of what was being sold by the administration and by Democrats and Republicans and Congress at the time, and very quickly, even as I was on the ground there, started to have my eyes opened up into how we had been lied to tremendously, and how that protracted war went on for a very, very long time, with decisions being made that ultimately served to strengthen terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, the creation of ISIS and others, really undermining our national security interests in the meantime. Understanding the enemy that you are trying to defeat is essential to being able to build a strategy. The declaration of President Biden, for example, saying the war on terror is over. The war on terror is over. What does that mean? Forever wars are over. What does that actually mean? I served on my most recent deployment in 2021 to East Africa, Somalia, where Al-Shabaab is one of those Islamist terrorist groups that follows the same ideology as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hamas, and others. This group has been allowed to grow and be strengthened, even though they are one of the main groups that provides funding to Al-Qaeda in that entire region. So any president or politician can declare war to be over, but when you have an enemy like these Islamist terrorist groups who are still intent on their goal and their objective, which is to ultimately establish their Islamic caliphate and, destroy Israel and exterminate the Jewish people and basically destroy, kill or convert anyone who doesn't adhere to their ideology. That continues on, and they will only become stronger the longer our leaders put their heads in the sand and pretend like, oh no, this doesn't exist. This kind of war, this war specifically, is one that has to be waged militarily and ideologically. And the ideological component to this, which is defeating their ideology with a superior one, is one that I pointed out in Congress during the Obama administration. The collective we, were failing at. The Obama administration was failing at because they were so afraid of being labeled Islamophobes that they refused to accurately identify the ideology driving these terrorist groups and instead said, oh, well, we are countering violent extremism, was the term that the Obama administration started to use and was coined and kind of mandated across the U.S. government. Well, you have to know, again, you have to know the enemy that threatens you and why they're doing what they're doing if you have any hope of actually preventing their attack, both militarily and as we're seeing now with Hamas's actions, not only directly in the assault on Israel, but how Hamas achieved their objectives in spreading their ideology around the world.
If you look at the lessons learned from the U.S. involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq, how do you fight terrorism?
Clearly understanding who they are and where they are and why they're doing what they're doing is essential, first of all. And obviously there are different groups, different names. They have morphed and changed based on their locale and how they operate. Building relationships with people in other countries, both state leaders as well as religious leaders and others who share that same objective of defeating these Islamist terrorists on both fronts, and acting as a united front in taking that action. What exactly that action looks like, details on the ground dictate that. Details about these different groups will dictate that. But we've seen examples of this before, and I saw this in Somalia. We saw it in some cases in Iraq, where, for example, you have imams who recognize the threat that these terrorist groups pose to their own people and their own communities, and exerting their influence in defeating that the terrorist Islamist ideology with their own teachings of Islam and preaching peace amongst their people. War is ugly and it is messy. It is also an unfortunate reality of the world we live in. So while I firmly believe that we must always pursue peace, I'm not a pacifist. I'm a realist, and recognize that where there are these threats, we must do what we can to work towards that safety, that security, that freedom and peace that we all want.
If we look at the perspective of Israel in the Israel-Gaza war going on now, what do you do with the fact that the death of a civilian serves as a catalyst, gives birth to hate, potentially generational hate? So, in Israel's stated goal of destroying Hamas, they are creating immeasurable hate. What do you do with that? From a perspective of Israel, what is the correct action to take in response to that result?
It's a complex question with a complex answer. I think Israel's approach has to be in recognizing that delineation as far as possible. And I know it's tough when you have a terrorist group like Hamas that is so interwoven within the community but to recognize that there should be and there is a shared purpose there for the Palestinian people to be able to live free and in peace and not under the oppression of this terrorist group, just as the people of Israel would like to live in peace and free from the threat of attack from a terrorist group that wants to exterminate them. The complexities of what's going on in Israeli politics is, I think, a different conversation, but also one that is directly intertwined with the answer to this question when you have some people in the Israeli government who don't want the Palestinian people in Gaza at all and want them to go and repatriate in other countries. I think that's a big problem, and that further exacerbates this hatred and resentment that continues to grow there. This is a generations-long challenge, unfortunately, of the resentment and tension that exists between many Israelis and many Palestinians that can only be resolved when there's strong leadership representing both peoples who are able and willing to come together and recognize that the only way forward is to let the past be in the past and find a way towards peace in the future.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine will end?
The only way that this war ends is to do exactly what we're talking about. There has to be a brokered dialogue and conversation about peace that has to occur with representatives from Russia and Ukraine. It is really truly heartbreaking to see both how efforts that began just weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine to do exactly this were thwarted by the Biden-Harris administration and other Western powers, has cost so many innocent people's lives. And this is where I have friends in Ukraine. I've been there more than a few times. I've enjoyed and appreciated the time that I've spent there. When I hear from my friends about how afraid they are of their husbands being conscripted and, you know, feeling like they have to hide for fear of being yanked off the streets, their friends and family members who've been killed in this war. The only way this ends is when both sides come to the table and find an agreement that neither side is going to be completely happy with, both sides being forced to make some concessions, but one where they will both walk away and this war can end.
What's the role of the U.S. president, perhaps, to bring everybody to the table? Do you think that the U.S. president should sit down with Zelensky, Putin together?
Yes. In an ideal world, yes. This should have happened long ago. The question of whether or not President Biden is the right person to do that at this time, when all of the statements and comments that they have made, the Biden-Harris administration has made from the beginning of this war, essentially point to their objective being to basically destroy Russia. And that's one of the reasons why they have supported both the continuation of this war for as long as it's lasted, as well as why they have thwarted efforts towards peace. Whoever that most effective neutral broker is, that's the best person to do this. The Biden-Harris administration, I think the role that they have to take is actually encouraging Zelensky to sit down and begin this process. Those kinds of engagements are to me, the most powerful exercises of diplomacy that can be matched, especially when our president's foremost role and responsibility is to serve as commander-in-chief. And I wish that we had leaders who were more willing to engage, because I think we'd make a lot more progress more quickly, and to find areas both of mutual interest as well as to help deconflict and de-escalate areas where there is tension or disagreement or adversarial interests.
Well, some of it is basic human camaraderie. People call me naive for this, but
sometimes just knowing that there's a human on the other side, even like when it's in private. If you look at Zelensky and Putin, for example, just humor. Both are very intelligent, witty, at times even funny people. Yes, this is wartime. Yes, a lot of civilians and soldiers are dying. There's hate. But if you can look above it all and think about the future of the countries, the flourishing of the people, and the stopping of the death of civilians and soldiers, then in that place you can have that basic human connection.
I agree. I don't think that's naive at all. And I think there are so many examples through history that point to the power of that, the real power in that. In, the Cuban Missile Crisis, how JFK had to literally find a secret way to communicate with Khrushchev to try to go around the backs of the military commanders who were urging him to take military action, and instead find, hey, we both ultimately want the same thing. Neither of us wants to launch a catastrophic nuclear war, so let's figure this out.
Of course, there's examples throughout history. Leaders are complicated people. They're manipulative people. So you have like Hitler and Chamberlain meeting, and Chamberlain kind of getting hoodwinked by Hitler's charisma and being convinced that Hitler doesn't have any interest in invading and destroying the rest of the world. So, you have to...
Smart. Don't be hoodwinked.
You've been criticized for this. You've met with Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, and as part of the campaign, running for president, got criticized for not calling him a war criminal. What's the right way to meet and communicate with these kinds of leaders?
As I just stated, we need leaders who have the courage to meet not just with allies, but with adversaries in the pursuit of peace, in the pursuit of increased understanding. If policies are being made through the lenses and the barriers of bureaucrats and the media and others who have or may have their own interests, our president, a leader, can't make, even members of Congress can't make decisions with the kind of clarity that we, the American people, need them to make. I think that these kinds of engagements are weaponized and politicized as they were against me by those who have their own interests, whether it be the military-industrial complex or in Washington. If you're not part of the official narrative of the U.S. government, which was intent on a regime change war in Syria, then you're an outcast. And it was unfortunate because people levied all kinds of accusations and smears against me for going and having the audacity to go and learn more, try to seek the truth, in the hopes of preventing more needless war, and in the hopes of preventing yet another quagmire and disastrous war in the Middle East. And simply for going and, yes, meeting with Assad, also meeting with religious leaders in Syria, also meeting and talking with people on the streets of Damascus, talking with college students, talking with people from the opposition party who would like to see Assad replaced, talking with local law, just a whole host of people over the course of a few days. The accusation was of like, oh, she loves dictators. It's a sad state of affairs when some of the most influential voices in our country will label someone a lover or supporter of dictators simply because you're saying, hey, we shouldn't be going to war. There is another way. And I'm not alone in this. People who were against the war in Iraq were given similar labels. Until it became, popular in our politics to have been against the Iraq War. We see the same thing now with people like Tucker, myself, and others who are saying we should not be waging this proxy war against Russia via Ukraine and using the Ukrainian people's lives in this war. Well, now all of a sudden you're a Putin lover, a Putin puppet, or whatever, the traitor, treason, all of these accusations that are used ultimately by people who are not interested in having a substantive conversation about the truth, about looking at these wars and conflicts, with a comprehensive view on exactly all the dynamics that are at play. And that's what I found when I came back. I went went to Syria looking forward to coming back and shedding light on different perspectives, experiences, and stories that I found that would give people a more broad understanding of what was happening in that country. And what I found was there was zero interest in the mainstream media or in Congress in hearing any other perspective other than their own, which was we need to launch this regime change war through the use of arming and equipping known terrorists within Syria to overthrow the regime without any idea, without them stating any realistic idea of who would take control once Assad was overthrown. But the reality actually being that no matter which opposition group they might try to prop up, they would not have the power to withstand the terrorist groups whose stated goal it was to go and take over power from Assad. They had no interest in trying to gain true understanding. And it was very disheartening. It was very disheartening, and a big lesson learned about where their interests really were focused.
Yeah, it's a simplistic narrative template that's fit into every single situation. A lot of stuff is not talked about in the Russia-Ukraine war. One of the things that's not talked about is, okay, so Putin is overthrown, then who do you think will come into power?
Exactly.
Now, one of the things I talk about with Aristowitz is that Putin, and he gets criticized for this, that Putin, out of all the people that might take power, is the most liberal, is the most dovish. In fact, every indication shows that he really hates this war. And so everybody that will step in, if he steps down or if he is overthrown, is just going to accelerate this war and expansionism and the thirst for empire and all that kind of stuff that the U.S. military industrial complex will feed into. So you have to think about what the future holds and what the different power players are and what the level of corruption there is and sort of the realistic view of the situation versus the idealistic view of the situation.
Just on that note, real quick, I think that was exposed in broad daylight when it appeared that the former head of the Wagner group was about to try to launch a coup, and how that was so celebrated even on like MSNBC and Rachel Maddow and others touting that this was somehow going to be a great thing without looking at who is this guy really, what has he been doing in different countries around the world, and what would be his kind of ruling philosophy, and how that would differ or benefit American interests or the interest of security and peace.
But also the interest of Ukraine or Russia
True.
and humanity overall. Just
True.
the flourishing of nations, which is great for everybody, and collaborations with nations.
I agree.
Friendly competition, one of the things I love about the 20th century is the friendly, sometimes not so friendly, competition between the Soviet Union and the United States in space, in the space race. It's created some incredible engineering and scientific breakthroughs and all of this, and also made people dream about like reaching out to the stars.
Yeah.
War destroys all of that, or damages it. Hopefully, just damages it. Hopefully, the phoenix will rise again. Well, let me ask you about the criticism you've mentioned. It's probably the most common criticism of you that you love Putin. So just to linger on it, what do you think is the foundation of this criticism?
Well, I'll tell you when it began. I had my first day in Congress was January 3rd, 2013. I believe it was the 3rd, 4th, 5th, somewhere around there. And my last day was January 3rd, 2021. I had been given my experience of serving as a soldier in the Middle East, and the motivation that really drove me to run for Congress in the first place. I served on the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Armed Services Committee for almost 8 years. The 8 years that I was there, with my drive and motivation to actually be in a position to challenge the influence of the military-industrial complex, to try to prevent us from needlessly going to war. And so, the likes of Hillary Clinton and the cabal of warmongers in Washington, they weren't fans of mine, to say the least. I can't say it was a total surprise, but it was disheartening nonetheless that the very day that I announced my candidacy, that I was running for president, which was in February 2019, as the hour that I walked up onto that stage to announce my candidacy, was in Hawaii, and I gave my announcement speech. NBC News published a hit piece that planted the seeds of suspicion in voters' minds that somehow I was a darling of Putin and Russia and whatever. It was baseless, all of it baseless. And that continued, like a steady drumbeat throughout my candidacy, but that really was escalated when, in a podcast with David Axelrod, Hillary Clinton said, "Oh, well, the Russians are grooming her," and this is not. This came from a very influential person.
Yeah.
She was the former Secretary of State, former U.S. Senator, former First Lady, someone who wielded and continues to wield a lot of power in the Democratic Party and amongst voters. And that took it to a whole new level. What is the basis for this? Nothing. It is a tired yet dependable playbook that is used not only by people like Hillary Clinton, but also people like Mitt Romney and others, to try to smear, discredit, and destroy the reputations of people who have the audacity to question their objectives as they call for one war or another, or have the audacity to say that this is not in the best interest of peace or in our country and our national security. They keep going back to this playbook, as they do today, because, again, they're not willing to debate the substance of one position versus another, which is what we should have. If people feel so strongly that we should be going and waging this war or that war, okay, great. Go make your case to the American people. Go stand on the floor of the United States House and actually have this debate. Allow those who are saying, no, this is not a good idea, to also stand freely and make that argument. Instead, they resort to the kind of name-calling that tells voters, hey, you can't trust this person or anything that they say. Myself and some of my other colleagues got the same treatment when we tried to pass legislation in Congress that would have taken out provisions from the Patriot Act that are most egregiously violating our Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties. Authorities that have allowed our government to illegally surveil Americans without a warrant. And as we did so, were called traitors. We had other members of Congress on the House floor saying that if you pass this legislation, you will be responsible for another 9/11 style attack on our soil. These are all distraction tactics to try to divert our attention away from what's actually happening, and instead just tell voters, hey, you can't trust these people. Obviously, this has happened to Trump. It's happened to Bobby Kennedy. It's happened to people like Rand Paul and others. There's a small group, but a growing number, at least among the Republican side at this point, people who are actually willing to stand up and challenge the military-industrial complex, challenge the warmongers in both parties.
Well, people on the left have challenged the warmongers as well throughout the last few decades.
Less so recently. I agree with you, but less so recently, and this is one of the reasons why I left the Democratic Party. One of the foremost reasons. I devote an entire chapter to this issue in my book, Our Country, Leave the Democrat Party Behind, going into the detail of some of the things we've talked about my own experiences, about what I have learned along the way, but also how, even in the last year, 2 years, certainly under this administration, people who I worked with in Congress who were Democrats, dependable voices for civil liberties, dependable voices speaking out against the insanity of people who wanted to wage war for the sake of war, um, they're largely silent now. And unfortunately, within the Democratic Party in Washington, there is no room for debate. That if you challenge the Biden administration's position on foreign policy, you're going to hear about it. And what we have seen is that's exactly what's happened. And people have retracted statements or just fallen silent, or whatever the case may be. This debate that should be existent within both parties on the Democrat side, unfortunately, it just doesn't exist anymore.
There seems to be some kind of mass hysteria over the war in Ukraine. It was strange to watch that the nuance aspect of the discussion was lost very quickly. It was Putin bad.
Right.
It was a war between good and evil.
Right.
And in that, if you bring up any kind of nuanced discussion of like how do we actually achieve peace in the situation, you're immediately put on the side of evil.
Which is pretty sick when you think about it.
I mean, it's, the cynical view is, of course, it's the military-industrial complex machine, the war profiteers just driving this kind of conversation.
Yeah.
I hope I hope they don't have that much power. I hope they just have incentives and they push people and they kind of use people's natural desire to divide the world into good and evil and fight for the side of good. People just have a natural proclivity for that. And that's a good thing. We want to fight for the side of good, but then that gets captured.
And manipulated. Yes. I admire your hopefulness. I am hopeful also because of the goodness in people and the naturally compassionate nature of people. However, I will tell you from firsthand experience that what we talk about is the national security state, the military-industrial complex, this cabal of warmongers that extends not only within government but outside of government, extends to many powerful media outlets. They are incredibly powerful and don't have any qualms at destroying those who try to get in the way of their power. And they've got a lot of tools. They've got a lot of tools to do that, which I think is why President Eisenhower chose to include this in his farewell address as a warning, because the only recourse, the only real power that has the ability to destroy them and stand up against them is a free people living in a free society, exercising the rights that we have enshrined in the Constitution and Bill of Rights.
I just talked to Amy Jacobs, and she wrote a book on nuclear war, a scenario of how nuclear war will happen second by second, minute by minute. I apologize. If it happens, how it would happen. It's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's terrifying how easy it is to start. That one person can start it, first of all, and then there's no way to stop it. Even potentially with tactical nuclear weapons, that it's just the machinery of it, how clueless everybody is, combined with the machinery of it, is just impossible to stop. And it just, between Russia and the United States especially, and then all of a sudden you have nuclear winter and 5 billion people are dead. They die through just essentially torture, slowly. How do we avoid that? How do we avoid the nuclear war? That's something that you talk about and think about. How do we avoid this kind of escalation of conflict?
The most essential thing, first of all, is understanding exactly what you have just detailed. We are in this very strange and absurd time where we have talking heads and so-called pundits on TV, we have politicians, we have people who are talking about a nuclear war as though it is a war that can be won, period, and a war that can be waged somehow without that risk of escalation to the point of destruction of human civilization. And so they talk about this as though it's just another war, and especially as they talk about the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Oh, well, this is small, and we think it'll send a message without actually escalating to the point where we're dealing with the kind of destruction that we witnessed in World War II. That's a dangerous thing when it becomes like normalized as, well, we've got this new missile that'll go and it's targeted and it's strategic and it'll only harm this quote unquote military target. Ronald Reagan was 100% correct when he said, a nuclear war cannot be won and should never be waged. It was true then, and it's true now, no matter how much these guys who are producing these weapons or those who are benefiting from that industry try to tell us, oh no, it'll never happen.
We ain't got money.
So to me, that's an important first step to continue to inform and educate and sound the alarms to people. Don't buy this crap because it's not true. And I look forward to listening to your podcast. But the PSA that was put out by New York City's Emergency Management Office about what to do in the event of a nuclear attack, you would find it funny if it wasn't so deeply disturbing. How they created this public service announcement, they distributed it everywhere across the city, on the internet, I think it was on the radio, where you had a woman who appeared to be an actor coming in and saying, hey, in the event of when the big one hits, here's what you should do. Focus on doing these three things. And I'm paraphrasing, but I encourage you to watch it. I'm paraphrasing, but she said, get inside, stay inside, and stay tuned. That was it. And, get inside, go away from the windows. Stay inside, don't go outside until you get the all clear. And stay tuned. Follow our accounts on Instagram and Twitter. And at the very end of this short PSA, she said her closing words were, "We got money." And it was so disturbing in that it was so completely out of touch with reality. It creates this kind of false sense of security that, okay, well, it's kind of like, here's what you do when a tornado hits or when a big storm hits. And categorizing the big one, a nuclear attack, within that same kind of preparedness that you would want people to have in the event of a natural disaster of some sort. And it is reflective of the carelessness with which people in our government, that careless attitude that people in our government have towards nuclear war and a nuclear attack, even as they set us up for failure in pushing us to the closer and closer to the brink of a nuclear war occurring, whether it be an intentional attack or, as we saw during the last Cold War, one that could be launched unintentionally. How many near misses were there during the last Cold War? I saw this documentary called "The Man Who Saved the World," and it was some like mid-level officer who happened to be on duty and who didn't do what he was told in launching the nuclear missiles because of what they thought was an incoming attack, and it turned out to be a complete mistake or misread on the radar. But that's what we're facing.
But by the way, there's so many things to say there. But one of the things that Annie Jacobson details is just how organized the machinery of all this is, where the humans involved don't have to think. They just follow orders. There's a very clear set of steps you take, and there's very few places where you can inject your humanity and be like, wait a minute, what's the big picture of this? The only person that can think is the President of the United States. The President of the United States gets 6 minutes after the warning. The early warning system says, whether it's false or not, says that we believe that there's been a nuclear weapon launched. You have 6 minutes before you can make the decision of launch back, initiate. And to me, that's what I'm voting based on. Right. In the current situation, you really have to see that as one of the most important aspects of the United States president. Is who do you trust in those 6 minutes to sit there? And I'm not really sure, looking at Biden and Trump, boy, I don't know. But I do know that I would like somebody who's thinking independently and not part of the machinery of warmongers. That's really good. I mean, I don't want to make it sound cynical or dramatic, but sometimes in such scary situations, in such dramatic situations, you kind of follow the momentum. Yes. When the right thing to do, the right thing for a leader to do is to step back and look of all of human history and ignore all the people in the room that are like saying stuff, because most likely what they're going to be saying is warmongery type of things. That's one of the things why I also criticize him. I still think Zelensky's a hero for staying in Kiev. Everybody was telling him to flee. It was all the information was basically saying the world's second biggest military is like coming at Kiev. It's just dumb on all fronts to stay in Kiev. But that's what a great leader does, is ignores everything and stays. Yeah. Screw it. I'm going to die for my country. I'm going to die as a leader. And that's the right thing for a leader to do. It's sad that, even though we ain't to me, that's what we should expect of our leaders, is exactly that. And it's sad that having a leader in that position fulfill their responsibility and the oath that they take is seen as a heroic act. When we should, like, that's what we elect our leaders to do, and yet so many have failed. But to your point, it's not cynical at all to know that in those rooms, especially in these moments of crisis, unfortunately, there are the predominant, prevailing opinion of this warmongering establishment that's not specific to one party is the knee-jerk reaction, which is to go to war or to execute an act of war. And this is one of the biggest costs of this establishment, destroying the reputations of and smearing and trying to cancel and censor those who are voices of peace, or just those who take a contrarian position and say, well, hey, why don't we just pause for a moment and actually think this through? Why don't we talk through what happens if we take this course of action? What happens if we go down a different path? Let's actually be thoughtful about what our options are for A, B, and C, and then make the decision in a thoughtful manner based on that. Even advocating for that is seen as a kind of heresy in the warmongering establishment in Washington. And the cost of this, the cost of their retaliation against those who are reasonable voices who look at the world as it is, not the fact that they wish existed, is in those rooms during those critical moments, people will, even if they know in their heart or their mind that this could end really badly, their instinct is to self-censor and not speak up because they don't want to experience the wrath and ire, whether it be coming from four-star generals or the
Secretary of State or Defense or these high-ranking people in positions of power and influence. They don't want to be the one guy in the room who's just like, hey guys, let's just take a breath and actually think this through. What will happen, not just in the immediate response of this action that you're advocating for, but what are all of the other people, other actors, stakeholders in the world? How will they respond? And then how will we respond to them? How will they respond to us? Actually go through this exercise of, in the military, this is commonly referred to as, what are the second, third, fourth order of effects that will occur as a result of pursuing a specific course of action?
It's weird how difficult it is to be that person in the room.
It requires courage.
Yeah, but
Which is sad, but it requires courage.
I do quite like even just to ask, okay, we've been in Afghanistan and Iraq for this number of years. What's the exit plan?
Right.
Just bring that up every day in a meeting.
Yeah.
Like, what's the exit plan? It's strange that gets criticized about the war in Iraq and so on. But I just remember there was this pressure. You can't quite criticize or like ask dumb questions about, hey, why are we going into Iraq again? Like,
they're not dumb questions.
Right. In retrospect, you're like, oh, they're not dumb questions at all.
Yeah.
But actually, it required a lot of courage to ask them while still working within the institution. It's easier if you're like an activist from the outside. It's like, no war, this kind of thing. But within the institution, in a position of power, to ask the questions like, maybe let's not.
Yeah.
It seems really difficult. The same kind of thing in the war in Ukraine. It's just any kind of military involvement. Again, I guess the cynical interpretation is that it's the military-industrial complex that permeates the just the halls of power.
It does. And what is behind the military-industrial complex? And there are different examples of this. You can look at the pharmaceutical industry as well. There's a huge amount of money and a huge amount of power that wields tremendous influence over members of Congress. There are different examples of this across different sectors of our society, but I think the military-industrial complex over time has proven itself to be the most powerful and influential, and that's what is behind it. Is this is why they try to destroy anyone who dares to ask the most obvious questions? Is because it is about power and wielding power.
Well, the cool thing about the United States president is they have the power to say "f you" to everybody in the room. I think. It just seems like they don't quite take that power. Like, you really, people say like, yeah, the U.S. president doesn't have that much power. I don't know about that. Just like if you look at the law, especially in the military, when you're talking about war and the military, they have a lot of power.
Yeah.
So they can fire everybody. Like they have a lot of power. They can stop wars. They can start wars. They have a lot of power.
The position of the presidency certainly does. Unfortunately, we have people too often who assume the presidency from a position of weakness because they're afraid of losing power. And so they make those calculated decisions not based on what is right for the right reasons, but instead driven by fear of loss of power and loss of influence. And that's where, especially given all that we are facing, we need leaders in the presidency and in Congress who have courage to be that voice in the room, to ask about, to remain mindful of and rooted in the Constitution, to, even as we are seeing this legislation being billed as the anti-TikTok bill, that's really not about TikTok. It's about freedom of speech.
Can you actually explain that, Bill?
Yes. This is another, I guess the bottom line up front is this is another piece of legislation being expedited through Congress with strong bipartisan support in the name of national security interests that is essentially a power grab and an assault on freedom and liberty. And I'll just say this in I think probably like the top three things that they're not actually telling us that's in the bill. Freedom of speech. It's our ability to be able to express ourselves, whether it be in person, on a podcast, on a social media platform, in a newspaper, whatever the platform may be. This legislation gives the executive the power to decide which platforms are acceptable for us to be able to use. TikTok itself, the word TikTok is not actually in the bill, but it gives the power to the president to decide who is a foreign adversary single-handedly, no consultation with or agreement from members of Congress or anyone else. It actually gives the power to a cabinet secretary to designate who is a foreign adversary, and if a social media platform has at least 20% ownership in a social media platform, that platform may be banned from doing business in America, essentially. But it's not just a foreign state actor that could be named as a foreign adversary. It also includes a line in the legislation that if, let's say, a person has at least 25% financial interest or ownership in a social media platform, they're an American citizen who may be working or living in some other country, or working or living here but doing business with other countries. If the executive branch of our government decides that this individual is under the influence of or controlled by someone that they deem a foreign adversary, then that platform must not do business in America. And that person, obviously, even an American citizen, is banned from conducting that business. They must divest, essentially. So when you look at, and this is where there's been a lot of chatter around this, when you look at Elon Musk, for example, well, you already have people in the Biden administration, even President Biden himself, implying that Elon Musk's activities need to be investigated. Well, he is someone with Tesla who does business in a lot of countries, including China, and therefore he must be investigated. It is not at all a stretch of imagination to say that X could be the next platform that the executive branch decides, nope, we've designated this person to be a foreign adversary, and therefore his business interests cannot be allowed for this social media platform, cannot be allowed to exist. We've seen this already with people accusing him and X of interfering in our elections. Again, it's ironic that it's coming from the Democratic Party that they are claiming that a guy who has said himself he's committed to free speech and is allowing free speech on his platform and is not allowing the federal government to manipulate his platform by deeming which accounts are okay to post their content and which accounts are not because of disinformation or whatever they claim it to be. It's not an accident that the social media platforms that have been proven to take action at the behest of the federal government and the White House to censor certain voices, they're not included with or being targeted at all in this legislation or outside of it. Yet other platforms that are not cooperating or collaborating somehow are. So the underlying issue here, this is being sold as TikTok and national security, but ultimately, even as Ron Paul said, this is legislation that's the greatest assault on liberty since the Patriot Act was passed.
And it's quite dark. It's just a grab for power.
It is.
I mean, it's not just with Elon, it's probably with Zuck, with Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. It puts pressure. It's not just about banning, but it puts pressure for them to kind of moderate behavior.
Yes.
Which is a slippery slope. Of course, it's a beautiful dance of power, because you don't want tech companies to have too much power either.
individuals at the top of those tech companies have too much power. But then, do you want that power in the hands of government? The history of this nation is a fascinatingly effective journey towards the balance of power. And it does seem like this sneaky little thing. As much as I hate TikTok on all fronts, my brain's rot every time I use TikTok. I know it's also the national security dangers of China and so on, but it's just like TikTok, man. I don't know. It's so addicting. It's so addicting. So when I first saw this TikTok deal, I was like, yes, I'm not running. But then they got me. The Trojan horse got me. No,
they all, and this is like the Social Dilemma documentary. I think exposed a lot that there is so much. There's so much that these algorithms do in these various social media platforms that's problematic, to say the least. Data security and privacy is a serious issue. These are serious things, and so let's have a conversation about these serious things, and cease these attempts to try to have our government try to tell us what we are and aren't allowed to see, where we are and aren't allowed to say what we want to say. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, more and more trust people to whenever social media companies do bullshitty things, for the people to make documentaries about it, to discover it, for great journalists to do great journalism, and find the flaws and the hypocrisy and the call for transparency, all those kinds of things. I don't trust in most cases government regulation of technology companies because they seem to be really out of touch. Yeah. They want power.
Yeah.
They're really intimidated by the power that the tech companies have. And two, they don't seem to get it, the technology at all. So they're like hindering innovation, and they're just greedy for power. And those are not
a bad combination.
It's a bad combination.
And the thing here too, though, is that this extends far beyond social media companies. This is a very specific example, but it's one example of many how those who are greedy for power are continuing to try to find ways to tell us how to live our lives. They are increasingly trying to tell us, again, what we're allowed to see and hear, whether it be social media companies or what shows up in a Google search engine, for example. And if they're not finding a willing and compliant social media company or big tech company, then they're looking for ways to reach their hand into those tech companies and force compliance. But in the age of disinformation, misinformation, hate speech, all of the excuses that are given for government, either directly or indirectly through big tech, to try to censor certain voices, it really undermines the truth, which is the way to defeat bad speech is with better speech and more speech. Whether it's hate speech or things that you might be offended by or things that you might disagree with, the answer is not to have some entity with the power of censorship and being the quote-unquote authority to decide what is good speech and acceptable and what is bad speech and unacceptable. It's what you said. Let's encourage this debate and encourage people who are inspired by, like, no, man, I saw this thing or this thing is happening and it's pissing me off, so I'm gonna bring a superior argument. I'm gonna show what the right way is. And gosh, this is what our founders envisioned for us as a society in this country, and we would be so much stronger with a more engaged people and a more informed people if we had this and had it supported.
Do you think what are the chances that the TikTok ban bill passes?
The way that it passed through the House of Representatives with such an overwhelming bipartisan support and so quickly, and President Biden saying that if it comes across his desk, he'll sign it. I thought it would pass through very quickly. I'm only slightly encouraged by the fact that the Senate at least appears to be saying, hey, there are serious free speech concerns around this bill, serious civil liberties concerns around this bill, we need to do our due diligence. I won't say I'm cautiously optimistic because I understand how that place works, but their pause at least gives people the opportunity to continue to kind of sound the alarm and for people to call their senators and express their concerns with this that are very real, valid concerns.
Yeah, this is really messed up. Just in case we didn't make it clear, I think this is really, really big danger if this thing passes. Even if you hate Elon Musk or you whatever, this is really, really, really dangerous. If the government gets say over the platforms on which we communicate with each other, it's a huge problem.
And there's a section in there as well. Just kind of the last piece on this is if you use a VPN and you try to use a VPN to access this, you could have problems with the law. And you take that a step further and say, well, how would they know? There's a surveillance aspect to that. So once you start peeling back the layers of this really toxic onion, it really leads seriously to a pretty dark and dangerous and oppressive place.
You were a long-time Democrat. You were the vice chair of the Democratic National Committee until you resigned in 2016 to endorse Bernie. I should say I love Bernie. I loved him before he was cool. All right. Anyway, can you go through what happened in that situation?
Yeah.
With the Democratic National Committee and with Bernie, and why you resigned?
As a vice chair of the Democratic National Committee, one of the things that the rules of the DNC required was that officers of the DNC, of which we were, as I think there were 5 or 6 of us who were vice chairs at the time, you have to remain neutral in a Democratic primary. So you're not, as a party, supposed to be tipping the scales in any direction for any candidate during a primary election. And so I had no plans to get involved in any and for any candidate or against any candidate during that primary, in just the hopes of like, all right, we got to make sure that this is a fair and balanced primary so that voters have the best opportunity to vote for the candidate of their choosing. I saw a couple of things pretty quickly. Number one is that the chair of the DNC at the time was a woman named Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a congresswoman out of Florida, and she made very serious decisions unilaterally that many times we found out about via tweet or press release that showed she was tilting the scales in the favor of Hillary Clinton in that 2016 primary. The other thing that I saw was how the mainstream media and those who are supposed to be in a position to be neutral arbiters to facilitate debates and forums and conversations so that voters can be best informed in who they want to vote for, were calling Hillary Clinton the most qualified person ever to run for president in the history of our country because of the positions that she had held as Secretary of State, as a U.S. Senator, as First Lady. And yet they glossed over those titles without ever asking questions even, or holding her to account for her record, especially in the area of foreign policy. The job she was running for was to be Commander-in-Chief, to be the President of the United States. That responsibility to serve as Commander-in-Chief is the foremost responsibility a president has. It's essentially the one area where the president can unilaterally make decisions without education, healthcare, immigration. Congress has to actually pass legislation. The president can come through and say, here's the policies that I want, here's legislation that I'll propose, but those changes can't be made without Congress, working with Congress to pass them. So she was essentially being let off the hook for her record. As an American, as a soldier, as a veteran, that was a big problem for me. And so I made the decision to resign as vice chair of the DNC so that I could endorse Bernie Sanders, who largely at heart I believe is a non-interventionist. He hasn't focused a lot on foreign policy. It's not at the heart of what his focus has been for decades, but he was certainly far more of a non-interventionist than Hillary Clinton, who has shown through her record to be the queen of warmongers in Washington. I wanted to be in a position where I would have a platform to inform voters about her record so that they could make that decision for themselves, so that they could see, hey, in this area, on this issue, which is incredibly important, there is a clear contrast between these two candidates running in the Democratic primary. And that's what drove my decision to resign and to endorse Bernie Sanders, and that's what I went on to do throughout the rest of that primary election.
What do you like most about Bernie? The positive.
You know, what I like most about him is he is who he is.
Yeah.
Unapologetically so. Both in personality, but also in what he advocates for, and what he's advocated for a long time. So, you can agree or disagree with his positions, but he is who he is.
Like I said, you were a long-time Democrat. You ran for president in 2020 as a Democrat. Now you're an independent. You're an excellent book describing your journey, ideologically, philosophically, through that. Why did you choose to leave the Democratic Party?
In the book, I go into a number of the central reasons why I made that choice, but fundamental to them is that the Democratic Party has become a party that is opposed to freedom, that is opposed to the central and foundational principles that exist within our founding documents, and that serve as the identity of who we are as Americans and what this country is supposed to be about. It has become a party that is controlled by this elitist cabal of warmongers who are who are driving forward this quote unquote woke agenda, and we see it through their racializing of everything. We see this through their defund the police mission. We see this through their open border policies. We see this through how, in their education policy, they are failing our kids, and how they are pushing this narrative that ultimately is a rejection of objective truth. The fact that it's a question up for debate about whether or not, well, actually, it's not a question up for debate for them. They are actively pushing for boys who identify as girls to compete against girls in sports, changing our language so that the word woman, the identity of being a woman, is essentially being erased from our society. And it is the height of hypocrisy and, frankly, an act of hatred towards women that they are so intent on doing this. And ironic that it's coming from the party that for so long proclaimed themselves to be the greatest feminists and the most pro-woman party in the country. I go into detail around each of these issues and more in the book, but you will see as we go through each of these issues, fundamental and foundational to every one of them is that sadly the Democratic Party has become a party that is so consumed by their desire for power, this insatiable hunger for power, that they are willing to destroy our republic, our democracy, our freedom, just so that they can try to hold on to power and gain more power.
So these are just different mechanisms for power. The identity
Yes.
politics and the warmongering
are related to each other in that their mechanisms to attain that power.
Yes.
You know, you're making it sound like only the Democratic Party are full of power-hungry people. So to you, the Republican Party, I don't know if you've met those folks, but some of them,
a couple of them,
are also in love with power and,
yes.
and are, at times, to some degree, politicians in general are corrupt. Sometimes within the legal bounds, sometimes slightly outside the legal bounds. And so to what degree is sort of the Democratic Party worse than the Republican Party? So I don't want to paint a picture of like this kind of beautiful vision of the Republican Party that they're somehow not power hungry.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. The book details why after 20 or so years as a member of the Democratic Party, I decided to leave. But also, and it goes through my experiences and things that I have seen and learned along the way. But I also point out exactly that fact in the book. But from the very beginning, with the prologue, is we should not be naive to think that this only exists within the Democratic Party. There are very serious problems within both of our political parties, specifically coming from politicians who are driven by this desire for power and who are so afraid of losing that power that they're willing to do whatever they feel they need to do, which centers around taking away our freedom, because the more free we are to make our own decisions, even if they may end up being the wrong decisions, but to learn from those things and know that we've got to live with the consequences, that the beauty and messiness of what a free society looks like. They're so afraid of us because they see us as the people and our freedom as the central threat to their ability to remain in power. I think the difference that we're seeing today is that unfortunately, we talked about this a little bit, how the Democratic Party has become a party where you must walk in lockstep with the leadership of that party, or risk being faced with your reputation being destroyed and smeared, and all of these different attacks. And the reason why they do that is to put people like me and Bobby Kennedy and others up as an example of saying, hey, if you step out of line, if you challenge us, this is what we're going to do to you. The Republican Party has also done that, and they also have politicians and leaders who are more interested in feeding the thriving system in the Washington establishment. But we're also seeing that the Republican Party also has some voices, and I would say increasing voices of people, and I would put Donald Trump in this category, who are challenging the quote unquote norms of the Republican Party that are represented by people like Nikki Haley or Mike Pence, for example. Um, the Republican Party is not a monolithic entity, and it means different things to different people. And that's where I think the real challenge in this next election is less. It's really less about one political party over another, and it's more about our opportunity as voters to select leaders. First of all, to fire those who are against freedom and who are warmongers who, by their essence, are willing to take away our freedom in the name of national security, and vote for people. Nobody's perfect. We shouldn't hold anybody up on a pedestal, but vote for those who are committed to the Constitution and who hold those values that represent the interests of the people.
I'm not a fan of this choice, but here we are. Biden versus Trump. So let me ask you sort of a challenging question with pros and cons. Can you give me pros and cons of each? What's the biggest strength and biggest limitation of, let's say, Biden?
This is a tough question. I've known President Biden for a lot of years. I knew his son Beau, who served in the National Guard the same time that I did. I consider Joe Biden a friend. He is someone over the years that I've talked to and shared laughs with and spent time with in different situations. The positive characteristics that drew me to Joe Biden of the past, they are not represented in how he has led as president. And, I'll let the pundits theorize as to how that is or why that is, but the truth that I know exists, which points to his weakness, is that instead of listening to his better angels, he has instead, at every turn, if you go back and I look back to his inauguration speech where he promised to be president for all Americans, and during his campaign promised to be the uniter in chief, to bring a country together that was deeply divided. That's the Joe Biden that I've known for many years. A guy who has worked with different people and different backgrounds and different political views, but tried to find at different points in time a way to work together. At every turn, he has done the exact opposite of what he spoke about during his inauguration speech, and has left us, as the American people today, more divided, less secure, both from an economic standpoint as well as a national security or a safety and security standpoint, and less free as a society and as a people.
So the biggest criticism would be he divided us or continued the division that's been there. Who do you be the greatest uniter? Like, to me, over the past few decades, to me, Obama. You've been very critical of Obama on the foreign policy side, but to me, that guy did really good. Maybe some people say just rhetoric, but I think rhetoric matters as a president. I think he was out of all the presidents we had, is probably the most effective uniter among the people. That'd be fair to say.
During his 2008 campaign, yes, I think that his message resonated with so many people across generations and across, different views, different backgrounds, to where, people cried on the night that he was elected because they felt so hopeful. I talk to people, and I know people who set aside their entire lives to work on his campaign, to be a part of this hope and change mission that he laid out, that would bring us together. Some of the people that I know personally, they gave up their lives during the campaign, and after he won, they went to Washington D.C. Because they wanted to be able to do the work that he had laid out, and continue to be a part of this mission that they expected would extend beyond the campaign. And they've expressed to me personally how heartbroken they were, because so quickly after he was elected, instead of bringing in a new generation of fresh leadership that was not a part of the Washington establishment, he instead immediately chose to surround himself with people who were more of the same old, who were essentially part of the problem. And many of his actions after that proved that fear and that brokenheartedness that they felt to be true. And I'll mention one example related to civil liberties that we talked about. He was someone, as a U.S. Senator, who gave some pretty powerful speeches on the Senate floor about his concerns with the Patriot Act, his concerns with surveillance from the NSA, his concerns with a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties. But when, as president, he was confronted with leaked information about this surveillance occurring under those authorities in his presidency, he took the side of the national security state and did not take action to right the wrongs that he correctly pointed out as senator and during his campaign. for the presidency, which is unfortunate because he really did build this unifying momentum throughout his campaign.
What do you think that is? Why is it so hard as a president to kind of act on the promises of the campaign, but also just, I mean, his speech, his basically anti-war speech, that really resonated to me. The fact that he was against the war in Iraq, I believe, early on,
and that was a huge point of distinction between him and Hillary Clinton. Probably one of the biggest.
Well, why is it so hard when you step into the office of president to sort of act on your ideals?
I think it goes back to what we talked about a little bit, which is, what are you driven by, and what are you afraid of, and if you are concerned for whether or not you can get reelected, who's going to fund that reelection effort, who's going to fund the presidential library and your legacy that will follow. There have been some documented examples around how he promised to crack down on big pharma, but when push came to shove, his Department of Justice campaign funding was threatened, and they chose not to take action, even when they had a very, very strong case to make. This was with regard to the opioid crisis in the country. And this just goes back to the heart of why it's so essential that we have leaders who have courage and who are focused on doing what we elect them to do.
Who are resistant to the love of money and power.
Yes.
It's hard.
And we are human. We are fallible. We are flawed by nature. And I'll go into kind of the next one you asked about Trump, the weakness side, and the lessons that I hope have been learned from 2016 for him and his team is you have to be in a position where you are surrounding yourselves with other people of courage who aren't just thinking about their next political job or their next job getting a cable news contract or looking for fame themselves or looking at how they can monetize their position for their whatever their next financial interest might be, but people of courage who know what they're up against to really seriously clean house across the federal government and the corruption and rot that is so deeply entrenched in order to truly be effective. And if he is reelected, that is my hope, that he sees that he's learned from what went wrong in 2016. That he went in with a largely non-interventionist, more focused on peace agenda, and yet he surrounded himself with people who are at the heart of the warmongers in Washington and who directly went against the policies that he advocated for. On the strength side, I think it's easy to point out because it's also what has caused him to be so attacked in ways that we haven't seen before, certainly not in my lifetime, by the Democrats, by the Biden administration, not only in now, but something that started back in 2016 when he was a candidate. He's a guy who, by all measures, has been successful in his own life, and because of that, he's not coming in with this desire to please Washington that many other politicians have. And because he is so willing to challenge the quote-unquote norms, and these are not norms that serve the interests of the American people, these are norms that serve the interests of the most powerful, he is a direct threat. And so that attitude and that mindset of not coming in with the kind of caution that too many politicians come in with, of wanting to be the popular one at the parties or whatever it is that they want, that is the strength that he brings.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with Dana White, and he's good friends with Trump, and he talks to the fact that he seems to be resistant to the attacks. There's some aspect of that is just the psychology of being able to withstand the attacks that are there in the political game, and that can break people. Like you just don't want the headaches. But to withstand the attacks is tough. And something about his psychology allows for that. But I guess the question for you also in your own psychology, you've been attacked quite a bit. We've mentioned some of that sort of misrepresentations. And how do you deal with that by yourself? Like how do you not become cynical or overcompensate the other direction? That kind of stuff.
It really stems from having a clear sense of purpose. I never saw, I've served in state government, I've served on our city council in Honolulu, and served in Congress. But at no time have I seen this as a quote unquote political career. I don't have that ladder climbing ambition that a lot of politicians have. My sense of purpose is deeply rooted in my dedication and my desire in my life to be pleasing to God and to live a life of service. And what better way to be pleasing to God than to try to do my best to work for the well-being of God's children? Being rooted in that has made it so that as the attacks are coming from different directions, even as people who I was friends with, former colleagues of mine, others, even family members, even as they have turned away or become attackers against me themselves because of different reasons related to politics. Of course, it's a sad thing, especially when it's someone that you know personally and have had a personal friendship or relationship with. But I don't live my life trying to please politicians or please the people who show up on TV or anyone else. As long as I am doing my best to be pleasing to God, that is where I draw my happiness from and my fulfillment and contentment and strength.
So you've spoken about the value of religious faith in your life, of your Hindu faith, and seeing the Bhagavad Gita as a spiritual guide. So what role does faith in God play in your life?
It's everything. It is central to who I am, what inspires me, what motivates me, where I find strength, where I find peace, where I find shelter, and where I find happiness. And this has been a constant throughout, times of challenge, times of darkness, times of heartbreak, times of happiness, in always feeling very secure in knowing that God's unconditional love is ever present. And no matter what else is happening in my life, that God is my best friend. And remaining centered and grounded in always remembering that and meditating upon that truth is it's everything to me.
The interesting thing about the Hindu God is how welcoming the religion is of other religions. Just
It's true.
how accepting it is. So in that way, in many ways, it's one of the most beautiful religions on earth. So like, who do you think God is to you? Like in specifically the texts, but also you personally. What does he represent? So for Hinduism, it's also God can be many. There's also like a aspect where it's like a part of all of us. There's like a uniting thing, not a singular figure outside of us.
I think one of the things that's most commonly misunderstood about Hinduism that people don't know is that Hinduism is truly a monotheistic religion. That there is one God and he goes by many names that describe his different qualities and characteristics. And as you pointed out, Hinduism is uniquely a non-sectarian spiritual practice, essentially. It's not a quote-unquote religion that you convert into or you leave behind or whatever the case may be. Bhagavad Gita, a central scripture and text that comes from India, literally means Song of God. And the principles that are conveyed throughout the Bhagavad Gita are applicable to all of us. They are timeless truths that, whether you consider yourself Christian or Catholic or Muslim or Jewish or Hindu, these truths are eternal and relevant through all time. So for us as kids growing up, we learned from and had bedtime stories that came from both the Bhagavad Gita and the New Testament. My dad was raised Catholic, my mom was raised Episcopalian, and both of them were attracted to the Bhagavad Gita as they were in their own lives searching for a more personal relationship with God than they had been able to find elsewhere in their own spiritual journeys. And that's where the application of there are teachings in the Bhagavad Gita, for example, that talk about bhakti yoga. Bhakti yoga essentially translates into dedicating your life, striving to develop a loving relationship with God. Karma yoga, there's a chapter in the Bhagavad Gita that speaks about karma yoga. Karma is a word that has become a part of the, both karma and yoga have become very common terms. But what it really means is trying to dedicate your actions in life that have, in a way that have a positive impact on others, being of service to others. And so for me growing up, I never really understood as a kid the idea of sectarianism, of one religion battling against another, because I knew and understood and experienced that the real meaning of religion is love for God. No matter what name you worship Him by or how you worship, that is the real meaning of religion. And the application of that in your life is you asked, how do I see God in a personal way? I know that God is my best friend. God is my confidant. When I am struggling with a problem in my life, or during those quiet moments by myself, where I am anxious or I'm sad, I turn to God for that solace, for that clarity, for that strength to both know what the right thing to do is and the strength to act accordingly, and to constantly strive to further develop that very personal, loving relationship with God.
Kelsey, this was an honor to finally meet you, to talk to you. This was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. It's so wonderful to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Tulsi Gabbard. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dwight D. Eisenhower in his 1961 farewell address. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. This conjunction of immense military establishments and a large arms industry is new in the American experience, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists,
controls the algorithm controls the world, right? And if you are committed to one specific platform as your singular source of information or affiliated platforms, then whoever controls the algorithm or the programming there controls you.
The following is a conversation with Mark Cuban, a multi-billionaire businessman, an investor and star of the series Shark Tank, longtime principal owner of the Dallas Mavericks, and is someone who is unafraid to get into frequent battles on X, most recently over topics of DEI, wokeism, gender, and identity politics, with the likes of Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Cuban. You've started many businesses, invested in many businesses, heard a lot of pitches privately and on Shark Tank. So you're the perfect person to ask, what makes a great entrepreneur?
Somebody who's curious, they want to keep on learning because business is ever changing, it's never static. Somebody who's agile because as you learn new things and the environment around you changes, you have to be able to adapt and make the changes. And somebody who can sell because no business has ever survived without sales. And as an entrepreneur who's creating a company, whatever your product or service is, if that's not the most important thing and you're just dying and excited to tell people about it, then you're not going to succeed.
But it's also a skill thing. How do you sell? What do you mean by selling?
Selling is just helping. I've always looked at it about putting myself in the shoes of another person and asking a simple question. Can I help this person? Can my product help it? From the time I was 12 years old, selling garbage bags door to door and just asking a simple question. Do you use garbage bags? Do you need garbage bags? Well, let me save you some time. I'll bring them to your house and drop them off. To, streaming. Why do we need streaming when we have TV and radio? Well, you can't get access to your TV and radio everywhere you go. So we kind of break down geographic and physical barriers and, cost plus drugs. What's the product that we actually sell? We sell trust. In the simplistic approach, we buy drugs to sell drugs, but we add transparency to it. And bringing transparency to an industry is a differentiation, and it helps people.
Trust in an industry that's highly lacking in trust.
Exactly.
Okay, so what's the trick to selling garbage bags? Let's go back there. 12 years old. Is it just your natural charisma? I guess a good question to ask. Are you born with it, or can you develop it?
Oh, you can definitely develop it. Yeah, because selling garbage bags door to door was easy, right? It's like 12-year-old Mark going, "Hi, my name is Mark. Do you use garbage bags?" You know what the answer is going to be, right? Can I just drop them off for you, once a week whenever you need them? You just call and I'll bring them down. Sure. So that was easy.
But I'm sure you've been rejected.
Oh yeah, of course. Not everybody says yes.
What was your percentage?
I don't remember, but it's pretty close to 100%.
Oh, okay. So that's why you don't remember.
Yeah, right. Because who's going to say no to a 12-year-old kid who's going to save time and money? But, typically my career where I've started companies, it's to do something that other people aren't doing. Whether it was connecting PCs and to local area networks and at Micro Solutions, and, the salesmanship was walking into a company and just saying, look, talk to me and I can help you improve your productivity and your profitability. Is that important to you? And the answer is obviously always yes. And then the question is, can I do the job and can I do it cost effectively? And so you didn't have to be a born salesperson to be able to ask those questions, but you have to be able to be willing to put in the time to learn that business. And that's the hardest part.
I'm sure there's a skill thing to it, too, and like how you solve the puzzle of communicating with the person and convincing them.
Yeah, there's skill from the perspective that I read like a maniac. Then, like now, you can give me an example of any type of business, and it'll take me 2 seconds to figure out how they make money and how I can make it more productive. And I think that's probably my biggest skill, being able to just drill down to what the actual need is, if any, and then, from there, being able to say, well, if this is what this company does and this is what their goal is, how can I introduce something new that they haven't seen before, and is that a business that I can create and make money from?
So figure out how this kind of business makes money in the present, and then figure out is there a way to make more money in the future by introducing a totally new kind of thing.
Correct.
And you can just do that with anything.
Pretty much, yes.
And you think you're born with that?
No, I worked at it because, going back to what I said earlier about curiosity, you have to be insanely curious because the world is always changing. My dad used to say, we don't live in the world we were born into, which is absolutely true. If you're not a voracious consumer of information, then you're not going to be able to keep up, and no matter what your sales skills really are, they're going to be useless.
What'd you learn about life from your dad?
My dad did upholstery on cars. Got up, went to work every morning at 7 o'clock, came back 5 or 6, 7 o'clock, exhausted, and I learned to be nice. I learned to be caring. I learned to be accepting. Just qualities that I think he really tried to pass on to myself and my two younger brothers. Would just be a good human, and I think he didn't have business experience, so as I got into business, he would just say, "Sorry, Mark, I can't help you. I don't understand what you're doing. You never went to, neither one of my parents have gone to college. You've got to figure out for yourself." But he was also very insistent that he worked at a company called Regency Products where they did upholstery on cars. He would bring me there to sweep the floors, not because he wanted me to learn that business, because he wanted me to learn how backbreaking that work was. I mean, he lost an eye in an accident at work. A staple broke, and the only thing he wanted from my brothers and I was for us to never have to work like that, to go to college, to figure it out.
You said to be nice. That said, you also said that you, when you were first starting a business, you were a bit more of an asshole than you wish you would have been.
Absolutely, yeah. Because I was more of a yeller. I was,
really?
Yeah. What you see on the sidelines, with me at a Mavs game, maybe a little bit, but I also didn't have any patience for somebody I thought wasn't using my kind of common sense, right? Because I was always on the go, 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 particularly when I was younger, just trying to be successful, trying to get to the point where I had independence. And I would tell this to people, either you're speeding up and getting on the train, or, we'll stop and drop you off at the next station, but let's go where you go.
Did you have trouble with the hire fast part of running a business?
Yeah, always, because I hated firing people, because it meant, one, it was an admission of mistake in the hiring, and two, the salesperson in me always wanted to come out ahead, and I was always horrible at firing. But I always partnered with people who had no problem with it, so I always delegated that.
Well, that's the tricky thing when you're working with somebody and they're not quite there, and you have to decide, are they going to step up and grow into the person that's the right, or they're not? And in that gray area is probably where you have to fire.
It was hard, yeah, for sure, because it's obviously a failure somewhere in the process. What did we do wrong? And when I would interview people for jobs, I mean, 99% of the people I've ever interviewed, I've wanted to hire, because in my mind it was like, okay, I can figure out how to make this person work, right? And then they wouldn't, and then people at the company would be like, "Mark, you suck at this," and so I always delegated the hiring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. I see the potential in people. I see the beauty in people, and which is a great way to live life. But when you're running a company, it's a different thing.
It's different, and you got to know what you're good at when you're bad at, right? I was good at, I was a ready, fire, aim guy, and I always partnered with people who were very anal and perfectionists, because where I could just go, 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 they would keep me inside the baseline.
They would do the due diligence.
Or just the detail work, without the I's and the cross the T's.
What does it take to take that first leap after starting a business?
That's the hardest part. It really depends on your personal circumstances. Like, I got fired. I mean, I was sleeping on the floor, 6 guys in a 3-bedroom apartment, so I couldn't go any lower. So there was no downside. Yeah, there was no downside for me starting a business, and it was just like, I was 25 when we started Micro Solutions, and I just gotten fired, and it was like, look, I'm a lousy employee. I'm going to just start going to some of my prospects that I had in my job and ask them to front the money that I needed to install some software, and found this company, Architectural Lighting, who put up $500 for me. That allowed me to buy software and have 50% margins, and that's how I started my company.
But like, by way of advice, what you say, I mean, it's a terrifying thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be in a position where you're confident. I get emails and approached by people all the time. What kind of business should I start? That tells me you're not ready to start a business, right? Either you're prepared and you know, or you don't. In the United States, with the American dream, everybody kind of always looks at themselves and say, okay, I have this idea, right? And then you go through this process of saying, okay, you talk to your friends or family, what do you think? And then almost always, oh, it's a great idea, right? Then you go on Google and you say, oh my God, no one else is doing it, without thinking, 10 companies have gone out of business trying the same thing, but okay, it's on Google, and then people stop, right? Because that next step means, okay, I have to change what I'm doing in my life. And that's not easy for 99% of the people. Some people look at that as an opportunity and get excited about it. Some people get terrified because it's, okay, maybe I'm comfortable, maybe I have responsibilities. And so, whatever your circumstances are, if you want to take that next step, you have to be able to deal with the consequences of changing your circumstances. And that's the first thing. Do you save money? So you have, if you have a job, do you have a mortgage? Do you have a family? You got to save money. You can't just walk. I mean, they've got to eat and they've got to have shelter. But on the other side of the coin, if you've got nothing, it's the perfect time to start a business.
Yeah, desperation is a good catalyst for starting a business. But in many cases, the decision, as you're talking about, you're going to have to make is to leave a job that's providing some degree of comfort already. So I suppose when you're sleeping on the floor and there's 6 guys, it's a little bit easier.
It's really easy, right? Particularly when you get fired and you don't have a job, and you're looking at bartending at night just to try to pay the bills. And so it wasn't hard for me, but to your point, it really comes down to preparation. If it's important enough to you, you'll save the money. You'll give up, whatever it is you need to give up to put the money aside. If you have obligations, you'll put in the work to learn as much as you can about that industry so that when you start your business, you're prepared. And you can always, at night, on weekends, whenever you find time, lunch, start making the calls to find out if people will write you a check, transfer you money to buy whatever it is you're selling. And by doing those things, you can put yourself in a position to succeed. It's where people just think, okay, Geronimo, I'm leaping off the edge of the cliff and I'm starting a business. That's tough.
But sometimes that's not the way you do it, though.
There's always examples of any situation where it's charted, right? But I mean,
anecdotal evidence for everything.
Yeah, but if you're going into a new business, you're going to have competition unless you're really, 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 really lucky. And that competition is not going to just say, okay, let Lecture Mark just kick our ass. And so you've got to be prepared on how you're going to deal with that competition.
Well, what do you think that is about America that has so many people who have that dream and act on that dream of starting a business?
I think we've just got a culture of consumption and more, and to get more, you've got to, creating a business gives you the greatest potential upside and the greatest leverage on your time, but it also creates the most risk.
So that capitalist machine, there's a lot of elements. By contrast, respect for the law, like an entrepreneur can trust that if they pull it off, the law will protect them. There won't be a government.
Hopefully that's still the case.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's always
us versus other countries.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So us versus other countries, like Joe Biden of all people said to me, it was at an entrepreneurship conference that he was vice president and we had put together, and we had gone up there, a bunch of us from Shark Tank, to talk to young entrepreneurs from around the world. And he said to me, Mark, the one thing that separates, I've been to every country around the world, and the one thing that separates us is entrepreneurship. We're the most entrepreneurial country in the world, and there's no one else who's even close. And when you look at the origin of our the biggest companies in the world, for the most part, there's an American origin story somewhere behind there. And I think, that just gets perpetuated on itself. We see those Horatio Alger stories. We see examples of the Jeff Bezos of the world, Steve Jobs of the world. And those are the types of people we want to copy.
Yeah, we want to be really careful and try to really figure out what that is, because we want to lose that.
For sure.
We want to protect it, whatever, And that's a lot of the discussions about what's the right way to do government, big government, small government, what's the right policies, but also culture, like who we celebrate. One of the things that troubles me is that we don't enough celebrate the entrepreneurs that take risks and the entrepreneurs that succeed. It seems like success, especially when it comes with wealth, is immediately matched with distrust and criticism and all that.
Yeah, it's changing for sure because, you can go back just 12 years, right? Traditional media dominated, let's say, through 2012. That was the peak of linear television. Newspapers weren't as strong, but they still had some breadth and depth to them. And then social media comes along, and everybody gets to play in their own sandbox and share opinions with people who think just like them. And that and it also gives them the opportunity to amplify um, those feelings. And I think that's where celebrating entrepreneurs really started to subside. There were always people who were progressive that were like billionaires are bad or millionaires are bad, depending on the time period. But you didn't really see it on an ongoing basis, right? It wasn't going to be on the evening news. It wasn't going to be in the front page of the newspaper. It was going to be if you read a book and someone talked about it, or you read a magazine and there was an article talking about this progressive movement or that progressive movement, whatever it may be, um, and then or political parties. But now all of that is front and center on social media.
And we're trying to figure out how we deal with the mobs of people and the virality of it all. I think we'll find our footing and start celebrating greatness again.
Well, that's the whole reason I do Shark Tank.
That's true. That show celebrates the entrepreneur.
It's the only place where every single minute of every single episode, we celebrate the American dream. And the reason I do it is we tell the entire country, and it's shown around the world even. We're amazing advertising for the American dream, and I don't even know how many countries. But every time somebody walks onto that carpet from Dubuque, Iowa, or Ketchum, Idaho, that sends a message to every kid who's watching, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-year-old kid, that if they can do it from Ketchum, Idaho, you can do it. If they can have this idea and get a deal or even present to the Sharks and have all of America see it, you can do it. And I'm proud of that. 15 years of that is it's just been insane. Now kids walk up to me and go, "Yeah, I started watching you when I was 5 or 10, and I started a business because I learned about it from Shark Tank." And so, I think, we're it celebrates it and we convey it, and I don't think it's going away, but there are different battles we have to fight to support it.
Yeah, I love even when the business idea is obviously horrible. Just the guts to step up,
to be there,
to believe in yourself, to really reach. That's what matters. Because like some of the best business ideas are probably maybe even you and Shark Tank will laugh at.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, without question. The good ones, we're not going to recognize every good one, and then sometimes we'll just motivate people to work even harder to get it done because of what we say to them, and that's fine too. There's been great success stories that we said no to.
What stands out as like a memorable business you've been pitched on Shark Tank? What's the best one that stands out?
There's no best one, right? They're all different. They're all best in their own way, I guess. The stupid ones, and we haven't had any, world changing, earth shattering ones, right? Because those aren't going to apply to Shark Tank. They don't need us, right? So we typically get businesses that need some help at some level or another. But there's ones I've passed that I wish, like spike balls. You know what spike ball is? So it's this rebounding net that you can put on the beach, and you have these yellow balls, and you play a game of, it's just a competitive game, but they're killing it. So if you go to beaches in New York or LA, you'll see kids playing it all the time, and it was a fun game that I wish I had done a deal with. There's been others.
And you passed.
I passed. They were getting some traction, and they wanted to create leagues, spike ball leagues, and they wanted me to be the commissioner. And I don't want to be a commissioner of a new spike ball league.
You have to kind of have this gut feeling of, will this scale? Will this click?
Of course. Yeah, can it be protected? Is it differentiated? Is it something that makes me think, why didn't I think of that? Or is it just a good, solid business that's going to pay a return to the founder and may not be enough of a business to return to an investor?
Yeah, and I guess the question you're trying to see, will this scale? There's promise. Will the promise materialize into a big thing?
Well, see, I don't even care if it's going to be a big thing, right? Because it's all relative to the entrepreneur. We had a 19-year-old from Pittsburgh, Laney, who came on with a simple sugar Sprite. And there was nothing outrageously special about it. I didn't see it becoming $100 million business. I thought it could become a $2, $3, $5 million business that paid the bills for her. And that was good enough. And, 6 months after the show aired, she called me up and she goes, "What? I've got $1 million in the bank. What am I going to do?" I'm like, "Enjoy it, put aside money for your taxes, and go back to work." And so it doesn't have to be a huge business. It's just got to be one that makes the entrepreneur happy.
Then there's the valuation piece.
Right.
Do a lot of entrepreneurs overvalue
of course.
business?
Yeah, that's the nature of it, right? And that's really where the biggest conflicts in Shark Tank happen, is that in the they think this is the best business ever. We had one lady, couple that came on, and they had this scraper for cats' tongues, right? Bizarre. One of the most bizarre pitch ever. They had this insane valuation, and it was all because it was corny and it was on TV, not because it was stupid.
Oh, really? Okay. There's a lot of cats in the world, man.
Yes, there are. They'll go through very well without me.
So how do you determine the value of a business, whether it's on Shark Tank or just in general?
It's actually really easy, right? So if you take, just to use an example, a business that's valued at $1 million, and I want to buy 10% of that company for $100,000, then in order for me to get my money back, they've got to be able to generate $100,000 in after-tax cash flow that they're able to distribute. Can they do it or can they not? Right? And if it's a $2 million valuation, whatever the valuation is, that's how much cash, after-tax cash, they have to generate to return that money to investors. Or the other option is, do I see this as business potentially having an exit? Right? Do they have some unique technology? Do they have something specific about them that some other company would want to acquire? Then the cash flow isn't as I don't want to say important, but isn't going to guide the valuation.
How do you know if a company's going to be acquired? So it's the technology, the patents, but also the team.
Yeah, it could be any of the above, right? It could be a consumer products company that I think is going to take off.
And how do you know if they can generate the money?
You
made it sound easy.
Yeah, I mean, can the person sell? And if not them, can I do it, or someone on my team do it for them?
So you're looking at the person.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's where Barbara Corcoran is the best. She can look at a person and hear them talk for 20 minutes and know, can that person do the job and do the work?
Can you tell if they're full of shit or not? So one of the things with entrepreneurs, they're kind of, like we said, overvaluing, so they're maybe overselling themselves, but also they might be full of shit in terms of their understanding of the market, or also or exaggerating what they can do, all that kind of stuff. Can you see through that?
Yeah, for sure. Just by asking questions. So if they are delusional at some level or misleading at another level, I'm gonna call them on it. So you get people trying to sell supplements that come on there, and it's a cure for cancer or whatever it may be, or this latest fad that increases your core strength without doing any exercises. Shit like that. I'm just gonna pound on it, right?
See, I still love that. I still love them trying.
Give them credit, right? Because they know all of America is going to see it, and they're deluded themselves to believe this story so strongly.
I mean, there's a delusional aspect to entrepreneurship, right? Like you just.
I see. That's a great question. Do you have to be ambitious and set aside reality at some level to think that you can create a company that could be worth 10, 100, $1 billion, right? Yeah, at some level, because you don't know. It's all uncertainty. But I think if you're delusional, that works against you. Because everything's grounded in reality. You've got to execute. You've got to produce. You can have a vision, right? And you can say, this is where I want to get to, and that's my mission, or this is my driving principle. But you still got to execute on the business plan, and that's where most people fail.
Yeah, you have to be kind of two-brained, I guess. You have to be able to dip into reality when you're thinking about like the specifics of the product, how to design things, how to the first principles, the basics of how to build the thing, how much it's going to cost, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, because if you can't do the basics, you're not going to be able to do the bigger things. And at the same time, you've got to be one of the things that entrepreneurs do that I always try to remind any that I work with on is we all tend to lie to ourselves. Our product is bigger, faster, cheaper, this or that, as if that is a finite situation that's never going to change, right? And there's always somebody, I call them leapfrog businesses. There's whoever's competing against you, if you do A, B, or C, they're going to try to do C, D, and E, right? And you better be prepared for that to come, because otherwise they're out of business too. So you're never in a vacuum. You're always competing against them. Sometimes an unlimited number of entrepreneurs that you don't even know exist who are trying to kick your ass.
And the tricky part of all this too is you might need to frequently pivot, especially in the beginning.
Hopefully not.
So you think like in the beginning, the product you have should be the thing that carries you a long time.
Yeah, because I mean that's your riskiest point in time, right? And so if you've done your homework, which which includes going out there and testing product market fit, you should have confidence that you're going to be able to sell it. Now, if you didn't do your homework and you go out there and you sell whatever it is, then and you've raised money or whatever, just to pivot, you've already shown that you haven't been able to read the market. And so it's not that pivots can't work and always don't work, they can, but more often than not, they don't. You pivot for a reason, that's because you made a huge mistake.
Well, I also mean like the micro pivots, which is like iterative development.
Just iterations. Yeah. You know, entrepreneurship, having any business, is just continuous iteration, continuous. Your product, your sales pitch, your advertising, you know, introducing new technology. How do you use AI or not use AI? Where do you use it? What person is the right person? There's just a million touch points, you know, that you're always reevaluating in real time. That you have to be agile and adapt and change.
But especially in software, it feels like business model can evolve really quickly too. Like how are you going to make money?
Yes, with software for sure, because you know anything digital, because it can change in a millisecond.
Speaking of which, how did you make your first billion?
So my partner Todd Wagner and I would get together for lunches, and we were at California Pizza Kitchen in Preston Hollow in Dallas, and he was talking about how we could use this new thing called the internet. This is late '94, early '95, to be able to listen to Indiana University basketball games, because that's where we went to school. And he was like, look, when we would listen to games, we would have somebody in Bloomington, Indiana, have a speakerphone next to a radio, and then we would have a speakerphone in Dallas, and you know, 6-pack or 12-pack of beer, and we'd sit around listening to the game because there was no other way to listen to it. So I was like, okay, my first company, Micro Solutions, you know, I'd written software, done network integration, and so I was comfortable digging into it. And so I was like, okay, let's give it a try. So we started this company called AudioNet, and effectively became the first streaming content company on the internet. And we're like, okay, we're not sure how we're going to make this work, but we were able to make it work. And we started going to radio stations and TV stations and, you know, music labels and everything, and evolved to audionet.com, which was only audio at the beginning, to broadcast.com in 1998, which was audio and video, and became the largest multimedia site on the internet. Took it public in July of 1998. It had the largest first day jump in the history of the stock market at the time. And then a year later, we sold it to Yahoo for $5.7 billion in Yahoo stock. And I owned, you know, right around 30% of the company, give or take. So after taxes, that's what got me.
Well, there's a lot of questions there. So the technical challenge of that, you making it, it's not easy, but you wrote code, but still, in the early days of the internet, how do you figure out how to create this kind of product of just audio first and video first?
A lot of iterations, right, like you talked about. We started in the second bedroom of my house, set up a server. I got an ISDN line, which is a 128K line, and downloaded Netscape server, and then started using different file formats that were progressive loading and allowing people to connect to the server and do a progressive download. So the audio, you can listen to the audio while it was downloaded onto your PC.
Yeah, was it super choppy? So you're trying to figure out.
Oh yeah, for sure. It would buffer. It wasn't good, but it was a start.
But it was good enough because it's the first kind
of. Yeah, because there was no other competition, right? There was nobody else doing it. And so it was like, okay, I can get access to this, this, or this. And then there were some third-party software companies, Zing and Progressive Networks and others that took it a little bit further. So we partnered with them, and I started going to local radio stations where literally we would set up a server. Right next to it, I had a $49 radio, the highest FM radio that I could find, and we take the output of the audio signal from the radio with these two analog cables, plug it into the server, encode it, and make it available from audionet.com. Then I would go on UUNet bulletin boards, I would go on CompuServe, I would go on Prodigy, I would go on AOL, I'd go wherever I could find files. And I'd say, okay, we've got this radio station, KLIF in Dallas, it's got Dallas sports and Dallas news and politics. And if you're in an office or you're outside of Dallas, connect to audionet.com, and now you can listen to these things on demand. And that's how we started. And it started with one radio station, and then it was 5, then it was 10, then it was video content, then the laws were different then, so we could literally go out and buy CDs and host them and just let people listen to whatever music. And we went from, 10 users a day to 100 to 1,000 to hundreds of thousands to 1,000,000 over those next 4 years.
How did you find the users? Is it word of mouth?
Word of mouth.
Just word of mouth.
Instead of getting an advertising.
So the thing you were focusing on is getting radio stations.
Oh, radio and TV, anything, any content at all.
Pick up the phone. What'd you do? How'd you?
I wherever I could, like everything that was public domain, I'd go out and buy a video or a cassette, whatever it was, and this is before the DMs, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of '90, whenever it kicked in. So literally anything that was audio, we would put online so people could listen to it.
Yeah.
And if you think about somebody at work, you didn't have a radio most likely, and if you did, you couldn't get reception. Definitely didn't have a TV, but you had a PC, and you had bandwidth available to you, and the companies weren't up on firewalls or anything at that point in time. So our in-office listening, during the day would just explode because whoever's sitting next to you, what are you listening to, right? And that was the start of it. And then, in early '98, we started adding video and just other things, and we ended up with thousands of servers. There was no cloud back then, and just pulling together all those pieces to make it work. But where we really made our money was by taking that network that we had built and then going to corporations and saying, look, it's 1996, 97, 98, and to communicate with your worldwide employees, what they would do is they would go to an auditorium that had a satellite uplink, and then they would have people go to like theaters or ballrooms and hotels that had satellite downlinks, and then we broadcast, their product introductions, whatever. And so we said to them, look, you're paying millions of dollars to reach all your employees when you can do it. Pay us $500,000 and we'll do it just on their PCs at work. So we did, when Intel announced the P90 PC, we, charged them $2 million or whatever to do that. When Motorola announced a new phone or a new product, we would charge them. And so we used the consumer side to do a proof of concept for the network. And then we would take that knowledge and go to corporations, and that's how we made our revenue.
And there's some selling there for the corporation.
Yeah, a lot of selling there, but we were saving them so much money. Yeah. And they were technology companies. They wanted to be perceived as being leading edge.
Yeah.
And so it was win-win.
How much technical savvy was required? You said a bunch of servers. Like, at which point do you get more engineers? How much did you understand to do yourself? And then also, once you can't do it all yourself, how much technical savvy is required to understand when to hire the right people to keep building this thing?
I did all the technology, and then we hired engineer after engineer after engineer to implement it. And so, yeah, from putting together a multicast network to software to just all the different things.
Was this like a scary thing? Like,
it was terrifying, right? Because as we were growing, trying to keep up with the scale, and literally we're buying off-the-shelf PCs, and then server cards as the technology advanced, and hard drives, and things would fail, and we would have to, we didn't have machine learning back then to do an analysis of, how to distribute server resources. So, like there was a time when Bill Clinton and all the Monica Lewinsky stuff happened. They released the audio of their interviews of him or something like that, right? And I knew at that point in time when that was released, everybody at work was going to want to listen to it, right? And so we had to take down servers that were doing Congo Cubs baseball, right? And just make all these on-the-fly decisions because we didn't have the tools to analyze or be predictive. But yeah, it was all technology driven and marketing.
The acquisition by Yahoo, can you tell the story of that? But also in the broader context of this internet bubble, this is fascinating part of human history.
So on the acquisition side, we were the largest media site on the internet. It wasn't close. There was nobody close. We were YouTube, and relatively speaking, we would be 10x YouTube relative to the competition because there was nobody there. And so it became obvious to Yahoo, AOL, and others that they needed a multimedia component. And we had the infrastructure, sales, all that stuff. And so Yahoo, when we went public in '98, or right before I think it was, they made an investment of like $2 million, which gave us a connection to them. And then after we went public, they decided they needed to have multimedia. And so in April of '99, we made a deal, and then July of 2000 is when it closed.
And can you explain to me the trickiness of what you did after that?
Oh, which is the caller?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we sold to Yahoo, we sold for $5.7 billion in stock, not cash. And so I looked at, after Micro Solutions, when I sold that, I took that money, and initially I told my broker I wanted to invest like a 60-year-old man because I wanted to protect it. But then he started asking me all kinds of questions about all these technologies that I understood, like networks I had installed. We had become one of the top 20, let's say, systems integrators in the country. At one point in time, we were the largest IBM token rings installer in the country. It was crazy, right? Banyan,
wow.
Blast from the Past. I mean, so anyway, so these Wall Street bankers, or analysts rather, that were the big analysts of the time, would call me up because they would ask my broker, what does he know about this product? I knew them all, what was working and not working, right? And so the ones that worked, I'd say it's working. I'd see the stock. They'd say something. The stock would go up $20, right? So I'm like, well, and my broker was like, you know this better than they do. You need to invest. So I started buying and selling stocks, and this was in 1990, and was just killing it. I was making 80, 90, 100% a year over those next 4 years, to the point where a guy came in and asked to use my trading history to start a hedge fund, which we did, and I sold within 9 months. It was great, right? But the point being, as it goes forward, so when we sold to Yahoo, I already had a lot of experience trading stocks, and I had seen different bubbles come and go. A bubble for PC manufacturers, a bubble for networking manufacturers. They went up, 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 and then they came straight down after the hype, or somebody just leapfrogged. And so when we sold to Yahoo, I was like, I've got a B next to my name. That's all I need or all I want. I don't want to be greedy. And I'd seen this story before where stocks get really frothy and go straight down. And I knew that because what I had was in stock, I needed to find a way to call it and protect it. So understanding stocks and trading and options and all that, my broker and I, we went and shorted an index that had Yahoo in it. And so the law at the time was you couldn't short any indexes that had more than 5% of that stock in it, right? Of any one of the Yahoo stock. And so I took pretty much $27 million, everything I had at the time, and I shorted the index.
This is fascinating, by the way, because it's based on your estimation that this is a bubble.
Or just mine not wanting to be greedy.
Sure. So the foundation of this kind of thing is you don't want to be greedy.
Yeah. I mean, how much money do I need, right? Where other people were saying, "Oh, I think you go up higher, higher, higher." I went on CNBC, and I told them what I had done, and they were like, and Yahoo stock had gone up significantly from the time I had collared. And one of the guys, Joe Kernan, was on there. Don't you feel stupid now that Yahoo stock has gone up, X% more? I'm like, yeah, I feel real stupid sitting on my jet. But
so there is some fundamental way in which bubbles are based on this greed.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I'd seen it before, right? Like I just said. And so what I did was we put together a collar where I sold calls and bought puts. And as it turned out, when the market just cratered, I was protected. And over the next 2-3 years, whatever it was, it converted to cash, paid my taxes, etc. But it protected me. And as it turns out, it was called one of the top 10 trades of all time. And what was even more interesting out of that period, my broker at that time was at Goldman Sachs, and I had asked him to see if there was a way to trade the VIX, right, the volatility index, and there wasn't, right. And so one of the people at Goldman that we were working with to try to create this actually left Goldman and created indexes that allowed you to trade the VIX.
It's not trivial to understand that it's a bubble. You're kind of lessening your insight into all this by saying you just didn't want to be greedy, but you still have to see that it's a bubble.
Yeah, obviously, if I thought it was going to keep on going up and there was intrinsic value there, I would have stayed in it. But It wasn't so much Yahoo. It was just the entire industry. You would back then, like we're looking at the Magic 7 or whatever it is stocks now, and people were asking, is it a bubble? And when I would get into cabs, and people would just start talking about internet stocks. There were people creating companies with just a website and going public. That's a bubble, right? Where there's no intrinsic value at all, and people aren't even trying to make operating cap profits. They're just trying to leverage the frothiness of the stock market. That's a bubble. You don't see that right now. There's not companies. You don't see any IPOs right now for that matter. So I don't think we're in a bubble now. But back then, yes, I thought we were in a bubble, but that wasn't really the motivating factor.
Do you think it's possible we're in a bit of an AI bubble right now?
No, because we're not seeing funky AI companies just go public. If all of a sudden we see a rush of companies who are skins on other people's models, or just creating models to create models that are going public, then yeah, that's probably the start of a bubble. But that said, my 14-year-old was bragging about buying Nvidia, with me in his Robinhood account. He tells me the order, I place it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's going up, up, up," and I'm like, "Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but that's one thing to pay attention."
Yeah, we're flirting with it.
Yeah.
You said that becoming a billionaire requires luck.
Yeah.
Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, there's no business plan where you can just start and say, "Yeah, I'm definitely going to be a billionaire." You can, if I had to start all over, could I start a company that made me a millionaire? Yeah, because I know how to sell and I know technology, and I've learned enough over the years to do that. Could I make 10 million? Probably. 100 million? I hope so. But a billion, just something good has got to happen. Timing. The internet stock market was going nuts right when we started. And that certainly I couldn't predict or control. It's like AI right now. AI's been around a long, 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 long time, and the NVIDIA processors, GPUs rather, you couldn't predict that now's the time that they were going to get to that cost effectiveness where, you know, you could create models and train them, and although it's expensive, it's still doable. We didn't really we had ASICs, right, for custom applications, and we had CPUs that were leading the way, but GPUs were more for gaming and then crypto mining, and now all of a sudden they were the foundation for AI models.
So I think luck being essential to becoming a billionaire is a beautiful way to see life in general. First of all, I personally think that everything good that's ever happened to me is because of luck. I think that's just a good way of being. It's like you're grateful. That said, there's some examples of people that you're like, they seem to have done a lot of, they seem to have gotten lucky a lot. We mentioned Jeff Bezos. It seems like he did a lot of really interesting, powerful decisions for many years with Amazon to make it successful.
But he was really able to raise money, right? A lot of money, and people were really dismissive of him because they weren't they weren't profitable, and we were in an environment where it was possible to raise all that money.
I mean, what about somebody you get sometimes feisty with on the internet, Elon, who couldn't even look at Zuck and Bill Gates and Warren Buffett?
But Zuck was just trying to get laid, right? And it took off, and he wrote some good stuff.
Aren't we all
right at some level, right?
Of human civilization,
right? But yeah, so more power to him, right? You can't take anything away from him. But yeah, Snapchat, same thing, took off. Apps did take off in 2007 when the iPhone came out. Apps took off in 2011, 2012. And if you were there with the right app at the right time, and even Facebook, in 2004, the bubble had burst, and the price for computers had fallen enough, and kids in school all needed computers or laptops. If he had tried to do something like that, 5 years earlier, I mean, it's too young, but 5 years earlier or 5 years later, or Friendster might have been the ultimate, or MySpace.
Friendster, I remember Friendster.
Or MySpace. I had a MySpace account, and that was before Facebook.
Yeah. The timing's important, but there's like the details of how the product is built, the fundamentals of the product, like what.
So that's what gets you when the opportunity is there, right? That's what allows you to take advantage of that opportunity and the kismet of it all, right? You've got to be, because it wasn't like any of the people I mentioned, there weren't others trying the same thing, right? You had to be able to see it. You had to be able to visualize and put together a plan of some sort, or at least have a path. And then you had to execute on it and do all those things at the same time. and have the money available to you, because it wasn't like, whether it was Google or Facebook, they raised a shitload of money. It wasn't bootstrapping it that got them there.
And raising money is not just about sales; it's about the general feeling of the people with money at that time.
Yeah, proximity.
Yeah, sure.
Doug wasn't at Harvard and he was at Miami of Ohio University, or he was at Richland Community College. Same idea, same person, same execution, and nothing.
I believe in the power of individuals to find to realize their potential no matter where they come from. But
I agree 100% with that, right?
But luck is required.
Yeah, I mean, scale is the only delta is scale, right? We're not all blessed with the access to the tools we need to hit that grand slam.
But then also, billion is not the only measure of success, right?
Absolutely not, right? Everybody defines this success in their own way.
How do you define success, Mark?
Waking up every day with a smile, excited about the day. People always say, well, when you get that kind of money, does it make you happy? And my answer always is, if you were happy when you were broke, you're going to be really, really, really happy when you're rich.
But you got to work on being happy when you're broke, I guess.
Well, you're just being happy, right? If you were miserable, in your job before, there's a good chance you're still going to be miserable if that's just who you are.
It's a pretty good definition of success, by the way. How do you reach that success by way of advice to people?
We talked about my dad, my parents. I never looked at my dad and said, okay, you're not successful. He busted his ass, and when he came home, we enjoyed our time together, right? There was nothing at any point in time where I felt like, oh, this is miserable, we're awful, we don't have this, we don't have that. We celebrated the things we did have, and never knew about the things we didn't have. And so I think you have to be able to find your way to whatever it is that puts a smile on your face every day. Some people can do it, some people can't.
It's not always about the smile. The smile on the outside, it could be a smile on the inside.
Yeah, whatever it is, right? Whatever makes you feel good.
The struggle, even the struggle with your dad, the really, really hard work can be a fulfilling experience, because the struggle leading up to then seeing your kids.
Exactly right, because that was my dad's grand plan, right? Seeing 3 kids go to college, be successful, be able to spend time with them. And that was the other thing, he really made me realize is the most valuable asset isn't money, it's your time. That's why, from a young age, I wanted to retire, because I wanted to experience everything that I possibly could in this life. And, he got joy from us, I get joy from my kids. And that's the most special thing you ever can have.
Beautifully said. You have made some mistakes in your life.
Yeah, a lot of them.
One of the bigger ones on the financial side, would you say, Uber?
Yeah, I would call that not doing something. Yeah, it wasn't a mistake. It was just, it was a mistake. But you tried to. Yeah. So, I always try to look at mistakes, the things you did that didn't turn out, as opposed to things you did do, the negative. But
yeah. Can you tell the story of that? And maybe it's just interesting. It's illustrative, like how to know when a thing is going to be big or not, and what are the fundamentals of it, and how to take the risk or not, and all these things like that.
So the backstory of that is Bill Gurley came to me and said, Mark, there's this guy, Travis, that has this company, Red Swoosh, which is a peer-to-peer networking company that I think you can help. And so I invested, and we spent a lot of time with Travis. And it's funny, because back then, that was like 2006. I was an investor at Fox.net with Aaron Levy, and there was one other company, but there were 3 of them where there's these emails between, where I'd introduce them, and we'd all talk in these emails, and they'd all gone to have astronomical success, right? But so Red Swoosh had its issues, because I was looking peer-to-peer as kind of stealing bandwidth from the internet providers when bandwidth is a scarce commodity. And so, what Travis did with that, though, was great. He convinced gaming companies he wanted to do downloads of the clients for those games to use his peer-to-peer on Red Swoosh. And, he busted his ass, and I think he sold it for $18 million. So he did well. And so it was natural for him to come to me And I still have the emails, and asked me about Uber Cab. And I thought, okay, this is a great idea. I really, really like it. I said, you're gonna, and he showed me his budget, and I think they were raising money at $10 or $15 million or whatever. And I'm like, your biggest challenge is going to be you're going to have to fight all the incumbent taxi commissions. They're going to want to put you out of business. That's going to be a challenge, and I think you don't have enough money designated for marketing to get all that done. And I said, I'd invest, but not quite at that valuation, right? Never came back to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's some lessons there connected to what you're doing now. We'll talk about it, cost plus drugs. It's like looking at an industry that seems like there's a lot of complexity involved, but it's like hungry for revolution.
Sure.
And good capture that.
Yeah, for sure. Right. They were dominated by an insulated few. They were not very transparent. You didn't know the intricacies. They were very, very politically driven, and old boy, incestuous network. And to and like I told him, Travis, the best thing about you is you'll run through walls and break down barriers. The bad thing about you is you'll run through walls even if you don't have to.
Yeah, and there you kind of have to see: is it possible to raise enough money? Is it possible to do all this? Is it possible? Is it possible to break through? And it's kind of a fascinating success story with Uber.
I think he tried to go too big. He had too big an ambition, which cost him in the end. Not financially, personally, but just in terms of being able to stick it out with them. But that's what makes him a great entrepreneur.
Well, it's a fascinating success story. Like certain companies like Airbnb just kind of go into this thing that we take completely for granted
and change it on.
Just change it.
Yeah. Yeah. Linda Johnson, who worked as our general counsel at broadcast.com, was Brian's GC and chief operating officer. So yeah, they had smart team.
And they believed in it, man. I mean, it's a beautiful story because you're like, all right, all the things that annoy you about this world, like they're inefficient and just seem like
I probably would have said no, like a lot of people did to Airbnb, because I'm like, I don't want people sitting sleeping in my bed.
I would have too. I was like, this is not gonna work. I've done like couch surfing and stuff, and it didn't seem right. It didn't seem like you could do this as a couch.
To monetize it, yeah, but he did. More power to him.
In 2000, in January, you purchased a majority stake in the NBA team, Dallas Mavericks, for $285 million. So at this point, maybe you can correct me, but it was one of the worst performing teams in franchise history. Uh, how did how did you help turn it around?
I had this big tall guy named Dirk Nowitzki, and I let him be Dirk Nowitzki, right? And I got out of the way. But I think more than anything else, there was the turnaround on the business side, and then there was the turnaround on the basketball side. And on the basketball side, I just went in there immediately, said, whatever it takes to win, that's what we're going to do. Back then, they had 3 or 4 coaches that were responsible for everything. And I was like, okay, we spend more money training people on PC software than we do developing the most important assets of the business. So I made the decision to go out there and hire like 15 different development coaches, one for each player. And everybody thought I was just insane. But, it sent the message that we were going to do whatever it took to win. And once the guys believed that, winning was the goal as opposed to just making money, attitudes changed, effort went up, and, the rest is history.
So the assets of the business here are the
players.
The players.
Yeah, for sure. And then on the business side, the first question I asked myself is, what business are we in? And I really didn't know the answer immediately, but within the first few months, it was obvious that, the entire NBA thought we were in the business of basketball. We were not. We were in the experience business. When you think about sporting events that you've been to, you don't remember the score, you don't remember the home runs or the dunks. You remember who you were with, and you remember why you went. Oh, it was my first date with the girl who's now my wife, or I went with my buddies and we threw up on the person in front of us. My dad took me, my aunt, my uncle took me. Those are the experiences you remember. And once I conveyed to our people that this is what we were selling, that what happened in the arena off the court was just as important as what happened on the court, if not more so. Because if mom or dad are bringing the 10-year-old, you have to keep them occupied because they have short attention spans. And so, I would get into fights with the NBA. Put aside the refs, But getting aside the fights in NBA, I would say NBA nothing but attorneys, right? Because they had no marketing skills whatsoever, and to their credit, they realized that was a problem and started bringing in better and better and better marketing people.
So part of the selling is you're selling the team, selling the sport, selling the people, the idea, all of it, like just the.
Well, yeah, the experience. So have you ever been to an NBA game?
Miami Heat.
Remember walking into the arena and you feel the energy there, right? That's what makes it special.
Yeah, the energy is everything, especially playoff games.
Right,
yeah.
Sure, right? And even a regular season game, right? Even against the worst team, that's where we get, because the tickets tend to be a little bit cheaper on the resale market. That's where parents will bring their kids, and so you hear kids screaming the entire game, and the parents are thrilled to death, right? They got to do something with their kids. The kids are thrilled to death because they got to see basketball, an NBA game, and scream at the top of their lungs. And if it turns out to be a close game and that ball's in the air, and if it goes in, everybody's hugging and high-fiving people you've never seen before in your life. And if it misses, you're commiserating with people you've never seen. That's such a unique experience. That's unique to sports. And we never sold that. And that's exactly what we started.
I have to say, like, just going to that game turned me around on basketball because I'm more of a football guy. So basketball was against my main sport.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow, okay.
It's fun.
The
It's
energy
different,
just
right?
like.
Yeah, the energy in a stadium is completely different than the energy in an arena. You can, in the stadium, particularly if it doesn't have a roof, it's hard to bottle that energy. You feel it, and you see. I got from Pittsburgh, so there's the terrible towels and people screaming defense and everything at Steelers games. But in an arena, the energy level is just indescribable.
So how much of it is the selling the tickets in person, but also versus what you see on TV? So when you're owning a team, do you get any other cut for what's shown on TV?
Yeah. So there's a TV deal that's done with either a local TV broadcaster, and we get all of that, or a network broadcaster like ABC, ESPN, TNT, whatever, and then we get 1/30th of that.
So what role does the TV play in like turning a team?
Keeps fans connected. Look, when the team is doing really well, it's easy, right? There's more viewers, everybody's more excited, and when you're not, there's still going to be hardcore fans and general fans and kids that like to watch the game.
What about like the personality of the people in the stands? Like, I mean, clearly you're part of the legend of the team. Oh, because you're literally there going wild.
Screaming, the whole game, right? Yeah, it's funny, the way I am here is how I am, 24 hours a day, unless there's a Mavs game.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, that's where I let out all that stress and frustration. But yeah, I mean, it's not so. The fans, the sixth man, right? We need fans to bring that energy, and amplifying that as much as we can is important.
You've had a beef recently on Twitter, on X, with Elon over DEI programs. What to you is the essence of the disagreement there?
I wouldn't call it a beef, right? It's just
a bit of fun.
Yeah, it's fun for me, right? I just, it's his platform. He gets to run it any way he pleases. He's aged for that right. And so I have total respect for whatever choices he makes, even if I don't agree with them. But because it's his platform, people are less likely to disagree with him. Particularly somebody who's got a platform themselves. And so when we start talking about DEI and it's just de facto racist and this stuff that I just think is nonsense. I have no problem, sharing my opinion. And if he disagrees, okay, he can disagree. I don't care, and it's fun to engage, but he doesn't really engage. He just comes back with snark comments, which is his choice.
Yeah, you in your comments, well, you do a bit of snark too, but
a little bit.
But you're pretty, let's say, rigorous in your response. So there's some exchange of ideas. There's some snark. There's some fun, all that kind of stuff. And you do voice the opinion that represents a large number of people, and it's great. I mean, that's what's it's really beautiful. But just lingering on the topic, what to you is the good and the bad of DEI programs?
Really simple, right? D is diversity, and that means you just expand your pool of potential applicants to people who you might not otherwise have access to. To look where you didn't look before, to look where other people are looking for quality employees. That's simple. And the E in equity equity means when you hire somebody, you put them in a position to succeed. The I in inclusion is when you've hired somebody and it may not be typical, if you will, right? You show them some love and give them the support they need so they can do their job as best they can and feel comfortable and confident going to work. It's that simple.
So that's a beautiful ideal. When it's implemented poorly, perhaps, or in a way that doesn't reach that ideal, do you see maybe when it's quota based, do you see that it can result in essentially racism towards Asian people and white people, for example?
There's a lot to unpack there, right? So first, you can't do quotas. They're illegal unless you're, and I'm not the lawyer on this subject, but unless you're trying to repair something that's happened in the past, like some discrimination that's happened in the past. So it's not quota based, and I think that's really just kind of a straw man that people put out there. Now, does that mean that there aren't DEI programs that are implemented poorly? Of course not. There are everything that's implemented poorly in one company to another, right? Sales, marketing, human resources. You can pick any element of business and find companies that implement it poorly. But that's the beauty of capitalism in a free market, or mostly free market, where if you make these choices and they are the wrong choices, you're going to lose your best people. You're not going to be able to hire the best people. You're not going to execute on your business plans in the ways that we discussed, regardless of the size of the company. And it also, I think, depends on where you're having the discussion. So when I'm in a different group of people off of X, the feedback's completely different, right? But to your question of reverse racism, yes, it happens. Because people are people. There's no human being that is 100% objective, and it's also there's very, very, very few jobs that can be determined on a purely quantitative basis, right? How do you tell one janitor from the other? Who's the best, right? How do you tell one salesperson that you're hiring versus another you're hiring because they haven't sold your product yet? So you don't know. We talked earlier about firing people because you made mistakes, and yes, there's discrimination against any group, white, Asian, black, green, orange, whatever it may be. But I truly believe that there's far more discrimination against people of color than there are people who are white. And I think it's become a straw man that reverse discrimination because of DEI is prevalent or near ubiquitous.
Well, much of American history was defined by intense radical racism and sexism. But in the recent years, there's a correction, and I think the nature of the criticism is that there's an overcorrection where DEI programs at universities, at companies, are often, when they're not doing their job well, are often hard to criticize. Because when you criticize them within the company and so on, they have a very strong immune system where that you could, if you criticize a DEI program, it seems like it's very easy to be called racist. And if you're called racist or sexist, that's a sticky label.
So you're getting into the culture of organizations, right, and leadership within organizations, and accepting any type of criticism. Put aside DEI. When I criticized the referees in the NBA, I got fined. Right, that was their option. I knew what I was getting into. Not that they're completely analogous, but it's cause and effect. If I'm in a major company and I'm publicly criticizing or even internally criticizing a sales plan or a product, our product sucks, right? Or like there was a Google engineer that got fired for saying, Google had AGI, right? And nobody believed they did, and they knew that created problems. It wasn't DEI related, but it was, saying something publicly that was in the CEO's eyes to the detriment of the company, right? So I think those are all analogous. If you're trying to accomplish something within an organization because you think there's a problem and there's people speaking out saying, look, we're getting it wrong. I think I'm a victim of all this, and the company, right then, leadership has got to make a decision. Do they agree or not agree? Are they right or are they wrong? Is it positive or negative to the company? and you decide. So, this conversation that conservatives are being silenced in organizations now, um, I haven't seen it. I've talked to, and then the other side of your question, I think, unpacking it, is what's driving all this? Put aside universities for a moment. In corporate America, when I talk to people in corporate America about DEI, they always start talking about ideology, right? And like I talked to Bill Ackman, who we've had on, right? And when I asked him, well, Bill, you run your own companies. Who's telling you what to do? They are. Who's they? Well, it's the universities, the people who have this ideology of DEI. I'm like, did they force you? Did they coerce you? Did you lose control of your company? No, it's not me. It happens to other people. Then I talk to other people. Same thing. So I get, I try not to go one-on-one in Twitter conversations on this topic. So in the DMs, I'll talk to people who are really conservative, and I'll ask the same question. And be like, well, who's forcing you to do this? Well, it's the ideology that's everywhere. You see it. Did you see the Harvard thing? In University of North Carolina. I'm like, I've never had anybody try to push me in this direction to do this. This was my business choice. I'm not trying to tell other people you have to do this. You make your own business choices. And so when companies have made their business choices, and if somebody doesn't feel confident or comfortable with it, they may feel they're being discriminated against. There was something I just read in the Wall Street Journal where the Wall Street Journal had a company interview 2 million people, right? And the difficulty in firing, and how people, when they were fired, 40% of the people who were fired felt like it was wrong, that they were doing a great job. Yet, then it talked about the HR person going through the hassle of trying to explain to this person through performance reviews that they weren't doing a good job. Yet the people still thought they were doing a great job despite being told they're not doing a good job, right? So I see that as being analogous to all this, this huffing and puffing about reverse discriminations and conservatives not being able to speak up, because if 40% of people who have been fired don't believe they should have been fired, there's a disconnect somewhere in how you think you're doing your job. And if you just feel like I can't speak up because of it, because you're white, and that doesn't comport well with DEI programs, a lot of things are going to happen, right? Either it's going to come up in your performance review, HR or your boss is going to have to address it in some way. It's going to get to HR at some level, and then decisions are going to have to be made. And you can't just fire somebody because they spoke up, right? Somebody's going to have to communicate with you. And so I think a lot of I just I I just don't trust the supposed volume that people say is happening at versus everything I've read and seen. And when I talk to people in positions of authority within organizations and ask them who's forcing them, to implement these ideologies, nobody says yes, but there is somebody. But on Twitter, it sounds great.
It is true for conservatives, but in general, you can sell books and get likes.
Yes.
When you talk about this ideology, and there's a degree to which is this woke ideology in the room with us right now. Meaning, like, it's this boogie monster that we're all kind of.
Or is it a positive?
I guess another way to say that is they don't highlight a lot of the positive progress that's been made in the positive version of the word woke in terms of correcting some of the wrongs done in the past. So, with that said, if you ask people in Russia, a lot of them will say there's no propaganda here, there's no censorship, and all that kind of stuff. It's sometimes hard to see when you're in it that this kind of is happening. It does seem difficult to criticize DEI programs. Not horribly difficult, terrible, they're this monster that infiltrates everything. But it is difficult and it requires great leadership.
So where have you criticized it and been condemned? Academic?
Academic, yeah.
Okay. Academic, two different worlds.
Companies and academic, yeah.
Two different worlds.
But I also think it's not, I really want to point my finger at the failure of leadership, of basically firing mediocre people, like people that are not good at their job. The problem to me is DEI defense mechanism, like immune system, is so strong that the shitty people don't get fired. So the vision, the ideal of DI is a beautiful ideal. It's just like,
well, maybe it's because I'm an entrepreneur. When I see an ideal that you try to implement it and support it and get to that point. But universities and companies are night and day different, right? I can see an argument for the ideology in a university. I can see, you look at the amount of money spent on it. And so while the goal is right, um, the way they implement it in universities, the way they implement most things in universities is wrong, right? There's a reason why tuition has gone up, a multitude of, or a multiple of inflation. Um, they're not well-run organizations across the board. So I'm not going to argue with that at all. So when you've seen me argue with DEI, I haven't waded into DEI in universities at all.
it's mostly focused on companies.
100%, right? Because that's where I exist. But at the same time, like I read Christopher Ruffo's book, where he talks about kind of the genealogy of wokeism and ideology. But then he gets to the point, and I hope I'm remembering this right, where he says that the response to it is decentralized activism, if you will. That's not the word he used, to try to counter that DEI. And that seems to me to be counter to the whole conservative movement right now, right? Other than school board, right? Where it's centralized and, the Republican candidate is all about centralized power in him. And, to me, that's just a conflict in a lot of the underpinning of of the whole DEI conversation that a lot of which goes through Christopher Rufo right now.
Let's continue on a theme of fun exchanges on the internet. So Elon tweeted, "The fundamental axiomatic flaw of the woke mind virus is that the weaker party is always right, in parentheses, even if they want you to die." And you responded at length, but the beginning is, "The fundamental axiomatic flaw of the anti-woke mind is that it allows groups with historical power to play the victim by taking anecdotal examples and packaging them into conjured conspiratorial ideology that threatens to upend the power structures they have been depending on." So,
says it all, right?
well, there's a tension there. So, yes, but both can be abused, right? Both positions of power can be abused. There's power in DEI, and there's shitty people that can crave power and hold on to power and sacrifice their ideals.
Okay, put aside universities. Okay.
Damn it. Yeah, I mean,
because I'm not going to argue that universities implement DEI well, right? And I'm not going to tell you that, they need to be spending $20-some million a year on DEI positions. To me, that's insane. Do I look at the Harvard and North Carolina decision and say it was a great decision? No, because I think having a diverse student body helps make for kids who are better prepared for the real world. But I'm not running a university, so it's not my choice. Maybe at some point in the future I will, but not now. And in terms of the corporate side of it, who's telling anybody what to do?
Well, maybe you can give me some help.
Sure. I'm here to help you.
There's an example in the AI world of a system called Gemini.
Yeah, I mean,
1.5.
everybody was black or whatever, people of color.
George Washington was black, Nazis were black.
So why is it when that came out, there was a big uproar, but when somebody, so who was it? One of the people who were trying to fuck with me, I forget which one.
There's so many.
Yeah, but he pointed out to Elon that Elon's AI was woke when it answered certain questions. And other people have pointed out other things to Elon about Grok, however it's pronounced, that was leaning left or woke, right? And Elon's response was, "Oh, it'll change. It's a mistake. We're fixing it." When it happens to Gemini and Google, it's the end of the world. Look how woke they are, and it's a reflection of all their culture. Now Google comes out and says it's a mistake, and then they dox the guy who's the product manager or whatever of AI of that product, and then they go back and look at his old tweets, right, and show that he's very left leaning and very DEI supportive, and that's the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world, but Google's so much dependent on trust. That trust that Google search has as objective as possible channel into the world of information. And so that brand is really important.
Yeah, see, you're giving them too much power. And maybe I'm not recognizing the power, right? So I'll tell you a personal experience. Up until a month ago, maybe, if you put in keto gummies, Shark Tank keto gummies, into Google, it would show up with scammy ads, scam ad after scam ad, and I would get emails up until a month ago from elderly people asking me why the gummies weren't working and why the companies were charging all this money on a month-by-month basis when they tried to cancel. And they said it was the #1 deal on Shark Tank of all time, right? And all Shark, it was a mistake.
Well, there's fraud, there's mistakes, but the mistakes.
No, but why didn't Google fix it? Right? The distance didn't happen once, over 1 week, over 2 weeks, right? And because it was hard to fix.
Yeah.
As it turns out, I was working with them to try to find a fix. And we would both look at the same page. And if you were inside of Google, within the google.com domain, it would show one page. If you were outside of Google, it would show another. And it took us looking at it at the same time for anybody to realize it. Meaning that there's a lot of technology problems that are hard to fix.
They're super complex, and we could talk about it forever with social media. The criticism towards Google, towards other companies, when they're based in Silicon Valley, there could be an ideological drift into a ideological bubble out of which the technology is created, and they could be blind to the obvious bias that's
but they got billions of customers who are not going to. So what you're saying is the free market stops with artificial intelligence, that people don't pay attention and respond, that Google doesn't listen to the responses, that people inside of Google will ignore their own best financial interests and even their own best personal interests because they know they're going to get doxxed now on by Elon and others. And so I just don't see that. And Elon's not allowed to make those same mistakes, but
no.
They're allowed to make those mistakes, but Google isn't.
Oh no, Elon is 100% should be criticized for the ridiculousness of overstatements that he makes about various products. He's having a bit of fun, like you are.
Yeah.
So, but and I also believe in the free market, but it's not always efficient. There's like a delay.
It just takes time. Yeah, it's fine.
So, which is why Elon is important when calling out, I think, overstating the criticism of Gemini, but Elon and others.
Gemini wasn't even the fully available public product yet.
It's still a bias that resonates with
That's
people.
the way neural networks work, though, right? That's why there'll be billions of models, because weights and biases putting together, a neural network.
But no. So like the Black George Washington is a correction on top of the foundation model, so to keep it quote unquote safe. One of the big criticisms of all the models, frankly, probably even Grok a little bit less so, is they're like trying to be really conservative in the sense of trying to be careful not to say crazy shit.
Of course.
Because you don't know how to think.
It's brand new, and we know what happens, right? And they do it on the front end with prompts, and they try to do it on the back end with the neural networks that are underneath them, right? And it doesn't always work, and that's why there's going to be millions of models rather than just 4 foundational models that or 5 that everybody uses.
Well, I guess the main criticism is you want to have some transparency of all the teams that are involved, and then this kind of the degree there's a left-leaning ideology within the companies, it doesn't affect the product.
But that's the beauty of
the free market.
Yeah, that's where the market corrects it, right? And not only from the outside, because everybody is going to test it. Like when YouTube first came out, when after Google bought them, there used to be different commands you could give it, right? There were line prompt commands that you could give it, and you could find all the nasty porn that got loaded before they kicked it off, right? And it was just the nastiest shit And even now, to this day, if there's some horrific, tragic event, somebody's loading it up, right? Yeah. Now, I know that's not direct to your point of internal influence to the output, right? But people on the outside are going to check for that now, right? It's almost like the new bug contest, right? To try to find bugs in software. And then on the inside, if it's all left leaning and all you have is left leaning employees because most conservatives won't want to work there, then again that's self-correcting as well.
That's the hope, but it can self-correct in different kinds of ways. You can have a different company that competes and becomes more conservative. I mean, my worry is that it kind of becomes like two different worlds where there's like, oh, he is. Come on, don't give up.
Oh, I'm not giving up. So where does this go is the question.
Yeah.
Right. What happens next? And I mean, going back. I mean, I've been in so many PC revolutions, right, or evolutions, where porn was the big issue, right? Now we don't even talk about porn being an issue, even though if every post on Twitter now has link in bio for a porn post, right? We don't even think that's a negative anymore. That's just an accepted thing. And now it's become very what are your politics on Twitter? But again, as you extend that and things grow, as AI models become more efficient and trainable on for a lot less money, or even locally on a PC or a phone, we're all going to have our own models, and there's going to be millions and millions and millions of models, and not just foundational models. Now maybe they'll build some on open source. Maybe it'll be copy pasta where you can just cut and paste and create your own model and train it yourself. Maybe it'll be mixture of experts where maybe it'll be a meta front end, like we're working on a project where we take 30 different AI models and there's just a meta search engine where it searches all of them and you can compare all the outputs and see what you think is the best, kind of like a search engine, right? Because you might get, is DEI good, right? Is the COVID vaccine good, right? You're going to get a variety of outputs, and you have to make that decision yourself. And that's what I think is going to happen with AI as well, because I think brands, there's no way the Mayo Clinic and the Harvard Medical School are just going to contribute all their IP to Chat GPT or Gemini or whatever. It's going to have to be licensed, or they're going to do their own.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very hopeful message, but that said, human history doesn't always autocorrect really quickly, self-correct really quickly. Sometimes you get into this very painful things. You have Stalin, you have Hitler. You can get to places very quickly where the ideological thing just builds on itself, and like
Twitter is not real world. There's 27.
It's not real world. That's true.
Yeah.
Yes, but you can still have a nation captured by an ideology. I think America has been really good at having these two, blue and red, always at tension with each other, dividing the populace, and in the process of doing that, figuring stuff out. Like almost like playing devil's advocate, but like in real life.
And and that's fair and that's right. As opposed to Pravda telling you everything you want to know, yes. Right? And everybody believing it because there's control of everything, right? And so going back to what you said earlier, people in Russia don't think invading Ukraine, a lot of them see it as a positive, right? I'm sure you have relatives and friends who think it's the best thing that ever happened, right? Because they believe in Putin.
They're denazifying Ukraine. They're removing the Nazis.
Right, because that's exactly what Putin said. And we don't have one uniform media outlet. That's the difference. Even though people like to talk about mainstream media as being the source of a lot of information, there is no such thing as mainstream media anymore. Fox is the biggest cable news channel with the biggest audience, and they call everybody else mainstream media. It's insane the things that we accept from our sources of information. To me, that's the bigger problem. The bigger problem is trying to figure out what is free speech and what is the line of tolerance for free speech. And at what point does hateful free speech crowd out other people? Right? Putin's the master of that. You're going to jail or you're going to be dead if you disagree. Right? Now, God help us if we ever get to that point here. But the person who controls the algorithm controls the world. Right? And if you are committed to one one specific platform as your singular source of information or affiliated platforms, then whoever controls the algorithm or the programming there controls you in a lot of respects. And I think that's where our biggest problem has been. We get people attached to specific platforms and apps and media outlets, and they become part of that team. And they identify as such, and either you're part of the team or you're not. And that to me is the fundamental problem. It's not woke ideology because I never felt any pressure to make the choices that I've chosen, in including diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I've never forced anybody or told anybody to do it. I just said, here's my experiences. Whenever I've talked to people who talk about the woke ideology, no one ever got forced. I mean, if you look at Dylan McDermott, right? If there was a way to gauge the number of impressions that she had, right, and where they source from, I'd be willing to bet any amount of money that 90% plus of the impressions and discussions of Dylan McDermott were on right-leaning media.
Several things, actually. Let's even go there. You've gotten a bit of a beef with, again, fun with Jordan Peterson about
That's the
this.
guy who's being like this. Yeah.
So the topic there was gender transition and Dylan Mulvaney. Can you explain the nature of the beef? I mean, it's an interesting claim you're making, and most of the people who are concerned about this are conservatives.
Yeah, it's just the point is that if you look at impressions, like when you run an ad, you're curious about impressions and who sees them, right? But if you look at the impressions related to Dylan McDermott, I would, like I just said, I'd bet 90% or more were conservative media. And I don't know how many followers she had, 250,000 followers or whatever when the Bud Light ad came out. And if it weren't for Kid Rock shooting, gun shooting at Dylan McDermott's Bud Light cans, she'd be long forgotten.
Yeah, but most of the people that care about censorship are going to be free speech advocates. So, like, most people that care about Putin suppressing speech or anybody else suppressing speech are going to be, like, libertarians. So, like, there's probably an explanation of that. The criticism that Jordan Peterson provide, I guess he said that Dylan Mulvaney popularized the kind of mutilation, right, in his view, that can affect this a very serious life-changing process that a person goes through, and when that's applied to a child, it can do a lot of harm to a person.
But my point still holds. I don't know how many kids were following, and you can look at the followers list. It's not like it's hidden, right? Back then, if they had 250,000 followers, and now we're on TikTok, where he might get 50 some thousand views or likes, right? I don't know how many views, but likes. I've never seen any evidence that Dylan McDermott influences people to transition their gender.
Why does he keep saying Dylan McDermott? That's the guy from that
It was documented on
show,
TikTok
The Practice.
over the course of a year. And again, when you go back and look at the views on those
What up, dog?
How are you?
It was, it wasn't like
How are you?
enormous.
I'm good. How are
Yeah,
you?
but the trend
Taking
started.
taking names. How'd you find out about me, my friend?
How'd I find out about you? Oh, I was looking through the socialize servers.
Oh, it's right.
Popped in your server.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Do you know anything about me?
I know your last name.
Okay. Well, aside from that, do you know anything about me?
No, sir.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I'm guessing you're a Rothschild.
Yeah. Got that?
I know a few Rothschild children, and I would not like to know anything about your business. I respect your privacy and just appreciate to be your friend. I don't need to know any personal details about your life, and I respect your privacy. And, I respect you as an individual. And I love what you do, and I love you.
All right. Well, that's wonderful. Excellent. All right. Well, then I won't tell you anything about myself. We're just watching the Lex Friedman podcast. Feel free to check on in, and I appreciate you being a part of the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely, my friend.
What is people's, for young kids, there to be a trend of, especially when you feel like an outsider, you feel not yourself, less than yourself, all this kind of stuff that kids feel like, that if it's popular enough, gender transition without meaning to do that. It's just part of a trend. That's the worry
that's a big stretch, right? To think that all the things that have to happen before you transition gender, right? And I'm not saying kids might identify, find it cool or, in the moment, expedient, if you will, to dress up as the other gender. Great, who cares, right? But to go through the actual physical transition, I don't remember what the numbers were that I read, but I do remember that the latest numbers that came out in terms of transitioning were from JAMA, which is a medical association, that said from 2021 to 2022, the numbers went down. But the bigger point is there are no numbers for 2023 when post Dylan McDermott. So there's no way to know if the assertion is true, even marginally true. Now you can easily suggest it, right? But you can say that about any social media influencer, right? Kids are dying because, it's just like when people accuse Trump of potentially influencing people to, inject bleach into their veins. You can't, that's a big old leap to say that because, Trump says it, that people are going to start injecting, and then they find somebody who actually did, and it's like, oh, it must be true. This is a trend now. I'm just not buying it that there aren't enough roadblocks in the way. Now, I'm not saying it never happens, right? And to me, you should have to wait until you're 18 to actually have any surgery to transition. And if your parents approve it earlier, then you can have a conversation with your doctor. But you're suggesting that everybody in that process to go to transition a minor is corrupt. That the doctor, the sociologist, the psychologist, all the people involved, the hospital where the surgery is happening, the insurance company that's paying for it, they all have been corrupted by this trend. I just don't see that.
Well, not corrupted, but people, it's back to the DEI thing. There could be pressure, and we're
pressure to operate. So think about all the people who have to be complicit to do an operation.
It's not complicit like evil complicit.
It is evil complicit, right? Because somebody in hospitals right now, they won't perform abortions because of state law. In Alabama, they stopped IVF treatment immediately after that ruling by that judge, right, the QAnon judge. To think that they're not going to pay attention to the possible consequences of being the hospital that does transgender, that gives doctors operating rights there, and not be aware of the risk associated with it and double check. To me, that's just insane. They're risking their entire business and livelihood and personal relationships for not checking that this 14-year-old, boy who wants to be a girl or vice versa is there waiting for surgery. That I just don't see that.
In America, yes, but if we look at humans in general, and Jordan Peterson, I think, unjustly, incorrectly brought up Auschwitz.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
But if we look, to me, World War II is a very interesting time. It does reveal a lot about human nature, and that humans are able to commit atrocities without really speaking up. The point I want to make is that when you're in this situation where everybody is around you is committing an atrocity, you can be sort of the good German. And
yeah, but
human nature is such that you can.
But that is in a time of war.
Yeah, but it's still human nature. It's interesting to remember that.
War, when you feel like there's nationalism, patriotism, everything that comes up. Russia, right? The moms of the kids sent to Ukraine who didn't come back in Russia feel certainly different than the everyday Russian who's just taking, whatever information is available from a unified, controlled media.
But, we should remember human nature. It's interesting.
I'm not dismissing human nature at all, but there's a difference. I think that human nature, self-preservation, influences those decisions. There's nothing about self-preservation involved in DEI, wokeness, transgenderism to compare it to Auschwitz. That's insane.
Well, that comparison is almost always, probably always, is insane. The comparison between anything in the Holocaust. I think there's a name for that rule, but once you bring up Hitler, the conversation ends. I do appreciate you bringing up Trump and bleach as an example. So continuing on fun exchanges between you and Elon, you said if they were having Biden last week and it was him versus Trump and he was being given last rites, I would still vote for Biden. To which Elon replied, caricaturing you, if Biden were a flesh-eating zombie with 5 seconds to live, or armed people re-elected, Earth would plunge into a 1,000 years of darkness, I would still vote for him. That's basically quoting you, but in a caricature. And you responded, while I have your attention, wanted to say thank you. Your consultants at Tesla followed up about using cost-plus drugs, about which we'll talk about, to save the company money. Truly appreciate it. And in parentheses, my limit is 300 years of darkness. Very well done, Mark. What's your intuition, if you just stick on Biden, Trump for a sec, what's your intuition why Biden would make a better president than Trump?
Look at it at the basics, right? If you look at the people he's hired, there hasn't been any turnover in his cabinet at all. If you look at the people he's hired over the course of his career, or while he was vice president in particular, there's nobody who turned on him and came out and written books and made public statements about how it was bad for the country. Now compare that to Trump. The people closest to him, almost all of them turn unless there's a financial relationship involved. And to me, that says everything.
The dynamics of the team is important to you.
If you're going to be the most powerful person in the world, you better know how to manage and lead. Right? And that's not to say Biden hasn't made a lot of mistakes. I mean, immigration, the border is a horrific mistake. And hopefully he recognizes that. And I don't like the fact that he doesn't admit his mistakes and just say, okay, I got to fix it, or I made a mistake in Afghanistan, whatever it may be, right? The position of commander-in-chief and president, you're going to make mistakes. Then I look at the other guy, never admits a mistake, and the list is on.
Well, what do you think about the immigration situation? A lot of conservatives are using that sort of the theory is that the reason it's happening is because they would be able to legally vote.
That's insane.
For Biden.
Yeah, you can't be an illegal immigrant and vote. And now in a lot of states, because of the conservatives, they've passed laws saying you have to show identification. When I voted in Texas, you had to show, state identification. They can't vote. You can't register as an illegal alien that I'm aware of to vote.
Yeah, but of course that story really worries me. Enables or serves as a catalyst for questioning the legitimacy of an election.
Like, I remember going to the debate with Trump in 2016, and he was debating Clinton, and one of the things he said was, we don't even know if this election will be legitimate if I lose. This was in 2016 before he was even elected, and that was where he was going. That's just what he does. He's never admitted a mistake. The guy's failed a zillion times. Most people say, okay, I learned from him. I read a book about Roy Cohn, and Roy Cohn was the ultimate deny, and that was one of Trump's mentors. And you can see almost everything that Roy Cohn ever did in the same way that Donald Trump approaches things.
But given how drastic the immigration situation is, that story becomes more believable.
Yeah, of course it does, right? But the facts are still the facts, right? And in red states, they're going to be checking every ID. They're going to be making sure that's not the case. And you can also make the argument, well, in the blue state, it doesn't matter. In the swing states, they're still going to be checking because they know Trump is going to sue the shit out of him when he loses. And so, again, that's where people will take those self-preservation steps to keep their job and do the right thing. There's still enough people who believe in this country and how amazing it is to do the right thing. And a lot of the premises of what some conservatives are saying and doing, the underpinning of it is that their fellow citizens will not do anything, not something, anything that serves the best interest of this country. And to me, that's just wrong. That is just misleading and wrong.
I just worry about, I don't care about Trump or Biden. I care about democracy. I just worry I worry about the viral nature of the idea of this illegal immigrants.
But it's very functional, right? Either they get across. There's 1,000 different ways an unlimited number of ways to enter the United States of America undetected, right? And the south border, where it's the easiest and the worst. And Biden needs to take steps to reduce that. Remember, when Biden was vice president and Obama was president, they called Obama the deporter in chief. He had no problems deporting people. And I think, if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, that when they looked at the initial statistics for immigration when Biden took over, they thought there was room for more immigrants, not because they would vote, but you can make a fiscal argument that in a world where the birth rate is flat to declining, we need immigrants, right? And immigrants typically don't have a higher crime rate or anything than indigenous American citizens. Indigenous isn't the right word, but American citizens. And so they made a calculated mistake. They made a decision that was wrong, and now they have to fix it, or it's going to hurt them severely. But I don't buy, like what Elon's pushing, that the whole reason is they are voters and will become voters.
And we should say the obvious. You're a descendant of immigrants.
Yeah, for sure.
And the immigrants is what makes this country great in many parts, the diversity of this nation. And we should probably keep the people that are already been in this country for a while and are killing it, like PhD students and all this.
That's not what Donald Trump wants, though. He wants to ship them all out, right? There's just a whole lot of hyperbole when it comes to talking to I'm not talking about all of these things we're talking about. When it's right versus left, my team versus your team, my tribe versus your tribe, the only way to stand out is hyperbole. The hard part, and why I like this conversation, is how do you distinguish hyperbole versus reality? And I get where you're going, Lex, where it's like what the smallest spark sometimes can cause people to change, and then that spark becomes bigger, and then it becomes more widespread, and then all of a sudden your country has changed. It's not what you thought it was. I get that completely, right? And yes, you always have to be on top of that to make sure. But a lot of that comes from lack of leadership, right, and lack of trust. Because there's nobody who's saying, all right, Republicans, that's all hyperbole and you're wrong for that. Democrats, you fucked up on immigration, right? You fucked up in Afghanistan, right? Here's where you made these mistakes. Own it. There's nobody who says, right, we're not going to just bring in Republicans at the Republicans.
Right.
And then,
Like,
and then nobody says we're not going to just bring in Democrats. We're going to bring in a mix, right? We're going to try to get balance on the Supreme Court. There's no leadership that's doing it. That's the fundamental problem.
Right,
it's not about the ideology of woke.
Not always, dog.
No leadership.
Yeah, leadership, and it's just whatever systems were created. It's really frustrating that like Trump, it really is John Durangelo syndrome. Like he's definitely Hitler. If you don't like Biden, he's senile lizard person.
Right.
That's
right. Everybody gets labeled, right? And because that works on social media.
Right.
Right. Look, if Elon changed the algorithm just by taking himself out of it, seriously, I'm not saying don't post, right? Post all you want, but he, if you look at his followers, they're almost all right leaning. If you look at the people he engages with positively, they're almost all right leaning. And if you look at the people he engages with negatively, like me, right? I consider myself an independent, but I lean left on the DEI topic, right? That influences the algorithm, and so you see what you see because of what he says.
Yeah, well, I mean, for sure, but there could be a lot of influential people on Twitter that influence the algorithm, all that kind of stuff. I do feel it's not even about ideology where you lean. It's about the algorithm not prioritizing drama, like the attention grabbing thing, or the lower lizard version of that, where people just want the drama. They want to get it out.
When I last read through all the stuff on their algorithm, right, maybe it's changed. Whoever has the biggest account and gets engagement on that account influences what people see the most.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. I don't know if that's to the degree that's true. They did
sure it's still the case.
Pretty rigorous description of what's not going to have an influence.
Well, don't.
It's not going to have influence.
When you get a break, just create a burner account on Twitter and see who they recommend to you.
Yeah.
And not just Elon. It'd be the people that Elon likes. And I'm saying that's not Elon saying add this person, and suggest this person, and this person. I'm saying that's what the algorithm.
Yeah, there should be transparency around that for sure.
There is. There is. That's the whole point, right? He knows there's transparency, and he knows the impact. That's why when I say take yourself out of the algorithm, right? Don't include his account. That changes, I think, the output of the algorithm.
Well, when he wasn't owning Twitter, he wasn't owning his account. Now he needed his account already.
It wasn't, but still, like even like the Kim Kardashian account, or whatever, right? It, I don't. It wasn't open source to Elon's credit. It is now, so I couldn't see it to know, right? So I didn't get the sense one way or the other of one element being dominant of the other. But obviously, conservatives want this. That left leaning is dominant, right?
Yeah, I would love to see numbers of all of this.
Yeah, me too.
DEI, everything like this. Sometimes anecdotal data really frustrates me. It frustrates me primarily because of how sexy it is. Like people just love.
That's a great way to describe it.
Love a story, and I'm like, God damn it! This is not science. This is this.
It's not even common sense.
Well, no, I think anecdotal stories often have a wisdom in them.
Like no doubt, right?
Like,
There's something to be gained from it.
Right,
there's a
right.
signal there, but like how representative is that signal of the broader base?
There's a whole lot more noise than signal there are.
All right. So as I mentioned, cost plus drugs. There's so many questions I can ask here, but what's the big question? What's broken about our healthcare system?
There's no transparency. And when the lack of transparency leads to lack of trust. And when you can't trust the healthcare system, other than maybe your doctor, that's a broken system.
So, what aspect of this system does cost plus drugs try to solve?
So, the thing we're trying to solve for is trust. And the way we feel we get there is through complete transparency. So, when you go to costplusdrugs.com and you put in the name of the medication, if it's one of the 2,500 and growing that we carry, we will first show you our cost, what we actually paid for it. Then we'll show you our 15% markup. Then we'll show the pharmacy fill fee and shipping, and that's your total price. And that alone, that transparency alone, is completely revolutionizing how drugs are priced in America today. And it's led to, research being done comparing our pricing to CMS, and ours being cheaper, than even the government is negotiating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so just that transparency alone has had an impact and saved millions of people hundreds of millions of dollars or more.
Maybe it results in more transparency in other parts of the system too.
Correct.
Seeing the business of it. But what do the so-called middlemen companies, so the PBMs,
pharmacy benefit managers?
Thank you. CVS Caremark, Cigna's Express Scripts, and United Health's Optum RX. They control a majority of the market. What do they do wrong?
They put profits over everything, right? And they know in an industry that's completely opaque, they can pretty much do what they want, and nobody gets to see what they're doing in detail. And so, the first thing when you sign a contract with one of those big PBMs, it says you can't disclose any of this. And the fact that you can't be disclosed means they can tell Lex's company that they're getting a great price and they're only being charged X. And they can tell Mark's company, oh, you're getting a great price and we're charging Mark X plus, right? But Mark doesn't know any better because there's no way to know.
The markup is not transparent.
The cost isn't transparent. The markup isn't transparent. There's different things. Like I was just talking to a company in a presentation a couple of days ago, and they took the step to leave the big three PBMs to go to a rebate-free PBM that was smaller. And what they said led to the decision. They had a contract with the PBM for these things called rebates, right? Where depending on the volume of medications you buy, they'll kick back to you a percentage of them. And as it turns out, when they compared what was contracted for to what they actually got, they were getting underpaid every single year. They just don't care, right? They'll take products. There's a drug called Humira, right? And
right.
it is the number one revenue.
I don't fucking know, dude.
No,
that right. I don't know. Sure.
But one we carry called called
man.
Simmer.
Right? Right?
And
No, not right.
Humira, the pre-rebate price is about $8,000 per month. And after rebates, depending on the size of the company, it'll be anywhere from $3,000 to $6,000.
Right?
You go to get your doctor to prescribe that biosimilar, Usimra, and you pay $594. But those big three PBMs won't allow their clients to get Usimra because they don't get a rebate on Usimra. So they'd rather keep a drug on their formulary, even though their patients would save, the customers would save a lot of money. They'd rather keep a drug and exclude another because they'll make a lot more money.
So the CVS Caremark spokesperson, I think, responded to you, Phil Glando, with the usual language that so deeply exhausts me, but I was wondering if there's any truth to it. Employers, unions, health plans, and government programs work with CVS Caremark precisely because we deliver for them lower drug costs, better health outcomes, and broad pharmacy access through our true cost advantage, and choice formulary initiatives. We are the leading agent of change, innovation, and transparency in the market.
That's a whole lot of nothing.
So they are not transparent.
So call them up. You go to Cost Plus Drugs, we'll give you our price list of all 2,500 plus drugs,
The actual cost.
the actual cost, and what we sell it for, because it's just plus 15%. Call up any of the big three companies and ask them for the same thing. They're going to laugh at you. It's so bad, in fact, if you do business with them right now and you just ask for your claims data, meaning, how many people use Humira that we're paying, what are we paying for, they won't even give it to you unless you really, really scream and yell at them, and then they'll charge you and take 6 months to get. So like when we moved away from them, we wanted to get what our claims data was to understand what we were going to be facing. They wouldn't give it to us until like 6 months later. I forget the exact month, and then they charge us for it as well, our own data.
On the CEO front, you said that CEOs don't understand healthcare coverage. It's costing them big. What's the connection between cost plus drugs and companies?
So I can speak for my own companies, and this applies to all companies, bigger companies that self-insure, because we self-insure. When we started Cost Plus, I finally said, okay, it's time for me to understand how I'm paying for my health care for my employees and their families. And the first thing I looked at was a lot of these companies use employee benefits consultants. And it turns out I was paying $30 per employee per month, which was millions of dollars a year. And they were just sending us to the companies that paid them the biggest commissions. I'm like, how fucking dumb am I? Right? So I'm like, okay, we'll cut that. And then I looked at our medication, our prescription deal that goes through the PBMs that we were using and that the consultant connected us with. And I took a list of, this is early on in Cost Plus Drugs, list of the generic drugs that we sold that cost more than $30 that the Mavericks also had purchased, right? We were able to get that claims data. And it turns out we spent $169,000 with that PBM, one of the big three PBMs, and it would have cost us buying from Cost Plus Drugs $19,000. And that's just a simple example. Then I looked at the insurance side of things, right? We self-insure, so there weren't premiums per se, but we were getting charged $17.15 per employee per month just to use the network that they put together for us, providers, hospitals, or whatever. And I'm like, all right, are there companies that won't charge us to put together these networks? Turns out there's a lot of them. And those insurance companies and those PBMs are also responsible for determining what claims, what to authorize and what to deny, right? So for a drug, it may be, all right, this is an expensive drug, but before they'll say they'll pay for the drug that your doctor wants to prescribe you, you have to try these three other drugs in what's called step-up therapy, right? To see if these other cheaper drugs work, or they're not even necessarily cheaper. They may just be being pushed because they're getting a higher rebate. And so I'm like, that's insane. I want my employees to get the medication that the doctors say is best. And so I didn't realize those were the intricacies of where my healthcare dollars went. There's not a single CEO who does, because that's not a core competency that they need. And the CFOs, that's not their core competency. And the HR people, they contribute and they understand it some because they're dealing with the claims, but they spend most of their prescription drug related time or healthcare related times trying to get pre-authorizations approved. So, you know, your kid breaks their arm or you get sick and you go to the doctor, and before the doctor will do a surgery or do whatever, they have to go to the insurance company and get pre-authorized. And then they always say no, right? And then you have to go back and somebody has to argue for you. And that just eats up employee time because, you know, I'm sick or my kid's sick and you're wasting my time, eats up HR time. The CEOs don't know any of this, right? So what I'm saying is, one, the smartest thing to do is get a healthcare CEO at every company with over, let's say, 500 employees that focuses on all these things. You save a shitload of money. And two, healthcare is your second largest line item expense after payroll. And in some companies, it's hundreds, billions of dollars, right? And you don't understand it, and you're letting these guys rip you off. And it's because these big CEOs don't understand it and are getting ripped off that the industry is the way it is, because that allows the opacity to continue.
That's fascinating. So that most companies outsource, offload sort of the expertise on the healthcare side, when they really should be internally. There should be an expert.
Yes, because it's the wellness of your employees and their families.
And it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, but if your employees aren't healthy, or if they're worried about their kids, and what is more worrisome and detrimental to the performance of a company, right? A DEI program, or or having to go to HR and scream and yell and explain, and letting your doctor wasting their time doing the same thing to get authorization for a surgery or a medication. It's insane.
What made you decide to step into this cartel-like situation where so much is opaque?
So I got a cold email from a Dr. Alex Oshmayansky, who's my co-founder. He's a radiologist by trade and a physicist and a smart motherfucker. And he had a pharmacy that he wanted to create, a compounding pharmacy that would manufacture generic drugs that were in short supply, because it happens all the time that things aren't available. I'm like, you're thinking too small. We should do something on a much bigger scale. And then it was right around the time they were sending the pharmacy bro, Martin Shkreli, to jail. And so I was reading up on that, and he increased the price of this drug, Daraprim. I think it was like 7,500%, or increased a low-cost drug to $7,500, one of them. And I'm like, well, if he can just jack up the price for this drug and charge more and get away with it, this has to be an incredibly inefficient market. And so the question is, why is he able to do it? And it was immediately apparent that it was a lack of transparency. And so can we start a company that is fully transparent with our costs, our markup, and our selling price, and see if it works? And so we went for it, and it took off immediately. I mean, you read a press release from a company saying, they were creating a cost advantage program, basically pretending to replicate us.
Yeah.
We haven't been in business 2 years. How insane is that?
Did you get a lot of pressure? I mean, I'm sure they're very good at playing games. So cartel type situations, they protect. It feels like healthcare, like, it's very difficult to get in there.
It does. I mean, and the whole industry is an arbitrage, but we don't work inside the system. We work outside the system. And so we don't work with those biggest companies. The biggest companies with the most dominant control, it's very insulated and very controlled, like you said. We work outside them. We won't work with them. And so because of that, we don't have access to every medication, because they've told a lot of the big brand manufacturers that if they work with us, they'll take them off their formularies or change the rebate structure so that they won't be prescribed. Yeah, it is dark, but we'll get past that, right? Because there's a downstream impact of all this in the rebates and the greediness of those big three PBMs. When you go to a local pharmacy here in Austin, right, and let's just say you have a plan here, right, that is on Medicare or Medicare Advantage, and they go to a local pharmacy and they get a drug that costs $600. Well, in the insurance company, that $600, the pharmacy first buys that drug for probably that price minus 5%, so $570. Then there's probably a copay by the patient, and that's probably $20. So now the net investment that the local pharmacy has for that brand medication is $550. Where it gets really fucked up is those big three PBMs, they're not reimbursing them $550 or more. They're reimbursing them $500 or less. And literally those community pharmacies are eating that loss. And as a result, they're going out of business left and right. And the most insane part of it is, yes, with corporate employer insurance, that happens, but it happens more with Medicare Part D and Medicare Advantage. It happens all the time with those, almost with every script. So the government is complicit in these community pharmacies going out of business. So how does that connect to cost plus drugs and what we're doing in the big brands? The big brands know that if all these community pharmacies are going, tens of thousands of them are going to go out of business because of the way this pricing is, they're going to lose a connection between their brand medications and grandma and grandpa and Sally. And all that business is going to get transferred to the big companies. And they're going to have even less leverage. So they're working with us to come up with programs that are very supportive of independent pharmacies. And that's going to allow us to break the cartel. Because it's in their best interest not to allow them to be so vertically integrated that they destroy the entire community and independent pharmacy industry.
Is there other aspects of the healthcare industry that could use this kind of transparency and revolutionizing?
Yes. So what we're going to do with our own healthcare, right? We're not going to be in the business of selling healthcare or anything like that or offering. But the things we do for my companies, we're only going to do deals with providers, healthcare providers, that allow us to be completely transparent. So that whatever contracts we do, we're going to post them all. Whatever pricing we get, we're going to post them all. So that every company who's our size or bigger will have a template that they can work on, which will take it away from the big three insurance companies and the big three PBMs. Because now, without that transparency, they have to use consultants who are getting paid by those big three, those big companies, and aren't giving them the best response. And so now that transparency will overcome that.
And you're using your, how should I say it, celebrity, your name.
Yeah,
to kind of push this.
It's the only company I've ever put my name on.
It's weird that people aren't getting into this space. Like, public people, like big, there's not like a big, you look at tech, there's like these, CEOs that are open and public, and they're pushing the company, and they're selling everything, and it's like, we're all transparent. But you don't see that in healthcare.
No, because it's a big business, and most people, like if I was 25 trying to start a company, I'd work in the system. Because if I could build it up big enough, they would just buy me. And I'd make, money and buy a sports team. But I don't need that money now.
Let me ask you about AI. You got a little bit of an argument about open source. I think you stepped in between Khosla and Mark Andreessen. You think AI should be open source?
Yeah, for sure.
So like all that discussion we've been having about like Google and so on.
Well, okay, two different things. Meaning that Meta's doing open source.
Yes.
Right. That's a good choice for them. I think that's a smart choice. Right. But it's just a business decision for everybody else. I don't think it should be forced.
Forced, yes. I mean, even Google's open sourcing some models.
Because that's a very incestuous industry where, the people all work together at some level. They read the same papers. They go to the same conferences. It's like the early days of streaming and the internet where people use the same technology everywhere. And now they just try different things, and you get one smart or a couple smart people in one company like Anthropic, right? And they do things a little bit better, and model efficiency gets better. So, it's just a business choice, but I don't think it should be forced, but I think it's a smart business decision.
Open sourcing is a smart business decision. Yeah. It's a tricky one. I mean, Google is a pioneer in that with TensorFlow in the AI space. That's a tricky decision.
It really is, right? But go back to historically, there was digital computing, which was a dominant player, and they thought, and IBM to a certain extent, thought that they wouldn't be subject to a problem with the PC industry. And then all of a sudden, with their mainframes and everything, they had captive software. They wouldn't use off-the-shelf software, right? So for a digital equipment mainframe or an IBM mainframe, you needed software that was written for it. There was nothing off the shelf. And when the PC industry came along, it was the exact opposite. There was, MS-DOS and Windows, things that were off the shelf that every PC could use. And that changed how people thought about software. And I think the same thing will happen here, where it's going to be, as models become more efficient and easier and less expensive to train, I think there'll be more reasons to open source.
Yeah, that's the hope. It creates more competition, a lot of different diversity kind of approaches, and how they're implemented, deployed, what kind of products they create, all of that. We know compared to the danger of that to the Manhattan Project.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
We don't see the parallels between nuclear weapons and AI.
No, I think I'm not an AI fatalist at all, right? I'm an AI optimist, but it's not to say that there isn't a lot of scary shit that can happen with it.
Yeah.
Militarily, like I said earlier, I'm a big believer that there's going to be millions and tens of millions of models, and people will take their expertise and either get hired for it, and contribute, or create their own models and license. So that you see now with this thing called mixture of experts, right, where you connect things, and people can take their expertise, and will be able to take that expertise and retain it in a way that they want to retain it. So I don't think there's going to be one medical database. I told this to people at a couple big companies that were doing healthcare initiatives. Dude, branding is so important in the healthcare space, and for hospitals, the Mayo Clinics, the MD Andersons, they're huge brands, and I don't think they're just going to give up their expertise to some main singular model, and say, okay, whatever expertise we have is available to you in Gemini or ChatGPT or so and so's version of Meta's open source. I just don't. That would be business suicide. And so I think you're going to see each of them have their own models and update them as they go and license them.
Yeah, and make money from the expertise.
You have
don't
to.
give away the
You have to.
Yeah. And the expertise evolves and grows and all that kind of stuff, and you want to own that growth. What advice would you give to young people? You have an exceptionally successful career. You came from little, made a lot. What advice would you give them?
Love your life, right? Find the things that you can enjoy. Be curious. You don't have to have all the answers when you're 12, 15. I get emails from 13, 15-year-old kids, right? What do I do? What do I do, right? I feel like I'm being held back. Like at 15, you feel like you're being held back. But just be curious, because you don't have to have the answers. You don't have to know what you're going to be when you grow up. I'm a hardcore believer that everybody has something that they're really, really, really good at. That could be world class great. Every single human being on this planet. And the hard part is just finding what that is. And in some places, having resources to enable it. But be curious so you can find what it is. I didn't take a technology. I took one technology class in college, Fortran programming, and I cheated on it. Right? I mean, it wasn't until I got a job at Mellon Bank and I started learning how to program in this thing called Ramus, this script computing language, that I realized, oh, this is interesting to me and I like it. And that's what got me, a job selling software, and going on from there. You just don't know what that's going to be until you go out and experience different things. So for anybody young out there listening, enjoy your life, find things to smile about, be curious, read, watch, expose yourself to as many different ideas as you can, because something's going to click at some point. You may be 15, you may be 25, you may be 55, but it can happen.
One thing to mention is sometimes it's difficult, or your parents, people around you, might not be conducive, or might not be of help in finding the thing you're good at. In fact, like in my own life, the society was such that I don't know if they've helped much at the thing I was good at. I'm still not sure what that is, but I think
they interview them for you.
Well, it's not even. There was a thing where I saw the beauty in people, it very intensely. So you can call it empathy, all that kind of stuff.
And I would call it wokeness.
Super woke. I guess you could say just super woke. That's me. And in the education system I came up in, it was very hard mathematics, science and so on. And it didn't notice that, whatever that was. And me, but you have to keep the flame going. You have to try and find your way and see what that's useful. And then others around you might not always notice it, so it might take time. So you can be lonely. You can really have to find the strength to believe in yourself.
Oh, for sure. And I'll tell you one quick story. 1992, I went to Moscow State University, to teach kids how to start businesses. Wow. Because I sold micro solutions, and I wanted to travel, and I took Russian in high school. My русский язык not хорошо.
Good enough to remember that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But it was interesting to me, and I bring it up because just they didn't know what the word profit meant, right? But at the same time, I would go around and meet people, and it was as entrepreneurial, like right after the Soviet Union fell, entrepreneurship went through the roof. I mean, a lot of it was mafia driven, but it was people found that spark, because I think that is natural. And so you just never know when and how and when the circumstances will come together for you to be able to take advantage.
That spark is really important to comment on. Is in Russia and Ukraine, I think the system kind of suppresses that spark somehow. As you said, you saw the natural entrepreneurship, but there's not the entrepreneurial spirit once you grow up in both the nations I mentioned. There is.
No, I believe it, right? I mean,
Ukraine, but there's something about the system that kind of, be reasonable,
there would be no reason for me to go over to do what I was doing if it was otherwise.
And that's the thing that really can help a country flourish.
It's going to be interesting with Ukraine if they're able to survive this, right? Because as horrific as it is, as you saw across Europe after World War II, the rebuilding creates opportunities.
Rebuilding creates opportunities, but first the war has to end. How that ends,
I don't know either.
Is a really complex path. What gives you hope about the future of humanity?
Just looking in my kids' eyes, just talking to them and seeing their spirits, their friends' spirits, and obviously we're blessed as can be, right? And it's not the same for every kid, but I do. I get emails that I don't respond to all of them, but from 13, 14, 15-year-old kids around the world, because Shark Tank's shown everywhere, asking me business questions, and it's just like they took the time. They were that curious and that interested, and I see it when I talk to schools, when I go to different groups, that spark in kids' eyes that there's something bigger and better and exciting out there. And that's not to say there's not fear, climate and any other number of things, but that's the beauty of kids. And I think Gen Z really embodies that. And to me, that's just really exciting.
They dream big, they see the opportunity for making the world better. It's cool to see young people and like that in their eyes, that dream, and I could be the one to do it too, which is
it's funny because when I go talk to like elementary school kids, right? One of the things I do, I said, okay, let's look around. You see that light there? One day that light didn't exist. Then somebody had the idea. Then somebody created a product out of it, and now your school bought that. You see that chair? Chairs didn't always look like that. Somebody had that idea. Why not you? So when you walk out and want to make a move, ask yourself, why not me? Why can't I be the one to change the world?
Thank you for that beautiful, hopeful message, and thank you for talking today, Mark. You're fun to follow. I'm a big fan of yours, but you're also an important person in this world. I really appreciate everything you do.
Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that, Lexi. Keep on doing what you're doing. This is great.
Right.
I really enjoyed it.
Right.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Mark Cuban. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. Imagination was given to man to compensate him for what he is not, and a sense of humor was provided to console him for what he is. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Habib beat Connor, who was on FaceTime before he even made it to the locker room. Trump, sitting president, ex-president, watching all the fights, calling us, talk about the fights. Valentina Shevchenko, every time she goes home, she meets with the president of the country. The list goes on and on and on. The most powerful, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. The most powerful people in the world are all obsessed with fighting.
The following is a conversation with Dana White, the president of the UFC, a mixed martial arts organization that revolutionized the art, the sport, and the business of fighting. And Dana is truly the mastermind behind the UFC. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dana White. Do you remember when you saw your first fight?
I think so. I remember being at my grandmother's house. I think it was an Ali fight. And all my uncles were going crazy during the fight. There was just this buzz and this energy in the house that I liked at a very young age. And I'm pretty sure that was my first fight.
Ali was something special.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, when you look around, not just here in the office, but at my house, Ali and Tyson are everywhere.
Would you put Ali as the greatest of all time boxer?
Well, I would put Ali as the greatest all-time human being. I mean, when you, it's easy as a fight fan to focus on him as a fighter, but when you focus on him as a human, and you think about what he meant at that time and place, the things he said, the poems he came up with, just the overall brilliance of Muhammad Ali, the guts to have the strength, mentally, physically, and emotionally, to go against the grain at the time that he did it. It was a very dangerous time for him to be who he was. Yet, because of how smart he was and because of his personality and how if you sat down with him, you could be the biggest racist on the planet. It's hard to get in the room with Ali and not like Ali.
Yeah, he's all love, humor, all of it.
100%.
And had the guts in the ring and the guts to take a stand
100%.
when it was hard.
He might be one of the all-time greatest humans. You know what I mean? Just an impactful, powerful human being who happened to be a great boxer.
And sometimes the right moment meets the great human being. That's important.
I agree with you. And he was the right guy in the right place at the right time. And he's also a guy who used his platform for all the right things.
So that might have been your first fight, but when did you fall in love with fighting? The art of it, the science of it?
Yeah, I would say I really fell in love with it. So I was a senior. It was 1987, and Hagler-Leonard happened.
Yeah.
And I watched that fight, and I taped it. And I watched that fight like a million times. I was a huge, huge Hagler fan. And I liked Sugar Ray Leonard too, but I was a huge Hagler fan. And, I just remember I watched that fight a million times because I was pissed off and I felt like Hagler got robbed in the fight. You know what I mean? But that was really what made me start to love the sport of boxing.
The battle of it.
Yeah. I was 17. And then after that, USA's Tuesday Night Fights came out on television. It was on every Tuesday night, religiously. Never missed Tuesday Night Fights. I was there, watched all those fights, and a lot of the things you see in the UFC, not necessarily just the production, but I would say the feel and the style and all those things are all things that I loved about boxing and things that I hated about boxing, right down to the commentary.
You loved and hated the commentary.
Certain things that I loved about boxing, I incorporated into the UFC. Things that I hated about boxing, I made sure that the UFC stayed far away from. I think I can't stand Larry Merchant. And I used to watch HBO Boxing and mute the commentary so that I didn't have to listen to them. Lampley too. You would spend this money for the pay-per-view to watch these people that you idolized, to hear these idiots rip them apart while the fight was happening.
Oh, they were criticizing.
Yeah, 100%.
Apart. I've gotten used to the UFC, so I'm trying to remember looking back.
It was bad.
It was bad?
It was really bad.
But the sweet science, the art of boxing is beautiful still. Like, the stories.
100%. I want to do this with you right now. Hey, will you bring your cell phone over here and pull up YouTube? I want to do this for you so that you can understand this and understand where I was coming from.
For the commentary.
At this point in time.
I have all good memories. You're going to ruin it for me.
Yeah, no, there are nothing but great memories about boxing. But the presentation and a lot of the things, but it's, how fucking weird is it that I even cared about this shit at that point in my life and that time in my life? What impact could I possibly have on it? So think about Tyson and how much everybody loved Tyson at the time. I'm going to listen to this entrance.
As a former undisputed heavyweight champion, and here he comes, Mike Tyson. As he heads toward the same ring, he made his disgraceful exit mid-June of '97.
Wow. The baddest motherfucking walk-ins of all time, by the way. Right? So what this guy should be doing, and this is one of the Albert brothers.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Stay out of the way.
Yeah. Maybe build them up.
Or that. Or don't say anything. Just let the camera. That's why we're watching. That's why we paid our money.
We don't need to say anything.
Scary, imposing music. Will he be able to intimidate his opponent tonight? Will it even matter? I really thought there'd be more of an explosion by the crowd here, but very mixed. Even with the win tonight, no matter how one-sided, he will still have his detractors. Following the two fights with Holyfield, his stock plummeted. The punches came down hard, feeling they were due. And his knockout for over second-rate fighters. Now the crowd erupts more as he gets into the ring. But it's certainly nothing overwhelming.
What a dick. You're right. I don't remember that. You're right.
Actually,
you're right.
You paid your money to watch Mike Tyson, and you got to listen to these fucking jerk-offs talk shit about him the whole way to the right. First of all, one of the coolest walk-ins ever. You know, first time anybody had heard DMX, right?
Yeah.
And he's walking into some scary, imposing music. Will it even matter? Will it? You know, it's just all that kind of stuff. I literally used to analyze every ounce of the production that would happen on television. And at a time when I didn't even know why I was doing it, but
it was in there somewhere. Like you were thinking about it.
Right? So yeah, I hated HBO commentary. I thought, you know, at the time, HBO boxing was obviously the gold standard for, you know, but when you really think about boxing at that time, the production, the only thing that changed over 30 years is like HD. I mean, even the commentators were the same for 30 years. And then you have the time when Larry Merchant gets up and literally starts fighting with Floyd Mayweather during the interview and says, if I was 30 years younger, I'd kick your ass right now.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
I mean, these are the interviews that we have to listen to when we're trying to watch a boxing match.
The level of boxing was good.
Think about a fighter, right? Fighter has been gone for months, away from their families and away from everything, training, cutting weight, sparring. Then they go in and they have to fight that night, and then you have to, you know, if you watch your fight back, you got to listen to this bullshit from these guys, and then you get interviewed, and your interview is this. It's just.
And it's not just about the pay-per-view money. It's about like these are legends of humanity. Like 100%. We should celebrate the highest form of like accomplishment. 100%. These aren't like Mike Tyson.
So you know who goes in there and interviews fighters? Joe Rogan, right? Who is trained and done everything and has the utmost respect for the sport and the athletes. Or you got like Daniel Cormier, who is a former world champion himself and has actually been through it, done it, and knows. And those are the type of people that we put in the booth, people that are actually experienced in it. Yeah. Not these people who've never been in a fight in their fucking life, right?
Yeah, but they're also both, DC and Rogan are like big kids. They love it. They really love it.
Well, everybody does. I mean, if you look at, it's the difference between our commentary and what I feel their commentary was. We don't hire paid talking heads. We hire people that have actually been in it, done it, love it, and are super passionate about the sport. And I would say that none of them that ever covered the sport back then were. I don't know if that was Marv Albert or what Albert brother that was, but he sounded like he was a fan of the sport, or anyway. But You got me. You got me on this, and once I get on this, I lose my mind.
Maybe we wouldn't have a UFC if they didn't fuck it up so bad for the Tyson.
It would be different. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It would be different. There's no doubt about it. All those experiences growing up being a boxing fan helped create what the UFC is today.
You know, it's interesting because humans have been fighting for millennia, and it seems like with the UFC, the rate of innovation is just insane. In these last 3 decades, it seems like we've discovered how to do unarmed combat faster and better than at any time in human history.
I agree with you 100%. The first UFC happened in 1993, right? Martial art versus martial art. Yeah. And now, over the last 30 years, martial arts has evolved faster than, you know what I mean? And like you just said, combat sports, fighting, whatever you want to call it, martial arts, it has evolved so much in 30 years, more than the last 300 years.
What did you think when you saw UFC 1? The boys?
I remember everybody talking that this fight was going to happen and there was going to be no rules and all this other stuff. And we're like, there's no way, that's bullshit. And then we ended up at some guy's house that night in Boston and watching it. And it was happening, and it was fun, and it was exciting, and everything else. And then I sort of fell off after that. The first one I watched, but I was too big of a boxing fan. Plus, once grappling started taking over, and by grappling meaning the wrestling and the jiu-jitsu guys that just laid there, I completely lost interest. It's funny that I'm having this conversation with you right now because I was out last night with my friends and we were talking about because one of my buddies who's a host here in town just did jiu-jitsu for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was like,
did he get his ass kicked?
Yeah, but when you first go in,
yeah.
Our first jiu-jitsu lesson, me, Lorenzo, and Frank, was John Lewis. And I remember thinking, holy shit, I can't believe that I'm 28 years old, and this is the first time I'm experiencing this, that another human being could do this to me on the ground. It is such an eye-opening, mind-blowing experience when you do it for the first time, and then you become completely addicted to it. And, we were training 3-4 days a week, trying to kill each other, and me and the Fertitas, and that's how we fell in love with the sport. I think that the first time that you do jiu-jitsu, it's like the red pill and the blue pill in the Matrix. Do you want to believe that this is the world that you live in, or do you want to see what the real world looks like?
Jiu-jitsu is a real red pill.
It really is.
You realize, holy shit, all that shit talking I've been doing about me being a badass, you realize you're not. You get dominated by another human being, you realize you are.
And I mean dominate. I mean completely treat you like you're a little kid. And then we had the opportunity to roll with a lot of different guys at the time because of the whatever. And we don't have a good relationship at all. But I'll tell you this, Frank Shamrock came in one day, and Frank Shamrock had me in side control. The pressure that this guy put on
How you doing,
chest
pizza? What's good, my friend?
Felt like there was a car on my chest.
What are you doing? Amazing. How was it? All right, so was she cool? All right, man. This girl likes to fuck. Dog, why aren't you hanging out with her tonight? Oh, oh, that's super tight. All right. So why are you talking to me and why aren't you talking to her? I'm just kidding. I'm glad you're talking to me, but like, why don't you talk to her? Okay. All right. Dog, you just totally airmailed this, but that's all right. Get another quote unquote date with her or whatever. and fuck her. All right, well, then go get an STD test tomorrow before you might work for WWE and pound her out within the, because she's ready to go. I mean, she's got a bodily clock. You got to get on board with that. Yeah, dog. Just, dude, if I were you, I would call her right now. Be like, hey, what are you doing? And she'll be like, oh, I'm doing ketamine and ecstasy. And then you just go over and stick your dick in her. Wait, what does she have? Oh, shit. Well, well, okay, that was nice of her to tell you, but all right, maybe you might have to move on. All right, we'll go get one. All right, sounds good. Take care, man. Pizza, we love you. You take care, my man. Peace, bro.
you gonna blow him?